Chapter 1. Who isn't a loser these days? Defend the base. Quickly, defend the base. I can't believe it. None of you are defending the base. Where's the jungler? Where's the jungler? Our base is gone, and you're still out there picking flowers in the jungle? I'm a streamer, give me a chance. Ah, the base. Within the confines of a shabby, disheveled rental apartment, a young man with a messy hairstyle was shouting hoarsely at his phone. Accompanied by the sound of shattering crystals, Yunfan felt his heart shatter in tandem. 17 consecutive losses, an entire 17. Who on earth is winning this wretched game? Damn it, this is a terrible game. Terrible jungler, terrible marksman, terrible mage. Ah, this is infuriating. Yunfan gazed at the defeat screen, a dismal score of 3.5, his expression a mix of agitation and shattered resolve. With a furious slap on the table, he seized his phone and began to smash it repeatedly. At last, the expensive counterfeit phone he had purchased met its untimely demise, smoke billowing from it. My phone. Oh, my dear phone. As a failed author and a reclusive otaku, perhaps due to a prolonged period of seclusion and lack of exercise, Yunfan's mind spun with excitement, and in a dizzying moment his vision darkened, his legs buckled, and he collapsed. In a world of pirates, on an uncharted island, the small isle was easily surveyed in one glance. Birdsong and fragrant flowers surrounded lush green grass, a scene of tranquil bliss. If not for the monkey relieving itself upon him. Yunfan lay upon the shore, feeling a prickling sensation on his face, warm liquid flowing accompanied by a pungent odor. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to find a small, furry bird directly before him. What the? You little monkey! How dare you pee on my face? A small, daft monkey was lifting its leg to urinate on Yunfan. Upon noticing Yunfan's sudden awakening, the monkey froze, its legs tensing as the stream abruptly halted. Startled, its fur bristled. It squeaked a few times before rolling and scrambling away. Spit! Spit! Ugh! Stop right there, you little pest. How dare you relieve yourself on my handsome face? I'll have your little bits removed. Yunfan sprang upright, poised to chase after the mischievous monkey, but suddenly froze in place. Where am I? Surveying his surroundings, it appeared to be a deserted island, surrounded by an endless sea. I must still be dreaming, Yunfan thought, slapping himself across the face, drawing a sharp breath. Ouch! This isn't a dream. Just a moment ago, he had been in his rental apartment, navigating the treacherous King's Canyon, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself on a solitary island. After a moment of existential contemplation, he suddenly recalled something and hurried to the water's edge, bending down to glance into the depths. Reflected in the water was a visage that could rival thousands of readers. Yunfan felt around himself and sighed in relief. Thank goodness, his face was still his own, and his body remained unchanged. A few peculiar seagulls soared overhead. Yunfan felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not recall where he had encountered them before. One of the seagulls, seemingly noticing Yunfan, glided down to him, landing gracefully. The seagull sported a small backpack, and as it reached Yunfan, it extracted a newspaper from within. Yunfan was astonished, wondering how a wing without fingers could grasp a newspaper. Where am I? Is this still Earth? A newspaper delivering seagull. Is this a Pokemon or the world of One Piece? Having seldom delved into the realm of anime, Yunfan could only think of these two worlds. Seeing Yunfan in a daze, the seagull nudged the newspaper forward with its wing. Thank you. Yunfan snapped back to reality, accepting the newspaper and politely expressing his gratitude. Just as he was about to glean some information about this world from the paper, a wing covered it. The other wing of the seagull bent in a surprisingly human-like manner, then pointed a feather upright. Yunfan understood it wanted payment. Are you kidding? Where'd I find money? Having just arrived in this world and still grappling with the situation, Yunfan awkwardly chuckled at the seagull. Hey buddy, can I owe you for now? Seeing Yunfan's refusal to pay, the seagull's expression turned serious. It snatched the newspaper back, stuffing it into its little backpack, and with a flap of its wings, it took flight. As it departed, it squawked a few derisive calls at Yunfan. Though he couldn't decipher the meaning, he understood it was anything but kind, the seagull's face filled with mockery, as if to say, "Poor loser, wasting my time." Damn it. He raised a middle finger toward the retreating seagull. Not that it mattered whether it understood he couldn't afford to lose face. Beep. The two-dimensional system has been successfully loaded. Would you like to bind it? Huh? Did he just hear that? Yunfan could hardly believe his ears. Beep. The two-dimensional system has been successfully loaded. Would you like to bind it? A system. This time, Yunfan recognized it as a system. What incredible luck to have a system appear before him. However, reflecting on his current circumstance of transmigration, it was not entirely surprising. After all, a transmigrator and a system were standard pairing. Yes, bind it. Yunfan wasted no time in agreeing, fearing the system might vanish, as nowadays, systems had a tendency to be rather unreliable. Who knew what might occur if he hesitated? Beep. Two-dimensional system binding successful. Beep. Issuing the sole reward of this world. Beep. Issuance successful. Wait. Ignoring the small gift box that appeared out of thin air, Yunfan quickly called out to stop. System, what does sole reward mean? Does it mean this reward is unique to this world, or that from now on, there will only be this one reward? The system, however, paid no heed to Yunfan's inquiries, continuing on its own. Beep. The system will soon travel to other worlds to issue rewards. Until the host becomes the supreme being of this world, the system will not respond further. For any questions, please refer to the manual. Wishing the host a pleasant journey. Hey, system, wait. Yunfan was left dumbfounded, and no matter how he called out afterward, the system remained unresponsive. Well then, the current systems really are something else. Yunfan relinquished his attempts to detain it, his consciousness sinking into his mind, where the system had left a manual. After perusing it, Yunfan began to grasp the situation. This world was the realm of one piece, and his transmigration was not the result of any system trickery. In simple terms, each world has one or two favored characters by fate, such as transmigrators or reincarnators. The system was like a fragment birthed by the heavens. Each system possesses unique abilities, and the heavens are perpetually generating systems, all meant to assist those favored by fate. The number of systems in existence is finite. When one system is born, another must perish. To avoid destruction, one must fulfill the heavenly mandate. This mandate pertains to those protagonists, which is why systems are constantly on the lookout for them. The reason the two-dimensional system fled was to bind multiple protagonists simultaneously. Some protagonists are utterly hopeless, and even with the system's assistance, they might falter midway, rendering the system's investment fruitless. Thus, systems today are diversifying their portfolios, resolutely avoiding putting all their eggs in one basket. The ability of the two-dimensional system is to transport the host across various two-dimensional worlds, and once Yunfan achieves supremacy in this world, the system will return to take him to the next realm. Achieving supremacy in this world? That seems quite challenging. Even Luffy, that loser, hasn't become a king yet. Upon opening the gift left by the system, Yunfan's anxious heart immediately found solace. What's so difficult about being a loser? Who isn't one these days? P.S. If there are any heroes you'd like to see, feel free to vote and discuss in the book circle. Chapter 2. Whose little deer is this? Upon opening the system gift box, a crystal emerged within, reminiscent of the one found in the King's Canyon, albeit in a miniature size, barely fitting in the palm of one's hand. As it made contact, the crystal transformed into a luminescent glow that surged into Yunfan's forehead, leaving a blue vertical mark as it settled. With a mere thought, the blue mark vanished from sight. A message accompanied the crystal, enlightening Yunfan on its usage. This crystal possessed the ability to summon heroes from the King's Canyon, along with various runes and equipment. For each summoned hero, Yunfan could select one of their abilities. By wandering the seas and interacting with narrative locations and characters, he could recharge the crystal. Once it was fully energized, the summoning could commence. Much like a lottery, the outcome of the summoned hero relied solely on fortune. Poor luck might yield a useless rune, while good fortune could perhaps bring forth the Dragon King. Uncertain of the summoned hero's capabilities or their effectiveness, whether akin to their representation in the canyon or their narrative backdrop, Yunfan mused that if they were like those from the lore, Summoning deities such as Niwa or Pangu would surely elevate him beyond measure. What was I'm, or Nika, in comparison? With a sense of yearning, Yunfan flipped his palm, revealing the miniature crystal, its energy evidently at capacity. Perhaps owing to it being his first summoning, that he placed the crystal upon a stone, bent his knee to the ground, and with hands clasped, silently invoked the blessings of the celestial deities, not daring to aspire for Niwa or the Dragon King, but merely desiring a powerful hero, preferably one capable of flight, to whisk him away from this desolate isle. Summon. As he intoned the word in his mind, the crystal's energy began to overflow, swirling around it and gradually forming a vortex of energy. The vortex intensified, causing Yunfan to struggle to maintain his stance. Such a spectacle, such effects. Anything less than a formidable hero would surely be a disservice to the grandeur of this ritual. With a thunderous explosion, the energy vortex dissipated, revealing a figure before Yunfan. All things possess a spirit, a cycle of life and rebirth. Hey, are you the one I've been waiting for? A glowing little deer emerged from the energy vortex, which transformed into a small girl with antlers upon reaching Yunfan. Good news. There was indeed a hero. Bad news. It appeared to be of little use. Observing Yunfan's dazed expression, the little deer girl seemed to sense his disappointment. Her cherubic face clouded with melancholy. Curling up like a forlorn fawn, "Do you not like Ah Yao?" she queried, resembling a pitiful creature abandoned by its kin. The old man's heart was nearly melted by her adorableness. No, no. How could I possibly not like Yao? Yunfan quickly crouched down, grasping the deer's antlers, lifting her head to meet his gaze, his eyes brimming with sincerity. How could anyone not adore someone as delightful as you? Comforted by Yunfan's words, Ah Yao's spirits lifted, and she transformed back into a little deer as she stood. Whose little deer are you? Mine, newly arrived in this world. Ah Yao's curiosity knew no bounds as she frolicked through the thicket, eliciting a warm, maternal smile from Yunfan as he watched her play. Oh, adorable. Truly adorable. Yunfan had completely forgotten his current predicament. With a mere thought, a transparent shield enveloped him. Independent on the mountain, he had chosen this ability, which allowed him to expend stamina to gain a shield that would absorb damage. This was the ability he had selected from Ah Yao. In truth, he preferred the mountain spirit. The white deer ability transformed into a deer spirit, rendering one immune to all harm. Unlike the game, where various restrictions applied, here, as long as her stamina permitted, Ah Yao could freely transform into a deer spirit, though the deer spirit form could not attack. Its immunity to all damage was akin to a divine skill. Alas, after much effort, he was met with a message indicating it was unselectable. What the hell do you mean, unselectable? Just because I'm not an adorable little deer, I can't choose. This was blatant discrimination. Gurgle. His stomach protested. He was famished. Patting his emaciated belly, Yunfan surveyed his surroundings. Beyond a small thicket, nothing appeared to indicate the presence of food. He dared not venture into the thicket, having previously been powerless and fearful of danger. However, with the shield skill of Independent on the mountain, he felt emboldened to explore Ah Yao. He called, but she seemed to have wandered off, and as he received no response, he resolved to search for her. Clang, clang. Were you frightened? Suddenly, Ah Yao leapt out from the side, sporting a grass ring upon her head, making a playful face to startle Yunfan. He feigned alarm, placing a hand over his heart, then affectionately patted her little head. Ah Yao, have you found anything fun? Ah Yao jiggled the grass ring atop her antlers, replying no, but the plants here are quite sweet. Are you hungry, brother? Here. Upon hearing Yunfan's stomach grumble, Ah Yao removed the grass ring from her head and offered it to him. Brother doesn't eat grass. Ah Yao tilted her head thoughtfully, as if recalling something, and transformed into a little deer, bounding into the thicket. Upon reaching a grand tree, she paused before a beehive hanging from its branches. With a flick of her wooden staff, an energy orb shot forth. Knocking the beehive down, Ah Yao hopped forward to retrieve it. But suddenly, a swarm of bees erupted from the hive, enveloping her. Mountain spirit, white deer. In an instant, Ah Yao spun and transformed into her deer spirit form, fleeing swiftly. Help! As Yunfan approached the thicket, he heard Ah Yao's cries for help. His heart raced, and before he could react, he saw her racing towards him, pursued by a mass of buzzing bees. His expression changed instantly, and he turned to flee. "Brother, save me! Don't come near!" At the seaside, on the sandy shore, a dense swarm of bees formed a sphere around Yunfan, who sat leisurely within, savoring honey while the bees buzzed furiously, unable to breach the transparent shield protecting him. "That I want honey too." A transparent little deer perched on Yunfan's head, offering honey to Ah Yao, who eagerly licked it up, her delight evident to his astonishment. The deer spirit form could consume food. This was invincibility. After finishing the honey, the surrounding bees continued to assault the shield, evidently determined to confront the two honey thieves. As night fell, Yunfan and Ah Yao remained undisturbed within their dual shields. Ah Yao had nestled atop Yunfan's head and fallen asleep. And seeing her maintain her deer spirit form while asleep reassured him. He closed his eyes and drifted into slumber as well. In the morning, the gentle waves caressed the shore. The bees had dispersed, and Yunfan awoke, stretching his limbs. Feeling sore from a night spent seated, he dispelled the shield and rose to stretch, finding Ah Yao still soundly asleep. That on the distant horizon, a ship flying a skull flag appeared, and Yunfan rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating as the ship drew nearer. A ship? "Ah Yao, wake up! We can leave this island." He reached for Ah Yao atop his head, only for his hand to pass through her, as if grasping at air. With a sigh, he gently shook his head. "And don't disturb the little deer's rest." Chapter 3. "Oh, mother, I'm blind. KB." Early in the morning, feeling lethargic, the captain bellowed, "Get on deck and clean the floor." Hearing the captain's furious shout, KB instantly perked up, grabbing a bucket and broom, scurrying about the deck. "Huh? Little ones, wake up!" Upon seeing his crew invigorated, Alrita raised her spiked club high and shouted, "Who is the most beautiful woman on the sea?" The captain! The captain! Ha ha!" While KB was diligently cleaning the deck, he suddenly froze, pointing towards the sea and exclaiming, "Captain Alrita! An island! An island!" Alrita, her plump figure swaying, approached KB and smacked him on the head, exclaiming, "What is so surprising about an island in the sea?" "No, there are people on the island," KB protested, clutching his head, near tears. Is it not normal for there to be people on an island? Another punch followed, leaving KB in despair. "Someone is calling for help." Alrita paused, raising her telescope to peer at the small island on the shore. A handsome young man was frantically waving his arms, clearly signaling for assistance. With his raven black hair, bright eyes, and striking features, he captivated Alrita's heart. She had completely overlooked the little girl with antlers, her gaze fixated solely on Yunfan. "Little ones, bring the ship closer. I want him to be my man." The crew, seemingly accustomed to her whims, shouted in unison, each taking up their tasks as the grand ship sailed towards the lonely island. "Such an adorable little duck." As the ship approached, Yao's eyes were immediately drawn to the little duck at the bow. One must admit, the vessels in the world of One Piece, regardless of their firepower, boast splendid aesthetics. The bizarre shapes often reflect the unique personalities of the pirate crews. That Alrita's ship, brimming with girlish charm, featured a delightful pink exterior, a cute duck's head at the prow, and sails adorned with pink hearts, with even the duck's eyes sparkling with tiny hearts. One might mistakenly assume the captain to be a lovely and charming young lady. It has been quite some time since I last watched One Piece. The plot has nearly faded from memory, let alone the details of the ship. Although this vessel is indeed distinctive, Yunfan still lacked any recollection, knowing only that it belonged to a pirate crew, given the enormous skull flag flying above. A pirate is a pirate, as long as it allows us to leave this desolate island. Nonetheless, preparations must be made. Ah Yao, be ready if the situation appears unfavorable. Immediately take cover and activate the shield to escape. Yao nodded and moved closer to Yunfan as the pirate ship docked. A plump woman with a freckled face, wielding a spiked club, appeared at the helm. In the realm of the two-dimensional, no matter how exaggerated the character designs may be, they are often perceived as charming rather than jarring. However, witnessing such figures in person from a first-person perspective can be quite an eyesore. Yunfan was already bracing himself, as if he had encountered something unclean. Even the shield he was about to activate flickered a few times before vanishing. Yao tightly covered her eyes, hiding behind Yunfan, her antlers poking painfully into her waist, muttering, "So ugly, so ugly." Yunfan's lips twitched. He had already recognized who this unpleasant woman was. Although he couldn't recall her name, her appearance was quite unforgettable. "Huh, young man. Are you in trouble?" Alrita laughed heartily, leaping to stand before Yunfan, the immense weight causing the beach to tremble, nearly knocking Yunfan off balance up close. Yunfan's strikingly handsome visage caught Alrita's attention, and she was momentarily dazzled. It had been a long time since she had encountered such a beautiful youth. Yes, he was beautiful, accustomed to the rough and bizarre forms of men at sea. Seeing Yunfan made Alrita feel as though she had fallen in love. With stars in her eyes, she gazed at Yunfan, wishing to carry him back to the ship immediately. Under the hungry gaze of Alrita, Yunfan felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a few steps back. Fear not, young man, I'm a good person," Alrita quickly reassured him, her face exuding a gentle demeanor. Yet her countenance was still startling. "Oh my goodness, I'm blind," Yao exclaimed, transforming into a deer spirit and curling up, burying her head. "Is this your pet?" "So adorable," Alrita exclaimed, her eyes darting back to Yunfan. "Why are you so quiet?" Yunfan, feeling regretful for being so handsome, slightly turned his head away from Alrita. In a hoarse voice, he managed to say, Could you give us a ride?" resisting the urge to curse. Those few words seemed to drain all his energy. Of course," Alrita replied with delight, previously troubled about how to get Yunfan onto the ship without force. After all, such a handsome individual should not be harmed. To her surprise, Yunfan had proactively offered to board. Once aboard, he would surely be at her mercy. As Yunfan stepped onto the ship, Yao transformed back into a deer spirit, nestling atop his head, burying her face in his hair and refusing to come down. The little duck ship departed the deserted island, slowly making its way to the open sea. Everyone prepare a feast to welcome our guest aboard," Alrita bellowed, her voice booming. "Let us celebrate," the pirates roared, dancing and showcasing their various talents. Once aboard, Alrita discarded her pretense of being a lady, her rough voice and hearty laughter filling the air as she drank with abandon. Yunfan felt relieved. This version of Alrita was far more agreeable than her previous coy demeanor, which had been quite off-dash, putting it must be said, the atmosphere aboard a pirate ship is rather enjoyable. With hearty laughter and boisterous feasting, everyone spoke freely. No matter how unruly the antics may be, there was always someone to share in the merriment, regardless of whether they had been enemies moments before or held mutual disdain. During the feast, everyone maintained a jovial and harmonious spirit. This carefree attitude, indifferent to what tomorrow might bring, began to infect Yunfan as well. Engaging in cups and boasting with the pirates, these locals could hardly keep up with him. Yao also descended from Yunfan's head, weaving through the tables in search of her favorite foods. The pirate world is filled with peculiar creatures, and this little deer, bumping around, was met with little surprise from the crew, who merely assumed she was Yunfan's pet. "Young man, come. Let us drink," Alrita insisted. "After all this time, we still don't know your name." "I'm Yunfan," he replied, raising a bottle to clink with Alrita's before downing it in one gulp. The alcohol from the sea wasn't particularly strong, as it was designed for preservation and was less prone to spoilage, often serving as a substitute for drinking water. "Drink up, KB. What are you doing? Hurry and fill the young man's cup." Chapter 4. Yao. "It's your turn." Alrita continued to pour drinks for Yunfan. He accepted all that was offered, as she was effectively his savior. KB, clutching a barrel larger than his own body, kept pouring for Yunfan. Alas, no matter how much he drank, Yunfan remained unaffected. As he sipped, his mind wandered to the crystal within his brow, which was gradually replenishing its energy. Both Alrita and KB were well-known characters from the original story. KB, in particular, played a significant supporting role, although Yunfan wasn't particularly fond of him. Interacting with them would surely contribute to the crystal's energy. "All right, that's enough. I can't drink anymore." Stopping KB from pouring more, Yunfan stood up, feeling the need to relieve himself after all this drinking. "Where's the restroom? I need to take a leak." KB set down the barrel and cautiously glanced at Alrita. Seeing her unresponsive, he spoke up. I'll take you. The two left the feast and entered the cabin. Alrita, frustrated, crushed the bottle in her hand and pulled a drunken crewmate closer, exclaiming, "Why can't he get drunk? Such a small frame. Yet he drinks so much. How am I supposed to handle this?" Alrita didn't want to resort to force unless absolutely necessary, fearing she might damage Yunfan. The pirate captain, upon being lifted into Alrita's grasp, immediately sobered up and anxiously suggested, "Captain, if we tie him up, he be at your mercy. But what if he gets hurt?" Alrita hesitated. Though tempted, if he gets hurt, we can just nurse him back to health. He'll all be fine in a few days. Alrita found her crew's reasoning compelling. As long as he didn't die, he could be cared for. With a fierce glint in her eye, she commanded, "Go fetch a few brothers. While he is distracted, tie him up and toss him in my cabin. Be gentle." Understood. In the restroom. Yunfan stared blankly at KB, who was shifting nervously, his gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions. "I really can't take it anymore. Could you step outside?" Yunfan urged. "Your staring makes it impossible for me to go." KB looked at Yunfan with a forlorn expression, shuffling his feet but refusing to leave. "Ugh." Yunfan punched KB on the head, grabbing him by the scruff and tossing him out. After shutting the door, he let out a sigh of relief, shaking off the tension. That's better." Upon reopening the door, KB was still there, clutching his head and crouching on the floor, tears welling in his eyes. Yunfan detested being regarded with such a pitiful expression. Seeing KB's cowardly demeanor only aggravated him. "Speak up if you have something to say. If not, scram." KB stood up, glancing around cautiously. Noticing no one was watching, he crept closer to Yunfan. "You should escape." To Yunfan's surprise, KB had held on to this thought for so long only to suggest his escape. He asked curiously, "Why should I run? I overheard Alrita saying she wants you to be her man. You should leave quickly." This revelation did not catch Yunfan off guard, as Alrita's infatuated gaze on the island had been evident even to Yao. However, Yunfan had no intention of fleeing. The vastness of the sea made escape impractical. Should he jump into water? Besides, did he even need to escape? Nodding thoughtfully, Yunfan mused, "So, she want me to be her man. Does she? Alrita does possess quite a formidable figure. Perhaps it would be a challenge." With that, Yunfan forced himself to appear unfazed and exited the cabin, leaving KB questioning his own life choices. What had he just heard? A challenge? What did that even mean? Was this guy really that twisted? KB felt his mind was on the verge of breaking, his worldview shattered by Yunfan's words. When Yunfan returned, Yao immediately approached him, whispering in his ear, "They plan to tie you up and throw you onto that big lady's bed." Having maintained her deer form, Yao had overheard their entire scheming. Yunfan sighed, shaking his head. "Why can't we just coexist peacefully?" He merely sought to hitch a ride. With the skill of the shield atop the independent mountain, Yunfan felt confident. Though his current level was low, he dared not claim overwhelming strength, yet it was more than sufficient to withstand Arlita. After all, she was no formidable pirate. Ah Yao. If a fight ensues, activate the shield. Listen for my signal. Should anyone approach, simply hurl the wind whispering wood at them. Both anyone approaching and wind whispering wood were Yao's skills, capable of launching energy orbs to strike foes. Although Yao's current level was low and her damage minimal, the sheer volume of firepower was undeniable. Once the shield was up, it would be a matter of throwing skills. These minor Karami could hardly withstand it. The heroes summoned by the crystal, much like those at the beginning of a match in the canyon, were all at level 1. Captive 15. Yunfan was uncertain what a level 15 would equate to in the pirate world, as he had no frame of reference at present. Upon hearing Yunfan's plan, Yao nodded silently and inched closer to him. As the banquet neared its conclusion, several pirates stealthily approached Yunfan from behind. Armed with ropes, they were close. Now was the moment. With a collective shout, the pirates leapt forth, ropes in hand, aiming to ensnare Yunfan. Suddenly, with a soft sound, a transparent shield sprang from Yunfan, sending the pirates tumbling backward before they could react. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Arlita's expression shifted, and gritting her teeth, she commanded, "You lot, bind him." The pirates, initially oblivious to the situation, sprang into action at their captain's command. rushing toward Yunfan, "that I will strike," shouted the fastest pirate, throwing a punch at the shield, only to find himself rolling on the ground, cradling his arm. "That it's broken. My arm is broken." Ignoring the moans of the fallen pirate, the others continued their assault on Yunfan's shield with fists and feet. Exhausted, they panted, yet the shield remained unwavering. "What is this? A devil fruit?" Arlita, now perturbed, began to reconsider her approach. Although she had never encountered devil fruit, she had certainly heard of their fearsome reputation. However, she soon regained her composure, realizing that Yunfan could only passively endure the assault. And no matter what kind of devil fruit that shield represented, it was clear that there was no need for fear. "You lot, use your weapons. Just don't kill him." Seeing the shield still standing strong, Arlita shouted again. Exhausted from their efforts, the pirates reluctantly picked up their weapons and resumed their relentless hacking at the shield. Their vigorous attempts bore no fruit. As the shield remained impervious, Yao's shield had yet to be utilized. It was merely Yunfan's that rendered the pirates utterly helpless. Sensing the moment was right, Yunfan, who had been silently observing the shield, finally spoke. "Ah Yao, it's your turn." Chapter 5. This ship is mine. As soon as Yunfan's words fell, a little deer rose to her feet. Transforming into a doe adorned with antlers, she raised her wooden staff, gently swaying it in the air. Energy orbs erupted from the tip of her staff at that moment. The surrounding pirates were all gathered before Yunfan's shield, requiring no aim. The energy orbs scattered widely, eliciting cries of agony from the pirates. The encircled pirates retreated in haste, the energy orbs striking them painfully. The power of the orbs was not overwhelming, akin to a punch, but the relentless barrage felt like a slow, torturous cut. Yao, shield held high, waved her staff as she pursued the fleeing pirates across the deck. Arlita's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that this little deer possessed such abilities. Swatting away an incoming energy orb, Arlita brandished her spike club and charged at Yao. "Ah Yao, be careful." Though Arlita was stout, her speed was commendable, allowing her to close the distance to Yao in mere steps, raising her club to strike. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the shield rippled. Though it did not shatter, it startled Yunfan considerably. Fearing for Yao's safety, Yunfan sprang into action, leaping toward Arlita with a flying kick. It felt as though he had kicked a massive ball of flesh, sending him bouncing backward while Arlita staggered only a few steps. Yao jumped, transforming into her deer spirit form, activating the independent mountain skill, and soared above Yunfan, deploying the shield just before he landed. Yunfan rolled across the ground, and thanks to Yao's timely arrival, he sustained little harm. "You, how dare you strike me?" Arlita exclaimed, feigning distress, on the verge of tears. Seeking comfort. "Damn it, Big Mama. I've tolerated you for long enough." "Ah Yao, attack her." Yao immediately launched several energy orbs at Arlita, yet the orbs struck her without inflicting any damage. Arlita continued to shield her face. Weeping, tears flowed freely through her fingers. "Big Mama. You call me Big Mama?" That? I apologize." Seeing Arlita in such a state, Yunfan felt a twinge of guilt. After all, she had taken him away from the deserted island and hosted a banquet in his honor. Despite her intentions being less than noble, did not everyone appreciate beauty? Upon hearing Yunfan's apology, Arlita's bright eyes lifted. "Are you proposing to be my man?" "Impossible. Absolutely not." Yunfan resolutely declined, turning to the trembling Kabi in the corner and instructing. "Prepare a small boat. We are leaving." Upon hearing that Yunfan intended to take him away, Kabi's fear dissipated, and with tear-filled eyes, he gazed at Yunfan, hope and disbelief dancing in his expression. "You really intend to take me with you?" "Enough of the nonsense. Are you coming or not?" Yunfan was unwilling to engage Kabi further, for he could not even row a boat. "Kabi, are you betraying me too?" Arlita's furious roar halted Kabi in his tracks. But he mustered the courage to declare, "This is not betrayal. It is resistance. I do not wish to be a pirate. I do not want to see you, nor do I want to call you the most beautiful woman at sea. I wish to be a Navy officer, Big Mama." Yunfan slowly approached the ship's edge, praising Kabi. "Oh ho, you are quite eloquent, but it seems she is rather upset. You should hurry." Kabi trembled, unable to meet Arlita's gaze. and swiftly ran off to prepare the small boat. Typically, larger vessels are equipped with several small boats for emergencies or to land on islands where larger ships cannot dock. Surprisingly, Arlita did not attempt to stop KB, allowing him to leave. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Yunfan, asserting, "You cannot leave." Yunfan felt a headache coming on. He longed to say that had she been a beauty, he might consider staying. As Yunfan ignored her. Arlita, in a fit of rage, charged at him. However, the dual shields remained steadfast. No matter her efforts, she could not harm Yunfan. Furthermore, Yao continued to bombard Arlita with energy orbs from above, which only served to frustrate her further. "Do you think you can escape? The man I, Arlita, have set my sights on cannot elude me, that I will follow you, for your ship cannot outrun mine." Yunfan, equally incensed, picked up a knife from the ground, regarding Arlita defiantly. Come, let us engage in a grand duel." With that, he brandished the large knife. Charging forward, protected by the shield, he felt invincible, swinging wildly. Yet Yunfan's lack of physical prowess was glaringly evident, as each swing was deftly parried by Arlita. Their battle was a back-and-forth affair, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Yunfan, exasperated, leaned on the knife, panting. "Come here. I have something to say to you." Arlita, skeptical, approached cautiously, at which point Yunfan suddenly swung his knife. Arlita raised her club to block, shouting furiously, "Do you truly believe I cannot defeat you? Come, kill me." Yunfan leaned his neck forward. "You, what do you mean?" Just as the two exchanged heated words, Yao leapt from above, transforming back into her doe form mid-air, and brought her staff crashing down upon Arlita's head. "You cannot leave." Arlita's eyes sparkled momentarily before she spun and collapsed to the ground. "Well done, Ah Yao." Yao was about to strike a triumphant pose, but suddenly a wave-like energy emanated from her, swirling around her before vanishing quickly. "What just happened to Yao?" Yunfan rushed to support Yao, examining her closely for any signs of trouble. "Ah Yao has leveled up. She has leveled up." Yunfan felt a sense of relief. It turned out that he had leveled up. Previously, he was aware that summoned heroes could gain experience and level up through combat, but he had assumed it required defeating enemies, akin to the trials in the canyon. To his surprise, merely vanquishing foes sufficed. It seems that in the future, when summoning combat-oriented heroes, he should encourage them to engage in more skirmishes, to expedite their leveling process. When he amassed 100 fully equipped heroes, he would stand before him and inquire if he felt moved. Yunfan activated the shield atop the independent Shishan. He noticed that with Yao's ascension, the shield felt significantly sturdier. The abilities he derived from the heroes would enhance as they grew stronger, eliminating the need for personal training. Unlike the heroes, Yunfan could not upgrade through combat. It appeared he would have to refrain from leeching experience in the future. That moment, KB shouted from the sea, and Yunfan leaned over the railing to gaze below, where a tranquil sea cradled a small boat, with KB waving from aboard. Casting a glance back, he spotted a cluster of pirates sprawled on the deck. He selected 2 of the loudest wailing pirates and pointed at the unconscious Arlita, commanding, "Throw her overboard. This ship will be mine from now on. Will you leap off yourselves, or shall I kick you into the sea?" Chapter 6. Capture me. I will belong to you. Arlita intended to cling to him indefinitely, jesting that by the time she awoke, the pirate ship would be gone, and he would see how she would pursue him then. They were destined to roam the seas, and acquiring a decent vessel was of utmost necessity. Arlita's little duck boat was quite charming. Yao, we're about to embark on maritime adventures. Do you fancy this ship? Yao tilted her head thoughtfully, nodded, and replied, Yao likes it very much, from the moment they were on the deserted island. Yao had taken an instant liking to this feminine vessel, though she felt it inappropriate to seize someone else's belongings. However, it mattered little when it came to enemies. If the little duck at the bow could be exchanged for a fawn, it would be even more delightful. Very well. Yunfan caressed the cool antlers atop of Yao's head, relishing the sensation, and smiled indulgently. Once Mosey or Master Luban arrives, we shall replace it with a little deer. The pirates on the deck hesitated to disembark. Pirates. They were accustomed to plundering others, yet now the tables had turned, and their ship was to be seized. Yunfan glared. Why are you still here? Get lost. One particularly dim-witted pirate attempted to reason with Yunfan about morality. "Get out of here!" With a swift kick, he sent the pirate tumbling overboard, turning back to the others. "We are all pirates here. So spare me the lectures on ethics. While I am in a good mood, you'd best make a hasty retreat." The pirates on the deck clumsily lifted Alrita and jumped into the sea like dumplings. KB awaited Yunfan on the small boat, but instead of him, a multitude of pirates came crashing down. Startled, KB dodged left and right, shouting, "Yunfan! Yunfan! What is happening? What is going on?" A chicken leg struck KB's forehead. "Stop shouting! Get on board, or you'll be joining Alrita." KB glanced at the unconscious Alrita, sprang 3 feet into the air, grabbed the rope, and swiftly ascended to the deck, leaving Yunfan utterly astounded. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "You truly are Superman." "Thank you. That's enough." KB bashfully scratched the back of his head. Yunfan pointed at the pirate flag at the highest point of the ship and said to the still flushed KB, "What taste? Take that down. Can you sail?" "Raise the sails." On the boundless ocean, Ah Yao stood atop the lookout tower, confidently calling down to Yunfan, "Captain, a small bird has been spotted ahead. Shoot it down." Yunfan reclined in his rocking chair, donning sunglasses and sipping on a fruit beverage, nonchalantly replying, "Understood." With a flick of her wrist, Yao launched an energy sphere, causing the little bird to spiral downward. "Seagull, seagull." Yunfan observed the struggling seagull on the ground. Recognizing the familiar bag and the distinctive tuft of feathers at Ah Yao, "Is this the little bird you mentioned?" Yao too realized this was no ordinary bird, having evaded capture for quite some time. Lifting the messenger seagull, Yunfan chuckled. "You wouldn't happen to be the same one from before, would you?" "What a coincidence." The messenger seagull produced a pen from its pouch and scribbled a message, presenting it to Yunfan. "Compensation." The 2 bold characters on the paper went unnoticed by Yunfan. The seagull, infuriated, fluffed its feathers in indignation, likely cursing in foul language. "Calm down. Here is a newspaper." Yunfan waved a handful of berries, and the messenger seagull's expression changed dramatically. Swiftly accepting the berries, it produced a newspaper and stuffed it into Yunfan's arms, flapping its wings and soaring away, executing the entire sequence with seamless grace. Fearful that Yunfan might have a change of heart, KB remarked from the side, "You gave too much. A single newspaper doesn't require this much. It matters not if you're not steering the ship and checking the wind direction." "What are you doing here? With such a large vessel?" KB was the sole navigator, often appearing overwhelmed. "I came to inform you that if all goes well, we should reach Windmill village by noon." Yunfan had temporarily kept KB aboard to have someone man the ship, as he himself was inexperienced in sailing and unfamiliar with the area. His first destination was Windmill village. The mini crystal energy was nearly full, and he urgently required a combat hero. Although Yao provided him with a sense of security, she could only passively endure attacks, which was not Yunfan's desire. He longed for authentic combat, fists connecting with foes. Moreover, summoned heroes began at level 1. The sooner he summoned them, the sooner they could ascend. Who could predict when the Navy might issue a bounty on him? To facilitate the hero's leveling, Yunfan was fated to remain conspicuous. For the Navy, any non-compliance with the world government rendered one a pirate. They cared not whether one was an adventurer or an explorer. All unstable elements were enemies. There was no way Yunfan could remain inconspicuous. He would never submit to anyone, and it was only a matter of time before he crossed paths with the Navy. Windmill Village, as the protagonist's residence, could replenish crystals with considerable energy, perhaps even allowing for the summoning of 2 heroes. By noon, everything went smoothly. An island emerged on the horizon. "We have arrived at Windmill Village." Once ashore, Yunfan turned to KB, stating, "Let us part ways here." KB's eyes brimmed with tears. "Are you sending me away?" With a swift slap to KB's nape, Yunfan scolded, "Why are you crying, you coward? Weren't you planning to join the Navy? Surely you don't intend to follow me into piracy." Possessing the ability to summon heroic figures, Yunfan was reluctant to have locals aboard, especially since he didn't particularly like KB. KB paused, realizing, "Right? I need to join the Navy. How could I follow Yunfan?" Once he comprehended, KB bowed deeply. "Thank you for saving me. I promise I won't let you down and will certainly become a Navy officer." Yunfan waved dismissively, adopting an indifferent demeanor. KB's aspirations to become a Navy officer were of little consequence to him. He simply wished for KB to remain behind. This was the hometown of the Navy hero, Rear Admiral Garp, who frequently returned for family visits. Whether KB stayed here or ventured to the Navy base was entirely his choice. After bidding farewell with a wave, ignoring the emotional KB behind him, Yunfan turned and walked towards the village. Indeed, this place held great significance. Even before entering the village, the crystal energy was already at capacity. Hand in hand with Yao, Yunfan sought a secluded spot, instructing her to keep watch while he eagerly produced the crystal and commenced the summoning that he could hardly contain his anticipation. As the summoning began, familiar scenes unfolded, but when the energy dissipated, the area was utterly vacant. Yunfan was left dumbfounded. Exorcise evil, balance yin and yang, array in the south. Zhuke, heed my command. Capture me. I will belong to you. The voice resonated. A figure materialized from nothingness, transitioning from transparent to solid. Yunfan covered his face, feeling a tad embarrassed. Shou Yue, do not utter words that may lead to misunderstandings. Chapter 7. Luffy is heading to Yunmeng's Shou Yue. Your ears are astonishingly soft, fluffy, and furry. Bali Shou Yue sat upon a stone, eyes directed to the ground, exuding an aura of desirelessness. Yao stood behind him, her hands playfully toying with his ears. Yunfan found amusement in the scene, his curiosity piqued. He had previously stroked Yao's antlers and now yearned to caress Shou Yue's ears, observing the longing in Yunfan's eyes. Shou Yue simply uttered 2 words, no way. What do you mean no? Am I that sort of person? I'm merely admiring the clouds above. Ah, what splendidly white clouds, having seen through Yunfan's thoughts. Shou Yue caused him to awkwardly retract his yearning gaze and close his eyes, utilizing the crystal to check Shou Yue's panel. Like Yao, he began at level 1, yet Yao had already ascended to level 2. Opening Shou Yue's skill tab, Yunfan was particularly envious of one of his abilities. However, upon examining Shou Yue's skills, disappointment washed over him. Every man longs for the ability to become invisible. Yet Shou Yue's invisibility was somewhat lackluster. IT could only be activated when there were nearby obstructions, and even then, it merely rendered his body transparent. If he moved, he could easily be detected. Shattered, Yunfan's dreams lay in ruins. Moreover, Shou Yue's shooting skills relied on firearms, which were formidable. However, it is not obligatory. He has no desire for half-hearted stealth abilities, and in the future, he can acquire true invisibility from other heroes. As for shooting skills, they offer him little assistance at present. Having only Shou Yue as a sniper suffices. After contemplating, it becomes clear that only the silent eye is truly suitable for Yunfan at this moment. Unlike the game, where it is fixed to the ground to provide vision, here the silent eye can be placed on anything, even directly affecting oneself. Once the skill is activated, a field of vision centered around oneself is granted. The higher the hero's level, the broader the vision becomes, encompassing a full 360 degrees without any blind spots, akin to possessing the observation Haki. It is an exceedingly practical ability, despite having made his decision. Yunfan still, with a hint of reluctance, inquires Shou Yue, what was that stealth ability you just mentioned? Shou Yue ponders for a moment and replies, I am unsure of its nature. Whenever I hold my breath and concentrate while leaning against an obstruction, I enter a peculiar state, and my body becomes transparent. Ultimately, Yunfan opts for the silent eye, all the while hoping that Lanling Wang arrives soon. The moment he makes a selection, he feels his vision sharpen considerably. Activating the silent eye allows him to see everything around him clearly, even with his eyes closed, as if he has been granted a divine perspective. The grass at his feet, the distant woods, Shou Yue sitting on a rock with a bashful expression, a Yao incessantly pinching Shou Yue's ears, and a young lad wearing a straw hat urinating against a tree. Has something strange mingled in? Quickly, Yunfan opens his eyes, startled by the sight of something unsightly, an impending disaster. The boy in the straw hat trembles, casting a curious glance around. In the Machinua tavern, the atmosphere is lively. Eat, don't hold back. Order more if it's not enough. Yunfan and his companions sit around a table piled high with food. A boy with a straw hat devours plates of food at a speed surpassing that of a garbage bin. Observing the rapidly accumulating energy within his consciousness, Yunfan cannot suppress his joy, his lips curling into an uncontainable smile. In a buoyant mood, he calls out to the bar owner, "Ma chi nua. Please bring another table." With a mouthful of food, Luffy gulps down his meal, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he exclaims, "You're truly a good person." For Luffy, anyone who feeds him is indeed a good person. Ah Yao, intrigued, approaches Luffy and pokes his belly with her finger, asking, "Can you really fit that much food inside there?" Yet Ah Yao remains impressive. She can drink all the water from the crescent spring. "Wow, that's amazing. Can you really drink all the spring water?" Luffy exclaims dramatically, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Ah Yao. Originally a casual remark, Ah Yao notices Luffy's gullibility and continues, "Of course, the Crescent Spring is the largest spring in Xianwei Forest. I can drink it all in one gulp." Luffy, now neglecting his food, stares in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. As Ah Yao grows more animated, she reminisces about a distant past. Some gods reside in the heavens, while others dwell within mushrooms. They dream during the day, and the sun rises from the west. No, that's not right. In Yunmengze, there is no east or west. Those of us who emerge from Xianwei Forest can consume half a continent in one go. Wow, I must go. Luffy, now devoid of reason, kneels before Yao, his eyes filled with the fantastical images she weaves. "Take me with you. Please tell me where to go. I want to visit Yunmengze. I want to go to Xianwei Forest." "Ah, for that, one would need wings. Aside from me, only the beautiful ones come from the clouds. Xianwei Forest is located high above in the heavens." Yunfan swiftly scoops Ah Yao into his arms, covering her mouth to prevent her from speaking further. Luffy is already thoroughly enchanted. Children are naturally gullible, and now Ah Yao has led him astray. Shou Yue, unable to bear the sight, covers his face, inadvertently becoming transparent himself. Noticing Luffy still gazing longingly at Ah Yao, Yunfan shifts his attention, saying, "By the way, Luffy, the food is getting cold." Luffy, whose mind cannot retain information, might very well forget about Yunmengze by the time he finishes eating. With a stretch of his arm and a wide-open mouth, he sweeps the table clean, leaving no plate unturned. Yunfan internally exclaims in awe, can he really digest even the plates? Or does he simply retrieve them unscathed? Dispelling these dark thoughts, Luffy suddenly slides down to kneel before Yao. "Ah Yao, when will you set sail?" Yunfan pulls Ah Yao behind him, redirecting Luffy's attention once more. "Are you going to take me to Yunmengze? You misunderstood. I was merely inquiring that aren't you aiming to become the Pirate King?" Luffy, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly brightens. "If I become the Pirate King, can I go to Yunmengze?" A question mark appears in Yunfan's mind. He feels utterly overwhelmed. Observing Luffy's excitement, he concludes that the boy is beyond saving. At this moment, Ah Yao peeks out from behind Yunfan and tells Luffy, "Yunmengze is right there. Go forth, pursue the traces of Yunmengze, and become the Pirate King." Who knows how to reach Yunmengze? Ah Yao has switched to her persuasion mode, causing Luffy's eating habits to alarm even the deer. She fears that Luffy, in his excitement, might consume her as well. At present, all she desires is to swiftly send Luffy on his way. That "I want to set sail. I want to be the Pirate King. I want to go to Yunmengze." Luffy is now thoroughly enchanted by Yao's words. Yunfan helplessly covers his forehead. It seems the situation has taken on a wonderfully bizarre twist. Chapter 8. The fault lies with this world, Ma Chi Nua. Please bring the bill to the Ma Chi Nua Tavern. Yunfan, Shou Yue, and the others have casually eaten some food and are now standing to settle the bill, preparing to depart. The rise of crystal energy has stabilized, and lingering any longer holds no significance. As for Luffy, he has long since dashed off, proclaiming his ambitions of becoming the Pirate King and heading to Yunmengze. Luffy, now 17, had initially intended to set sail in the coming days. Yet this unreliable fellow is utterly unprepared. After Yunfan's reminder, Luffy ran off to claim a ship. As they exit the tavern, Yunfan feels an unsettling sense of forgetfulness, yet he cannot quite recall what it is. Upon reaching the village outskirts, with his enhanced vision, Yunfan spots a figure on the shore, bounding about like a monkey. "What the heck? My home has been stolen!" Yunfan exclaims in shock. He never anticipated being robbed. Anger wells up within him as he rolls up his sleeves, eager to confront the foolhardy thief daring to steal his ship. Which straw-hatted brat is it? Shou Yue speaks up, his keen eyes quickly discerning the identity of the culprit. Sure enough, upon arriving at the ship, Yunfan bellows, "Luffy, what are you doing on my ship?" Luffy, bouncing eagerly on the ship, leans over the railing and waves at Yunfan and the others, exclaiming, "Yunfan, so this is your ship? It's so big and impressive." This is Shou Yue's first visit to the little duckling ship, and he is equally astonished. Unlike the typical sailing vessels of the world, this one is adorned with charming and whimsical designs. Yunfan glares at Luffy, demanding, "You aren't thinking of stealing my ship, are you?" "Ah, no. I just thought the ship looked magnificent, so I came to take a look." "I would never think of stealing it," Luffy responds, tilting his head and whistling, gazing dreamily at the clear blue sky. Yunfan stares at him with an impassive expression when Luffy suddenly claps his hands, jumps off the ship, and shouts, "I'm hungry. I'm going home to eat." Good grief. Observing Luffy's antics, Yunfan realizes that had he not returned in time, this fellow might have genuinely attempted to sail away with his ship. "Are we leaving now?" Ah Yao inquires, and Yunfan ponders before looking to Shou Yue. "Shou Yue, can you operate a ship?" Finally, Shou Yue gazes at the sail adorned with hearts, contemplating, "As long as we raise the sail and follow the wind, we should be able to navigate. But what if we encounter headwinds?" The three of them squat on the deck, deep in thought. Yunfan begins to regret not bringing KB back. Without someone knowledgeable about sailing, they would be utterly stranded at sea. After much deliberation without a resolution, Yunfan decides to drift along with the sea breeze and see where it takes them. Standing up, he notices something out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration strikes him. Yes, from the ship, he can see a city in the distance. That must be the kingdom of Goya, with just a sliver of energy left in the mini crystal. He can summon it once more, and the kingdom of Goya is somewhat renowned in the original story. It is, after all, Sabo's hometown. Moreover, Windmill village is also part of the kingdom of Goya, so it should suffice to replenish the last bit of energy for the crystal. "Shou Yue, Ah Yao, there's no need to rush. Let us take a detour to the kingdom of Goya." With the two in tow, they disembark from the ship and head toward the kingdom of Goya from Windmill village. Crossing through forests and scaling garbage hills, Yunfan's emotions are quite complex throughout the journey. Despite being mentally prepared, the sight of towering piles of refuse and countless civilians sifting through the garbage leaves him feeling a twinge of sorrow. "Hey, little one, you can't eat that." A ragged and disheveled child rummaged through a heap of refuse, unearthing a moldy piece of bread, his face instantly alight with longing as he hastily shoved it toward his mouth. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Shou Yue, who promptly intervened, perplexed by the situation, yet resolute that such putrid and decayed bread was unfit for consumption. He produced a soft loaf from his pocket, smiling gently at the child. "Little one, would you like to trade with your older brother?" The child, initially wary, seized the bread from Shou Yue's grasp and darted away without a backward glance. The circumstances had long attracted attention. After all, the attire and demeanor of Yunfan and his companions starkly contrasted with their surroundings. Before the child had traversed far, several older youths intercepted him, clamoring for the bread in a greedy frenzy. "Stop!" Just as Shou Yue was about to step forward, Yunfan restrained him by placing a firm hand on his shoulder, then strode toward the commotion himself. With a few swift kicks, he sent the encircling youths sprawling aside, snatching the bread from the child's arms with nonchalance, before continuing on his way. Upon witnessing Yunfan's acquisition of the bread, the crowd dispersed, returning to their scavenging of the refuse. Yet, they gravitated toward Yunfan and his companions, albeit subtly. Shou Yue bowed his head in silence, the scene strikingly familiar. Evoking memories of his past, he recalled his childhood alongside Xuanzi, yet their plight had stemmed from being of a different race, as they were the offspring of demons. Here, however, they were evidently kin. To think that a mere piece of bread could incite such childish cruelty amongst their own kind. "Don't be sad, brother Shou Yue," a gentle voice consoled him as Shao Lu patted his head. Yao, perceptive as ever, sensed the shift in Shou Yue's emotions and approached to offer comfort. Shou Yue stood rooted, engulfed in profound self-reproach, akin to a child who had erred. "You have done nothing wrong, Shou Yue. The fault lies with this world." This place represented an uncertain terminus, where all that was abhorred by the nobility converged, including the common folk. Those nobles believed that by purging the filth, their environment would transform into a realm of beauty and harmony. Over time, this led to the formation of a mountain of refuse, which they would periodically incinerate, including the very lives of the commoners. This world was starkly divided by class, with similar injustices unfolding everywhere. The haughty celestial dragons, who proclaimed themselves descendants of gods, disregarded life itself, finding amusement in the torment of the common people. Decay, chaos, and disorder were the norms of existence here. Only strength dictated the course of life. Shou Yue, do not dwell too heavily on this. It is beyond our current ability to alter, Yunfan reassured him, secretly vowing that when he amassed sufficient power, he would not hesitate to reshape this world. I understand. Though Shou uttered those words, his spirits remained low, as the microcosm of this world appeared more harrowing than his own childhood experiences, having endured relentless bullying as a perceived monster, and facing the horrors of beastly warfare. None compared to the terror he felt here. The collapse of order and the intricacies of human nature deeply unsettled his tender heart. Hand me the gun. The common folk had gradually encircled Yunfan and his group. Their intentions unclear. Although they refrained from outright theft, their escape was becoming increasingly precarious. Shou Yue, hearing Yunfan as command, registered the surrounding tension, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the area, radiating an intimidating aura. Compassion filled his heart. Yet he would never gamble with the safety of his comrades. With an outstretched palm, countless golden energy particles coalesced, forming a formidable sniper rifle. Raising the weapon, Shou Yue fired several shots into the sky, his voice booming with authority. Get lost. Chapter 9. Trouble approaches. A few undaunted souls, emboldened by their numbers, clamored for Yunfan to surrender all his provisions. Shou Yue aimed his sniper rifle, methodically taking out the most vociferous of the group with precise shots to the head. The onlookers, taken aback by the sudden transformation from gentleness to lethal intent, scattered in terror. Yunfan, grinning, clapped Shou Yue on the shoulder, relieved that he had come to terms with the harsh realities of their world. Concerned about leaving any psychological scars on Shou Yue, Yunfan realized that his worries had been unfounded. Let us go. Taking Yao's small hand, he led Shou Yue as they navigated past the Refuse Mountain, entering the city gates. In stark contrast to the chaos and foul stench outside, the city was immaculate, harmonious, and stable that a mere wall separated the two realms, yet they felt like entirely different worlds. The trio found a tavern, settling down for drinks and conversation, though only Yunfan indulged in alcohol, while Yao, under his firm insistence, had to settle for juice. Though of age to drink, Shou Yue preferred the refreshing taste of juice. Yunfan occasionally glanced at the crystal energy gauge, noting it was nearly full. Shall we go shopping? Yao blinked her large eyes at Yunfan. After a moment's thought, he nodded. A stroll would be pleasant. Neither he, Shou Yue, nor Yao had ever explored the markets of this world. Yao tugged Shou along, eager to purchase everything in sight, her eyes alight with wonder at the novelty of it all. Casting aside a stick from her candied hawthorn, she dashed toward the stall selling trinkets. Shou Yue chuckled helplessly, burdened with an assortment of peculiar items, a string of candied hawthorn slung over his shoulder. In Yao's words, it was a rare opportunity to shop, and once at sea, such delights would be scarce. Yunfan, however, maintained a prudent distance, solely responsible for payment, thus enjoying the freedom of empty hands. A pirate of modest renown in the East Sea, Alrita's crew was well funded, allowing Yao to acquire whatever her heart desired. Even if they exhausted their funds, acquiring more was merely a matter of knowing where to seek treasure. This one's beautiful, and that one too. Yao squatted before the trinket stall, grappling with indecision. Yunfan leaned in for a closer look, noting the assortment of small animal-shaped charms, and remarked to Yao, "If you can't decide, we might as well take them all. We can adorn the ship with them later." "Great!" Yao cheered, addressing the vendor. "I'll take everything," delighted. Both Yao and the vendor beamed, while Shou Yue found himself laden with yet another bulging parcel. Responding to Shou Yue's pleading gaze, Yunfan could no longer suppress his amusement. He plucked the candied hawthorn from Shou Yue's shoulder and popped a piece in his mouth. Sweet and tangy. quite delectable. Among all the purchases, only the candied hawthorn proved practical, offering sustenance for their journey at sea. Yao, that's enough. We must be on our way. The crystal energy was now full, and Yunfan could hardly wait to find a secluded spot to draw his lottery. In his previous life, he had developed an obsession with opening treasure chests and claiming rewards. Not doing so left him restless. His game accounts had never seen coins or diamonds exceeding 3 digits. Indeed, it is time to depart, Shou Yue nodded seriously, adding, I can't shake this ominous feeling, whether it was mere suggestion or intuition. Yunfan, upon hearing Shou Yue's words, felt an unsettling tremor in his chest, as if misfortune loomed if they lingered. Let us go. Let us go. Hurriedly, Yunfan guided the two toward the city gate, only to be met with a disconcerting sight, people kneeling in droves at the entrance. A crowned figure was bowing and scraping before an odd, portly individual encased in a transparent helmet. Before Yunfan and his companions could advance, the throngs lining the streets had already prostrated themselves, their heads buried deep in the ground, trembling in fear. Damn it! What bad luck! Yunfan recognized the figure. It was a celestial dragon, self-proclaimed descendants of creators. They shunned sharing air with commoners, hence their peculiar headgear. This is just my luck. Yunfan quickly ushered Shou Yue and Yao into a narrow alley to evade detection. They were not yet equipped to confront a celestial dragon. Should they cross paths, Yunfan could not fathom kneeling. If the celestial dragon took offense, conflict was all but inevitable. That person looks peculiar, Yao remarked curiously, eyeing the celestial dragon. This is what I meant when I spoke of them, he explained, detailing the lineage of the celestial dragons while preparing to summon his crystal. Seizing the opportunity in the secluded corner, Yunfan commenced the summoning. Though he wished to avoid conflict with the celestial dragons, it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Having an extra ally could prove invaluable. Why would the noble arrive so suddenly? The current king of the Goya kingdom, drenched in sweat, cautiously followed behind the celestial dragon, anxiously inquiring. Unaware of the dragon's impending visit, he had made no preparations, not even clearing the refuse outside the city. Fortunately, the noble seemed to harbor no grievances. Accompanying the celestial dragon was the arrogant and foolish Charos Saint, son of Rosward. Upon hearing the king's question, Charos erupted in indignation. Do I need to inform you of my comings and goings? A massive minotaur beside him seized the king by the collar. The king hastily pleaded, that is not my intention. Had I known of the noble's arrival, I would have ensured a more splendid experience for your visit. I merely passed through to see for myself. I've heard tales of the delightful slaves you possess. Show me. The Minotaur's slave relinquished his king, for being a monarch in the presence of St. Charles was scarcely distinguishable from that of a mere slave. Indeed, indeed. Immediately escort His Excellency to view this batch of slaves, destined to be presented to the illustrious St. Charles, among whom are several delightful young girls. Oh, how considerate. Quickly, let us proceed. Unbeknownst to them, Yunfan and his companions went unnoticed as they traversed the secluded corner. Lethargic in his regard for these individuals, Yunfan was poised to greet the heroes he had just summoned. Suddenly, a member of the king's army, seemingly oblivious to the situation, stumbled upon the corner and was taken aback at the sight of Yunfan and his party. Who are you? What are you doing hiding here? This soldier, however, did not perceive Yunfan and his companions as assassins. For in his understanding, none had the audacity to attempt an assassination against a celestial dragon. The already distant St. Charles halted his stride. The king promptly reprimanded. What are you howling about? You've disturbed His Excellency St. Charles. I shall flay your skin. From behind Yunfan emerged a woman, casting a curious glance around. What is the situation here? It seems we've encountered trouble. You require my assistance? Chapter 10. Ah Yao would never be a slave, undoubtedly. Yunfan was exceptionally fortunate. The crystal summoning was not limited solely to heroes. It could also yield equipment or inscriptions, even the flora and fauna of the canyon. Yet, remarkably, each of Yunfan's 3 summons had been heroes, for which he felt deeply grateful to divine favor. The third companion was none other than Huang Milan, the captain of the Great Wall Guard, as well as the leader of Shou Yue's team. There was no time for pleasantries as the soldier from the king's army, now frantic, had drawn the attention of everyone nearby that a great battle was imminent. Yunfan hastily perused Hua Mulan's skill set. In stark contrast to Shou Yue's meager one skill, Mulan's abilities appeared splendid. Sky-cleaving slash, dance of blossoms, blade bloom. Though the skills bore no fundamental differences, all were sword techniques. Yunfan casually selected Songpa slash. Unembellished, it merely consumed stamina to unleash a sword strike, manifesting a blade of energy that could be charged for greater potency. The longer the charge, the mightier the strike. Unlike in a game, where time constraints applied. Here one could charge for as long as stamina allowed. Mulan, you and Ah Yao need not venture out. Yunfan instructed Mulan, who was eager to engage. Mulan contemplated briefly before understanding Yunfan's intentions. She drew her short sword and handed it to Yunfan, while she herself wielded a heavy sword, gradually retreating behind the group. The heavy sword was planted on the ground as she began to charge Songpa slash. Yunfan, accompanied by Shou Yue, stepped out to assess the situation. Their current levels were too low, and it was prudent to prepare for the unknown might of their adversaries. Yunfan ventured forth to gauge the depth of the enemy's strength. The alley had been surrounded by the king's army, rendering escape impossible that a leader among them addressed the group. "Who are you? What are you doing hiding here?" Observing the number of soldiers, Yunfan replied nonchalantly, "Merely ordinary tourists passing through. Ideally, it would be best to avoid conflict, yet that seemed unrealistic." Upon St. Charles's arrival at the alley's entrance, his eyes bulged at the sight of Hua Mulan and Ah Yao behind her. A young girl with antlers. How rare. I want her. I shall have her as my slave. St. Charles leered at Yao like a lecherous fool. Such was the nature of the celestial dragons, who, upon uttering their demands, cared not for the consent of others to TO them. All but their kind were deemed inferior, born to grovel at their feet as slaves, and Ah Yao was resolute in her refusal to become a slave. She swiftly concealed herself behind Yunfan, at which point St. Charles, as if just noticing Yunfan, arrogantly proclaimed, "Why do you not kneel before a celestial dragon? Do you wish to die?" with a sudden smile. Yunfan recognized this boorish individual. This was the infamous celestial dragon from the original tale, known for either receiving a beating or being en route to one. But what was his name again? Ah, yes, the family of Rosward. How detestable. What are you laughing at? Hand over that little dear girl, and I might consider sparing you. Ignoring him, Yunfan continued, "Your father is Rosward, is he not? Knowing my father is Rosward. You ought to kneel promptly." St. Charles swaggered before Yunfan, as if he were entitled to trample over him. Unacquainted with the harshness of reality, he believed the world revolved around him. Truly, they were all equally foolish. Such a robust lineage, yet devoid of intelligence, that I am awaiting my ultimate move. What are you waiting for? Just then, a sharp command echoed from behind. "Get down." Yunfan and his companions promptly bent down. Several guards leapt forth, shielding St. Charles A.S. members of the CP organization. They were tasked with protecting the celestial dragon, and if anything were to happen to St. Charles, they would be doomed. Instinctively sensing danger, they stood in front, prepared to face death if necessary. Iron block. Simultaneously, a brilliant flash of sword light slashed through the air, akin to a galaxy cascading from the heavens, dazzling and blinding. The houses on either side were instantly obliterated, and the nearby soldiers of the king's army were silenced, extinguished without a sound amidst the sword's brilliance. This was the culmination of a fully charged strike. When the dust settled, the once bustling street lay in ruins, scattered with debris. Yunfan gaped at the scene before him. A level 1 charged Songpa slash could unleash such devastating power. What would it be like if a level 15 Hua Mulan charged for 3 days and nights? She could obliterate the entire red Earth continent. Yet, that was merely a fleeting thought. This moment, Hua Mulan leaned against her heavy sword, panting heavily, evidently exhausted. Achieving such a feat was already her limit. "That pig is still alive," exclaimed Yao, suddenly pointing at a section of the ruins. "How can it not be dead?" Though puzzled, Yunfan hesitated not, seizing his short sword and sprinting toward the debris. Causing harm to a celestial dragon would lead to troublesome consequences, and Yunfan preferred to avoid complications. Thus, he sought not to provoke them. However, now that the conflict had begun, leaving no survivors was imperative. Following Yao's guidance, Yunfan approached the ruins, and indeed he discerned around, transparent JARAS for the few who had leapt out shouting iron block. Their whereabouts were unknown, perhaps turned to ashes, aside from a handful of notable figures. Yunfan could not recognize anyone from the CP organization. However, if even a level 1 Hua Mulan's charge strike could not withstand them, they were unlikely to be formidable opponents. Observing the panting St. Charles, Yunfan raised his short sword and aimed to strike downward. Be careful, Shou Yue quickly warned, raising his weapon to fire. Yunfan felt a chill run down his spine and retreated hastily. Yet even in that moment, it was too late. A massive hand shot out from the ruins, swiping towards Yunfan's head. In the blink of an eye, a bullet whizzed through the air, striking the hand with a resounding thud. The bullet's impact momentarily halted the massive hand. Sensing the imminent danger, Shou Yue had already aimed his sniper rifle at that moment. Ah Yao had also arrived. She leapt and transformed into her deer spirit form to shield Yunfan. As debris erupted from the ruins, a minotaur sprang forth, charging directly at Yunfan. Its speed was so swift that evasion was impossible. Like a meteor colliding, a shockwave erupted, scattering debris in all directions and raising clouds of dust. The tremendous impact even sent the sails of the ship soaring. Shou Yue stepped forward to help the sails back up, then raised his sniper rifle, unleashing a flurry of shots. Each bullet blossomed into a spray of crimson amidst the haze. Just then, a bullet whizzed through the smoke, grazing Shou Yue's cheek. As the dust settled, two figures emerged. Hua Mulan stood firm, her great sword held aloft, her hands straining to support its weight, the ground cracking beneath her as her feet sank deep into the earth. In stark contrast, the Minotaur appeared unfazed, one hand pressing down on Mulan's sword while the other casually extracted bullets from his body, tossing them into his mouth and spitting them out in rapid succession, resembling a Gatling gun, with a force rivaling that of a real handgun. What is this? What kind of monster is this? Yunfan felt dazed, having encountered such formidable foes before even leaving the novice village. Mulan struggled to hold her ground, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. You all go first. Shou Yue also urged Yunfan to escape. What a joke! Abandoning comrades to flee alone. Absolutely not. You all came to this world because of me. I am sorry that I am unable to protect you, but to leave you behind and run away, that is out of the question. If it comes to it, we shall die together. Family must remain united. Yunfan took a deep breath to ease the pain coursing through his body, grasped the short sword Mulan had given him, and activated his shield, stumbling toward the Minotaur. Ah Yao, I leave Shou Yue to you. Yes, leave it to Ah Yao. Ah Yao perched atop Shou Yue's head, activated her shield to help block the bullets fired by the Minotaur. Shou Yue, cover me. Understood. Shou Yue raised his sniper rifle, aiming for the Minotaur's eyes, firing several shots. And no matter how robust the Minotaur's physique, surely it could not shield its eyes from bullets as the bullets approached. The Minotaur could only raise a hand to cover its eyes. A perfect opportunity, taking advantage of the Minotaur's impaired vision. Yunfan leaped forward, disregarding his pain, and thrust the short sword fiercely at the Minotaur's neck. The sharp blade pierced effortlessly, as if cutting through tofu, and blood gushed forth at a roar, not of human origin, erupted from the Minotaur's mouth. Yunfan pressed down with all his might, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Suddenly, a massive hand struck down, and instinctively, Yunfan raised his arms to shield his head. Bang! Cracked a sound akin to shattering bone echoed, and Yunfan could no longer feel the pain, crashing into the wall like a broken kite. I did my best. Now it's up to you. Die. Hua Mulan cried out, summoning all her strength to deliver a kick that connected squarely with the Minotaur's chin. All her energy was channeled into that kick. Unable to withstand the force of the Minotaur's descending hand, the moment her foot struck the Minotaur's chin, she was simultaneously met with a resounding slap. The immense force from the Minotaur's chin caused its head to jerk back, its body uncontrollably toppling backward. Bang! Bang! Shou Yue, having waited for this moment, fired multiple shots, each bullet striking true at the wound on the Minotaur's neck, in the brief window where the Minotaur could neither evade nor block. The bullets kept coming, until at last, the Minotaur's neck was pierced through. Staggering, Hua Mulan approached the Minotaur, gripping her short knife against its neck and executing a clean slice. severing the head from the body. After completing this feat, Hua Mulan could no longer hold herself upright. Collapsing to the ground at that moment, a surge of power coursed through her, the aches and pains gradually dissipating, and she felt invigorated. Simultaneously, Ah Yao and Shou Yue glowed with energy, their injuries healing significantly. They had leveled up. Yunfan, extricating himself from the wall, gazed in astonishment at the trio's transformation. Leveling up can heal injuries? What about me? What am I supposed to do? Yunfan coughed blood with each step, cursing inwardly at the unfairness. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. At that moment, the slumbering Charos Saint awoke amidst the ruins. Upon witnessing the scene, particularly the decapitated Minotaur, he was paralyzed with fear. Scrambling to his feet, he attempted to flee on all fours to go. I almost forgot about you. Shou Yue raised his hand and shot Charos Saint in the leg. Yunfan stepped forward, planting a foot on Charos Saint's chest. Celestial Dragon, how impressive. Weren't you the one demanding I kneel? Weren't you the one seeking a slave? Look at you now. Do you think you deserve to be treated with respect? Yunfan slowly crouched down, his palm caressing the transparent shield atop Charos Saint's head. I had no intention of provoking you. You suggested we part ways amicably, didn't you? Now it's truly regrettable. Your comfortable days are over. Charos Saint writhed, his corpulent body struggling against the shield. You cannot kill me. I am a celestial dragon, a noble of the world. My father is Saint Rosward. He will not spare you. If you kill me, you shall not survive either. The Navy will dispatch an admiral immediately. You cannot escape. Yunfan smiled, gazing at Charos Saint. Are you finished? Once you are, you can depart this world. With a firm press. Charos Saint's shield met the ground with a violent impact, shattering upon contact. Yunfan held his head down with one hand while the other tightened into a fist. I wonder if your skull is harder or my fist. The fist loomed larger in Charos Saint's vision. One punch. 2 punches. Yunfan continued to pummel him until his face was a bloody pulp, unrecognizable as human. With a final kick, he snapped Charos Saint's neck, tearing off fragments of his clothing to wipe the blood from his hands. Celestial Dragon, how laughable. What superiority complex do you possess? I'm a transmigrator, a king of the canyon, bound to a system. It would be a lie to say Yunfan felt no sense of superiority. However, his nature was laid back, treating everyone equally. His inherent pride forbade him from bowing to anyone. Celestial Dragon. What a joke. Chapter 12. The view from a mountaintop is exquisite. You've killed a celestial dragon. You're finished. The world government will not let you off. Just wait. The Navy's admirals will be here soon. Who is that fool talking? Yunfan turned to see the luckless king of Goya, who had narrowly escaped death. Disinterested in further conversation, he strode toward him. If you're alive, then lie down quietly. Why rise to seek attention? What are you doing? You can't kill me. I'm the king. Someone, anyone. The king, seeing Yunfan approach, began to wail in terror. He truly summoned the guards. The royal army of Goya, upon hearing the commotion, rushed over, though it was unclear why they had arrived so late. Soldiers surrounded the streets, armed with gunpowder firearms, creating an impenetrable barrier. With his troops present, the king regained his confidence. Retreating behind them, shouting at Yunfan, "You cannot escape. I will turn you over to the world government." He then commanded his soldiers, "Those who dare kill a celestial dragon must not be allowed to flee. Otherwise, the world government will not spare us." Hua Mulan immediately stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Yunfan, while Shou Yue and Ah Yao gathered around. The group assessed the armed royal soldiers with grave expressions. Weighing their strengths, "I don't need to be so tense." Ah Yao, "Protect Shou Yue. We'll keep Mulan in the center. If things go awry, we make our escape. For now, let us play it cool. I'm about to show off." Yunfan pushed past Hua Mulan, stepping out from their protective circle, smiling as he declared, "Let me show you something entertaining." As the words left his lips, Yunfan's gaze sharpened. An overwhelming aura surged forth, expanding rapidly in all directions. Where he passed, fear spread, leaving countless royal soldiers dizzy and seeing darkness. Lightning flickered in the air, and before the incredulous eyes of Shou Yue and the others, numerous soldiers rolled their eyes and collapsed into unconsciousness. What a delightful sensation! On the street, apart from Yunfan, There were hardly any others standing. The presence of the conqueror's Haki was palpable. Once he unleashed it, a mere glare could send enemies crashing down in droves. And Yunfan felt an exhilarating thrill within. He could not pinpoint the exact moment he awakened this formidable power. Perhaps it was during his battle with the Minotaurs, or when Ah Yao, Milan, and Shou Yue recklessly shielded him. Or maybe it was when he vanquished the celestial dragons. Before his transmigration, he was but a useless individual shackled by the constraints of his family and environment, desperately yearning for escape, yet lacking the means to effect change. He understood his parents and recognized the world's harsh realities. It was his inability to seize opportunities that left him discontent, yet he never voiced his grievances in his powerlessness and resignation. He chose to let things be. However, deep down, he could never truly accept such a fate. As the saying goes, in poverty, one seeks self-improvement. In prosperity, one aids the world. He harbored ambitions, dreams, and a desire to break free from all constraints, to gaze upon the world from the mountaintop. Perhaps, at the moment of his transmigration, when the system bound itself to him, he had already possessed the conqueror's Haki, and it was now awakening within him. This was a world governed by ideals. Yunfan believed that anyone born under the red flag, raised in the spring breeze, and endowed with a system could not possibly lack this powerful ability. The fleeting sensation of it eluded him, leaving him uncertain if he could harness it. So he devised an escape plan. If he succeeded, all would rejoice. If not, he would simply run away. To his surprise, he succeeded. Yet he did not feel remarkable. It was merely luck. If countless charming netizens had his opportunity, they would undoubtedly surpass him. Despite these thoughts, the adoring gaze of Ah Yao made Yunfan's spirits soar. Impressive, isn't it? Ah Yao exclaimed, raising her hand. Shou Yue gently lifted her, playfully admonishing, Ah Yao, children ought not to use foul language. Milan, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, what was that ability you displayed? She too understood the aura of intimidation. She could repel enemies with her killing intent on the battlefield. Yet she could never achieve the sheer magnitude of Yunfan's power, which brought foes to their knees with a mere glance. Furthermore, Yunfan's pressure felt tangible, almost crackling with electricity. The group walked side by side toward the city gate, with Yunfan in the center, explaining the essence of Conqueror's Haki.it was a unique ability in this world, classified into 3 types: Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. Armament Haki, when mastered, could harden the body or coat weapons, while some possessed the ability of naturalization, transforming their bodies into wind, rain, and lightning. Such individuals were impervious to ordinary attacks, requiring sea prism stone weapons or armament Haki to harm them. Contemplating the natural-type fruits sparked a thought in Yunfan's mind. He wondered if his heroic skills could affect those who were naturalized, as so far, he had not encountered any natural-type users and could only experiment later, for Observation Haki. It was akin to Shou Yue's tranquil gaze. Yet Haki could predict enemy movements, and with profound mastery, even foresee the future. Conqueror's Haki, as you have witnessed, is a force of presence that can intimidate and instill fear in adversaries, and with advanced training, it can manifest physically to influence reality. Ah Yao expressed her desire to learn, imagining a scenario where her kingly aura would send enemies sprawling. Teasingly, Yunfan remarked, Ah Yao, only those with the qualities of a king can awaken Conqueror's Haki. Do you aspire to be the little dear king of Yunmings? At the mention of the awakening conditions, Ah Yao's spirits plummeted. She had no desire to be a king, fearing it would tire her out. Milan, who had remained silent, marveled, this truly is a wondrous world. Indeed, quite extraordinary. Yunfan nodded, then turned to Milan, saying, Milan, teach me swordsmanship. Although he could acquire various skills from heroes, he lacked any foundational knowledge. For instance, the skilled Song Pa/ allowed Yunfan to unleash sword energy with a powerful charge. Yet he had no sword techniques. He couldn't rely solely on sword energy in every battle. While it exuded flair, it was also immensely taxing. Before gaining skills to enhance his physique, he could not afford such depletion. Unlike heroes who could level up, he had to train himself. If only I could acquire a physique skill soon. All right, Mulan readily agreed. From today onward, we shall practice 1,000 sword swings and horse stance each day. Yunfan was taken aback. Can we not start with fewer? No. Chapter 13. I am the little deer on the Pirate King's ship Luffy. Is this your ship? It's so small. Can it really sail on the sea? Yunfan laughed heartily at the sight of Luffy on his tiny vessel, who was flailing about in frustration. Luffy gazed up at Yunfan's grand ship, envy glimmering in his eyes. Yunfan, I will have a ship even larger than your little duck boat, and I will gather many more formidable companions. Yunfan lounged casually against the railing, dismissively waving his hand. Sure. Good luck. His nonchalant demeanor only fueled Luffy's irritation. Darn it. I will. Luffy, are you really going to set sail in the dead of night? Yunfan asked, puzzled. Having just returned from the Goya kingdom, darkness was nearly upon them. They were leaving to evade the navy, but what was Luffy's purpose? Standing on a boat barely fit for one. Luffy scratched the back of his head, declaring, I have a strong feeling my grandpa is coming back. Whenever I had this feeling before, he truly returned if I don't set sail now. I might miss him. Understanding dawned on Yunfan as he nodded. He knew Luffy's instincts were often accurate. However, seeing the small boat Luffy had somehow acquired, Yunfan still advised, Are you sure that little boat can sail at night? Don T wanted to take you along? Luffy resolutely replied, No. All right then, I wish you luck. Yunfan decided against further protest. After all, in the original story, didn't T. Luffy set sail on a similar small boat without issue? As a main character in this world, it would be a tragedy if he were to drown. Yunfan turned to Ah Yao, calling Ah Yao, bring some food for Luffy. Upon hearing Yunfan offer food, Luffy's eyes immediately lit up. Ah, Yunfan, you're such a good person. Luffy's tiny boat was completely devoid of provisions, and Yunfan feared this guy might starve himself. After all, sailing at night was different from the original timeline. Who knew what could happen? Here, make way. Ah Yao emerged from the cabin, precariously balancing a large bundle on her head, wobbling as she approached the railing, and with a swift motion, sent the package flying towards Luffy. Yunfan watched in astonishment and exclaimed, Ah Yao, you've given all the food to Luffy. What will we eat? Fear not. Those were just about to expire. I saved fresh food for us, Ah Yao assured him, beaming with pride at her cleverness. Yunfan ruffled Ah Yao's hair, praising her. Ah Yao, you truly are smart that on Luffy's small boat, the massive bundle descended from above. Pinning him beneath it, a hand emerged from the package. And Luffy's voice called out, You're too generous, but remember to ration it. Yunfan stretched and glanced at the sky, then turned to the others, announcing, We must set sail now. Raise the sails, let us depart. Hooray! Ah Yao cheered, raising the sails with Shou Yue, while Mulan took the helm to steer them. By the time Luffy wriggled free from the bundle, Yunfan's ship had already sailed far away. Yunfan, I will definitely become the Pirate King. Luffy shouted after them, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sea with golden hues. They hoisted the sails and steered their vessel, allowing it to drift with the wind. The group reclined on the deck, soaking in the breathtaking scenery. Mulan inquired, Where are we headed now? Yunfan pondered for a moment. He too was uncertain. However, they certainly aimed to explore the Grand Line, albeit with a leisurely detour through the East Blue first. Encounters with figures like Kuro and Arlong would provide valuable experience. The East Blue, often dubbed the weakest sea, had few pirates with bounties exceeding millions. For them, it was a prime opportunity for leveling up. With formidable monsters roaming the Grand Line, gaining levels would offer them more security. Their foremost task was to level up and summon companions. Yunfan shared his thoughts. The others nodded in agreement. Shou Yue then asked, Are we pirates now? Yunfan considered for a moment before responding. Having slain the celestial dragons, even if we do not call ourselves pirates, the world government and navy will label us as such. The others were indifferent to the title of pirate. As long as they acted with a clear conscience, that was enough. So, does that mean you aim to become the Pirate King? That fellow Luffy keeps proclaiming that he intends to become the Pirate King, and Ah Yao has taken note of it. She finds Luffy's ambition rather foolish, thinking that if he can aspire to such heights, then her own brother could as well. Does Ah Yao wish for her brother to become the Pirate King? She nods vigorously, believing that being a king is an exceptionally cool endeavor. At that point, she could proudly tell her companions that she is the little deer aboard the Pirate King's ship. Very well. Let us play at being a pirate king for a while. However, our immediate need is to have a meal. I am quite famished. Yunfan speaks. The others also start to feel the pangs of hunger, especially after such intense battles throughout the day without any sustenance. All eyes turn toward Shou Yue. None aboard the ship possess culinary skills, except for Shou Yue, whose cooking has garnered unanimous acclaim from the Great Wall Guard. Wait for me. It will be ready shortly, he assures. The others do not leave Shou Yue to toil alone. They lend a hand despite their lack of cooking prowess. After a flurry of activity, a sumptuous feast is laid out. As Yunfan takes a bite and savors it, he feels that all the instant noodles he has consumed over the years pale in comparison. Shou Yue is equally surprised. The ingredients in this world are quite unique, and the food prepared here is unlike any he has encountered before. Upon careful reflection, it seems to replenish energy more rapidly. Tea that moment. Yunfan cannot help but think of Sanji, wondering how his culinary skills measure up. Given the time, he should still be at the floating restaurant. Thus, a delightful decision is made to head towards the floating restaurant. Yunfan is eager to experience the finest dining at sea. Chapter 14. Flower Girl. You are surrounded holy land, Mary Ehua. St. Roswald erupts in fury. Foolish, foolish, how infuriating, scoundrel! Before St. Roswald lies a slave, battered and bruised. Clutching a whip, he lashes out at the slave, each strike leaving a gruesome wound. Despite the excruciating pain, the slave does not dare resist, lying submissively on the ground as the saint continues to beat him. When the slave is on the brink of death, St. Roswald delivers a final vicious blow and barks at his subordinates. Take him outside and tear him to pieces. Chop him up to feed the dogs. Why is father so enraged? Princess Lilia approaches, wearing sunglasses, and as she passes the slave, she gives him a kick, exclaiming, "Get him out of here! You've sullied my eyes. Your brother, St. Charlos, is dead, killed by filthy, lowly commoners." What? Lilia gasps, shocked at the news of her brother's death. He was a celestial dragon, a noble of their esteemed world, slain by dirty commoners. Enraged, Lilia vows that those who dared to kill St. Charlos would also dare to kill her, and such brazen miscreants must not go unpunished. They must be torn to pieces and fed to the dogs, so that all may witness the fate of those who harm the celestial dragons. St. Roswald bellows, "I will make him pay. Call the Navy headquarters and instruct them to capture him at all costs. I shall personally administer justice. You know the way to the floating restaurant?" Yunfan asks, brandishing Mulan's great sword against a pirate's neck. Surrounding the pirate are the bodies of his comrades, moaning in despair. "And no, I don't know." The pirate stammers. Yunfan swiftly knocks the pirate down, declaring, "If you don't know where the floating restaurant is, you are of no use to me." In a leap, he returns to his ship, handing the great sword back to Mulan and instructing the others. "Let us go gather some experience." Shou Yue and the others immediately jump onto the pirate ship, swiftly dispatching the remaining pirates. This morning, Yunfan has already encountered several groups of pirates. Each time, he has taken the lead in battle, followed by Shou Yue and the others to reap the rewards. This is a strong preference of Yunfan's. Through combat, he can grow rapidly. While he cannot level up like a hero, his fighting skills improve significantly. It is challenging to find formidable pirates in the East Blue, and just by observing their dilapidated ships, Yunfan deduces they are merely small fry. Furthermore, with Shou Yue and the others backing him up, there's no danger at all. Isn't the floating restaurant quite famous? Why is it that no one seems to know its location? Lying languidly in a rocking chair, Yunfan sips the juice Ah Yao has handed him. Suddenly, a small boat appears on the horizon. Mulan stands at the bow of the ship, observing a small sailboat approaching the horizon. Yunfan perks up, approaches Mulan, and grabs a telescope to take a closer look in the distance. A small sailboat is slowly making its way toward them. The solitary girl is aboard, dressed in light shorts, with orange hair, leaning against the side of the boat, appearing utterly exhausted. Yunfan scratches his head, an itch at the back of his mind, as a sense of familiarity washes over him. Just then, Shou Yue joins him, able to see the situation on the small sailboat without the need for a telescope. There appears to be no food on the boat, only a small chest, and the girl looks as though she has encountered some misfortune. Yunfan ceases, scratching his head. He finally remembers where he recognizes her from. Isn't that Nami? Alone at sea, stealing from pirates. Her usual ruse is to feign a shipwreck. She has set her sights on their vessel. A solitary woman drifting at sea is quite suspicious, and her performance is heavily contrived. Mulan easily sees through Nami's act. Such poor acting could only fool foolish pirates. And no worries. Yunfan waves his hand and shouts. What a rare find, a flower girl at sea. Hurry! Don't let her escape. She must think she is someone special. Bring that ship closer. Hearing this, Mulan immediately fixes Yunfan with a sharp gaze. Yunfan chuckles sheepishly. I'm just trying to scare her to that moment. Nami, who is feigning weakness, hears Yunfan shout, jumps up, grabs her oar, and starts rowing, muttering about her bad luck. Look, does she look like someone in distress? Rowing seems quite swift. Doesn't it? How dare you deceive me? Bring that ship closer. I'll show her my prowess. Yunfan stands proudly at the bow, holding a horn he did not realize he had acquired. Flower girl, you are surrounded. Come, let me take a look. Ha ha. Upon hearing Yunfan's words, Nami rose even more fervently, her hands moving with such speed that they seemed to blur. Mulan has quietly distanced herself from Yunfan, and Ah Yao has also stealthily retreated. In an instant, only Yunfan remains on the bow, continuously teasing Nami with a horn point. One must admit, Nami rows quite swiftly. With the combined efforts of the wind and her own strength, the small boat begins to pull away, and Yunfan finds himself unable to catch up as the small vessel drifts further away. Yunfan shouts, Shou Yue, bring down her sails. Shou Yue feels uneasy about bullying a young girl, but since Yunfan has spoken, he can only comply. Baiyu, a bullet grazes Nami's head and strikes the rope, causing the sail to fall immediately. What the hell? Nami's hair stands on end, her arms flailing like a propeller. Finally, her strength is exhausted. Covered in sweat, her disheveled hair clings to her face. She lies on the small boat, utterly spent. I'm done. Let it be. Do as you will. The large ship gradually comes to a halt, and Yunfan leans over the railing to look down. Chuckling, weren't you quite the runner? Keep going, Mulan. Bring her aboard. On the deck, Yunfan reclines in a rocking chair. Nami leans against the mast, breathing heavily. Chapter 15. Cry again, and Ah Yao will devour you. Are you a superhero? Ah Yao exclaims, astonished at seeing someone row a boat so vigorously. She approaches Nami, gazing at her with curiosity. So cute. So adorable. Upon seeing Ah Yao's big, sparkling eyes approach her, Nami's eyes light up, and she cautiously asks, May I touch your antlers? Of course. With permission granted, Nami gently strokes one of Ah Yao's antlers, exclaiming, Wow, it's real. So smooth, and the fur is so soft. Not there. Nami scoops Ah Yao into her arms and begins to playfully tussle with her. Shou Yue approaches with a glass of juice, offering it to Nami. Here, have some juice. Thank you. Nami replies politely, accepting the juice, but her eyes are fixated on Shou Yue's ears, reminiscent of a wolf eyeing a little rabbit. Shou Yue quickly steps back, rescuing Ah Yao in the process. What are you doing drifting alone at sea? Yunfan inquires, sensing the conversation has reached a suitable point. Although he already has an inkling, since this is their first meeting, he feels the need to ask. Nami, whose gaze has been wandering over Ah Yao, hears Yunfan's question, and her expression immediately sours. She is reluctant to engage with this oddly amusing character. However, realizing she is on his ship, Nami quickly adopts a pitiable demeanor. I encountered shipwreck and got separated from my merchant convoy. Thank you for rescuing me, or else. She begins to cry dramatically. Wah. Her sobs are quite convincing. Yunfan's expression shifts, and he says, Stop crying. If you keep this up, I'll have Ah Yao eat you. Yao, ever compliant, opened her mouth wide, letting out a roar akin to that of a ferocious dragon. Nami ceased her tears. Yet her gaze upon Yao became even more radiant. After a period of familiarization, everyone became well acquainted, specifically with Ah Yao. Now, no matter how Nami touched her, Ah Yao offered no resistance. Can you navigate the seas? Do you know where the restaurant on the ocean is? Yunfan inquired of Nami. His intention in having Nami stay was solely for her to guide them to the ocean restaurant. while also allowing Crystal to absorb some energy, having roamed the East Sea for many years. Nami naturally knew the location of the ocean restaurant. Are you all heading to the ocean restaurant? I can lead you there, but it will cost you. Yunfan was well aware of Nami's notorious greed for money. Yet to him, currency held little value. As long as he had enough berries to spend, the currency would merely become waste paper upon leaving this world. Treasures like gold and jewels, which held value across realms, were far more desirable. Thus, he readily agreed. Certainly, as long as you can take us to the ocean restaurant, take as many berries from this ship as you can carry. Nami, unable to believe her ears, exclaimed, Really? Indeed. Yunfan affirmed confidently, knowing full well that he could merely speak these words without any obligation to follow through, as it would ultimately depend on his mood when they reached their destination. Nami found it hard to believe that there could be such a generous person and cautiously probed, You don't happen to have no money on this ship, do you? Ah Yao raised her hand and chimed in. We do have some. Ah Yao had seen several boxes filled with shiny gold in the storeroom. Really? We're going to strike it rich. The gleam of fortune sparkled in Nami's eyes, surveying the entire ship, which resembled a pirate vessel but bore no pirate flag. Nami appeared to have a sudden realization and with a serious expression asked, Are you pirates? Yunfan, aware of Nami's disdain for pirates, had no desire to elaborate, simply stating no, allowing Nami on board was merely to escort them to the ocean restaurant. Once they reached their destination, her fate would be inconsequential. Nami breathed a sigh of relief, reasoning that someone as adorable as Ah Yao could not possibly be a pirate, and extended her hand, stating, Let us have a pleasant collaboration. Yunfan reciprocated with a handshake. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, in the conference room, Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat at the head of the table, surrounded by naval officers. Garp, reclining in his chair, was soundly asleep. Sengoku slammed his palm on the table and bellowed, Garp, pay attention and wake up. Garp, startled awake by the explosive sound, stretched and mumbled, Are we done? Is the meeting over? I'm going back for donuts. Get back here and sit properly. This situation is serious. Do you understand? Sengoku continued. St. Roswald has already called, and the 5 elders have personally issued orders to apprehend the culprit with all our might. So, who among you will head to the East Sea? A brief silence fell over the room, soon followed by various officers standing up, eager to capture the perpetrator. Rear Admiral Tsuru flipped through the documents, stating, Who exactly is this Yunfan? The file contained no information about his birthplace or past, only an uncertain name, as if he had sprung forth from a crack in a stone. Admiral Akiji inquired, Is he a pirate? Besides killing a celestial dragon, does he have any other criminal records? Sengoku remained silent for a moment before responding. Regardless of whether he is a pirate, we must capture him for killing a celestial dragon. He then turned his gaze to Garp, saying, Garp, the 3 admirals are currently occupied. Weren't you planning to visit your grandson? This task is now yours. Presently, the 3 admirals were stationed in the New World, with Akainu, the fleet admiral, overseeing operations there, while Kazura had gone to the Vegapunk Research Institute. It was a critical moment, leaving no room for error. Only Akiji remained at headquarters, ensuring readiness to travel to the Holy Land and provide support in the New World. The current turmoil in the New World was causing considerable distress for Sengoku. The 5 elders merely sought a demonstration of resolve to let the world know the consequences of harming celestial dragons. Although Garp held the rank of vice admiral, he was a naval hero whose strength and reputation rivaled those of the admirals, making him a suitable choice for the task. Garp, who had been snoring and blowing bubbles, lifted his head. Having been directly addressed by his old comrades, he could not feign ignorance, as some courtesy had to be extended. Fine. I was going back to the East Sea to see my grandson anyway. This is just a side task. Nothing too significant. The East Sea is vast. If we can't find him, that is understandable. I wonder how that little rascal Luffy is doing these days. Chapter 16. Assemble. Prepare for battle. A pirate ship, entirely painted in pink and shaped like a small duck at the bow, glided slowly across the sea. Come on, just 10 more strikes. We're almost there. On the deck, Yunfan, with his legs apart in a horse stance, held his sword with both hands, the tip of the blade drooping wearily to the ground. Breathing heavily and drenched in sweat, he rasped, I can still manage. Impressive, impressive. My brother is the greatest. Ah Yao cheered for him, occasionally stepping forward to dab his forehead with a handkerchief, providing him with ample encouragement. Given that, let us call it a day. Yunfan grinned broadly, ready to rise. However, Mulan took a step forward, pressing down on his shoulder, her face shrouded in shadow, making her expression unreadable. Trying to slack off? There are still 10 strikes left, and I'm keeping track. I can't go on. Yunfan exclaimed, his body aching as he slumped to the ground like a rag doll. Yet the next moment, Mulan lifted him effortlessly by the shoulders with a slight exertion of her arms. Practicing swordplay requires perseverance. This is only the first day, and you're just 10 strikes away. Why give up now? Nami, seated with her legs crossed, looked at Yunfan with disdain and remarked, "You're already giving up after just a couple of strikes." "You can't be serious. What do you mean, just a couple? That was a full 1,000 strikes." 1,000. Yunfan protested, his hands trembling as he raised the heavy sword once more. He could admit to his own limitations. But not to others, especially not women. 9 more. Just 8 left. Come on, brother. 5 more. 3, 2, 1. Yay, brother did great. The heavy sword crashed to the ground with a thud, and Yunfan collapsed backward. Mulan, smiling, reached out and effortlessly scooped him up. Yunfan lay back in a rocking chair, feeling as if his body had been completely drained, his limbs no longer his own. "Mulan, can we switch to short swords next time? Who starts off with heavy swords anyway?" "Sure," Mulan replied promptly, but then added, "Short swords are for practicing techniques. Starting tomorrow, you will spar with me. You may stop only when you can defeat me. The sky is falling." Yunfan wailed, "I suppose I'll continue swinging the sword then." Ah Yao squatted beside him, gently massaging his swollen limbs. Shou Yue emerged from the cabin, bringing juice and directly feeding Yunfan to, "Oh, how pretentious." Nami grinned from the side, finding the scene too sentimental. She envied Ah Yao as attention and care. "You were going to spoil him like this, you know. Envy, pure and simple envy. Ah Yao. Could you go a little higher?" As Yunfan enjoyed Shou Yue's snack offerings, he didn't forget to direct Ah Yao. Nami could no longer tolerate Yunfan's smug demeanor, her jealousy causing her to withdraw. She stood up and moved to the bow of the ship, taking a spyglass to survey the sea. That a line of dark shapes emerged on the horizon. An overwhelming sense of oppression washing over her. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead as she adjusted the spyglass for a clearer view, her body stiffening in shock. What on earth? Where did that pirate fleet come from? "Quick, steer the ship. Pirates are coming." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nami shouted urgently, rushing to adjust the sails while calling out to the others. "What fleet? Let me take a look." Yunfan trembled as he stood. Moving to the edge of the ship to peer out, a massive pirate ship sailed ahead, boasting 3 decks and enormous sails, with a skull and hourglass pirate flag flying from the highest mast. Behind it, a fleet of pirate ships lined up in formation, closely following the lead vessel, numbering at least in the dozens. 50 pirate ships, each equipped with cannons. Shou Yue had somehow leaped to the lookout tower. "Are we going to fight?" Mulan asked, leaning on her sword beside Yunfan. Meanwhile, Nami, busy adjusting the sails, turned around to find the sky had fallen. These individuals stood frozen in place. The woman named Mulan actually wanted to fight? "Are you out of your mind? This is a pirate fleet. You can't just charge and head first. What are you all waiting for? Turn the ship now." Nami yelled anxiously, not wanting to meet her end. Shou Yue's voice echoed from the lookout tower. "It's too late. Their cannons are already aimed at us. If we try to flee, they will likely open fire." "I could see this." Nami crumpled to the ground, murmuring, "It's over. It's over." Having observed the pirate fleet across the sea for some time, a smile crept onto my lips as I turned to Mulan beside me and exclaimed, "Let us engage." They are numerous, and this presents a rare opportunity for experience. I had already recognized which pirate crew it was. In the East Sea, such a formidable force could only be the Krieg pirates, led by Captain Krieg, a notorious pirate worth 17 million, commanding a fleet of 50 ships and boasting a following of 5,000 pirates. Whether we could prevail was uncertain in my mind. If they opened fire right away, I would undoubtedly turn and flee. However, it was evident that since they had not initiated cannon fire, they had chosen to engage at close quarters, the Krieg pirates. aside from Captain Krieg, comprised several officers, while the rest were merely fodder. Given their choice for close combat, there was little to fear. 5,000 men. Dispatching them, one by one, would take considerable time. This was a veritable bounty of experience. I wondered how many levels everyone might gain after this encounter. As long as I activated my shield to hold off Krieg, the rest of the experience could be harvested by Mulan and the others. There was no need to worry about them exhausting their strength. As long as they leveled up, they would regain their vigor. More numbers meant more excitement, provided they were not instantly eliminated. The only uncertainty lay with Nami, the so-called weak link. That I glanced back at the little thief cat, sprawled on the ground like a lost soul. I would just need to keep an eye on her, weighing the strengths of both sides in my mind. I fixed my gaze intently on the encroaching pirate fleet. Whether we could score a significant victory hinged on this moment. Brothers, assemble and prepare for battle. Chapter 17. A wealth of experience awaits Captain Krieg. A pirate ship has been spotted ahead. Captain Krieg, the Admiral of the Krieg Pirates, sat idly in his chair, deep in thought. Upon hearing the lookout's call, he waved his hand dismissively. Sink it. Krieg was in a state of vexation. He was uncertain of his next steps. With 5,000 subordinates and 50 ships in his fleet, the East Sea no longer satisfied his ambitions. Should he venture to the Grand Line, the very sea known as the Graveyard of Pirates? Captain Krieg, that appears to be the ship of Alrita. As Krieg pondered, the lookout's voice rang out again. As a pirate with a bounty in the East Sea, he was well aware of Alrita. If he had encountered her in the past, he would have sunk her without hesitation, but a pirate with a mere few 100,000 bounty was not worth his time. However, as he contemplated heading to the Grand Line, he found himself in need of cannon fodder. Shaking off his thoughts, Krieg stood and commanded, "Bring the ship closer." He intended to inquire if Alrita wished to join him in his journey to the Grand Line. If she declined, he would simply eliminate her. As Krieg's fleet surrounded the area, an overwhelming sense of pressure bore down upon us from the countless pirate crews. Nami, her face a mask of despair, asked, "Are we really going to fight? Shouldn't we just surrender?" "Nami, if you're afraid, you should hide. Once the fighting starts, I won't be able to protect you." I took the great sword that Mulan handed to me. Puzzled, "You've given this to me, but what will you use?" Mulan drew 2 short swords from her waist, stating, "Aren't you the one seeking a king versus king, general versus general duel? You'll need it more than I. For those minions, short swords are more convenient." Nodding in agreement, I began to contemplate the legendary blades of the pirate world. I couldn't rely on my companion's preparations every time. After all, 3 swords represented Mulan's optimal state. The crystal could summon equipment from the canyon, though I had never tried, and I was unsure how those items would manifest, whether as data enhancements like in the canyon or as physical objects. Their coming, the Krieg fleet had come to a halt, numerous iron hooks flying towards us, forming a series of iron chain bridges. That I took cover in the lookout tower, raising my sniper rifle, my body gradually becoming transparent. Like a hunter concealed in the shadows, I awaited the command from my ally to mercilessly claim the lives of our foes. "Alrita, it has been a while. Who are you?" Captain Krieg stood atop the massive 3-deck ship, looking down with a furrowed brow. Just as he was about to greet, he realized there were hardly any pirates aboard. And no, to be precise, there are very few pirates at all. Krieg turned back to his subordinate in confusion. The subordinate quickly responded, "This is Alrita's ship." "Useless." Captain Krieg smacked the subordinate away, glaring down at me. "Who are you?" I'm not accustomed to looking up when speaking to others. That I turned to Mulan beside me. "Let's go. They've kindly built a bridge for us. It would be rude not to cross. The battlefield could not be on our ship. What if we damaged it?" As for the Krieg ship, I had no concern. I had no desire for such a large vessel, which would be cumbersome to operate. Stepping onto the slender iron chain, I discreetly gauged my balance, confidently turning to Mulan. "Mulan, please send me over." The momentum I had just built dissipated with my words, and an irritated black line appeared on Mulan's forehead as she retorted, "Starting tomorrow, we will double our training." With that, Mulan seized me and, with a powerful throw, sent me flying. "What the hell?" Captain Krieg looked on in bewilderment as I soared through the air. As I approached, he raised his fist, ready to land a blow. Mulan, however, lightly stepped on the deck, leaping into the air, and with a kick propelled herself into Krieg's chest. Bang! The force sent Krieg like a towering iron statue. Flying backward, countless pirates were caught off guard, scattering in all directions. This is so outrageous. What is Yunfan even doing? Is he a hindrance? Hiding behind the ship's mast, Nami was dumbfounded. She had not anticipated Mulan, who usually appeared graceful, to be so violent that it's all about participation. My brother is quite formidable as well. If it weren't for the need to avoid sharing experience, he could take them all down in an instant. Ah Yao, also hiding behind the mast with Nami, could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of her brother. As if to validate Ah Yao's words, I activated my shield in advance, landing perfectly, then raised my great sword, unleashing a flurry of attacks. The enemy minions, shielded, rendered any flashy swordplay a drain on stamina. Instead, I hefted the great sword, spinning my body and swinging with force. Any contact inflicted damage, and mere grazes could prove fatal. Damn it, Captain Krieg, now furious, bellowed, raising his massive arm as a cannon barrel appeared at his palm, unleashing a torrent of bullets aimed at Mulan. Die! Die! All of you! Perish! Cannon fire erupted, and even with allies nearby, he showed no regard. Explosions rocked the deck, splintering wood and filling the air with smoke. Damn it! Hiding behind the ship's mast, Nami, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, pulled out 3 wooden sticks from her chest and shouted as she charged forward. Ah Yao, beside her, stared in astonishment, her eyes fixated on the peculiar sight, wishing she could investigate how such long sticks could fit there if circumstances allowed. From the lookout tower, bullets continued to rain down. And as I assessed Mulan's situation, I breathed a sigh of relief and resumed firing at the pirates. This was an abundance of experience. As the smoke cleared, I stood before Mulan, glancing at my cracked shield. With a thought, a new shield materialized. Nodding at Mulan, I raised my great sword and charged at Krieg. You scoundrel! Your opponent is me. Brothers, let the harvesting of experience commence. Chapter 18. With iOS protection, you can face him. Nami stealthily climbed up the iron chain to the Krieg pirate ship. Upon arrival, she was met with a heavy pot that struck her on the head. Holding her head in pain, Nami waited in vain for the expected suffering. When she finally looked up, she found herself encased in a transparent shield, a small creature resembling Ah Yao, floating above her. Io. How did you transform like this? Nami felt fearless, knowing Ah Yao was there to protect her. The captain of the second squad of the Krieg pirates, Barrow, clad in iron plates, was furiously striking the shield surrounding Nami. Thud! 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 The sound startled Nami, causing her to flail her wooden stick wildly. Suddenly, both parties quieted. Nami's erratic swings had inadvertently poked Barrow right in the nostrils. Oops! My apologies, Nami carefully muttered, pulling out the stick with a swift bite. A fountain of blood erupted, and Barrow roared in fury. Flames igniting around him. I'm on fire. I already said sorry. Nami turned to flee as Barrow chased after her relentlessly. Io floated above, sighing in exasperation. She knew Nami was terrified. So why had she come over? I have no idea. I must have been bewitched. Is it too late to regret my decision now? Nami weaved through openings, sprinting frantically, while Barrow, engulfed in flames, pursued her. Everywhere they ran, flames spread, igniting several pirates who then leaped into the sea. With iOS protection, you should fight him. Io wants experience. Nami let out a fierce shout. I refuse. We will be burned alive. Mulan darted through the pirates, her dual short swords relentlessly claiming the lives of her foes. Her speed was so astonishing that the moment she spotted an enemy, their head would already be severed from their body in the next instant. Mulan had entered a state of fervent charge, continuously executing her void slash without regard for her stamina. Just when her energy seemed depleted, an invigorating force surged from within her, enhancing her strength and restoring her vitality to its zenith. This was a manifestation of her leveling up. Pirates streamed in from other ships, and in that moment, Mulan felt as though she had returned to the Great Wall, facing an endless horde of monstrous beasts. In the midst of slaughter, a rose blossomed. She reveled in the exhilarating sensation of growing stronger with each passing moment. The pirates began to tremble in fear, raising their gunpowder weapons and firing indiscriminately. Some even attempted to adjust their cannons, intending to unleash a barrage upon her. Yet in the next moment, a bullet ruthlessly harvested their lives. Anyone daring to approach the cannons fell amidst a spray of blood. Gong Yu, stationed atop the lookout tower, activated his tranquil eye, keenly monitoring the situation of his comrades while simultaneously reaping experience points. Nami was protected by Ah Yao, and Yunfan was shielded as well. His primary focus was on Mulan, ensuring no one would ambush her from behind. As time progressed, Gong Yu discerned that his tranquil eye had transformed. It no longer merely served to extend his field of vision, but he gradually realized he could sense the intentions of the enemy. The pirate lurked in the shadows, stealthily observing Mulan, readying his pistol to strike. However, a crimson bloom erupted above him before he could pull the trigger. A sense of impending danger surged within Gong Yu. Without aiming, he raised his weapon and fired on the deck of the Krieg Pirates. A sniper met a similar fate, his head exploding like a watermelon. He had been observing Gong Yu for quite some time, but he had never seen him until now. He had intended to shoot based on instinct, only to have his head suddenly burst apart. Gong Yu seemed to possess a premonition, always sensing danger before it struck, and he could anticipate the enemy's subsequent actions. Was this what Yunfan referred to as the observation Haki? It was indeed remarkable. Gong Yu's mind was fully immersed in the battlefield, his concentration heightened as he eliminated all threats to his comrades. Yet, in that moment of ruthless experience harvesting, he failed to notice the danger lurking behind him. Behind the little duck, the water surface suddenly rippled that a figure, simply dressed and bearing dark circles under their eyes, resembling a mere expendable, emerged from the depths, swiftly climbing aboard the deck. He was the Krieg Pirates' combat commander. The ghost man, Ajin, had been commanding another ship, and upon the onset of battle, he hastened to Krieg's vessel. His intention was to thwart Mulan, but inexplicably, he felt an unseen gaze scrutinizing the entire battlefield. As comrades inexplicably fell one by one, including several officers and captains being shot in the head, he understood. It was a sniper, a highly skilled one capable of turning the tide of battle. He needed to locate this sniper. Ajin began to stealthily withdraw from the battlefield. Observing Yunfan's pirate ship and tracing the trajectory of the bullets, he dared not direct his gaze toward the lookout tower, fearful of being detected. Yet he was certain that the sniper was positioned there. Not only was Gong Yu's attention fixed on his comrades, but Yunfan and the others, while engaged in combat, also kept a watchful eye on Gong Yu. Upon noticing someone stealthily boarding the ship, both Yunfan and Mulan shouted in unison, "Gong Yu, be careful." Even without his comrades' warning, at such close proximity, Gong Yu's instinct had already issued a warning. "Found you!" Ajin leaped into action, swinging his baton. Gong Yu swiftly retreated from the lookout tower, firing at Ajin midair. Ajin's other hand deflected the bullet, and in an instant he vanished like a specter. When he reappeared, he was already before Gong Yu, launching a kick. Though fast, Gong Yu had sensed the movement, but he couldn't evade in midair. Then let it be an exchange of injuries. Gong Yu's gaze was resolute as he absorbed the kick to his abdomen. Feeling a bullet graze past Ajin's cheek, Ajin, touching the crimson streak on his face, looked at Gong Yu in horror. Had he not instinctively tilted his head, that shot would have been fatal. What a terrifying sniper, Gong Yu thought, equally impressed by Ajin's rapid reflexes. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, he raised his gun, keeping it trained on Ajin, the barrel following his movements. He knew he couldn't shoot first. Otherwise, Ajin would exploit the opening to close the distance. Simultaneously, Ajin was cautious, and the two found themselves in a standoff. Ultimately, Ajin broke the silence, his expression grave as he inquired, "Who are you? There shouldn't be a sniper like you in the East Blue." What responded to him was a bullet. Ajin had no time to ponder. He dodged the projectile while rapidly closing in. In the blink of an eye, he was before Gong Yu, throwing a punch. As the fist approached Gong Yu's face, he exhibited no reaction. No. A slight smile graced his lips that Ajin's mind raced with alarm. He couldn't comprehend why Gong Yu could still smile. Boom! Time seemed to freeze for Ajin as he perceived the translucent energy wave before the fist and the bullet piercing through his brow. The last sound he heard was, "You fell for it." Thanks, Ah Yao. Chapter 19. What a coincidence. I'm also waiting for the big move. Krieg, clad in glimmering golden armor, was armed to the teeth, with a massive battle gun in hand. Each strike resulted in explosive detonations. His body was adorned with cannons, unexpectedly firing upon Yunfan. The sound of explosions echoed as debris flew, and all the pirates instinctively retreated to a safe distance. The massive battle gun swung down, yet Yunfan neither dodged nor flinched, raising his great sword to retaliate. Both were at maximum defense, but alas, the disparity in strength between Yunfan and Krieg was vast. His ordinary strikes merely sparked against Krieg's armor. Having abandoned all finesse and technique, Yunfan unleashed his full strength in a downward slash. When a massive battle gun struck a shield, a resounding explosion ensued, propelling Yunfan backward. The shield bore cracks, and Yunfan swiftly donned a new one, pushing off the ground to charge again. Cannonballs rained down behind him. With his back to the onslaught, he leaped into the air, raising his great sword high before delivering a powerful downward strike. Close combat was the optimal choice. Krieg was equipped with weapons all over. If they were to distance themselves, he would unleash a barrage of cannon fire. Though Yunfan could endure, the shield consumed considerable stamina. "Damn it, your turtle shell is incredibly tough," Krieg shouted in frustration as he struck down with the battle gun repeatedly. Yet Yunfan remained steadfast. Inciting Krieg's ire, "You are the real turtle shell." The two engaged in a fierce battle, yet neither suffered any substantial injuries that Krieg's golden armor began to warp, and Yunfan was panting heavily. The outcome now hinged on who would exhaust the other first. On the other side, as Ah Yao rushed to support Gongyu, Nami found herself in a precarious situation. Previously shielded by Yao, she had been free from concern regarding the pirates' assaults, but now, without Yao, her meager skills left her vulnerable, and she fell after only a few exchanges. "Run! Keep running!" Barrow bellowed, flames of rage igniting within him as he finally caught up to Nami, his expression twisted with malice. He intended to burn her alive. Nami trembled on the ground, and just as Barrow was about to succeed, a jade leg swung in from the side. With a resounding thud, Barrow was sent flying back. Having come as he did, Mulan had kicked him away and turned to Nami, asking, "Are you all right?" Nami gazed at Mulan with starry eyes, filled with admiration. "I'm fine." Mulan nodded slightly, saying, "You have no business here. Retreat for now." Just then, Barrow charged back with tenacity. Mulan swiftly lifted Nami, her arms swinging, sending Nami soaring back toward the little duck. With her dual short swords spinning in a flourish, she vanished from sight. And in the next moment, countless blades of light surrounded Barrow, striking him from all directions. When Mulan reappeared, she was already behind him, not even glancing at him as she surged back into the fray. Barrow stood still for a moment. Then blood began to spurt from his body, and the once impenetrable iron plates on him cracked and shattered, scattering in all directions. Barrow fell to the ground. Staring up at the sky, muttering, "No one can break Barrow's defense." Then, with a tilt of his head, he breathed his last. What a pitiful sight! Blood everywhere! An inappropriate voice chimed in as Yunfan dragged his heavy sword, his arm trembling slightly as he awkwardly addressed Krieg. "I truly apologize. It seems your subordinates are rather ineffective. Such a large pirate crew, yet not a single capable one." Krieg, infuriated, shouted, "Who on earth are you?" The two individuals stood merely a few meters apart, locked in a tense standoff, neither daring to make the next move. Krieg's current appearance was nothing short of disheveled. His hair was unkempt, a gruesome wound marred his face, and his armor was cracked, oozing blood from the fissures. Beside him lay his now-defunct weapon, the great gun. Despite his trembling legs, Krieg persisted in standing, his gaze fixed intently on Yunfan. "I have never heard of your name on the high seas. Who are you, truly?" "Ah, what a stroke of misfortune," Yunfan replied, spitting out a mouthful of blood and letting out a light chuckle. "Had we met a moment later, you might have come to recognize me. Yesterday, I took down a celestial dragon. The Navy would undoubtedly be hunting for me by now, and the bounty is likely to be staggering. You may very well see my wanted poster today." Yunfan was indeed eager to catch a glimpse of his own wanted notice, though he was curious what moniker the Navy might bestow upon him. "How about we call a day? We could all just go our separate ways." Krieg, unable to comprehend Yunfan's intentions, found himself at a loss. He had already softened. If he lingered any longer, his pirate crew would face utter annihilation. Akin had perished. Barrow had met his end, and numerous captains and officers had also fallen. It would be disingenuous for Crick to claim he felt no anger. He yearned to rend Yunfan to pieces, yet he found himself powerless against him. The two had already exchanged blows for 300 rounds, engaging in a primal clash of strength that Crick's might far surpassed Yunfan's. Each swing of his great gun sent Yunfan hurtling away. Yet, like a rubber ball, Yunfan would rebound, wielding his great sword to strike back, each blow challenging even the resilience of Crick's armor. The impenetrable shell that Yunfan bore left Crick in a state of helplessness. He could no longer continue the fight, ultimately conceding. You are a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million. How can you simply surrender? In such a moment, a truce seemed implausible. Yunfan could not possibly let go of such a golden opportunity for experience. He had never fought a battle so rich in rewards. Planting his great sword firmly on the ground, he felt his strength being inexorably drained, only to be replenished by a new shield. He was unconvinced that Crick would simply accept defeat without resistance. Crick, with one arm concealed behind his back, observed the flickering shield around Yunfan with a glint of realization. He spoke with a calm demeanor. Continuing this fight would yield no benefits for either of us. Your shield must be nearing its limit, is it not? Yunfan responded non-committally. Guess. Crick's face remained inscrutable as he muttered. So you wish to continue fighting, do you? Suddenly, his expression shifted, raising the arm hidden behind him, his visage transforming into something grotesque and fearsome. I await a grand move. What do you wait for? Ha ha! Perish. With that, the raised arm's armor fractured, revealing a gaping cannon, from which a brilliant, blinding laser erupted. Yunfan's lips curled into a smirk as he swung his arm, his great sword slicing through the air. What a coincidence! I too await a grand move. The sword light cleaved through the deck. Just as the laser surged forth in Crick's hopeful gaze, the laser was effortlessly sliced apart like tofu. The sword light maintaining its ferocity as it traversed his body. The gash slowly opened from top to bottom, and Crick's pupils dilated in shock as his massive form crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Yunfan exhaled, taking measured steps forward, prodding Crick's body with his great sword. Dead! What a pity. Such a wealth of experience wasted. It was an astute pirate who, noticing Crick's body nearly split in two, let out a terrified scream. He's dead. Captain is dead. I surrender. I yield. Please do not kill me. In an instant, a multitude of pirates began to flee, darting towards other ships, with some leaping directly into the sea. The timid and weak-kneed, unable to escape in time, flung down their weapons and prostrated themselves, pounding their heads against the ground in desperation. Hua Mulan ceased her harvesting and approached Yunfan, inquiring, "What shall we do now? Should we let them go?" observing the throngs of fleeing figures making their way to other vessels. Yunfan sighed. "Let them go. They can run. There's no way to kill them all." He waved his hand, summoning Shou Yue and Ah Yao to approach. After years of pillaging and plundering, Crick had undoubtedly amassed a significant fortune. Such treasure could not be squandered. Shou, hurry over and gather the gold. Upon hearing the mention of money, Nami's eyes sparkled, and she dashed over to Yunfan in a flash. Where's my money? Chapter 20. Casual. Casual. Still casual. We're rich. We're rich. Nami cheered, embracing a trove of gold and jewels that on Crick's pirate ship, an entire storage room was neatly filled with chests, each one brimming with an assortment of treasures. While some trivial items were carelessly piled in a corner, towering higher than a person. Nami frolicked in this ocean of riches, for she had never encountered such wealth in her life. With a fleet of 50 ships and 5,000 crew members, the daily expenses to sustain such numbers amounted to a staggering figure. The sheer volume of treasure Crick had hoarded was a testament to the countless villages and towns he had plundered. "Brothers, let's start moving. This is our spoils of war," Yunfan declared. "And Nami, stop stuffing everything into your bosom." Yunfan watched incredulously as Nami stuffed fistfuls of cash in her chest, quickly emptying a wooden crate in the process. One could only wonder if she possessed a pocket dimension within her bosom. Ah Yao joined the fray, grabbing handfuls of cash to present to Nami, her gaze fixated on her, as if she were trying to decipher Nami's tricks. "I help too. Why shouldn't I get a share of this money?" Ah Yao protested, snatching another handful of cash to add to the growing pile. Assessing the situation, the bills were crammed together so tightly that it would be a struggle to slip even a single sheet in. A wicked thought crossed Yunfan's mind. Could it be that Nami's bosom was merely a fa-ade, containing nothing at all, allowing her to store items? Not only Ah Yao, but Yunfan too was deeply intrigued. However, as a gentleman, he refrained from scrutinizing her too closely. Well, I'll have to discreetly ask Ah Yao what she witnessed later. Hua Milan silently obstructed Yunfan's line of sight, casting a sharp glare in his direction. Yunfan nonchalantly diverted his gaze. Merely a man's curiosity. What was the big deal? Ahem. Nami, feel free to stuff as much cash as you like, but leave the gold and jewels behind. Yunfan had little attachment to the currency of the pirate world. As it was hardly the same as real money, he remained far more interested in the glittering treasures. The storage of his small duck ship was already filled to the brim, barely accommodating the newfound riches. Following this would be yet another stretch of tedious drifting at sea. Yunfan lounged in a rocking chair, utterly bored. Shou Yue was stationed in the lookout, scanning the horizon, while Nami busied herself within the cabin, crafting nautical charts. Where had Hua Milan wandered off to? Everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks, leaving the ship eerily quiet. Ah Yao, fetch the captain a glass of wheat juice. Coming. On the vast deck, only Yunfan and Ah Yao remained. This simply wouldn't do. There were too few crew members, merely 4 in total, or more accurately, 3. Nami didn't count, as their relationship was merely one of partnership, parting ways upon reaching the sea restaurant. Yunfan sipped his wheat juice. He focused his thoughts inward, pondering whether the crystal's energy had reached its full capacity. Yunfan manifested the crystal directly, observing the fully charged gem in his hand, bemused as to when it had become full. However, it mattered little. Since it was full, it was time to commence the summoning. Spirits of the heavens and earth, great Lord Taishang, grant your manifestation. I seek a skilled navigator. With a familiar surge of energy, it gradually coalesced around the crystal, invoking a sense of abundance. Greetings, Captain. I am Ji Xiaoman. A girl with orange hair materialized, clad in a midriff-bearing outfit and ultra-short shorts, exuding youthful exuberance. Her legs, perfectly proportioned, seemed to extend even longer than Yunfan's life. In her arms, she cradled a small box, which had large, blinking eyes that seemed to wink at Yunfan. Welcome, welcome. I am Yunfan. I look forward to your assistance. Though Ji Xiaoman did not appear to fit the mold of a navigator, Yunfan still inquired, Xiaoman, do you know how to sail? With her large, expressive eyes taking in the ship brimming with youthful charm, she nodded earnestly, of course. I once journeyed alone from the Jixia Academy across the seas to Haidu. Navigating the seas was child's play, she assured. While the game did indeed depict this journey, Yunfan remained skeptical of Ji Xiaoman's capabilities. Yet it was no grave matter. Having another companion would surely liven up the ship. That little box can blink. Io's attention was entirely captivated by the mechanical contraption in Ji Xiaoman's arms. Naturally, it can not only blink but can also store items, Ji Xiaoman replied, opening the small box to reveal a dazzling array of treasures within. Sometimes, the nature of space was such that appearances could be deceiving. For instance, Nami. Ji Xiaoman rummaged through the box, retrieving a bomb before shaking her head disapprovingly. No. Children should not play with bombs. It's far too dangerous. Within were the explosive weapons she had pilfered from the Jixia Academy, and after rummaging for quite some time, she found nothing resembling a in a fit of exasperation. She tossed the box into the air, and to her surprise, it began to move. When it descended, the small box had transformed into 3 cubes, the bottom one sprouting wheels. Ji Xiaoman promptly seated herself, and the little box took off at great speed. Wow, isn't that impressive? The little train is coming. Everyone, step aside. Wow, Ah Yao wants one too. Ignoring the 2 children at play, Yunfan began to inspect Ji Xiaoman's skill bar. The moment he glanced at it, he was taken aback. What on earth is this? A casual move, a random second style, a slight bit of seriousness. These are all skill names. Upon reading the skill descriptions, he discovered they were merely various forms of martial arts. Yunfan randomly selected the random second style, which appeared to be a movement skill that would at least enhance his agility. Chapter 21. The Prodigy of Martial Arts. Shou Yue. I'm hungry. As noon approached, Yunfan assisted Shou Yue in setting the table. Turning to the bouncy and energetic Yao, he said, Ah Yao, please call Mulan and Nami for lunch. That's a chance for everyone to meet our new companion. Got it. When Nami arrived at the dining hall, she was greeted by Ji Xiaoman. Hello, I'm Ji Xiaoman. Hello, I'm Nami. Nami exchanged pleasantries with Ji Xiaoman, then asked curiously, where did you come from? In this vast sea. There are no nearby islands or towns. How could someone like you appear? Nami couldn't help but wonder if Ji Xiaoman might be a thief like herself. With this thought in mind, she immediately became wary. After all, a girl suddenly appearing in the ocean could hardly be an ordinary occurrence. Mulan and the others were not puzzled by Ji Xiaoman's sudden appearance, as they all arrived in a similar manner. I came from a sky and inexplicably fell onto this ship. Yunfan offered me food and shelter, so I decided to stay. Ji Xiaoman casually fabricated her story. She was no fool. The energy emanating from this woman was unfamiliar, indicating they were not from the same world, making it unlikely that she would speak the truth. Fell from the sky. What a joke. Do you take me for a fool? Yet, Nami refrained from pressing further, as Yunfan had not raised any objections either. They were still strangers, merely bound by a cooperative relationship. It wouldn't be wise to meddle in matters aboard someone else's vessel. Hey everyone, let me introduce you. This is Ji Xiaoman, and she will be our new companion. With everyone present, Yunfan initiated the introduction, and Ji Xiaoman stood up to greet the others. Let us eat. Ji Xiaoman gazed hungrily at the table laden with delicacies. Unable to contain her excitement as she picked up a piece of unfamiliar sea fish, which melted in her mouth, soft and fragrant. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she closed them, savoring the taste. By the time she reached for another piece, Yunfan had already devoured an entire fish. Ji Xiaoman was dumbfounded. She then noticed the food on the table was vanishing at an astonishing rate. Consumed by Yunfan, it was a grave mistake to indulge in culinary delights at the dining table. One should eat their fill before relishing the flavors. Yunfan took a moment to explain the dining etiquette to Ji Xiaoman. She felt as though her worldview had been completely upended. What sort of rules were these? All her years of dining culture had seemingly been in vain. Xiaoman, if you keep daydreaming, there won't be any leftovers for you. Mulan, unable to stand by any longer, forcibly placed a plate of braised ribs in front of Ji Xiaoman. Taking food from Yunfan's hands, I'm so sorry, I didn't make enough food, Shou Yue said apologetically. Ever since she began cooking for everyone, Shou Yue had realized that Yunfan's appetite was growing insatiable. His usual meal portions no longer sufficed. This was already the fastest she could prepare while maintaining flavor. And she often began cooking well before mealtime, sometimes spending an entire morning on it. However, there was no remedy. Shou Yue's cooking speed was quite normal, while the eater was anything but. Yunfan had also noticed that the normal cooking pace did not apply in this world. At first, it was manageable, but as Yunfan began to train or engage in battles, he discovered his body yearned for energy. No matter how much he ate, he could never feel satiated. The heroes like Mulan and Shou Yue, summoned from elsewhere, had regular appetites akin to normal humans. After a fight, a brief rest or nap would leave them revitalized, without needing to rely on food for energy. They possessed their own martial systems, allowing them to replenish energy through breath control. Yunfan had asked Mulan if she had any methods for energy replenishment, but was met with disappointment. Mulan, it seemed, could generate energy simply by moving about. With the same training regimen, Yunfan felt exhausted, while Mulan only required a moment's rest. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not universally shared, and neither are physical constitutions. Yao and Shou Yue, in truth, were not ordinary people in the strictest sense. Their methods did not suit Yunfan. He could only, like those in this world, draw energy from food. Finally, he understood why the strong in this realm possessed such remarkable appetites. Shou Yue's home-cooked meals simply could not meet his demands. Yunfan wished to visit the seaside restaurant, partly to observe how the chefs in this world managed to cook so swiftly. If he could learn a thing or two to sneakily impart to Shou Yue, that would be splendid. These ingredients were indeed peculiar. Many contained significant energy to your extraordinary appetite due to your body's inability to replenish energy. Ji Xiaoman observed Yunfan for a moment and quickly pinpointed the issue. At that moment, Yunfan had also eaten his fill. Despite consuming a great deal of food, his stomach remained unremarkable. Hearing Ji Xiaoman's words, Yunfan felt a spark of inspiration. Unlike Milan, who was gifted by nature, Ji Xiaoman hailed from the Jixia Academy. And within the Jixia Academy, one could find all manner of individuals with various constitutions, from those who soared through the sky to those who tread upon the earth. Any being with awakened intelligence could find a place within its ranks. The great figures of the Jixia Academy gathered. Each martial system meticulously perfected. Ji Xiaoman scrutinized Yunfan's physique and said, "Let me teach you the Jixia breathing method. It's something I created myself. You don't have to do anything. You can even practice while lying down. Moreover, this technique is suitable for various races. Even the master praises me as a genius. So, what do you think? Isn't it impressive?" Yunfan applauded vigorously. "Incredible. Indeed. Truly worthy of being the most talented martial arts girl from the Jixia Academy." Having eaten and drunk his fill, Yunfan was eager to exercise. Pulling Ji Xiaoman along, impatient to learn the breathing technique. "Wait a moment. I'm not finished eating yet," Ji Xiaoman protested, one hand grasped by Yunfan while the other clutched a piece of braised rib. On the deck, Ji Xiaoman reclined in a rocking chair, legs crossed, a plate of braised ribs cradled in her arms. She popped a rib in her mouth, her face immediately lighting up with a blissful expression. "Delicious, so much better than the noodles master makes." Following Ji Xiaoman's instructions, Yunfan seated himself cross-legged on the ground, gently closing his eyes, his breathing gradually stabilizing. Ji Xiaoman glanced at him and scoffed. "Such poor talent. You are the worst student I've ever had in the Jixia Academy. The master would surely punish you." Yunfan, however, paid no heed to Ji Xiaoman's incessant chatter. I could see that moment. His mind was enveloped in tranquility. Each breath contained a rhythm, and the invisible energies of the world swirled around him, making him feel as though he were nestled among trees. A gentle breeze caressed him, bringing a sense of ease and harmony. Chapter 22. Clash of the Conquerors. Haki. Eureka! Yunfan felt it. His pores gradually opened, and the energy surrounding him, like swallows returning home, joyfully entered his body. After feeling this for a moment, Yunfan opened his eyes, triumphantly gazing at Ji Xiaoman. The simple breathing technique, easily mastered. Would this make me a genius at the Jixia Academy? Though Ji Xiaoman was internally astonished by Yunfan's talent, as a prodigy herself, she could hardly tolerate his arrogance. She rubbed her hands on Yunfan's body dismissively and said, "Mediocre at best. Even a master at the Jixia Academy wouldn't want you. You might just qualify to be a janitor." Observing the grease stains on his clothes, Yunfan was exasperated as he snatched the plate from Ji Xiaoman's hands. "Can't you finish eating before lying down? Who eats while reclining?" Ji Xiaoman waved at the mechanical box, saying, "But that's exactly what I do. My life motto is, if I can lie down, I won't sit. If I can sit, I won't stand. Life is infinitely wonderful. It would be a waste not to enjoy it." The mechanical box, upon seeing Ji Xiaoman beckon, hurried over with great enthusiasm. Ah Yao, who had been riding atop the small box, suddenly tumbled onto the deck. Grabbing her staff, she stood defiantly, ready to challenge Ji Xiaoman. Ji Xiaoman, however, pulled out a bag of snacks from the small box, offering it to Ah Yao. "Sorry, here is something delicious for you." Afterward, she took a bag for herself, opening it and reclining on a rocking chair, tossing a piece in her mouth while humming a cheerful tune. The gentle breeze was refreshing, and the sun shone perfectly. What a leisurely and carefree afternoon it is. Finally, no classes to attend, no master insisting on martial arts practice, and no need to evade those overly ambitious youths seeking to challenge her. Ji Xiaoman feels that this is the life she has always yearned for. Could this be paradise? With a sigh, Ji Xiaoman expresses her delightful sentiments. No. This is the pirate ship of my brother. Ji Xiaoman opens her eyes to glare at Yunfan, her face contorted in disdain. Such a killjoy. She then adopts a teacherly demeanor, mimicking the old master, stroking an imaginary beard, and solemnly declares, "Those who do not strive in youth will only lament in old age. Why are you wasting time here instead of practicing?" Ah Yao, who had betrayed her for a mere snack, nods in agreement. Yunfan, amused yet exasperated, decides not to engage with this troublesome girl and drags Ah Yao away by the scruff of her neck. Admonishing Ah Yao, You must not learn bad habits from Ji Xiaoman. Before being taken away, Ah Yao snatches Ji Xiaoman's small box, convinced it contains an abundance of treats. However, without Ji Xiaoman's command, the small box merely stares at Ah Yao with its round, innocent eyes, refusing to open no matter her threats or temptations. With Ji Xiaoman occupying her rocking chair, Yunfan retrieved another from the storeroom he had intended to practice, but the echoes of Ji Xiaoman's life philosophy persist in his mind. The more he contemplates, the more sense it seems that he loses interest in his breathing exercises and places the rocking chair beside Ji Xiaoman, reclining comfortably as a time traveler. Why shouldn't he indulge in such pleasures? The sun shines perfectly, and a gentle breeze stirs. Such a splendid moment would indeed be a waste if not savored. Following Ji Xiaoman's lead, he lets out a sigh of contentment, feeling even more at ease. Ah Yao, bring the captain a glass of wheat juice. Ah Yao, still wrestling with the stubborn box, obediently fetches the drink for Yunfan. That Ji Xiaoman casts a disdainful glance at Yunfan. What kind of look is that, Xiaoman? As the captain, I too wish to relish this afternoon. Ji Xiaoman rolls her eyes and retorts, what talent do you possess to enjoy it like me? Do you think I'm idling? Observe the aura surrounding me. I am in training. Yunfan leans closer to Ji Xiaoman, carefully sensing her energy. His eyes widen in astonishment as he observes the swirling energy enveloping Ji Xiaoman, with countless streams of power eagerly penetrating her being. Ji Xiaoman, feeling triumphant, pats Yunfan on the shoulder and reassures him. Diligence can compensate for lack of talent. Once you can cultivate even while sitting or moving, you too can lounge about like me. Yunfan feels somewhat comforted and settles down at the ship's edge, assuming a meditative posture to practice his breathing techniques. In such splendid times, how could one simply lie down? Training. Ji Xiaoman dissipates her energy, takes a sip of the wheat juice meant for Yunfan, and can't help but sigh in pleasure. How delightful. The afternoon drifts away as Yunfan practices in a cross-legged position. Meanwhile, Shou Yue stands atop the lookout tower, polishing his sniper rifle. The bullets and the rifle are manifestations of energy from within him, and though the reasoning eludes him, it is clear that they do not require cleaning. One could say Shou Yue is simply bored. He even pretends to blow away some dust. Suddenly, Shou Yue seems to sense something, his gaze sharpening as he focuses on a figure at the bow of the ship. There stands Hua Mulan. Since finishing her meal, Hua Mulan has remained motionless at the ship's prow, her sword propped against her, her posture straight, her gaze fixed on the sea, as still as a statue. Unbeknownst to her, the once tranquil surface of the sea begins to ripple, a dark shadow lurking beneath the waves. A certain moment, the shadow leaps from the depths, revealing a massive sea beast. As the creature breaches the surface, Hua Mulan's previously vacant expression suddenly sharpens, her pupils constricting as she gazes fiercely at the airborne beast. An overwhelming aura emanates from her, a pressure palpable enough to stir the very waters below. The sea beast, confronted with this immense force, flips over, exposing its belly to the sky. Meanwhile, the intensity of Hua Mulan's presence escalates, causing the ship beneath her to tremble. What is happening? What is going on? Nami feels the ship sway and rushes out of her quarters out on the deck. Ji Xiaoman, who had been dozing in a rocking chair, abruptly opens her eyes. In the next instant, the chair beneath her is overturned by an invisible force. Ji Xiaoman flips in mid-air, landing gracefully on her feet, defiantly gazing towards the source of the disturbance. Yunfan, who had been meditating, was not as fortunate. As the pressure surged towards him, his body instinctively reacted. His conqueror's Haki erupted forth, clashing against the oncoming force. In mere moments, his Haki faltered, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself propelled into the air. Unaware of the situation, he could only exclaim, "Mama!" With a splash, he landed in the sea. Hua Mulan, her eyes momentarily shut, opens them again as the overwhelming aura dissipates, restoring calm to the waters. Chapter 23. I shall no longer burn paper for her. Bah! Who did this? Yunfan spits out seawater, cursing as he lies on the deck. He had been engrossed in his breathing exercises, only to find himself flung into the sky upon reopening his eyes. This is intolerable. All eyes turn to Hua Mulan in unison. Just as she contemplates making a discreet exit, Yunfan's voice calls out, "Mulan, explain yourself to the captain." At that moment, Shou Yue leaps down from the lookout tower and interjects, "Captain, it seems you have awakened your conqueror's Haki." Even in this pirate world, Shou Yue still refers to Hua Mulan as captain, as he did when serving in the Great Wall's Guard. Yunfan, now unconcerned with his damp attire, springs up with a fish-like motion, gazing at Hua Mulan in astonishment. She merely nods slightly. Yunfan, incredulous, asks, "How did you awaken it?" Hua Mulan ponders briefly and casually replies, "It was simple. I just stood at the bow for a while." Can you believe this? Yunfan had awakened his Haki only after life-and-death encounters in the kingdom of Goya. You merely stood at the ship's prow for a moment and awakened yours? When did Conqueror's Haki become so easily attainable? Yunfan suddenly recalls something, his gaze fixed on Hua Mulan in disbelief. If he had not misinterpreted earlier, his Conqueror's Haki had been disrupted by Hua Mulan's presence. This is somewhat alarming. She has surpassed him so quickly after awakening. Xiaoman, having listened intently, finally interjects, "What is this Conqueror's Haki you speak of?" Ah Yao, convinced of her knowledge, explains it's the pressure that makes all bow down before the king. Xiaoman is left further confused. Nami, still shaken, recalls the moment when she thought they were facing a maritime disaster. Conqueror's Haki is a form of pressure that intimidates enemies with its sheer force. Yunfan takes the opportunity to educate the others about Conqueror's Haki. Eventually, he decides to demonstrate it personally, eager to witness Hua Mulan's Haki firsthand. "Mulan, do not hold back. Bring it on." Hua Mulan nods, and the two stand opposite one another, an invisible energy emanating from both. Shou Yue and the others quickly retreat. Though unseen, the pressure is undeniably felt, weighing heavily on their hearts. Yunfan lowers his gaze, embodying a divine and noble deity, disconnected from the mortal realm, exuding an air of superiority, viewing all others as mere fodder, making even a glance feel like a reminder of their insignificance. In contrast, Hua Mulan stands as if amidst a sea of corpses, an overwhelming presence that compels others to tremble and flee. That Xiaoman intently observes, tightly shutting her eyes. It is merely a sensation, formless and omnipresent. Even with her eyes closed, the fear lingers in her heart. It is as though her soul has detached, hovering in the sky, witnessing the collision of the two energies. The pressure they exert does not directly affect the others. Shou Yue and Ah Yao manage to withstand it, but Nami collapses to the ground, drenched in sweat, trembling as if faced with the most terrifying sight of her life. In that moment, the heart's demon, Arlong, seems less daunting. Sensing the moment is right, Yunfan and Hua Mulan prepare to retract their Haki. Xiaoman, still standing rigidly, her eyes half closed, urges, "Continue, do not stop." Yunfan pauses, sensing something amiss with Xiaoman. She resembles a towering tree amidst a desert, unwavering against the howling winds and sands. Observing her, Yunfan's eyelids involuntarily flutter. Could it be? Upon exchanging a glance with Hua Mulan, both nodded simultaneously. In the next instant, an even more formidable pressure descended upon Xiaoman. The oppressive force surrounding Yunfan felt almost tangible, with golden energy fluctuations enveloping him, while Hua Mulan emanated a dark red aura. The clash of these two pressures sparked flickers of lightning, dimming the sky beneath their might. The vessel beneath them creaked ominously as Shou Yue and Ah Yao could no longer withstand the intensity, kneeling on the ground. The weaker Nami had already succumbed, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Yet Xiaoman, targeted by both forces, remained unaffected, eyes closed, hands behind her back, exuding an air of calm indifference. Xiaoman sensed her body had become foreign, her soul being tugged by an unseen force. Above her loomed a sinister door, flanked by the ominous figures of the black and white impermanents, holding funeral staves and beckoning her. As the terrifying door drew nearer, she thought she glimpsed her great-grandmother inside. Waving at her, "Is this hell? No, it cannot be. I am not ready to die yet." Xiaoman began to struggle, her soul desperately swimming back to her body. Simultaneously, she shouted, "Great-grandmother, wait until I've lived for 100 years before you take me." Xiaoman was not yet ready to depart this world. During the festivals, I will surely burn paper for you. Yunfan was drenched in sweat, on the verge of collapse. In contrast, Hua Mulan remained composed, her demeanor untouched by Yunfan's overwhelming pressure. She was always a step stronger. Yunfan, refusing to succumb to fate, prepared to unleash his full power, igniting his inner universe that I am a traverser, recognized as the protagonist by the heavenly path. Bound to the system, your captain, and a champion of a canyon, how could I possibly lose to you? In that moment, Yunfan's pupils transformed into a golden hue. Suddenly, Hua Mulan's expression altered, and she hastily retracted her conqueror's haki. Urgently exclaiming, "Xiaoman has stopped breathing." Yunfan was momentarily taken aback. Mulan's abrupt withdrawal of her power left him no time to react. With the pressure of their standoff dissipating, Yunfan's conqueror's haki surged forth, bearing down on Ji Xiaoman and Hua Mulan. Just then, Ji Xiaoman abruptly opened her eyes, an equally terrifying aura manifesting from her being, although it merely sufficed to block Yunfan's haki for an instant. It was enough. Yunfan withdrew his haki, bewildered, and asked Hua Mulan, "Is Xiaoman not fine?" Mulan was equally perplexed. She had distinctly sensed Ji Xiaoman's lack of breath, as if she were lifeless, yet now she seemed to have revived. Ji Xiaoman collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, her face a mask of residual fear. "If you continue to compete, I will perish. Do you understand? I saw my great-grandmother. She was pulling at my feet, insisting I stay and accompany her. Ooh, I was terrified. I will never burn paper money for her again. She claimed I was her little treasure, and she wanted to drag me into hell." Chapter 24. Today, I shall die for you to see. All right, enough of the wailing. Yunfan felt on the verge of tears himself, the absurdity of the situation overwhelming him. The conqueror's haki had become as common as cabbage, awakening at Whim. Glancing at Ah Yao and Shou Yue, standing by, Yunfan felt slightly reassured. At least they were all in this together. "Mulan, please carry Nami inside." Even at this moment, Nami remained sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, a seagull swooped down, circling above before landing at the edge of the ship, gazing intently at Yunfan. Upon seeing it, Yunfan chuckled, recognizing the familiar bird. Well, if it isn't an old acquaintance, no, an old bird, with its signature tuft and familiar backpack. Yunfan playfully flicked the seagull's tuft, finding it surprisingly bouncy. "Is there no one else in the seagull community? Why is it always you delivering news to me?" "Caw." The seagull flapped its wing, brushing Yunfan's hand away with a flourish, clearly offended. Delivering news was a hard-earned privilege for the gull. Despite their rocky first encounter, Yunfan's generosity with money had left the gull bewildered, deciding to take it upon itself to deliver news from now on, not for any other reason than to forge a friendship. The seagull cawed twice, gesturing animatedly with its wings in front of Yunfan. Suddenly, he felt a nostalgic rush reminiscent of watching classic gang films. Brotherhood, loyalty, and camaraderie. Who had approached unnoticed, translating for the gull, declaring, "Best brothers for life." "Ka," Au continued. "We're the world's greatest pair." "Ka," Au added, "I will always bring the latest news to my brother first." All right, Yunfan interjected, interrupting the melodramatic exchange between bird and deer. "What news do you have today?" The seagull retrieved a newspaper from its backpack and handed it to Yunfan. Upon receiving it, the front page featured a photograph captured from high above, showcasing the tragic visage of a celestial dragon, accompanied by several wanted posters. How had the world government permitted such a publication? Yunfan pondered, though he did not dwell on it. Casually tossing a handful of berries to the seagull, he reclined on a rocking chair. Intending to peruse the wanted notices thoroughly, with a handful of berries, the seagull's eyes sparkled, and after cawing excitedly for a moment, it flapped its wings and took off. Typically, wanted posters were detailed, listing names, ages, and birthplaces. For pirates, their crew titles were also included. However, Yunfan, having recently arrived in this world alongside Mulan and the others, had not yet established identities well known enough to be included. Thus, the wanted posters bore only titles assigned by the Navy and photographs. Lacking any further information, Yunfan examined the wanted posters. He marveled at the peculiarities of the pirate world. It seemed that in grand spectacles, photographs were always taken, though he wondered how they managed to capture them. Upon seeing the bounty amounts, he raised an eyebrow. Logically, the reward for slaying a celestial dragon should not be so meager. Except for the newly arrived Ji Shaoman. Everyone else had bounties whose wanted poster depicted a little girl with antlers. The caption reading, "Little dear girl, name unknown, origin unknown, occupation unknown." The bounty was set at 10 million berries. Shou Yue's poster featured him holding a sniper rifle, titled Shadow Sniper, name unknown, with a bounty of 50 million berries. Mulan's poster showcased her wielding a short sword, striking down a minotaur, titled Sword Dancer, name unknown, with a bounty of 80 million berries. While the bounties of Au and the others seemed reasonable, Yunfan's infuriated him. His poster depicted him mid-flight, flung against a wall by a minotaur, with the title bestowed upon him reading, Shield Hero, Suspected Leader, name unknown, and a bounty of 100 million berries. What the hell is a shield hero? Yunfan fumed, throwing the poster to the ground and stomping on it in frustration. My brilliance and valor are unparalleled. Should I discover which fool took that photograph, I will ensure they find themselves wedged in a wall. Why are you so angry? Ji Shaoman, perched on a mechanism box, glided over leisurely, snacks in hand. What's this? She picked up the wanted poster from the ground, stole a glance, and immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha! How amusing! Which unfortunate soul is stuck in the wall? How utterly foolish! Her laughter echoed. And as she turned, she spotted Yunfan squatting on the ground, drawing circles at Ji Shaoman peeked from behind Yunfan, glancing at him and then at the photograph. It's not that bad, really. Your clothes are just a bit tattered, and your face is covered in blood, which is slightly frightening, but the pose of being stuck in a wall is actually quite cool. It's not so ridiculous after all. With each compliment Ji Shaoman offered, Yunfan felt as though a dagger were piercing his heart. Oh, is that Mulan? So striking, a heroic image, accentuated by the minotaur in the background. I can't go on living. Don't try to stop me. I am determined to die today. Yunfan marched straight to the mast, preparing to hang himself in despair, unable to face the world any longer. Imagining countless pirates laughing heartily at his wanted poster, Yunfan felt utterly humiliated. What a nefarious scheme. How despicable the Navy was. A resolute Au appeared quite adorable as well. Ji Shaoman, with her back turned to Yunfan, continued to admire the wanted posters, even daring to run about the ship while delivering the posters to Mulan and the others. Hey, someone look over here. I need help. Hey. The cloud sail hung from the mast, its color a deep shade of purple, as 2 feet flailed helplessly. Shou Yue peered out from the lookout tower, casting a perplexed glance at the scene, scratching his head in bewilderment at Yunfan's antics. Yet the captain's actions surely had their own rationale. Ah Yao and Ji Shaoman were engrossed in admiring the bounty notice. Hua Mulan took note of Yunfan. However, after a mere glance, she turned away. Just then, Nami, freshly awakened, opened the door only to find Yunfan suspended from a sail, resembling a hanged man. Rubbing her eyes, she shut the door with a loud bang, convinced she was still dreaming. Time passed, and Yunfan, having lost track of how long he had been hanging, felt numb. With his breathing technique, every pore of his body could draw in air. Death was not an option, nor could he descend. Resigned, Yunfan began to swing back and forth like a child on a swing. As Shou Yue descended from the lookout tower and passed Yunfan, he remarked, "It's getting dark. Your current position is rather unsettling." Noticing Yunfan had been hanging there all day, Ah Yao joined him below and looked up, saying, "Shaoman mentioned that my brother is swinging. Ah Yao wished to join in the fun." Chapter 25. Tonight, hanging him from the mast at the dining table, Ji Shaoman repeatedly poked at Yunfan's heart, asking, "When did you become so abstract?" Idly playing at hanging. Ah Yao, being considerate, even offered Yunfan some food, though it was merely a photograph. The bloodied figure pinned against the wall was unrecognizable as her brother. "Ah Yao, you ought to eat more," Yunfan exclaimed, putting a chicken leg to her lips. Tea that moment, Nami, perplexed, inquired, "What photograph?" "Today I've heard several people discussing some photograph or bounty notice." Initially intending to investigate, she opened the door only to see Yunfan swinging from a sail, leading her to believe she was still dreaming. "It's that one." Ji Shaoman pointed to the bounty notice and a newspaper hanging on the restaurant wall. Yunfan turned to look, his expression blank. When had these bounty notices been affixed to the wall? Who possess such a dull sense of humor to display their own bounty in such a conspicuous manner? Ji Xiaoman nonchalantly replied, I thought it looked nice, so I hung it up. What a pity. If only my bounty notice were there. Now that would be impressive. Nami had unknowingly approached the bounty notices, her eyes wide with disbelief. 10 million berries. 50 million berries. 80 million berries, and a bloodied figure pinned to the wall. 100 million berries. That totals 240 million berries. Glancing at the newspaper detailing the reasons for the bounties, Nami felt as though the sky was collapsing around her, although she was unfamiliar with the celestial dragons. She understood the implications of the term world nobility. The thought of the Navy's cannons potentially targeting them caused Nami to feel faint, clutching the wall for support, her fists clenched, trembling as her head rested against the wall. Lost in her thoughts, suddenly, with a loud crash, a plate shattered on the floor, the sound echoing in the silent dining room. The Navy is coming. The Navy's cannons are on their way. Nami cried, crouching on the floor with her arms wrapped around her head. Trembling uncontrollably, it was just Ah Yao who accidentally broke the plate, Ah Yao said, noticing Nami's distress. She stood and approached Nami, gently stroking her head while softly reassuring her. Don't be afraid. I'm here, when Nami lifted her head. Her face was streaked with tears. Ah Yao felt a bit helpless, unsure of what was troubling Nami. With tear-filled eyes, Nami looked at Yunfan and asked, Did you not say you weren't a pirate? Yunfan remained silent, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. Finally, Ah Yao softly stated, Brother said the Navy forced us to become pirates. Nami marched directly to Yunfan, hands braced on the table, and shouted, 100 million berries. Do you know what that means? No, it's 240 million. Countless bounty hunters will seek our heads, and the Navy will not let us go. The Navy ships could be arriving any moment now. We cannot stay in East Blue. Nami, in a frenzy, paced the dining room, then suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, We must go to the Grand Line. Yes, to the Grand Line. Yunfan, we cannot return to the floating restaurant. We must hurry to the Grand Line. The weather is treacherous, and the routes are complex. Once we are there, the Navy will not find us. No, I cannot leave just yet. What should I do? What should I do? Nami was frantically losing her composure. Yunfan remained silent, finally understanding the source of his unease. The moment Nami referred to them as us, he felt a distasteful sensation, what one might call a bond. Yunfan had always perceived Nami as timid, greedy, and averse to trouble. He had assumed she would be frightened and distance herself from them. After all, they were not truly allies. To his surprise, Nami spoke as if she were part of the crew, standing resolutely with them and even devising their escape. Yunfan took a deep breath, determined to squelch this feeling in its infancy. Killing celestial dragons had nothing to do with her. The Navy bore no bounty on her head. Nami paused, her expression shifting to anger. What do you mean by that? Without turning to face her, Yunfan replied coolly, It won't implicate you. You should leave. Bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Am I Nami the kind of person who abandons her comrades? Nami yanked on Yunfan's collar, her agitation escalating as she raised her fist to strike him. Yunfan did not flinch, allowing Nami to land a solid punch on his head. What do you take me for? At this moment, the dining room fell silent, save for the sound of Nami's tears falling onto the floor. Huang Milan and the others remained quiet, likely grasping the meaning behind Yunfan's words. Yunfan glared at Nami fiercely. What do you think you are? As you can see, killing celestial dragons means we are destined to oppose the world government. Every moment from now on will be perilous. That MY ship does not require the weak. We will go to the Grand Line, but you will not be included in that we. Have you forgotten? We are merely in a partnership. Whether it was due to Yunfan's piercing gaze or the weight of his words. Nami took several steps back, ultimately sitting down on the floor. I understand. That evening, Nami gathered her belongings, climbed over the railing, and leaped onto a small boat. Yunfan tossed a bag of berries down to her. This is your payment for this period. Nami cast a lingering glance at Yunfan and the others before rowing away. As the small boat vanished into the night, Yunfan continued to gaze out at the sea. Ah Yao buried her face in Ji Xiaoman's embrace, wailing that don't cry, Ji Xiaoman soothed. Tonight, we will hang Yunfan from the mast. Huang Milan stood beside Yunfan and asked, Are you just going to let her leave? We are from two different worlds. I do not wish to form any bonds with the natives of this world. I fear that I might regret leaving them behind later. With that, Yunfan turned to depart. What had initially been a mere transaction had revealed to him the necessity of avoiding entanglements with the natives of this world. For Yunfan, the entire pirate world was but a game, a test set forth by the system. If he could survive and ascend to the pinnacle of this world, the system would return and take him away. His journey was destined to transcend the realm of pirates, much like a famous saying from his past life. My journey encompasses the stars and the sea, the myriad realms. The system had left behind a crystal and vanished, and with such a brief interaction, he was unaware of the nature of this system. To prevent future regrets, he must eradicate any unnecessary bonds before they had a chance to grow. Upon returning to his room, Yunfan meticulously checked the door inside and out. Ji Xiaoman, that troublesome girl, surely did not speak lightly. Yunfan genuinely feared waking up to find himself hanging from the mast. Chapter 26. I acknowledge he is more handsome than me on Nine Snake Island. A deep bell tolled. Layers of protective formations were established. The Empress, Boa Hancock, was preparing for her bath. When golden winds and jade dew meet, they surpass the countless pleasures of the mortal realm. A mist swirled around, figures appearing and disappearing within. This hazy ambience was all the more alluring. Regrettably, this scene was unseen by any eyes outside. Guards stood in layers, including two snake women, one stout and one slender, stationed by the entrance. Sonda Sonia, Marigold, a guard shouted from outside. Marigold, her body as imposing as a tower, pushed aside the protective curtain and called out, "The Empress is still bathing. What are you shouting for? Look, this is today's newspaper." A paper was thrust into Marigold's hands. "What news is so urgent that you would call for me at this moment?" Mary Grudd casually glanced at the newspaper, her body suddenly freezing in place as her eyes, now red-rimmed, fixated on the wanted poster. The guards, oblivious to Mary's peculiar demeanor, incredulously remarked, "Isn't it impressive? Just setting sail, and already there's a bounty of 100 million berries, with the total reward amounting to 240 million berries for the entire crew. Moreover, they have even killed a celestial dragon. How audacious!" Snapping back to reality, Mary abandoned the chattering guard and rushed towards the bathroom. Mary Grudd, "What is the matter with you?" Sonia, a guard stationed at the door, noticed Mary's distressed state and quickly intercepted her. "Sonia, I must share this extraordinary news with Lady Sister at once," Mary exclaimed as she flung open the bathroom door and dashed inside, unable to contain her excitement. "What good news?" Sonia glanced around before following her in. Inside the bathroom, Empress Boa Hancock reclined in a luxurious bath, relishing the comfort of her morning ritual, suddenly sensing something amiss. Her gaze sharpened as she demanded, "Who goes there?" "It is I, Lady Sister," Mary replied, disregarding all else as she leaped into the bath, tears streaming down her face by the time she reached the Empress. "What has happened, Mary Grudd?" Hancock inquired with concern. Choking back sobs, Mary handed over the newspaper and the wanted poster, pleading, "Lady Sister." The Empress took the wanted notice, and her eyes fell upon the gruesome image of a young man, his face disfigured and bloodied, the large characters announcing the bounty affixed to the wall. Although a bounty of 100 million berries was indeed formidable, it was not enough to leave her speechless. As she began to speak, Hancock was abruptly interrupted. The notorious shield hero, responsible for the murder of the celestial dragon, is now wanted for 100 million berries, dead or alive. Silence enveloped the bathroom as tears fell like pearls, soaking the already damp wanted noticed at that very moment. Newspapers were being dispatched by seagulls to the far corners of the world. Andres Rosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo, clad in a flamboyant pink feather coat, cropped pants, and sharp-toed shoes, was admiring the wanted poster for Yunfan. I find this fellow quite intriguing." Da Flamingo chuckled, studying the poster intently before suddenly looking up at his subordinates. "Why can't I tell which pirate crew he belongs to?" According to the intelligence, this individual had appeared out of nowhere in the East Blue, embroiled in a conflict with the celestial dragons. He was likely a newcomer who had just set sail and had yet to form a pirate crew. Da Flamingo nodded, then erupted into laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. "I like this guy. Go instruct the crew to find him before the Navy does, that I wish to invite him to join the Don Quixote family. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, aboard the White-Beard Pirates ship, a towering figure with an ivory-like beard was taking hearty swigs from his drink. Old man, sneaking drinks so early in the morning. Marco the Phoenix approached, noticing Whitebeard indulging again. Take care of your health. Old man. Ha, Marco, Whitebeard bellowed with carefree laughter. Spotting the newspaper in Marco's hands, he inquired, My dear son, what explosive news do we have today? Clearly changing the subject, Whitebeard nonetheless acknowledged the newspaper's sensational content. Marco handed it to him, stating, Old man, another remarkable newcomer has emerged upon the seas. Let me see. Whitebeard scrutinized the paper for a long while before declaring, a new era of chaos on the seas is upon us. In the East Blue, a massive dog-headed warship sailed steadily. Kobe, what are you looking at? Bogart asked as he approached Kobe, who was peering intently into a corner. Startled by Bogart's voice, Kobe trembled, his hands clasped behind his back. After parting ways with Yunfan, Kobe had initially sought to join the Navy, but was turned away. Wandering aimlessly in the East Blue, he fortuitously encountered Garp on his way back. This led to him inexplicably boarding Garp's dog-headed warship. What are you hiding behind your back? In nothing. Kobe stammered as Bogart lifted him effortlessly, snatching the newspaper from his grasp. After glancing at it, Bogart returned it, chuckling, I thought it was something significant. So, Kobe, are you planning to capture him? Ha! Coincidentally, we are also here to apprehend him, and you can witness the world firsthand. Yes. Kobe saluted seriously, then cautiously asked, if we capture him, will he be executed? Bogart leaned down to scrutinize Kobe. Do you know him? No. Kobe, sweating under Bogart's gaze, quickly shook his head in denial. Bogart turned away, glancing at Garp, who was blissfully asleep, wearing his dog-headed hat and blowing bubbles. Fortunately, the crew consisted of Garp's former subordinates, who were accustomed to their commander's peculiarities. Sighing, Bogart lamented, perhaps we won't even catch a glimpse of the Shield Hero this time. It was evident that Garp had little interest in capturing the Shield Hero, preferring to spend time with his grandchildren instead. Suddenly, Kobe pointed at the sea, exclaiming, Bogart, is there a small boat out there? Following Kobe's gaze, Bogart indeed spotted a small vessel anchored near the rocks, where a girl with orange hair lay sleeping peacefully. Bring the ship closer. Early in the morning, this momentous news invigorated pirates of all sizes. This a joke. A first bounty of 100 million berries. When did newcomers become so formidable? Why does he get 100 million, while I only get 1,000? Just look at that unfortunate expression plastered on the wall. He's not even half as handsome as I am. He dares to kill a celestial dragon. Could I? I wouldn't dare. I fully acknowledge he is indeed stronger than I. Chapter 27. A comedic mishap. Wake up. The sun is already high. Early in the morning, Ji Xiaoman knocked on Yunfan's door. Her relentless pounding sent a throbbing headache through Yunfan, having barely slept the night before. Constantly on guard against Ji Xiaoman, he had only just drifted off when she arrived to disturb him. When did she become so diligent? Yunfan muttered in confusion, pulling the covers over his head to continue sleeping. As the captain, I should be allowed to sleep in. After knocking for quite some time with no response, Ji Xiaoman, fueled by frustration, summoned her mechanical box. Keep banging until he gets up. Humph. He made a Yako cry all night. How can he still be asleep? The mechanical box began to thump rhythmically against Yunfan's door, producing a steady sound. With her hands on her hips, Ji Xiaoman huffed. Executing a flawless flip, she jumped onto the deck, raising an eyebrow at the vast sea before her. There, a colossal fish-shaped ship loomed, its enormous sign proclaiming Sea Restaurant Baratai. Resembling a plump fish, it was surrounded by various sized sailboats, even a warship. The sight of pirates and the Navy coexisting peacefully was indeed a marvel. Having heard Yunfan recount the wonders of the Sea Restaurant, Ji Xiaoman, eager for a taste of the world's most exquisite delicacies, was invigorated. Although Nami had departed the previous night, the ship continued its course toward the Sea Restaurant, unaffected by her absence. Good morning, Captain. Milan, the earliest riser, had already completed her morning training to Ji Xiaoman, adopting Shou Yue's address. Refer to her as Captain Milan. Everyone, breakfast is ready. Is the captain still asleep? Shou Yue called out from the dining area. That I'm up. I'm up, Yunfan mumbled, clutching the mechanical box as he groggily emerged. He raised the box and tossed it toward the sea, where it arced gracefully through the air. Ji Xiaoman leaped up to catch the box, cradling it in her arms as she yelled at Yunfan. "What are you doing? What are you doing? It's too early for this racket." Yunfan retorted, rubbing his eyes. With hands on her hips, Ji Xiaoman pointed at Yunfan. "Ayako cried all night. How could you sleep through that?" Realizing he was in the wrong, Yunfan sheepishly went to wash up and join for breakfast at the dining table. He sat beside Ayako, cheerfully offering, "Ayako, have a chicken leg." "Humph." Ayako, her eyes puffy and red, turned away. Unwilling to acknowledge him, on the ship, Ayako had been closest to Nami, and though she hadn't stopped her from leaving, it didn't lessen her sorrow. "Ayako, you'll get to see Nami again." Observing Ayako's fragile state tugged at Yunfan's heart. Ayako turned to him, her eyes wide with hope. "Really?" Yunfan nodded earnestly, assuring her, "Absolutely." "Ah Yao, do you comprehend why Nami harbors such a profound affection for money?" "Why, you ask?" "Because she requires it to purchase the lives of the villagers." Yunfan directly recounted the circumstances surrounding Cocoa Village and Nami's tribulations from childhood to present, "Oh, how pitiable Nami is." Ji Xiaoman could no longer contain herself, pointing an accusatory finger at Yunfan, exclaiming, "You are fully aware of this. So why did you expel Nami?" Ah Yao was on the verge of tears once again. Yunfan hastened to offer comfort, stating, "I'm aware of Nami's hometown. Our next destination will indeed be Cocoa Village." Ah Yao, with her small fist raised, resolutely declared, "Let us send those who bully Nami flying." Yunfan picked up a chicken leg and placed it in Ah Yao's bowl, saying, "Therefore, Ah Yao, eat heartily. Only with a full stomach can you muster the strength to vanquish the wicked dragons." Ah Yao's fighting spirit reignited. Ultimately, the majority of breakfast was consumed by Yunfan and Ah Yao. Once they finished, the group assisted Shou Yue in clearing the tableware. Milan, having washed the dishes, approached Yunfan, inquiring, "Are we truly heading to the ocean restaurant?" "There is a warship docked there." Yunfan accepted the plate, drying it before placing it in the cabinet. Perplexed, "How do you know there's a warship?" Milan moved to the window, pointing outside. Yunfan glanced out, rendered speechless. "So, we have already arrived at the ocean restaurant. Why was I not informed?" Ji Xiaoman, perched on a mechanism box, slid past Yunfan from behind, cloth in hand, flicking it mockingly. "You didn't even ask. Were you not headed to the deck? Did you intend to toss my mechanism box into the sea? I assumed you had seen it." Yunfan kicked the mechanism box, exclaiming, "Away with you!" The box, propelled by Ji Xiaoman, sped away. Yunfan gazed out at the ocean restaurant, so close at hand, and placed a hand on his stomach. Had he known, he would not have eaten so much. Ah Yao squeezed in between, leaning against the window, observing a ship resembling a giant fish. "Is it truly that delicious?" "I do not know. I have never tasted it. Merely heard tales. Experiencing it up close, the ocean restaurant Baratai was indeed quite grand." Yunfan's vessel gradually docked outside, but this moment, several pirate ships were already anchored outside, and a small military vessel was not far away. Judging by the size of the warship, it could only be a colonel at best, and a branch colonel at that. Yunfan paid it no heed. The ocean restaurant did not serve breakfast in the morning. Most patrons were seated within the restaurant, enjoying leisurely music, reading newspapers, and sipping tea. Awaiting the arrival of the chefs, Yunfan, accompanied by Mulan and others, slowly entered the restaurant. The previously quiet establishment fell into an even deeper silence. Even the music seemed to have ceased without notice. All eyes were fixed upon Yunfan and his companions. This scene left Yunfan utterly bewildered, prompting him to turn to Ah Yao and ask, "Has my brother become more handsome today?" Ah Yao scrutinized Yunfan's face for a prolonged moment, remarking, "Brother, your skin has thickened." As Yunfan and his companions approached a table, those surrounding them immediately rose, retreating to a safe distance. That a pirate, clutching a newspaper, alternated his gaze between the article and Yunfan's group. "What are you looking at?" Ji Xiaoman appeared suddenly behind the pirate, her voice ghostly. "Let me see too." "Oh my, a ghost!" The pirate startled, rolling his eyes before collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. "What a scene!" Ji Xiaoman was unfazed, musing, "How does he even manage to feign such a display?" She snatched the newspaper and returned to Yunfan's side. Yunfan glanced at the paper and grasped the meaning behind the stares directed towards them. Chapter 28. Never again will I taste orange rice. Nami felt as though the sky had fallen. All she had done was find a reef to anchor and take a nap. Upon awakening, she found herself aboard a dog-headed warship. Facing the mop-wielding young man, she inquired, "Your name is KB, correct?" "Indeed." KB, mopping the floor, appeared somewhat flustered at Nami's approach. "Where is this? Why am I here? Where's my ship?" Nami's barrage of questions heightened KB's anxiety. "You need not fear. This is a naval warship that we found you alone on the reef this morning and thought you had met with an accident. So we brought you aboard. Rest assured, we are not villains. I care not whether you are villains or not." Nami shook KB's shoulders, her expression fervent. "Where's my ship? Where's my money?" "Ah, the money." Once Nami clutched her treasure. She gradually calmed down. This was a fortune worth 100 million berries. Returning with it would suffice to purchase Cocoa Village. "Colonel," a figure in a dog-headed hat approached, and KB quickly saluted. "Colonel?" Nami paused. Casting a suspicious glance at the man in the dog-headed hat, who was chewing on a donut, "A colonel? How can this be? Where would a colonel come from in the East Sea? No, the Navy is not composed of good people." Perhaps recalling Captain Mouse, Nami extinguished the flicker of hope in her heart. Clutching her treasure tightly, she eyed Garp warily. "Ha! Little girl, are you afraid of me?" Sensing Nami's resistance and fear, Garp laughed heartily. Extending a bag of donuts towards her, "Do not be afraid. Have a donut." Nami perceived this old man as rather amiable and kindly. Reaching out to take a donut, "Thank you. No need for thanks." Garp stuffed the remaining donuts in his mouth. Is it not delicious? I pilfered these from Sengoku's office. Ah. How did you come to be alone at sea? Nami's gaze flickered momentarily before she lowered her head. Her voice laden with sorrow. "My parents were sailors. They encountered pirates, and both were killed by them. I managed to escape amidst the chaos and have been adrift at sea for 3 days and nights." With that, a tear escaped Nami's eye. How tragic. Garp's eyes glistened with tears, and he embraced Nami, both of them weeping profusely. "Colonel, do you truly believe her? She's clearly acting." Bogart, standing behind Garp, bore a look of exasperation. Nami observed Garp's sincere expression, his eyes brimming with compassion, and realized he was unlike any Navy personnel she had encountered before. She could feel that Garp was genuinely concerned for her plight. "Are you part of the EC Navy? I heard them call you Colonel." Garp wiped away a tear. "I am Garp, a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Rest assured, I shall avenge your parents," whatever Garp continued to say. Nami was no longer inclined to listen. Her bright eyes were fixed intently on Garp. The naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Nami was also an avid reader of newspapers, and Garp, the naval hero, frequently graced the pages. In her childhood, when Belmere was still around, she had recounted Garp's exploits more than once. Although over the years, due to Captain Mouse, Nami had lost trust in the Navy, she secretly longed to meet Garp. If anyone in the Navy could save Cocoa Village, it had to be him. Nami gazed at Garp with excitement, momentarily at a loss for words. "Vice Admiral Garp, we are nearing the Ocean Restaurant." At that moment, a scout approached Garp, saluting and reporting. The Ocean Restaurant. Nami's heart raced. She thought of Yunfan. This is bad. If there was any reason for a Vice Admiral to mobilize in the East Sea, it certainly involved the bounty of 240 million on Yunfan and his crew. Garp must be here to apprehend Yunfan. Are we at the Ocean Restaurant? Let's go take a look. Garp, nostalgically yearning for the culinary delights of the Ocean Restaurant, naturally intended to indulge himself. "No." A discordant voice rang out, and all eyes turned toward Nami. At this moment, Nami was already feeling anxious. If all went as expected, Yunfan and his crew must be at the Ocean Restaurant. She had not altered the course before her departure. Yunfan's ship had been sailing directly towards the Ocean Restaurant. Garp queried, "What do you mean, no?" Nami's mind raced. As a hero of the Navy, how can you dine at the Ocean Restaurant while the common folk of the East Sea suffer in dire straits? How can you possibly enjoy a meal? Nami feigned calmness, gazing at Garp with righteous indignation. Bogart appeared puzzled. Their colonel frequently traversed the East Sea, and it was undeniable that he had played a significant role in making it the safest sea in the 4 seas. While pirates still roamed, How could that be blamed on their colonel's dining habits? Surely, one could not vow to eliminate pirates without ever eating. Garp believed Nami was recalling her parents' demise at the hands of pirates. Nodding thoughtfully, the little girl speaks truth, but we must eat. Let us set sail for the ocean restaurant and give the pirates of the East Sea a taste of the iron fist of love. Waha! Set sail? No. At this moment, even the thick-skinned Garp noticed something amiss, his gaze fixed upon Nami. With her head bowed and fists clenched tightly, Nami spoke in a low, somber tone. Do you have time, Vice Admiral Garp? To hear my story? Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Garp paused momentarily, then abruptly sat down on the ground, saying, Go on. This tale began over a decade ago with a naval officer named Belmere, who found 2 children on the battlefield. Belmere took these children in, one named Noki Gao and the other Nami. Despite being a child herself with no experience in caring for others, Belmere showered the 2 with all her love. Although their journey was fraught with challenges, Noki Gao and Nami grew up joyfully on a fine day. However, a dispute erupted between 10-year-old Nami and Belmere. A band of fishman pirates invaded their peaceful village, and Belmere, with only enough money to protect 2, chose to shield her children. Resolutely, she seized a gun and charged towards the dragon pirates. From that day forth, Noki Gao and Nami would never again taste Belmere's orange rice. Arlong ruled over Cocoa Village and dozens of surrounding villages. People sought help from the Navy, yet Colonel Mouse turned a blind eye, colluding with the pirates to oppress the villagers. After recounting her life story, Nami lifted her head, her vision blurred by tears, yet she continued to gaze at Garp. So, will the Navy truly protect civilians? Garp placed his hand gently on Nami's head and, after a long pause, replied, You have endured much. Now, leave it to me. Bogart, set course for Cocoa Village. Yes. Chapter 29. Why reward him at the Sea Restaurant Bartai? Not good. Not good. The head chef, Redfoot Zeph, was startled awake as the door burst open. He had just risen, stretching his prosthetic limbs, when he glanced toward the entrance and barked angrily, Patty, how many times must I say it? Knock before entering. Patty, standing at the door, exclaimed excitedly, Chef, it's bad news. The shield hero has arrived. Zeph, puzzled, retorted, What shield hero? The one who killed the celestial dragons. He.S. in the restaurant. Oh, Zeph replied dismissively, Whoever it is, they're a guest in my restaurant. Go have Sanji take care of them. Inside the restaurant, Yunfan and his companions were gathered around a table, sipping tea and enjoying soft melodies, basking in the tranquility of noon that a man with yellow hair, curled eyebrows, dressed in a suit and smoking. Approached with a tray, he exuded an air of aloof elegance, with a hint of charm. However, upon seeing Yunfan's table, his composed demeanor shattered. His eyes sparkled with heart shapes, surrounded by pink stars. Ah, beautiful lady, may I have the honor of knowing your name? Sanji, with a smooth motion, knelt before Hua Mulan, producing a rose from seemingly nowhere. Without lifting her gaze, Mulan coolly replied, Get lost, such a cold sister. Though the rose was exquisite, it bore thorns. This rose suits your temperament perfectly. Please accept it. Mulan swiftly slapped the rose away, sending it flying. As it twirled through the air, Sanji, blissfully cradling his cheek, exclaimed, Ah, she touched my face. Mulan, exasperated, contemplated striking him again but hesitated, fearing it might inadvertently bring her satisfaction. Watching the scene unfold, Yunfan couldn't help but chuckle and tease Mulan. Why reward him? Mulan placed her hand on the hilt of her great sword, prompting Yunfan to swiftly intervene. He grasped Mulan's hand gently, caressing it while blowing softly. Does your hand hurt? Just kidding. You're quite the serious one. Sanji, observing Yunfan holding Mulan's hand, felt the world darken around him. Jealousy tearing at his very being, Ji Xiaoman pushed Yunfan aside, standing protectively in front of Mulan, disdainfully remarking, You two are equally sleazy. Yunfan retreated, feeling misunderstood. After all, he was merely teasing both Sanji and Mulan. Mulan practiced swordplay daily, yet her hands remained soft. Yunfan found it perplexing that a mist of blood wafted through the restaurant as Yunfan looked on in disbelief at Sanji, whose eyes bulged. Fixated on Ji Xiaoman's legs, blood gushed from his nose, splattering onto the floor and creating a crimson haze throughout the establishment. Surely, he won't die, will he? Ah Yao, frightened, stepped back behind Yunfan, but he shouldn't. Right? Yunfan mused, uncertain. Given Sanji's resilience, he doubted death was imminent. Sanji, what on earth are you doing? Patty rushed forward, gripping Sanji by the collar and dragging him away. As they moved, Sanji called out to Shou Yue. What would you like to eat, miss? Patty and the other chefs, wielding mops, apologized profusely. Sorry. We apologize for the unpleasant experience. Just then, a pink-haired man in a flamboyant suit entered the restaurant, accompanied by a radiant female companion. This man was Lieutenant Fembity from the Navy headquarters. After much effort, he had finally come to the East Blue alongside Vice Admiral Garp to apprehend the shield hero. One could only wonder how he dared to call himself Iron Fist. Perhaps out of fear of facing Garp, for upon arriving in the East Blue, he had requested to split up. Garp paid him no mind, allowing him to do as he pleased. The Sea Restaurant was renowned for its battles. Naturally, Fembity wanted to savor the experience now that he was finally in the East Blue. However, upon arriving, he found the doors locked. Thus, he and his companion resorted to intimate discussions aboard their ship. When noon arrived and they finally entered the restaurant, they were greeted by a scene reminiscent of a crime scene, with blood everywhere. What kind of massacre is this? Fembity wondered aloud as he stepped into the restaurant. Yunfan glanced over, then stroked his dark hair, saying to Ah Yao, "Do you think I look handsome with golden hair?" Ah Yao replied uncertainly, Maybe shield hero." Fembity exclaimed, astonished. Yunfan's expression soured. He hoped he wouldn't discover which scoundrel had given him that nickname. "Ha! What a stroke of luck. It seems I, Fembity, shall gain merit after all." Someone, Fembity shouted excitedly, originally thinking this East Blue trip would be a mere formality, but now capture the criminal, the shield hero. A throng of Navy personnel surged into the restaurant, rushing towards Yunfan and his companions, just as Sanji emerged from the kitchen, witnessing a pink-haired monkey trying to accost a lady. This cannot stand. Sanji leaped into action, delivering a kick that sent Fembity flying. What do you intend to do to the beautiful lady? Having dispatched Fembity, Sanji turned to Shou Yue with a gentle gaze, assuring her, "Don't worry. With Sanji around, no bad person will lay a finger on you." Shou Yue politely thanked him. "Thank you." Sanji, instantly energized, was elated. Fembity, rising from the ground with blood streaming from his nostrils, furiously drew his gun, pointing it at Sanji. "Are you obstructing the Navy from capturing a criminal?" Redfoot Zeph, donning his towering chef's hat, approached. "I don't care who you are. The Sea Restaurant is a place for dining. If you wish to fight, do it outside." Yunfan knew he could not remain a mere observer. After all, they were in someone else's establishment. "Fembity, if you wish to apprehend me, then let us step outside." With that, Yunfan led Mulan and the others out of the restaurant, and Fembity followed with his cadre of Navy officers. As Sanji prepared to join them, Zeph pulled him back. "What can you contribute? Do they need your assistance?" Outside the restaurant, Fembity and his group encircled Yunfan and his companions. "Shield hero, surrender peacefully." Yunfan, uninterested in idle chatter, instructed Mulan and the others, "Leave that pink-haired monkey to me. The rest, toss them into the sea." Fembity, eager to taunt, barely had the chance before a gust of wind blew, ruffling his pink hair. When he turned back, he found his men had all been launched into the sea, that a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he trembled, slowly retreating. This moment, he realized he was up against a group of notorious criminals with bounties of 240 million. Yunfan approached Fembity, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Before Fembity could utter a word, he received another slap, knocking him senseless. Yunfan grabbed his pink hair, growling, "Who the hell gave me that name? Who the hell took my picture?" Chapter 30. The dazzlingly cool captain. "I'm just a lowly lieutenant. I don't know anything." Woo. Fembity's face had swollen into a grotesque shape, rendering his speech garbled. Yunfan hesitated, unsure of how to continue. Looking at Fembity's pitiful state, he felt a twinge of guilt. "But you didn't mention it. I thought you must be quite impressive to come all the way to the East Blue to capture me." Fembity, covering his face with both hands, mumbled incoherently, "I'm just tagging along with Vice Admiral Garp to gain some merit." "Ditto. Vice Admiral Garp, you say?" "Yes." Yunfan, still grasping Fembity's pink hair, exclaimed in disbelief. "You mean Garp has come to the East Blue?" "Indeed." Yunfan fell into deep contemplation, initially believing that the warring states would send a formidable general in response, for the murder of a celestial dragon was not something the elders would simply overlook. To his surprise, it was Garp who arrived. However, as a hero of the Navy, Garp's combat prowess was more than sufficient to apprehend the few present. "Where is Garp?" Funbuti pondered momentarily before replying. "I am unsure, but he should have returned home." Earlier, aboard Garp's warship, Funbuti had intended to seek out Yunfan, yet Garp was eager to return home to visit his grandson, prompting Funbuti to suggest they split up. Little did he know that misfortune would befall him. Had he known, he would have accompanied Garp to see his grandson leave. Yunfan waved his hand, urging Funbuti to depart quickly. Just as Funbuti was about to leave, Yunfan called him back. Come, I wish to discuss something with you." Yunfan draped his arm over Funbuti's shoulder, adopting a benevolent demeanor, and said with a smile, "Can I change this title of mine?" Funbuti looked exasperated, replying, "What I say does not hold weight." "True. Then what use are you?" "Shou Yue, give him a shot." Shou Yue raised his sniper rifle, prompting Funbuti to exclaim, "I have a solution." "I have a solution." Yunfan's cheerful expression returned as he looked at Funbuti, awaiting his proposal. "You can come up with a title for yourself, and I will report it to headquarters. If that proves ineffective, you can directly submit it to the press. In any case, if your new title becomes widely known at sea, the Navy's bounty notice will naturally be amended." Yunfan thought of his Seagull brothers and resolved to pay them more next time to help promote himself. However, he could not afford to neglect the Navy's side. He turned to Hua Mulan and the others, asking, "What do you think I should be called?" Ah Yao raised her hand first. Divine Lord, Divine Lord. "Sounds too much like a lunatic. Let's try again." Shou Yue suggested, "How about Shadow Monarch? That sounds overly flamboyant." "No captain will be called that." Ji Xiaoman chimed in. "Why not call yourself the captain of the exquisite and dazzling?" Yunfan slapped Ji Xiaoman on the back of her head. "Do you want me to be the subject of ridicule?" Ji Xiaoman clutched her head, muttering, "What a cool name," ignoring the overly dramatic girl. Yunfan turned to Hua Mulan. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Mulan suggested, "How about Dragon Hunter? A bit more reliable than the rest, but I'm not fond of it." Yunfan immediately dismissed it. None of the names felt fitting for his persona, as someone who struggled with naming. Yunfan dreaded the task. "I think Dragon Hunter sounds quite appealing," Hua Mulan remarked, her previously cold demeanor brightening at the thought of the title. Dragon Hunter, Dragon Tamer, Crystal Dragon Hunter. What splendid titles. Yunfan recalled a particular skin of Hua Mulan's. Crystal Dragon Hunter. "If you like it, you can adopt it yourself." Hua Mulan nodded, glancing at Funbuti. Genuinely fond of the title. Before she could speak, Funbuti interjected, I understand. I'll report it." The aroma of food wafted through the restaurant, and Ji Xiaoman, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, "With all this fuss, why not just call yourself the Dark Overlord?" "Ah!" Yunfan's eyes lit up, feeling that it could work. "Overlord Yunfan. Why not?" He turned directly to Funbuti. Funbuti was indifferent to what Yunfan was called. He merely wished to leave as soon as possible. After taking a couple of steps, he was once again pulled back by Yunfan. "Brother, what else do you want?" Yunfan patted Funbuti's shoulder, reassuring him, Fear not. We are at least acquainted. You still do not know our names." "Do you?" Yunfan introduced everyone's names, lest the Navy would fail to recognize them. "I'm off now. I'm going to eat." Once Funbuti departed, Ji Xiaoman vanished in a flash. "Waiter!" Ji Xiaoman called out for a table. Sanji appeared just as swiftly. "Though I'm not a waiter, it is my honor to serve you. What may I bring to the lovely lady?" Ji Xiaoman took the menu, her small face scrunching up in indecision. As everything looked delicious, she wished to try them all, but was overwhelmed by the sheer variety of dishes. "Let us have one of everything," Yunfan declared with a grand wave of his hand. Of course, he would indulge his crew. He certainly wasn't thinking of his own appetite. Not far away, Potty's eyes sparkled at the thought. In a small establishment, one pays before eating. I wonder if the guests have the funds. Yunfan promptly pulled out a stack of berries and slapped it on the table. Having money allows for such extravagance. Shou Yue and Sanji headed to the kitchen together, curious about how the restaurant prepared its meals. Observing closely, Shou Yue noted that after a customer placed an order, dishes would emerge in mere moments. The speed was almost supernatural. In the kitchen, Sanji casually picked up a carrot. with a swift motion of his knife. It was sliced into pieces, falling into the pot. He then jostled the pot. Flames erupted, and with a flick of his wrist, a plate of food was prepared in less than a minute. Shou Yue stood behind Sanji, awestruck that, is it really possible to cook like this? Is it even cooked? Did he not use any seasoning? While Shou Yue was lost in thought, another dish of braised fish was completed. Then, to Shou Yue's incredulous gaze, Sanji became fully immersed in cooking. A row of pots sprang to life, flames billowing around him. As he moved like a blur between them, this cooking? Can a human even achieve this? Shou Yue's small heart was shattered by the overwhelming spectacle. A dish was placed before Shou Yue, and Sanji, cigarette in mouth, exuded an air of cool elegance. Give it a taste. Shou Yue picked up a piece of unknown meat. It melted in his mouth, bursting with flavor and perfectly cooked. I remember Sanji, didn't he use any seasoning for this dish? How can it taste so rich? Observing Shou Yue's dazed expression, Sanji asked, Are you the ship's chef? Shou Yue gently shook his head. No, I am the sniper. However, at present, I am the only one aboard who can cook. Chapter 31. I will do my utmost. Are you dining with the enemy? The dining table was already laden with delicacies. Each time a plate was emptied, another would swiftly replace it. The culinary offerings aboard the sea restaurant exceeded hundreds. Initially, Sanji had feared that Yunfan would waste food, but witnessing the appetites of Yunfan and his companions alleviated his concerns. Since learning the Jisha breathing technique, Yunfan had found that he no longer required such copious amounts of food to replenish his energy. Today, he discovered yet another marvelous application of the technique. No matter how much he ate, it would be digested rapidly. The Jisha breathing technique was a creation of Jisha Man, and Yunfan had reason to suspect that this particular function was devised by her purely for the sake of enjoying food. Do not snatch from me. Jisha Man fiercely guarded her plate, and when Yunfan reached for it, she smacked his hand away. Do not be so stingy. You have your own. Why take mine? All I have are vegetables. Huamalan and Yao savored their meals, quietly enjoying the playful banter between Yunfan and Jisha Man. Both ate at a normal pace, merely tasting each dish, leaving the remainder for Yunfan and Jisha Man to consume. Shou Yue lingered in the kitchen, observing Sanji's cooking. He tasted each dish as it emerged from the pot. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the serene restaurant, a scream piercing the air as a figure plummeted through the ceiling. Landing with a thud that moment, the restaurant had emptied of patrons. Upon spotting Yunfan and his companions, everyone quietly exited. Zhipu said nothing, for the consumption by Yunfan and his group alone equaled the restaurant's entire daily revenue. Only Yunfan's table remained, so the descending figure caused no disturbance. Huamulan merely cast a glance. Yunfan was still engaged in a battle of wits with Jisha Man and Ah Yao. However, sensed something and rose to investigate. Upon spotting something amusing, she joyfully shouted at Yunfan, It's the big fool in a straw hat. I'm not a big fool. I am Luffy. Luffy exclaimed as he leaped from the pit. His face filled with dissatisfaction. Ah Yao tilted her head in thought. If not a big fool, then why did you fall from the sky? That was just an accident. Yunmengza. Luffy began to retort. But upon realizing it was Ah Yao, his expression brightened. Ah Yao smacked Luffy on the head with her staff. It's not Yunmengza. I am Yao. Zhipu suddenly appeared from nowhere, grabbing Luffy by the scruff of his neck. Why did you fall from the sky? Look at the trouble you've caused. Pay up. Initially, Luffy had a guilty look on his face, but upon hearing he had to pay, he instantly became dumbfounded. He had no money. Yunfan found Luffy's expression amusing and told Zhipu, Let the charges go to my tab. Hearing that Yunfan was willing to cover Luffy's expenses, Zhipu finally released him. Yunfan, it was only then that Luffy noticed Yunfan and immediately broke into a wide grin, leaping over to embrace him. Let go of me, Yunfan exclaimed, pulling Luffy off him. What are you doing here? Luffy could hardly hear what Yunfan was saying. At that moment, all his attention was fixated on the table. His eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at the sumptuous spread before him. Saliva dripping from his mouth as if enchanted, instinctively reaching out to grab a large hock of meat and stuffing it into his mouth. Damn it! My hock! Jisha Man exclaimed in exasperation, watching Luffy devour the very dish she had guarded for so long. Growing increasingly incensed, she delivered a swift kick that sent Luffy flying that instant. Two figures appear at the entrance of the restaurant. A man with green hair and 3 swords happened to witness Luffy being sent hurtling through the air. Drawing 2 swords from his waist, he charged toward Shou Man. The other figure, a long-nosed man, fumbled with a slingshot, his legs trembling as he hesitated on whom to aim at. Yunfan immediately recognized the two. The green-haired one was Roronoa Zoro, and the long-nosed one was Usopp, but he hadn't expected that even without Nami, Luffy would still cross paths with these two to Milan, sensing the imposing aura emanating from Zoro, unsheathed her great sword and prepared to engage. Yunfan did not intervene. He too was curious to see how far Zoro had come. Shou Yue peeked out from the kitchen, casually firing a shot that shattered Usopp's slingshot. Ah, Usopp yelped, darting behind a pillar in fright. With Zoro and Milan at the center, a wave of energy spread out, toppling tables and chairs in its wake. And fighting in the restaurant. Patty stormed out of the kitchen, brandishing a spoon as Zoro's dual blades clashed against Mulan's great sword. The pressure from Milan, making Zoro's expression grave. He had never encountered someone so formidable before. Throughout his journey, he had always sailed smoothly. And even when faced with stronger opponents, his 3-sword style had allowed him to hold his ground. He had always set his sights on the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, dismissing others entirely. Yet now, he faced a woman whose mere presence sent shivers down his spine. With a surge of determination, Zoro disengaged from Mulan, biting down on his sword. His eyes closed as he murmured, "Quina, can you see this?" As he opened his eyes, his aura surged, and he vanished from his spot, executing a swift strike. Onigiri, K-Rezon. A blade of light erupted from Mulan's great sword. Zoro was sent flying backward, his 2 swords shattering in his grasp. Impossible. Zoro lay on the ground, questioning his very existence. Mulan, having unleashed her K-Rezon, made no further moves, standing firm with her great sword, quietly observing the fallen Zoro. She sensed that Zoro still possessed untapped strength, as if he were a beast that would never yield. As long as he lived, he could unleash even greater power. From Zoro, Mulan caught a glimpse of someone familiar. Her teammate, Kai, the man whose magical armor made even her retreat. Zoro slowly rose, his aura rising rapidly as he gripped the soul intact wad Ikemonji tightly. 1-sword style, Lioness Song. Zoro slashed at Mulan with even greater speed than before. Mulan merely lifted her hand, the tip of her sword meeting Zoro's blade, preventing his strike. Defeated, completely defeated. This was an opponent he could not overcome. Such a pity. He would never fulfill his promise to Quina. Zoro's eyes reddened. He was ready to fight with all his might. Hey, this isn't necessary. Yunfan noticed Zoro's precarious SD, although the presence of Yunfan may prevent conflicts from erupting. The close quarters aboard the ship make for an awkward coexistence. Yunfan previously summoned several companions who were easy to get along with, thus overlooking this issue. Milan, though aloof, possesses a warm heart, secretly covering Ah Yao with a blanket at night. Bali Shou Yue, Mulan's comrade from the same region, is a warm-hearted young man who, despite his few words, always looks out for others. Shou Man may be a bit lazy, and Ah Yao a tad mischievous. Yet both exude youthful exuberance and interact well with the others. Currently, the atmosphere aboard the ship remains harmonious and affectionate. Yunfan contemplates how to foster camaraderie among individuals from different factions. General Shou Yue sits alone at the bow, facing the sea breeze while sipping red wine. Ah Yao approaches him for a chat, but before long, she transforms into a playful deer, nestling on Shou Man's head. Yunfan's gaze is drawn to Shou Yue's flamboyant cloak, and an idea strikes him. Indeed, if they cannot form a cohesive group, why must they remain on the same ship? With so many heroes, surely some are disinclined to be pirates. Thus, dispersing to pursue their preferred lifestyles seems prudent. Yunfan considers the navy for Shou Yue that, if memory serves, Shou Yue possesses a skin depicting a naval commander. While he has decided on Shou Yue's direction, Yunfan still wishes to inquire, respecting the hero's autonomy. "General, would you care to join the navy?" The navy? Shou Yue responds with a hint of perplexity to Yunfan's seemingly random question. it is now time for Yunfan to enlighten the general about the world of pirates. Chapter 33. Damn, I've hooked a bull. Yunfan explains the pirate worldview to Shou Yue. After listening, Shou Yue falls into contemplation that in his original realm, he was indeed a general, overseeing the military forces, while he does not mind sailing alongside Yunfan as a pirate. Given the choice, he would prefer to be a soldier, leading troops in a battle and commanding an army. That is the romance of manhood, and it is where Shou Yue excels, due to his character. He finds interpersonal interactions challenging that if they were to sail together, he would not mind, but others might feel uncomfortable. If Yunfan were privy to Shou Yue's thoughts, he would surely tease him, who knew the proud general could be considerate of others. Yet his innate arrogance and commanding aura often render him unapproachable. Shou Yue nods succinctly, "I can." This is followed by prolonged silence. Yunfan, too, finds it difficult to engage with those in positions of authority. Rubbing his hair, he ponders what topic to broach. After a lengthy deliberation, he even pulls out a few strands of hair in frustration. Yunfan retrieves a nautical chart from his pocket. Surely, the general can understand a maritime map. Is this the chart of this world? Shou Yue unfurls the chart, scrutinizing it for a moment. Although the map is hastily drawn, it contains the essential markings. Shou Yue rises, surveying the surrounding waters, and after a brief comparison with the map, he deduces the ship's coordinates. Observing Shou Yue's confident demeanor, Yunfan feels assured. "We shall head to this location." Yunfan points to the map, indicating Cocoa West Village. "Once our business at Cocoa West Village is concluded, I will find a way to send you to the Navy." Shou Yue nods slightly and begins directing the crew. Those who need to turn the helm do so, and those who hoist the sails follow suit. The crew, despite minimal conversation, efficiently complete their tasks. With Shou Yue's concerns addressed, Yunfan finds himself with some leisure. He opened Shou Yue's skill panel for inspection. Initially, Yunfan assumed Shou Yue's abilities were fire-based, but upon reviewing his skills, he discovers they extend beyond that. Fiery Arrow enables him to launch fire arrows at targeted areas, creating a fiery domain that continues to burn. Beacon of Red Cliffs allows him to summon flames, essentially a fire-controlling ability. Straightforwardly described, there is also a skill called East Wind Rising, which grants control over the wind. Shou Yue is not only adept with fire but also with wind, quite reasonable, through his interactions with Mulan and the others. Yunfan realizes that skills and abilities are distinct. Much like Mulan's mastery of various sword techniques and Ji Xiaoman's teachings of the Ji Xiao breathing method, these do not appear on the skill panel. Shou Yue likely possesses more than these three abilities. They are merely the options presented to him. After much deliberation, Yunfan remains uncertain about his choice. One skill controls wind, the other fire. He desires both. Ultimately, he grits his teeth and opts for fire, Beacon of Red Cliffs. When the day comes he encounters Ace, he will quip about how even a fire fruit wound be worth a dog's attention. With a mere thought, a small flame appears in his palm. He flicks it toward the sea, where it lands without causing a ripple. His current power level is too low, limiting its effectiveness. Yunfan can wait for Shou Yue's level to rise, thereby enhancing the flame's potency, or he could choose to train himself. However, Yunfan muses, why toil when he can simply relax? Training. It is impossible for him to train in this lifetime, ever since he learned Ji Xiaoman's Ji Xiao breathing method. His physical issues have been resolved. He can absorb energy to enhance his physique with every movement, a talent akin to genius. Truly remarkable. Ji Xiaoman. To achieve a state of relaxation, she even devised such an impressive breathing technique. What a prodigy. The ship sails steadily. With nothing pressing to attend to, Yunfan grabs a lounge chair and begins fishing as for bait. He uses an entire hen. Only heavy bait can attract the big fish. Shou Yue heads to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Though it is still early, Yunfan and Ji Xiaoman have tremendous appetites, and with Shou Yue joining them, he wonders how much the general can eat. Unlike Sanji's exaggerated cooking speed, he must prepare ingredients in advance to create sufficient meals by mealtime. Shou Yue first approaches the refrigerator to stew the marinated hen. Upon opening it, he pauses, then closes it and reopens it. It is indeed gone. Where's my hen? The sun shines brightly, the breeze is gentle, and if he can catch a fish, it would be even better. Fish, fish, bite the hook. Yunfan leisurely swings the fishing rod. Ji Xiaoman, holding a large white radish, glides over on a contraption with Ah Yao, gradually approaching Yunfan. Are you really going to catch fish like that? Whose fishing style is so erratic? Shou. Yunfan raises a finger to his lips. Don't scare away my fish. Fishing requires technique. The fish in the sea prefer moving food. Ji Xiaoman leans forward to peer into Yunfan's bucket, which is completely empty. And she pouts. Biting into the crunchy white radish, she mumbles, "Let me fish for a while, I'll catch you a big one." Ji Xiaoman hands the radish to Ah Yao and reaches for Yunfan's fishing rod. Noticing Shou Yue, who is radiating an ominous aura, Ji Xiaoman's heart skips a beat. Oh no. Run. Ah Yao also spots the approaching Shou Yue, hurriedly shoving the radish into Yunfan's arms. The contraption swiftly carries the two away. Hey, where are you going? Aren't we fishing? Yunfan calls out, bewildered, as he bites into the radish and watches the two disappear. I'll accompany you fishing. A soft voice emanates from behind, causing Yunfan to freeze, mechanically turning around. Shou Yue, with a warm, benevolent smile, stands behind him, his face aglow in the sunlight, observing the radish in Yunfan's hand and the aroma wafting from him. Shou Yue cheerfully inquires, "Where is my hen?" Yunfan senses trouble brewing and hurriedly diverts attention. Isn't Ah Yao the one who wanted fish? That child, always wanting fish. How can one not grow weary of it after eating daily? Shou Yue nods in agreement. Since Ah Yao desires fish, let us fish properly. With that, Shou Yue sits beside Yunfan, declaring, "If we fail to catch any today, you shall dive in and catch one." Is Shou Yue's anger truly that terrifying? Yunfan silently prays for a fish. Even a shrimp will do. Anything to appease him. Perhaps it is true that if one desires something, they may attain it. The line tightens, and the rod suddenly slips from Yunfan's grasp. He quickly seizes it, feeling immense force pulling him. His feet sliding across the deck, almost dragging him into the sea. Not a chance. Unleashing his strength, he turns, shouldering the rod. The deck creaks beneath him. Suddenly, the weight lightens and Yunfan is flung backward. A monstrous creature leaps from the water. Damn, I've hooked a bull. Chapter 34. How is this any different from eating Ah Yao? The surface of the water churned violently as colossal waves crashed against the hull of the ship. This vessel, belonging to the daring Arlita, was considerably smaller compared to the ships of the creek, yet comfortably accommodated around 100 souls. I could see this moment. The grand sailboat swayed in harmony with the tumultuous sea. Shou Yue, Huamalan, and several others had also made their way to the deck, gazing in astonishment at the monstrous creature roaring upon the ocean's surface. Bah! Damn it! The fishing line snapped, and the sail was sent tumbling as if caught in a dog's mischief. A formidable sea beast, resembling a bull-headed fish, glared angrily at the sailboat. Its bovine-like head appeared adorably foolish, and its roar echoed a sound akin to a cow's mooing. The enormous jaws of the bovine sea monster opened wide, charging towards the ship. Just as the collision seemed imminent, Yunfan leaped into the air, executing a series of somersaults before delivering a kick to the beast's colossal head. Casual second style, a resounding thud echoed as the creature plummeted beneath the waves. When it resurfaced, it lay belly up, its eyes swirling in confusion. Ah Yao leaned over the side of the ship, exclaiming in awe, "What a massive cow!" Ji Xiaoman corrected her, saying, "It's not a cow. It's a fish," Ah Yao argued. "It's a cow. Just look at its head." Ji Xiaoman, refusing to relent, insisted, "Your cow lives in the sea. Clearly, it is a fish with a fish's body." Frustrated, Ah Yao began to babble nonsensically. "The cows of Yunmeng's live in the sea." Ji Xiaoman retorted incredulously, "You think I don't believe you just because I've never been to Yunmeng's?" As their argument escalated, the two plastic sisters pressed their foreheads together, unwilling to yield. Yunfan quickly intervened, separating them. The two girls turned to him simultaneously and inquired, "What do you say? Is it a cow or a fish?" With a resigned sigh, Yunfan facepalmed. These two women were both in their 30s yet acted like children. This is a sea beast, neither a fish nor a cow. He had already recognized what it was, a bovine-headed fish, a member of the evil dragon pirates, originating from the Grand Line. Shou Yue stroked his chin, contemplating the sea beast, pondering its edibility. Steamed, perhaps, or grilled, but I don't possess a pot that large. Upon hearing Shou Yue's words, Jean Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never tasted a sea monster before. The creature, lying lifeless on the water surface, seemed to have heard Shou Yue's remarks, its eyes rolling back as it regained consciousness and began to sway, attempting to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Jean Xiaoman protested, unwilling to let the meal escape. She braced herself against the railing, preparing to leap into the sea. "Are you out of your mind?" Yunfan exclaimed, pulling Jean Xiaoman back with a swift motion. His gaze hardening, a formidable aura of terror emanated from him, instantly enveloping the entire sea that if you try to run, you might as well accept your fate. The sea beast, which had been on the verge of fleeing, froze in place, terror evident in its eyes. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, it dared not move further. Its instinct screamed that it would die, truly perish mechanically. It turned its head to face Yunfan, trembling in fear. Shou Yue let out a soft sound, turning to look at Yunfan. Standing next to him, he felt the weight of this pressure deeply. Shou Yue was somewhat astonished by this power, which felt like an imposing aura, yet was something else entirely. Observing the sea beast's rigid posture and dazed expression, he realized that if Yunfan continued to exert this pressure, it would surely faint. Such a mere aura could not achieve this effect. Shou Yue was about to delve deeper into this mysterious force when Yunfan suddenly retracted his imposing presence. The conqueror's Haki should not be difficult for Shou Yue to awaken. After all, even Jean Xiaoman, the carefree girl, had managed to awaken it. How could the esteemed General Shou Yue not? For these heroes, the conqueror's Haki was as common as cabbage. Yunfan had long since grown accustomed to it. He would teach Shou Yue how to awaken the conqueror's Haki another day. For now, the sea beast was nearing its limit. If he did not retract the Haki soon, it might very well meet its demise. The creature was still useful to him. Its death would not bode well. Yunfan beckoned to the sea beast. The creature, gasping for breath on the water's surface, complied without hesitation, swimming timidly to the ship's side, wagging its tail and squinting its eyes in a submissive manner as it gazed up at Yunfan. The enormous bovine head, with eyes larger than Yunfan's own, would surely terrify an ordinary person. Yunfan pondered patting the beast's head, but found it unreachable, opting instead to gently pat its nose. Jean Xiaoman leaped up, clinging to the beast's horns, unable to restrain her drool. Steamed or braised? With its slippery body and bouncy flesh, she thought, why not just toss it into a pot? Yunfan looked at Jean Xiaoman, the glutton, speechless. He too was intrigued, having never tasted such a large sea creature. However, in this case, he would forego the meal. This was an intelligent being capable of communication, and Yunfan was reluctant to consume something that could converse with him. The sea beast trembled, tears welling in its eyes as it gazed at Yunfan. Jean Xiaoman, taken aback, asked in disbelief, "You can understand me?" The sea beast nodded vigorously, tears streaming down like a waterfall. Sentient sea creature. How is this any different from eating Ah Yao? Jean Xiaoman's enthusiasm waned as she jumped down from the beast's horns. "If you can understand human speech, then it's simple. Take us to Evil Dragon Paradise, or else we'll eat you." Yunfan threatened directly, knowing that having the sea beast tow their ship would be far swifter than sailing with the wind. Hearing this, the sea beast hesitated. It wondered what these humans intended in Evil Dragon Paradise. Would Brother Arlong be displeased if it brought them? Seeing the sea beast's reluctance, Yunfan turned to Shou Yue and said, "Heat up the oil. I've never tasted sea monster meat." The sea beast stiffened, nodding repeatedly. Let us go, let us go. No need to frighten me." Yunfan chuckled, feeling triumphant. He commanded the sea beast to the bow of the ship, tying one end of a rope to the vessel and the other to the beast's horns. "Set sail," Yunfan declared. The sea beast immediately sprang into action, causing the ship to shudder before it shot forward with incredible speed. The sea beast swam with all its might, and the sailboat trembled as if skipping stones across the water. Meanwhile, in the same direction, a dog-headed warship was cruising slowly. Kabi was busily mopping the deck, while Nami was competing with Garp in a donut-eating contest. Garp intended to take Nami to the Navy headquarters, but she was unwilling. After a brief encounter, Nami realized that Garp was unlike any Navy personnel she had ever known. He truly lived up to the title of a naval hero. Nonetheless, Nami did not believe that everyone in the Navy was like him, which is why she was hesitant to join. Eventually, Garp proposed a donut-eating contest. If he won, Nami would join the Navy. Chapter 35. The Antler Skull Flag, go. Go. Major General, you can do it. Nami, go. At this moment on the deck of the warship, Garp and Nami sat facing each other, a mountain of donuts piled between them. A crowd of Navy personnel formed a circle around them, their cheers echoing loudly. Among them were several young recruits cheering for Nami. Garp held a donut in both hands, shouting with all his might. In a donut-eating contest, I've never lost. Not even a Sengoku. With that, he opened his mouth wide, shoving handfuls of donuts inside. Why on earth am I competing in a donut-eating contest with you? Nami muttered, her frustration evident as she began to stuff donuts into her own mouth. The sound of crunching resonated as donut crumbs flew through the air. The surrounding Navy personnel held their breath, calculating how many each of them had consumed while stealthily snatching a donut or two for themselves. Garp typically treated donuts like treasures, and they rarely got a glimpse of them. Now, with mountains of donuts before them and Garp preoccupied with his eating, they seized the opportunity. Bogart stood on the outskirts, sighing helplessly. Can our Major General do something more productive? Deciding whether someone should join the Navy through a donut-eating contest is far too frivolous. With her cheeks stuffed full, Nami could barely fit another bite. Garp stuffed in a couple more donuts, chewed loudly, and with a swift motion, swallowed them down to ha ha ha. Competing against me in a donut-eating contest? Yuri's still too green, Nami, exasperated, shouted. You're the one who suggested the contest. This isn't fair. Unfair. Nami herself was baffled as to why she had agreed to such a ridiculous competition. Garp continued to cram donuts into his mouth, exclaiming, I don't care, you agreed, and if you lose, you'll have to join the Navy. Ha ha ha. Little girl, you're still too inexperienced. Garp's boisterous laughter filled the warship. Nami slumped despondently on the floor, unable to eat another bite. Was she really going to become a Navy member? Her dream was to chart the entire world's seas. Joining the Navy would mean sacrificing her freedom, reviving her spirits. Nami picked up a piece of donut and her eyes lit up. Of course. This will work. Nami leisurely pinched a donut, taking delicate bites. She spent an eternity savoring a single piece. Garp, with a loud belch, joyfully exclaimed, I have triumphed. Nami, unhurried, retorted, What do you mean you've won? Can't you see I'm still eating? Garp was taken aback, asserting, I consumed more than you. Clearly, I'm the victor. Nami, with a cunning smile, replied, Who is comparing how much we can eat? As a frail woman, how could I possibly out-eat you? That would be quite unfair. You are a distinguished naval hero. Surely, you wouldn't bully a weak girl like me. From the very beginning, I intended to compare who could eat for a longer duration. Surely you must have understood that. Garp was left speechless, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. That's cheating. We were clearly contesting who could eat more. Nami blinked innocently at Garp. But you never specified. Garp turned to survey the surrounding Navy personnel. All the sailors shook their heads in unison. A couple of rookies even spoke up for Nami. Indeed, Rear Admiral, you never clarified whether it was about quantity or duration. Besides, it seems quite unfair for Nami, being so small, to compete on quantity. Garp, irate, puffed his cheeks and mimicked Nami's actions, pinching a donut. Instead of eating it, he began to lick it. Humph. You wish to challenge my willpower? I will surely not lose. As Garp licked the donut repeatedly, Bogart slapped his forehead in disbelief, unable to bear the sight. Thus, the donut contest continued in this unconventional manner. Nami nibbled at the donut while Garp licked it with determination. The sun gradually shifted in the sky. The surrounding Navy personnel busied themselves, while a few idle sailors sat on the ground, yawning, acting as judges for Nami and Garp. Bogart had already finished cleaning the deck and turned to him. With them competing like this, there won't be a resolution, will there? Bogart glanced at the back of his rear admiral. A resolution will come shortly. Indeed, just as Bogart finished speaking, Garp's hand, still clutching the donut, frozen mid-air. Rear Admiral Garp conceding. Curiously, Kobe approached. Before he could get close, a snoring sound drifted over. Garp, donut in hand, had dozed off, blowing bubbles from his nose and snoring. The few sailors acting as judges brightened up. Finally, it's over. To avoid awakening Rear Admiral Garp, they quietly approached Nami and whispered, You have won. The voice was so soft that Nami didn't catch it first. taking a moment to realize she had triumphed. "Yay, I won!" Nami exclaimed, rising in jubilation. The sailors were startled and hurriedly hushed her. "Keep it down! Keep it down! Don't wake Rear Admiral Garp!" But it was too late. Garp's bubble suddenly burst, and, shaking, he opened his eyes and resumed licking the donut. With hands on her hips, Nami declared triumphantly, "Stop licking. You have already lost." Garp looked around in confusion, and the judges stood at attention, saluting. "Rear Admiral Garp, due to your slumber, Nami is declared the winner of this donut contest." "Impossible!" Garp leapt to his feet, his fist crashing down on the judge's head. "How could I possibly have fallen asleep?" Nami giggled. Oh, Rear Admiral Garp wouldn't resort to trickery. Would he? Garp was about to respond when suddenly a report rang out. "Rear Admiral Garp, we have spotted a pirate ship to the rear." In disbelief, Garp approached the ship's edge. The entire vessel was a vivid pink, shaped like a small duck at the bow, with a pirate flag hanging from the mast. The flag bore a skull with antlers. It was unusual enough to see such a pirate flag, but the ship was actually skipping across the water. The whole vessel bounced along the surface as if it were skipping stones. Bogart lowered his binoculars. "That's the pirate ship of Yalita, currently belonging to Yunfan." Earlier, Finbooty called to say he encountered Yunfan's crew at the floating restaurant. Garp merely responded, "I have matters to attend to." "Handle it yourself." As the pirate ship drew nearer, Bogart turned to Garp. "Rear Admiral, shall we intercept?" Meanwhile, Nami, standing behind everyone, was dripping with sweat, panicking at the unexpected encounter with Yunfan. What to do? What to do? Surely, Garp would catch her. Chapter 36. The first confrontation with Garp. Yunfan sat cross-legged on the ship's duck-shaped bow, feeling the sea breeze against his face, and no wonder Luffy enjoyed sitting at the front of the ship. It truly felt like freedom, soaring with the wind. However, the ship's speed caused it to bounce on the waves, making it difficult for Yunfan to maintain his position, requiring him to adjust frequently. The duck's bald head offered nothing to hold on to. Yunfan had already resolved that once he summoned a hero skilled in machinery or encountered someone adept at ship repairs, he would replace the duck head with that of a deer. Sitting atop a deer's head, gripping its antlers, he would have no fear of being tossed overboard, whether drifting on the sea or soaring into the sky. Behind him, the sails had been lowered, and atop the mast, the skull with antlers waved in the wind. That was the pirate flag that Ah Yao had painted in the floating restaurant. Due to their small numbers and Yunfan's indecision about name, they had yet to display a pirate flag at the floating restaurant. Luffy had been persistently boasting to Ah Yao, questioning whether they could truly be considered pirates without a flag, while showing off his own straw hat skull flag. Ah Yao, who was fiercely competitive, couldn't tolerate it and immediately drew a skull with antlers to hang on the ship. Yunfan found it quite appealing and let her have her way. Now that the pirate flag was up, they certainly needed a name for the crew. Facing Luffy's relentless inquiries, Ah Yao found herself at a loss and had to seek Yunfan's help. As someone who struggled immensely with names, Yunfan dreaded the task. Yet a pirate crew without a name was simply unacceptable. After some thought, he casually suggested, "Let's call ourselves the Timmy Pirate Crew." Hee. Where do the crew members come from? From the Realm of Kings. And where does the Realm of Kings come from? From Timmy's creation. Yunfan thought himself quite the genius. Just then, as he sat atop the duck's head, a fish inexplicably leaped out of the sea and smacked him in the face. Stunned, Yunfan pulled the fish away, revealing a red mark on his face. The sting was intense, and Yunfan was furious. Grasping the fish in one hand, he began to slap it with the other. "Take that." In his fury, he finally threw the fish onto the deck. Shouting, "Shou Yue, I want to eat fish." Shou Yue approached to collect the now lifeless fish, stifling a laugh. Mulan stood at the bow, the closest to Yunfan. Her demeanor forbade her from laughing aloud, but the corners of her mouth clearly betrayed her amusement. This silent mockery only fueled Yunfan's irritation. He jumped in front of Mulan, pressing his swollen face against hers, and calmly asked, "Is it funny?" Feeling the warmth radiating from his inflamed cheek, Mulan's face flushed, and she mumbled, "No, it's not funny." "Then why are you smiling?" "I have naturally smiley lips," the Jishao man, noticing Yunfan and Mulan together, stepped forward to separate them. "Enough of this lovey-dovey nonsense. There's a warship ahead." Yunfan looked up at the mention and indeed spotted a massive warship shaped like a dog's head. His face twitched to the recognition. This distinctive dog-headed warship belonged to none other than the naval hero Garp, the very navy dispatched to capture them in the East Sea. What terrible luck to encounter him here. Given their current course, the two ships would likely pass each other by. There was no time to change direction now. Mumu was still pushing forward through the waves. Yunfan had no intention of hiding. After all, there was no escape. He decided to face it head-on. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Bring the ship closer. This is absurd." But before he could finish speaking, a cannonball hurtled toward them at breakneck speed. Damn it! Shou Yue, a bullet shot out even faster, colliding with the cannonball mid-air. Boom! The cannonball exploded, sending waves crashing into the sea. Mumu, startled by the eruption, was about to flee when Yunfan's voice rang out, "Charge forward." Remembering Yunfan's terrifying reputation, Mumu shut its eyes and plunged ahead on the warship. Garp's face stiffened. Yes, there's some skill after all. Subsequently, Garp extended his hand, and immediately a naval officer stepped forward to place a cannonball in his grasp. Garp let out a hearty laugh, swinging his arm as the cannonball shot forth, only to be abruptly detonated mid-flight by a bullet. Nami stood behind Garp, her expression a blend of astonishment and admiration. She found herself torn between marveling at Garp's prowess as a human cannon and the impressive marksmanship that had obliterated the projectile mid-trajectory. The youth of today truly astound. Once more, Garp unceremoniously placed a crate of cannonballs before him. His hands a flurry of motion, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs into the air. One might mistake it for a coordinated fleet assault, unaware that it was merely an elderly man hurling them. At that moment, Shou Yue wore a grave expression, his observation Haki fully engaged, as bullets erupted from his sniper rifle, each cannonball meeting a similar explosive fate. The cacophony of detonations echoed, waves of pressure radiating outwards, causing the surrounding waters to boil with excitement. Garp, like an inexhaustible machine, refused to be daunted, rolling up his sleeves and continuing to throw cannonballs, each crate as if on an assembly line, delivered by the Navy with practiced efficiency. Nami and KB, having never witnessed such a spectacle, could hardly contain their astonishment. Shou Yue felt the mounting pressure as a cannonball sailed past his sniper's line of sight, hurtling towards the sailing vessel. There was no time to fire. Just then, a flash of sword light cleaved the cannonball in twain, causing it to splash harmlessly into the sea. Mulan stood at the bow, her sword in hand, hair billowing in the wind, turning to Shou Yue without a glance. "Stay focused. I'll handle what slips through." General Shou Yue, engulfed in flames, was about to advance when Yunfan intervened. "No need to intervene. It's merely a trivial matter. If you wish to reach the Navy headquarters, it depends solely on that old man over there. Do not let them see your face." After speaking, Yunfan moved beside Mulan, drawing a short sword from her waist. "As captain, I cannot allow you to steal all the glory." With a swift motion, he unleashed an air split slash, channeling energy to sever the cannonball in one fluid motion. Am I impressive or what? The two vessels drew ever closer, and Yunfan could distinctly see Garp's fluffy white beard. Garp, slightly out of breath, had exhausted his supply of cannonballs, yet the opposing sailing ship remained unscathed. As the two ships passed each other, Yunfan braced himself, wary of Garp's sudden leap. However, Garp merely regarded him with a calm demeanor. Ao spotted Nami behind Garp, ready to greet her, but Ji Xiaoman swiftly covered her mouth. Yunfan also noticed Nami. Her lips were moving silently, seemingly urging him to run, to avoid that direction. The two vessels gradually drifted apart. Bogate, perplexed, inquired, "Are we just letting them go?" Garp stretched his limbs nonchalantly. "I have done all I can. The youth of today truly are remarkable." Chapter 37. A fool Mumu. You stop right there. In the depths of the sea, Mumu's eyes sparkled with determination as it bravely surged forward. Ahead lay an island, with a tall building clearly visible on the coast. That must be the Dragon's paradise. Mumu disregarded everything around it, hearing nothing but the singular command to reach Dragon's paradise. Even in a state of unconsciousness, it resolutely followed Yunfan's orders, steering towards the destination. Brake! Brake! As the collision loomed, Yunfan activated his conqueror Haki. Yet Mumu remained oblivious to it. What on earth was wrong with Mumu? Crash! They collided. Ah Yao and Ji Xiaoman shrieked in terror, clutching each other at that speed. Even a fawn would be reduced to mere crumbs. Mulan swiftly drew her short sword, severing the rope tethering Moo. The ship jolted violently. Though its speed diminished, it still hurtled towards the shore at this pace. While the crew might be safe, the sailing vessel was doomed. Yunfan patted the small duck affectionately. Good luck. He then activated a shield, resigning himself to fate. General Shou Yue, draped in a flamboyant cape, raised his proud head, his gaze steady upon the coast, silently calculating the distance. Closer, closer, now. Shou Yue extended his arm, unleashing a ferocious gust of wind. Ah Yao and the others were caught off guard and blown away, while Mulan stood firm, her sword anchoring her to the spot. Unfortunately for Yunfan, he found himself atop Moo's head, with Shou Yue positioned behind him at the bow. As the tempest erupted, Yunfan was sent flying. The sea was liberated under the pressure of the wind, surging into towering waves. The sailing vessel rocked violently before settling into calm, with the east wind at his back. Shou Yue struggled to steady the ship, exerting considerable effort. After all, his current level was too low. With a few more ranks, he could easily raise a vessel to the heavens. Had Yunfan not been airborne, he would have praised General Shou Yue profusely. Shou Yue raised his eyebrows, observing Yunfan now airborne, utterly drained of strength. Yunfan descended in a perfect parabolic arc, his shield crashing into the shore, creating a sizable crater. Releasing the shield, he lay serenely in the pit. Well, I've survived another day. A peculiar, oddly shaped octopus ambled over to the edge of the crater, peering inside, its trumpet-shaped lips nearly poking Yunfan's face. Yunfan, exasperated, pushed the octopus's lips aside. Don't point that at me. The octopus leaped back, its limbs flailing like noodles. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yunfan emerged from the pit, eyeing the humanoid octopus before him. This must be Xiaoba. It certainly had a distinctive appearance. Xiaoba blinked its adorably naive eyes at Yunfan. Who are you? Why did you fall from the sky? If Xiaoba hadn't asked, Yunfan wouldn't have recalled Shou Yue. His face contorting in irritation. How outrageous! Couldn't he have warned me before unleashing the east wind? Send him to the farthest reaches. Dispatch him to the Navy headquarters immediately. Xiaoba, noticing Yunfan's distorted expression, curiously inquired, Why does your face twitch? Are you a fishman too? You are the fishman. Your whole family are fishmen. Xiaoba gleefully danced about. How did you know? My whole family really are fishmen. You're so clever. Just like Brother Along. This revelation left Yunfan speechless. Was this child truly simple-minded? Not wanting to waste further words, he directly inquired, Is Along at home? Xiaoba pouted. Brother Along is home. Are you looking for Brother Along? Are you his friend? Are you here as a guest? Stop! 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 Yunfan grasped Xiaoba's mouth. Why are you so chatty? I have business with Along. Just take me to him. It was too cumbersome to go through the front door. It would be far more convenient for Xiaoba to guide him directly. Mulan and the others were en route in the accompanying boat. Xiaoba leaped into the water, pointing to the bamboo basket behind him. Come in, guest. Yunfan jumped in the basket, and Xiaoba pouted, blowing 2 short notes. All set, we're off. With limbs in motion, Xiaoba navigated the waters, bringing Yunfan into Dragon-S paradise. Inside Dragon-S paradise, Along sat in a chair, swirling red wine in his hand, his gaze deep and contemplative. After a moment, he turned to Kruby beside him. Tell the brothers to keep a low profile for the time being. That rat has brought news that naval hero Garp is capturing Yunfan and his crew in the East Sea. We'll wait for that old man to leave before sending the brothers to collect protection fees. Though Along was arrogant, he was not foolish. Otherwise, he would not have come to the East Sea, the weakest of seas, to assert his dominance. Once a member of the Sun Pirates, he had traveled with Tiger and seen the vastness of the world and the depths of the ocean. While he spoke of establishing a fishman kingdom and enslaving humans, he only dared to implement such plans in a corner of the East Sea. With Garp, the naval hero, in the vicinity, Along was cautious. Knowing the weight of Garp's reputation, that Along then asked, Where has Xiaoba gone? Kruby poured wine for Along, casually replying, Xiaoba went to feed tea that moment. Kissing Fish Chio exclaimed, Brother Along. Xiaoba is back, and he has brought a human. Upon hearing the word human, the fishmen and Dragoness Paradise swarmed over along part of the crowd, approaching Xiaoba. Why have you brought a human? Xiaoba blew two short notes, indicating their arrival, then turned to Arlong. Brother Arlong, he says he yes, your friend, here to visit Dragoness Paradise, that I have no human friends. Arlong retorted, his sharp nose and serrated teeth giving him a fearsome appearance. Xiaoba turned around, placing the bamboo basket on the shore. Yunfan stepped out of the basket, smiling and waving Arlong. Hello there. The expression on Arlong's face instantly stiffened. Chapter 38. Why is there no fish on the table? A profound silence enveloped evil Dragon Paradise. Yunfan's countenance darkened. What? Are we unwelcome? The fishmen who recognized Yunfan instinctively took a step back. It was indeed Yunfan's notorious reputation that was too terrifying. Who would have thought such a formidable individual would emerge from the East Sea? He had just set sail and already slaughtered a celestial dragon, with a bounty reaching a staggering 100 million berries. The total bounty for all the crew members amounted to 240 million berries, rivaling the combined total of all pirates currently in the East Sea. It is worth noting that their brother Arlong only had a bounty of 20 million. Arlong's fearsome face involuntarily twitched. Just moments ago, he had remarked that the East Sea was not peaceful and advised his brothers to keep a low profile. Now, in the blink of an eye, the main character had arrived at their doorstep. Arlong harbored a deep-seated hatred for humans, yet he did not wish to provoke Yunfan. This man was akin to a bomb. Better to have him leave quickly before he attracted Garp's attention. One could never know when a Marine Admiral might come knocking. Arlong, having once run with the infamous Tiger, understood the severity of harming a celestial dragon. He forced a ghastly smile onto his terrifying visage. Welcome. Welcome. This left Yunfan utterly flabbergasted. He had merely spoken casually, yet Arlong was genuinely welcoming. With such cordiality, how could he proceed with his intentions? Arlong glanced behind Yunfan, questioning, did you come alone? Yunfan, pondering how to justify his presence, replied casually, it's just me for now. Arlong let out a sigh of relief and called to the fishmen around him. Brothers, prepare a feast to welcome our guest. Little Eight, with his trumpet-like lips, whistled and danced around Yunfan, exclaiming, you didn't deceive me. You truly are a guest. Yunfan was left in a state of confusion. What was up with Arlong? This was not in line with his character. Wasn't he supposed to loathe humans? Wasn't he intent on exterminating them? Now, with such courtesy, he was placing Yunfan in a difficult position. Yunfan was well aware of his own reputation. It was indeed quite resounding in the East Sea. Every pirate, great or small, who had perused the newspapers would certainly recognize him. He anticipated that Arlong's reaction upon seeing him would be quite something. However, he did not expect it to be this absurd on the elevated platform. Yunfan and Arlong sat together. Below, the fishmen brought forth an array of fruits, delicacies, and fine wines, drinking to excess. Yunfan engaged in a casual conversation with Arlong, who maintained his vigilance throughout, constantly probing Yunfan's intentions, that he could not fathom why such a notorious pirate would come to visit, especially while being pursued by Garp. Arlong speculated that perhaps Yunfan could not contend with Garp and had come to forge an alliance with him. Arriving alone, perhaps his crew had already been eliminated by Garp. Arlong resolved to entertain Yunfan well, hoping he would depart promptly. He did not wish to become entangled with such a troublesome individual. In the face of Arlong's probing, what could Yunfan say? He could hardly declare, I'm here to take you down. Given Arlong's politeness and the banquet prepared, if Yunfan were suddenly announce his intentions, it would surely come off as deranged. Thus, he continued drinking while mentally lamenting why Mulan and the others had not yet arrived, perhaps sensing a connection, just as Yunfan was lost in thought. The gates of evil Dragon Paradise suddenly erupted with a thunderous crash. Dust and debris filled the air, splintered wood flying everywhere, that a piece of wood struck Arlong's wine glass, shattering it. Silence. An oppressive silence. All the fishmen stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the entrance. The moment the door shattered, Arlong's heart raced. Could it be that Garp had pursued them? He quickly assessed the distance to the sea, contemplating that if the situation turned dire, he would jump into the water immediately. In the sea. They fishmen were invincible. Even Garp would be no match. Mulan cleaved the door in two with her sword, followed closely by Ji Xiaoman and the others. Zhuge Liang raised his hand, sending a gust of air that dispersed the swirling dust. The group peered into evil dragon paradise, their expressions turning to shock. After Yunfan had been taken away by a tentacled creature, they had hurried to provide assistance, fearing for his safety. And what was this? In such a short time, he was drinking merrily. Arlong stared at the shattered door and the figures of Mulan and her companions standing at the threshold. Flames of fury igniting in his eyes, he recognized Mulan. These individuals were all members of Yunfan's crew. I was in the midst of a pleasant conversation with your captain, and you barged in and shattered my door. What does this mean? Arlong glared at Yunfan, demanding an explanation. Yunfan ignored Arlong's murderous gaze and gestured toward Mulan and the others at the entrance, raising his wine glass in a toast. Indicating, "You've arrived." Ji Xiaoman stomped her long leg on the ground, leaping into the air to confront Yunfan, gripping his neck and roaring, "We were worried sick about you, and here you are drinking. Eating alone, you've gone too far." Yunfan's head spun from Ji Xiaoman's grip. He hastily pried her hand away. There were so many witnesses. Could he not have a little dignity? Ah Yao rushed up to Yunfan, eyeing the feast on the table, and curiously inquired, "Why is there no fish at this banquet?" She then turned to Arlong and remarked, "You look rather fish-like." Yunfan had not anticipated that Yao would possess such a talent for fabricating nonsense. Was that enormous braised fish on the table merely a mirage? Clearly, Yao was deliberately seeking to provoke. That Arlong's expression darkened. He glowered at Yunfan, demanding, "What do you mean by that?" The moment these individuals barged in and shattered his door, they then had the audacity to question the absence of fish at the table. This was an affront too far. Did they take him for a fool? Yunfan casually tossed his wine glass to the ground, reclined his chair, and remarked nonchalantly, "A child wants to eat fish. Why so stingy? Why not just bring a fish to the table?" He even winked at Yao, signaling her to escalate the situation. Though she appeared innocent and charming, Yao was exceptionally clever. Upon encountering the bizarre assortment of fishmen in evil dragon paradise, she instantly recognized them as bullies targeting Nami, now that she had found the culprits. She would not hold back. Seeing Yunfan's signal, Yao promptly drew her staff, pointing it threateningly at Arlong's nose, raising her proud little face defiantly. "You're the one who bullied Nami." Chapter 39. Aren't you going to gain some experience? All the fishmen in evil dragon paradise rose in a collective uproar, glaring furiously at Yao. Arlong's face darkened as he grasped the staff pointed at him, his gaze sharp, his serrated mouth twisted into a grin as he said, "Shield warrior, your crew is rather unruly. Allow me to teach them a lesson." His grip on the staff tightened, producing ominous creaking sounds. That Arlong's mind was consumed with thoughts of reprimanding these unruly individuals. Completely oblivious to Yunfan's expression, bang! The table shattered explosively. A storm cloud loomed over Yunfan's brow, his shadowed gaze obscuring any hint of emotion. Arlong stared at Yunfan in bewilderment. He merely intended to teach his unruly crew a lesson. Was it necessary to take it this far? Did he really have to smash his table? Yunfan seized Yao's staff and suddenly raised his head, shouting at Arlong, "Who the hell are you calling shield warrior? I'm the captain of the Timmy Pirates, known as the Demon King, not some damned shield warrior." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, and with a single swing, he sent Arlong flying. Arlong's massive form soared through the air, crashing into a wall. "Arlong!" Kurubi shouted in fury, charging toward Yunfan. But before he could get close, he was sent flying by a powerful kick. Ji Xiaoman casually discarded a chicken leg bone, grabbed Yunfan's clothes, wiped her greasy lips, and leaped down from the platform. Assuming a martial arts stance, she adopted a posture of golden rooster stands on one leg, one hand forward and the other back, provocatively beckoning Kurubi, "Come, let us spar." Kurubi, a champion of fishman karate, had never been so insulted, especially by a little girl. He charged at her without hesitation. Octopus Little 8 stood dazed, his tiny brain struggling to comprehend. Only moments ago they had been merrily drinking together, and now a fight had erupted. Kiss Fish Chio shot a stream of water at Little 8's backside, shouting, "What are you standing around for? They're all enemies." Little 8 finally snapped to attention. Reaching behind him, and to his surprise, drawing out 6 knives, glaring angrily at Yunfan. You dare deceive me. I'll turn you into octopus balls. Milan darted behind Little Eight, too lazy to employ any technique, swinging her great sword with a resounding thud against the back of Little Eight's head. Little Eight swayed, stars dancing in his eyes. He barely had time to catch a glimpse of Milan before collapsing to the ground. For Milan, dealing with someone as foolish and slow as Little Eight was merely a matter of a single strike. No warming up required. Milan rested her sword on her shoulder, surveying the surroundings. All the fishmen were retreating in fear to them. Milan appeared as a demon. She was far too ruthless. Even Little Eight had been taken down with one blow. Such a feat would surely be beyond even Arlong. Were it not for Arlong's uncertain fate, the fishmen present would have undoubtedly turned and fled. Milan remarked, "How uninteresting." Turning away, Xiaoman displayed her cleverness by deliberately concealing her true strength, engaging in a back-and-forth with Kruby. Of course, it was Kruby who bore the brunt of the blows. His once-proud fishman karate proved utterly insufficient against Xiaoman, a grandmaster of martial arts, as the saying goes, foreseeing the enemy's moves. Xiaoman effortlessly intercepted Kruby's every attack, regardless of his approach or technique. It was a most frustrating experience for him. Kruby contemplated surrendering, thinking, let it be however it may. However, upon noticing his lack of aggression, Xiaoman was displeased. She swiftly positioned herself before Kruby, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap. "I was enjoying this. Why have you stopped moving? This simply won't do." Xiaoman produced a silk scarf and tied it over her eyes, placing one hand behind her back and beckoning Kruby with the other. "Come, I've blindfolded myself, so don't accuse me of bullying." Kruby, glancing around, cautiously approached Xiaoman, waving his hand in a tentative gesture. "Can you truly not see?" "Indeed," she replied. "Come on." Just as she finished speaking, Kruby, taking advantage of the moment, launched a vertical strike aimed at her head, only to have it caught by her small hand. That Xiaoman promptly kicked Kruby in the chest, sending him flying. Removing the scarf, she muttered, "Is the observation Haki really that remarkable? I had expected it to be more challenging to master." Kruby lay on the ground, burying his head in the dirt. Trembling, undoubtedly in tears, Xiaoman cast a disdainful glance at him before turning to leave. With her mastery of observation Haki acquired, there was no longer any need to continue fighting. She could better spend her time basking in the sun. Yunfan watched, utterly astonished, envy causing him to feel disjointed. She awakened observation Haki after just a brief bout. "This feels too casual." Yunfan, skeptical, thought he could achieve the same and turned to the collapsed wall. "Could it be that Arlong is dead? He's been gone for so long. I didn't even exert much force." Huang Milan sat beside Yunfan, observing the fight, and felt a pang of regret at having ended it too quickly. Casting a glance at the sprawled-out Xiaoba, she shook her head that, "Oh well, perhaps next time there will be another opportunity to awaken." Watching Xiaoman, she thought it didn't seem too difficult after all. With Kiss Fish Gio and Kruby both defeated and Arlong's fate uncertain, there was no one left capable of fighting in Evil Dragon Paradise. Determined, he declared, "Brothers, let us avenge Arlong. Let us avenge Kruby. Let us avenge Shao Ba. We shall vanquish the human invaders of Evil Dragon Paradise. We fishmen are invincible." His voice rang out powerfully, yet no fishmen rallied to his side. Even a fool could see they stood no chance. Had it not been for curiosity about Arlong's fate, the fishmen would have already scattered. Shou Yue had climbed atop the wall from the very beginning, a SM marksman, claiming advantageous terrain before the battle was entirely reasonable. Yet he hadn't anticipated the fishmen would be so inept. Their guns were loaded, yet not a single shot had been fired. However, as a marksman, it was unacceptable to remain idle. Shou Yue aimed at the most vocal Kiss Fish Gio and pulled the trigger, delivering a lethal shot to the head. Leaping down from the high wall, Shou Yue approached the esteemed General Shou Yue that, if I recall correctly, "You're still at level 1, aren't you? Aren't you going to gain some experience?" Shou Yue leaned against the wall, pondering life. Though the fishmen were numerous, they were a disorganized rabble, not worth his effort. The proud General Shou Yue had his own dignity. However, upon Shou Yue's reminder, he realized his level was indeed too low. Looking again at the fishmen, they were no mere rabble, but a veritable sea of experience. Why pass up such an opportunity? With a wave of his hand, countless fiery arrows rained down like a torrential downpour, engulfing the entirety of evil dragon paradise. The fishmen present were still reeling from the shock of Kiss Fish Gio's execution. Suddenly, the air grew hot and oppressive. Looking up, they saw the sky was falling. Chapter 40. Clear the way. Let me through the barrage of fiery arrows descended upon evil dragon paradise, laying waste to the ground in a sea of flames. Yunfan jumped in shock, fearing the fiery projectiles might singe his hair. Fortunately, the arrows seemed to discern friend from foe, forming a protective barrier around a few individuals. Shou Yue's flames clung to him like a parasite, and countless fishmen wailed in agony, rolling on the ground as the flames spread, refusing to be extinguished. The fishmen, coated in slime, emitted a foul, burnt odor that pervaded evil dragon paradise. Yunfan pinched his nose in disgust, casting a disapproving look at General Shou Yue, who was far too ruthless. I can't take it anymore. This is unbearable. Even while pinching his nose, the stench still assaulted his senses. Shou Yue frowned slightly, perhaps also feeling the pungent odor. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a mighty gust of wind, a tempest that swept through evil dragon paradise, tossing the fishmen into the sea. Suddenly, evil dragon paradise was left desolate, with only Yunfan and a few others remaining. Is Arlong still asleep? Yunfan approached the wall where Arlong had fallen, kicking the rubble aside, but a massive body lay on the ground, life or death unknown. Turning to Windmill, he questioned, am I really this powerful now? Or is Arlong just that pathetic? Windmill pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps he is just that pathetic. Yunfan crouched down and playfully slapped Arlong's face a few times. Wake up! Stop sleeping! Arlong's fearsome visage was swollen from the slaps, yet he showed no sign of awakening. Yunfan stood up, shrugging helplessly at his companions that I really didn't use much force. He's just too pathetic. Grabbing Ah Yao's staff, Yunfan examined it closely, teasingly rubbing Ah Yao's small face as he laughed. Could it be the Yao staff is too powerful? Ah Yao's face contorted under his playful grasp. Mumbling, it's just an ordinary staff. It must be the result of Captain's hard training. Delighted, Yunfan praised Ah Yao. Your words are sweet, unlike some people, whose faces are twisted with envy. Xiaoman scoffed, muttering, what hard work. It is all thanks to this genius girl. Just as Yunfan was about to engage Xiaoman in further debate, Shou Yue shouted a warning. Watch out! He immediately raised his sniper rifle and fired a shot. Ah Yao transformed into a deer spirit, activating a shield for Yunfan, but a hand came crashing toward Yunfan, the force so great that it caused ripples in the shield. Meanwhile, Shou Yue's bullet whizzed past Yunfan's face, a spray of blood erupting. Arlong had suddenly leapt up, attempting to ambush Yunfan. Thankfully, Shou Yue and the others reacted swiftly. Had that hand connected, it could have resulted in a concussion. A bloodied hole gaped in Arlong's shoulder, blood gushing forth as he bared his teeth, glaring fiercely at Yunfan. Windmill raised her great sword, ready to strike Arlong down. Shou Yue had already chambered a bullet, and Xiaoman and Shou Yue were eager to join the fray. It was intolerable that Yunfan had nearly been ambushed under their watch. Step aside. Let me handle this, Yunfan insisted, stopping Windmill and the others from attacking Arlong. He wanted to confront him himself. Just moments ago, it was thanks to Shou Yue's impressive observation Haki that he felt envious. Arlong's full-force attack had barely dented Ah Yao's shield, allowing Yunfan to stand and take the hits, an ideal opportunity to awaken his own observation Haki. Yunfan turned to Xiaoman, extending his hand. Lend me your scarf for a moment. Xiaoman handed it over, questioning, are you sure you can manage? Yunfan tied the scarf around his eyes, raising a middle finger. If you can do it, how can I not? Just don't come crying for help when you get hit. Enough. Arlong roared, feeling utterly disrespected by these individuals. Yunfan activated his shield, beckoning Arlong with a flick of his finger. Come. Don't say I'm bullying you. Despite Arlong's fury, he remained motionless, his eyes furtively scanning the surroundings, calculating the distance to the seed. He wasn't foolish. Evil Dragon Paradise was finished. It was foolish to attack when he knew he couldn't win. Instead, he would wait for an opportunity to slip away, gather strength, and seek revenge later. That was the wise path. After waiting a while, without seeing Arlong make a move, Yunfan revealed one eye, disdainfully regarding him. You truly are pathetic. If this is the extent of your prowess, you might as well change your name to Little Loach. Damn it, Dai. Arlong's eyes burned with rage as he lunged forward. Yunfan, with his eyes covered, focused entirely on sensing Arlong's position. When Arlong reached Yunfan, he made a sudden turn and ran towards the sea. Mulan struck him back with her sword. Hearing the commotion behind him, Yunfan understood what was happening and coldly stated, Arlong, defeat me, and I will let you go. Otherwise, you'll end up in the pot. Shou Yue waved his hand, conjuring a wall of fire that enclosed evil Dragon Paradise. Arlong realized there would be no escape today. Reaching into the rubble, he retrieved a large serrated knife, sneering, Do you think you've won? Don't underestimate me. Under the immense pressure of a seemingly inescapable situation, Eren regained his ferocity. As if transported back to his former self, he charged alongside Tiger, brazenly storming Mary Geos, reliving the days of racing across the sea that I am Eren. The massive chainsaw sword he wielded exuded an intimidating aura. Yet regrettably, Yunfan could not witness it that moment. Yunfan was engulfed in darkness, striving to discern the path ahead. The observation Haki bore a resemblance to the Eye of Stillness, yet they were distinct. One provided a divine perspective, surveying the entirety of the battlefield, while the other was a sensation, perhaps a form of consciousness that allowed one to intuit the adversary's movements or forthcoming actions that a higher level. It could even foresee the future, but that was still far beyond Yunfan's reach. With all his might, Eren swung the chainsaw sword violently against the shield, instilling a sense of dread in onlookers. Ah Yao expressed her concern. Isn't this too dangerous? Ji Xiaoman clenched her fists in response, muttering, Really, always showing off. Shou Yue readied his sniper rifle, aiming at Eren, fully utilizing his observation Haki and Eye of Stillness. Should he detect even the slightest hint of a shield fracturing, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Ah Yao, still uneasy, suggested, What if I provide him with another shield? Seeing that no one opposed, Ah Yao transformed into a deer spirit and perched atop Yunfan's head. Yunfan could hear Eren's furious roars, the sound of the chainsaw sword slicing through the air and the thuds against the shield. This was auditory. What Yunfan desired was to see. Eren halted his assault, panting heavily as he bellowed, Come fight me. What are you hiding in your turtle shell for? Coward, do you think you deserve a bounty of 100 million? You filthy human bastard. In a fit of rage, Eren abandoned the chainsaw sword and charged at Yunfan with the might of a tank, his blade-like nose crashing into the shield. Chapter 41. Let's deal some oranges. Yunfan instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Eren's serrated nose. But the formidable mass still collided with the shield, producing a thunderous sound. Yunfan felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, his body propelled forward, shattering several walls before coming to a halt. Thanks to the shield absorbing the damage, Yunfan emerged relatively unscathed, albeit with a slight numbness in his body. He shook his head to clear the daze. Brother, are you all right? Io's worried voice reached him from above. Yunfan, momentarily bewildered, replied, Io, when did you arrive? Io urgently shouted, Forget about that. That giant shark is charging again. Yunfan chuckled nonchalantly. No worries. Let me show you my prowess. As Eren barreled towards him, Yunfan seized his nose with precision. A shockwave erupted around the two, their battleground having shifted to the interior of a building. The tremendous force shattered the surrounding walls, leaving only a few precariously standing pillars. That Io gasped. It's going to collapse. Shoot until we get out? Yunfan, with a swift kick, struck Eren's chin, then turned to deliver a powerful kick that sent him flying outside. Eren skidded along the ground, carving a deep trench until he finally came to rest in the paradise. Yunfan stepped out of the building, proudly exclaiming, Aren't I impressive? Io replied, Incredibly impressive. Naturally, Yunfan said, retracting the shield. You can head down now. He felt an overwhelming confidence, effortlessly wielding the basic observation Haki. Eren, are you dead? If not, come again. Eren spat out a mouthful of broken teeth, but within moments, a new set of glimmering teeth sprouted. Observing Yunfan's arrogance, who had even retracted his shield, Eren let out a menacing laugh and charged once more. His serrated nose glimmered ominously in the sunlight. Aaron's most formidable weapon. Without the shield, do you dare to take it head-on? Aaron imagined Yunfan being pierced through. Yunfan, however, was far from foolish, with a casual flick. He engaged his legs, leaping into the air to deliver a devastating downward strike at Aaron's back. Taken by surprise at Yunfan's speed, Aaron could not evade in time. In retaliation, he forcibly twisted his body to confront Yunfan directly. As Yunfan's kick connected, Aaron gritted his teeth against the pain and embraced him tightly. Their backs crashed to the ground, the earth splitting and debris flying. Aaron held Yunfan firmly, a sinister grin spreading across his face, revealing a row of glinting teeth. "Let us see how you escape this. Die." He opened his jaws wide, lunging at Yunfan's neck, certain that a single bite would sever it in two in a split second. A transparent shield sprang forth, shattering Aaron's teeth and bending his nose, propelling his body away like a cannonball, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. Blood spewed from Aaron's mouth, mingled with shattered teeth. As he stared blankly at Yunfan, Yunfan touched his chilled neck, exasperated, and kicked Aaron squarely in the chest. "You still want to bite me?" His fists ignited with scorching flames as he unleashed a barrage of punches into Aaron's mouth. "Bite! Go ahead and bite all you want." With each strike, Aaron's visage transformed beyond recognition, no longer resembling a fish. Whether he was alive or dead was uncertain. All that was clear was that he was no longer breathing. With a flick of his finger, a flame descended upon Aaron, rapidly engulfing his entire form. Xiaoman exclaimed, "That's brutal." Yunfan turned to survey the entirety of the Dragoness paradise, raising his hand. "Brothers, gather the spoils." For decades, Aaron had pillaged countless treasures from numerous villages that Yunfan's heart would not waver. These riches, once in his possession, would be irrevocably his, even if they belonged to Nami's village. Once the treasures were loaded onto the ship, Yunfan waved his hand, sending sparks cascading throughout the Dragoness paradise, the flames swiftly consuming everything. It's over. Now, let us assess our gains. Yunfan retrieved the King's crystal, glancing at it, only to be met with disappointment. After a prior encounter with Garp, and now having dismantled the Dragoness paradise, he had anticipated the crystal's energy to remain incomplete, just a hair's breadth short. Setting aside Aaron for the moment, Garp was the grandfather of protagonist Luffy and a significant character in the original narrative, and yet the crystal energy was still insufficient. Yunfan tapped the crystal and muttered, "Are you skimming off the top?" The crystal, merely a medium for summoning, bore no intelligence, and thus remained silent to Yunfan's queried. Xiaoman stretched lazily and inquired, "Are we heading to the Grand Line now?" She then pulled out a sea chart from the mechanism box, excitedly proclaiming, "Is it my time to shine?" Yunfan, exasperated, retorted, "You should first learn to read the map." He was reluctant to depart so soon. He desired to fully charge the crystal-less energy before leaving. Just a smidgen more. Nami's sister, Nojiko, lived not far away in a village, rumored to have an orange orchard. Stealing a few oranges might just provide the final energy needed for the crystal. Furthermore, Shou Yue's future remained uncertain. If he continued to follow them, the Navy would inevitably discover him. It wouldn't do for the great strategist Shou Yue to hide every time a conflict arose. Besides, Garp was stationed in the East Blue, and if Shou Yue aspired to join the Navy, this was an opportune choice. The pressing concern was how to facilitate Shou Yue's encounter with Garp. Contemplating strategy was exhausting. Perhaps he could simply abandon Shou Yue and let him seek Garp on his own? Yunfan cast a mischievous glance at Shou Yue, who stood at the bow of the ship. Sensing Yunfan's gaze, Shou Yue turned and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing," Shou Yue called from the lookout tower. "That old man's warship is approaching." Yunfan paused, then gazed towards the distant sea, spotting Garp's dog-headed warship gradually coming into view. Having seen Nami on Garp's ship previously, Yunfan had his suspicions. Garp was indeed coming to deal with Aaron. What puzzled him was how Nami had connected with Garp. She should have been quite wary of the Navy, and upon spotting Garp's warship, she should have turned and fled. Yet here she was, not only aboard Garp's ship, but also bringing him to Cocoa Village. Yunfan turned back to the blazing Dragoness paradise, and a plan began to form. "Mulan, steer the ship to the back of the island. Xiaoman, let us go steal some oranges. Great strategist, Find a conspicuous spot in the Dragoness paradise, strike a handsome pose, and await Garp's arrival. Afterward, Yunfan issued a few more instructions to Shou Yue. The just and valiant populace that had destroyed the Dragoness paradise sought to join the navy. Surely Garp would not refuse. Chapter 42. I shall uphold world peace. Yunfan, alongside Ji Shaoman, carried a sack as they made their way towards Cocoa Village, while Mulan and Shou navigated the sailboat towards the opposite side of the island on the dog-headed warship. Garp stood, seemingly asleep, on his feet. Bogart, watching the little duck ship fade from view, turned and asked, "Aren't we going to pursue them? Our mission here in the East Blue is to capture the shield hero, right? Just a moment ago." Garp had been snoring, but now he snapped awake, blinking in confusion as he exclaimed, Where's the shield hero? I must capture him." Bogut, with a hand to his forehead, lamented, "The man has already fled. My superior shows no interest in capturing the shield hero at all. Upon our return to the naval headquarters, how shall I compose this report? I cannot simply state that Rear Admiral Garp and the shield hero barely missed each other, leaving it at that. Rear Admiral Garp is truly capricious, disregarding everything. It is quite exasperating to serve as his deputy. I can only indulge my own admiral. What other choice do I have?" Bogut turned his gaze toward the Dragon Paradise, pondering what animosity exists between the shield hero and the Arlong Pirates. At that moment, Dragon Paradise was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing into the sky. Evidently, it had been raided. The shield hero, Yunfan, had just departed from Dragon Paradise, suggesting that Arlong's fate was dire. Garp yawned and remarked, "What does it matter who bears a grudge against whom? Someone is aiding us in ridding the seas of pirates. Is that not a positive development?" Nami, upon seeing Yunfan's ship depart, quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. She had not anticipated Yunfan's arrival in Cocoa Village, nor his confrontation with Arlong, and wondered if he had sustained any injuries. She had never spoken of Arlong. How could Yunfan possibly know? Or perhaps it was mere coincidence. Yunfan was not acting for her, but rather due to his own vendetta against Arlong. Nami's expression was a complex tapestry as she gazed upon Dragon Paradise. The shadow that once loomed over her heart now lay in ruins. As the naval ship came to a halt, Garp, accompanied by the Navy and Nami, slowly navigated into Dragon Paradise. The place was desolate. Devoid of even a single fisherman corpse, a tall figure stood with his back to the crowd at the center, his fiery red hair cascading like a scarlet waterfall, a flamboyant cape billowing around him, and an unconscious aura emanating from him, signaling to all that he was no ordinary individual. Those who remained at this hour, following Yunfan's departure, were either fishmen or associates of the shield hero. Several Navy officers trailing Garp immediately raised their weapons, aiming at Shou Yue. Bogut, with a serious expression, inquired, "Who are you?" At that moment, Shou Yue felt a pang of discomfort. Had Yunfan, that unreliable individual, simply abandoned him here? And now he was expected to strike a handsome pose for Garp, to take credit for vanquishing the Arlong Pirates? Could he not employ a modicum of common sense? The Navy was not composed of fools. Their restraint in not attacking as soon as they arrived was already commendable. Slowly, Shou Yue turned, his calm visage revealing no discernible emotion. "I am Shou Yue. You are the Navy, are you not?" He flicked his cape dramatically, declaring, "My dream is to inscribe the word justice upon this very cape. I cannot coexist with pirates. I shall combat crime and proclaim to the world that justice is invincible. I aspire to be a naval officer, to uphold the peace of the world. Allow me to join your ranks." These words, while lacking in substance, left Shou Yue, the Grand Commandant, feeling somewhat uneasy. He had nearly forced himself to utter them, though he appeared composed. Inwardly, he had cursed Yunfan 1,000 times over. Such an awkward declaration was a testament to Yunfan's teachings. Shou Yue had only just arrived in this world, and was yet to adapt his thinking to its customs. In his original world, such statements would have marked him as a simpleton, but he doubted the Navy would believe him. His hands, hidden behind him, were already gathering the winds. Should the situation turn unfavorable, he would flee immediately. The Navy remained silent for a moment before erupting in a thunderous applause, with some even moved to tears. Garp looked on with satisfaction, never expecting that a trip to the East Sea would lead him to discover such a promising recruit. "Ha ha ha! Shou Yue, is it? From this moment forth, you shall be a true naval officer. You may now inscribe the word justice upon your cape. Da ha ha ha. Bear the mantle of justice and combat crime. Shou Yue felt his worldview shatter. Was the Navy truly so easily swayed in this realm? He suddenly felt a flicker of regret for choosing to become a naval officer. Garp personally adjusted Shou Yue's cape, proclaiming, "This world is in dire need of individuals like you, brimming with justice, which is why pirates run rampant. Go forth. I have faith in you." It was only then that Bogut inquired, "What transpired here?" He no longer harbored doubts about Shou Yue. Anyone capable of uttering such words as justice will prevail could hardly be an accomplice of the criminal, the shield hero. Clearly, Shou Yue sought to capture the shield hero, but had arrived a moment too late. Yes. That must be it. The other Navy officers shared the same sentiment, having mentally filled in the gaps regarding Shou Yue's presence at this moment. Upon hearing Bogut's question, Shou Yue simply shook his head. "I did not know. When I arrived here, it was already in this state." Yunfan intended to attribute the destruction of Dragon Paradise to Shou Yue, but Shou Yue felt that was inappropriate. The Navy had clearly seen Yunfan depart. Accepting credit for this would entail far too many explanations. Moreover, he believed the Navy could not possibly be so naive. The best course of action was to maintain his ignorance. He had just arrived and had seen nothing. Since entering Dragon Paradise, Nami had been searching for something that at last. She stopped at a collapsed wall. Kneeling on the ground, her head bowed deeply. Her shoulders quivered slightly as she muttered, "He is dead. He is dead. Arlong is truly gone." Before her lay nothing but a pile of ashes. Yet from its shape and the distinctive jagged edges, Nami knew it was Arlong. Perhaps the nightmare that had haunted her for years had finally come to an end. Leaving her utterly drained, she slumped to the ground, her right hand clutching her left shoulder tightly, where the Arlong Pirates tattoo resided. Nami's face contorted with grief, tears streaming down her cheeks, her expression a haunting blend of laughter and sorrow. A visage of one who had lost her soul. Garp quietly approached Nami from behind and gently ruffled her hair. Shou Yue, too, felt a stir of emotion. Was this the girl named Nami that Ah Yao had spoken of? He began to understand why Yunfan had pounded Arlong into the ground, ultimately setting him ablaze, leaving no trace behind. There was no longer any reason to linger in Dragon Paradise. Garp led Shou Yue back to the naval ship, while Nami returned to Cocoa Village to share the good news with everyone that it was over. The reign of the dragon had ended. Everyone was free. After years of enduring, dawn had finally arrived. Chapter 43. Luffy. What king do you wish to become? On the naval ship, Shou Yue inquired of Garp. Arlong has ruled over dozens of villages for many years. There must have been villagers reporting this, if I recall correctly. There's a naval branch not far from here. Why, after such a long time, has the naval headquarters made no move? Is it that they have not received word? Garp, Rear Admiral, I believe there is something fishy going on here. These words were naturally instigated by Yunfan. Though he had destroyed Dragon Paradise and slain Arlong, as long as Colonel Mouse remained, countless Arlongs could be nurtured, and Cocoa Village would never find peace. Garp fell silent at this. Having lived so long and served as a naval officer for so many years, he was well aware of the sordid dealings at play here. The collusion between the Navy and pirates was not a new phenomenon. Such matters were beyond even Sengoku's purview. After all, the ocean is vast. The world government takes a disinterested stance on such issues, even appearing to support them tacitly. The 7 warlords are pirates, after all. But what has become of it? Garp sighed. The complexities and entanglements of interests left him feeling a headache. This was beyond his control. However, since it had come to his attention, he could not betray the justice he bore on his shoulders. "Bogut!" Garp called out, and Bogut immediately stepped forward to salute, already aware of his superior's intentions. "You shall personally visit the nearby naval branch." Yes, just as Bogut was about to depart, he recalled something and turned to ask, "What should I do if the branch is indeed colluding with the pirates?" "Act as you see fit." Garp waved his hand casually. "Leave the rest for Sengoku to worry about." Bogut set off with several Navy officers. Having understood Garp's meaning, Shou Yue nodded inwardly. This old man truly deserved the title of naval hero. When faced with the situation, he acted decisively, completely disregarding the ensuing complications. "Bring me the den mushi." Garp felt it prudent to give his old comrade a heads up. Mimi, Sengoku, Sengoku, can you hear me? In a Marine headquarters in the Marshal's office, Sengoku held the din mushy at a distance. I can hear you just fine. Why are you calling me instead of visiting your grandson? Garp relayed the circumstances in Koko Village and the situation with the Arlong Pirates to Sengoku, then added, as long as this corrupt navy remains, the villagers will never find peace. Sengoku paused for a moment before responding. What do you wish for me to do? I have dispatched Bogut to apprehend the colonel here. The rest is up to you. A mere colonel, no matter how capable, could hardly wield power single-handedly. There must be others behind the scenes, and it naturally falls upon the marshal of the warring states to bear the burden. Garp hung up the phone, for he had to visit his grandson. He promptly commanded his subordinates to set sail back to Windmill Village. He had yet to catch a glimpse of his beloved grandson and wondered how he was faring. At that moment, a soldier who had been with Garp for many years pointed uncertainly towards the coast of another island and exclaimed, General Garp, look, doesn't that person resemble your grandson, Luffy? Garp was taken aback and followed the soldier's gaze. Lo and behold, that was indeed his grandson. A ship with a sheep's head sail was docked at the shore, and from it leaped a boy wearing a straw hat. Shortly after, 3 individuals followed suit. It was none other than Garp's dear grandson, Luffy. Luffy jumped off the ship, stood on the beach, and raised his hands, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Nothing can stop me from adventuring. I am destined to become the Pirate King. Behind him, Usopp tied the rope to a large rock and turned back to Luffy, shouting in frustration, I can't take it anymore. You need to find us a navigator, or we'll never reach the Grand Line. And you'll never become the Pirate King. Luffy scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Their journey thus far had relied heavily on Usopp, who indeed had borne a considerable burden. Come on. Don't rush, Usopp. We will find a navigator, and I will become the Pirate King. Just then, a furious roar echoed across the archipelago. Luffy, what did you say you wanted to become? At the sound of that bellow, Luffy involuntarily trembled. Meanwhile, Yunfan, who was searching for no Kig-OS residence, was startled by the loud voice that Ji Man, holding a sack, followed closely behind, remarking, What's wrong? Feeling guilty for your misdeeds. Yunfan snapped his fingers and struck Ji Man on the forehead, saying, You know nothing. If you don't want to go, just wait here. The captain will bring you some oranges. Luffy glanced around in a panic, exclaiming, Oh, what? What? Upon spotting Garp leaping towards him, Luffy was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. And he screamed, Run! Usopp! Sanji! Quick, run! We're doomed! By the time Zoro and the others grasped the situation, Luffy had already vanished in a flash. Garp crashed onto the beach with a thunderous sound, then roared as he chased after Luffy. Luffy, why aren't you staying put in Windmill Village? What are you doing out here? You brat, tell me what you intend to be. Do you think this is just a game? Stop right there. Garp, engulfed in a dark aura, charged forward like a raging beast, trampling any trees that obstructed his path. Countless trees were snapped in half, and the forest was soon filled with dust and flying branches. Luffy, feel the weight of my iron fist. Luffy dared not pause, terrified beyond reason, darting through the woods like a headless chicken. Don't chase me. Help! On the beach, Zoro and the others were still in shock. But upon witnessing the scene, their faces turned pale. Luffy, Zoro shouted, drawing his sword, ready to rush in for rescue. Usopp dashed towards Zoro, clinging to his leg urgently. Zoro! Zoro, stay calm. This isn't right. Indeed, the next moment, Luffy's cries for mercy rang out. Grandpa, I was wrong. Don't hit me. Zoro paused, realizing, oh, Grandpa. Then it's fine. He sheathed his sword, silently praying for Luffy's safety. Luffy, you better watch out. Garp grasped Luffy by the collar, his face dark with fury as he bellowed. It seems you've forgotten the taste of my iron fist. Let me remind you, no. Please no. In Luffy's terrified gaze, Garp's iron fist came crashing down upon his head. Luffy was flattened, only to bounce back violently. What followed was a brutal family lesson. Garp's lecture, accompanied by Luffy's cries, echoed through the forest, leaving Zoro and the others watching in horror, their eyes twitching uncontrollably. Chapter 44. Put down my belly. Nami, Ajin, sporting a windmill on his head, was sitting at the village entrance enjoying the breeze when he accidentally caught sight of Nami running towards him. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he realized it was no illusion. Filled with joy, he stood up to greet her, but then recalled something, and with a forlorn expression, turned away, pretending not to see her. Ah Jian, Nami called out while running, waving her hand, her face aglow with a radiant smile. Ah Jian was momentarily dazed, unable to believe his eyes. How many years had it been since Nami last smiled like that? With determination, he stood up. At that moment, he could no longer restrain himself. Enough was enough. He could not bear to see this girl's smile fade away. Nami reached the village entrance, bent over, taking a deep breath, then shouted, "Everyone, it's over. The Dragoness Paradise has been destroyed. Arlong is dead. He is really dead." Nami smiled, yet tears streamed down her face. The villagers turned to Nami, silence enveloping the scene, as they momentarily questioned whether the long-standing oppression had driven them to hallucinations. Only after Nami pointed towards the direction of the Dragoness Paradise and reiterated her words did they realize it was no illusion. Look, the Dragoness Paradise has truly been destroyed. The sounds of battle and the billowing smoke in the sky confirmed that Arlong was in trouble, yet no one had anticipated that he would actually be dead. There were no cheers. Everyone seemed to have lost their souls, kneeling on the ground, weeping openly. "Nami, is it true?" Ah Jian trembled as he gazed at Nami, who nodded vigorously. He embraced Nami tightly, crying out, "It's really over. Belmare, did you see this? It is truly over. All right, Ah Jian, I can't breathe." Nami broke free from Ah Jian's grasp. Just then, a figure with blue hair approached Nami. She smiled at him. No Kigo took Nami's hand and said, "You free now. Nami, can we go home together?" Nami nodded earnestly. She had only glimpsed home in the past, hurriedly leaving. How long had it been since she last spent a night at home? The two began walking towards the village outskirts, eager to return home and share the good news with Belmare. Meanwhile, Yunfan had found no Kigo's orange grove. Shou Man crouched in the grass, stealthily glancing around. "Hurry up! What if we get caught? My illustrious name as a genius martial artist will be ruined because of you." Yunfan strolled leisurely through the orange grove, selecting ripe oranges, oblivious to the notion of being a thief. Shou Man could no longer bear it, picking up a stone and throwing it at Yunfan. "You're here to steal oranges, not to sightsee. Can you hurry up?" Yunfan shouted in anger, "Stop nagging. I told you to wait outside for me. You insisted on tagging along." With that, Yunfan picked up an orange and aimed it at Shou Man, launching it with a swift motion. Shou Man caught the orange and retaliated. "Do you want to compete with me? Come on. I can do it with one hand now." Childish, Shou Man stepped forward, snatching the sack from Yunfan's hands. Opening it, she found it empty. "Where are the oranges you stole?" Yunfan rubbed the juice off his hands and sheepishly replied, "I tasted one and found it delicious, so I ate them all. Oh my goodness." Shou Man slapped her forehead. Yunfan looked at the grove filled with oranges and had a light bulb moment. Why don't we just uproot an orange tree to plant back home? That might not be right. Shou Man was about to protest when Yunfan peeled an orange and stuffed it into her mouth. Shou Man bit down, her eyes lighting up as she nodded in agreement. It wasn't a bad idea after all. The two then began selecting suitable orange trees, planning to uproot them. Shou Man wanted to choose a smaller orange sapling, feeling guilty about stealing oranges and uprooting a tree that had been carefully nurtured. Yunfan, however, was not having it. When will we get to eat oranges from sapling? We need to think differently. Who are we? We are pirates. How can pirates be thieves? This is our professional duty. Besides, we destroyed the Dragoness Paradise and saved this village. We haven't even asked for a reward. Uprooting an orange tree is nothing. Yunfan continued to preach his philosophy. Shou Man had already chosen a sturdy orange tree and, with a mighty effort, uprooted it from the ground. Truly, her strength was astonishing. After pulling one tree, she went for another. Yunfan was left dumbfounded. "I thought you had some conscience." After pulling out 3 trees in succession, Shou Man finally came to a halt, crouching silently before a dirt pit. Yunfan, initially thinking she felt guilty, was about to console her when Shou Man exclaimed excitedly, "Look what I've found." Yunfan approached and peered into the pit, discovering a wooden chest brimming with belly. The box had already been opened by Shou Man, revealing a chaotic pile of cash in various denominations. Yunfan remained silent, picking up the notes one by one, each soaked in blood. Merely gazing at them conjured the arduous journey these funds had endured. Hard-earned money stolen one by one from pirates by Nami over the years. Ji Xiaoman's initial excitement waned as she observed the bloodstains. Her heart aching. Should we bury it again? Yunfan shook his head, lifting the chest and declaring, "Let us consider this our reward for dismantling the dragon's paradise." "What are you two doing?" Noki Gao arrived at the entrance. Spotting the two sneaking around his orange grove, which was in disarray with several trees uprooted. "Good heavens! Have you come to steal my oranges?" Noki Gao shouted, brandishing a broom. "You two rascals, what have you done to my orchard?" Realizing they had been discovered, Ji Xiaoman grabbed 3 orange trees and fled. Yunfan glanced back at Nami, waved, and called out, "Goodbye, Nami." He then hoisted the chest and dashed away. Nami, puzzled by Yunfan's presence and his audacity to steal from her home, suddenly recognized the chest he was carrying. "Wait, I assent that the box I buried." Her expression darkened, flames of fury igniting in her eyes as she shouted, "Bastard, put my box down!" Yunfan and Ji Xiaoman sprinted ahead while Nami and Noki Gao pursued them armed with brooms. Chapter 45. The one who runs is a low-level pirate. Stop. Put down my money. Noki Gao and Nami closely followed Yunfan. The villagers of Cocoa West, upon hearing the commotion, grasped their weapons and joined the chase. Ji Xiaoman, glancing back at the throng of villagers, felt a chill run down her spine, and with a few quick dashes, she vanished from sight. Yunfan was taken aback by the sheer lack of loyalty from the villagers. Nami, fiercely pursuing him, quickly caught up and seized him by the collar. "Yunfan, you fool! Just say that this is the money for saving the village. I helped you defeat Arlong. Isn't it reasonable for you to hand this over?" Yunfan exclaimed while running to, "It's like using your money to fund your own cause." Nami. Seizing the moment while Nami was momentarily distracted, Yunfan darted off to, "I don't care. You stop right now." On the other side of Cocoa West, a boy in a red vest and straw hat suddenly burst forth. Luffy, battered and bruised with a head full of lumps, was flailing his legs in a frantic manner. At first, Yunfan barely recognized him. It wasn't until they were running side by side that Yunfan questioned, "Luffy, what are you doing here?" "Yunfan, it's you," Luffy mumbled around his sausage-like mouth. "Are you being chased by my grandpa too?" "Grandpa." Yunfan realized who Luffy was referring to, having indeed heard Garp's furious shout. Just then, Luffy's words were followed by a thunderous roar from behind. "Luffy, stop right there. Don't you want to be the Pirate King? Then taste my iron fist." Garp, alongside the villagers, was hot on their heels. "Are you here to chase the thief too? I haven't seen you before." Someone questioned, "I'm here to chase my grandson." With that, Garp quickened his pace and surged ahead, rapidly closing in on Nami. "Nami, are you chasing your grandson too?" Garp inquired, puzzled. "Do I look like I have a grandson?" Nami yelled back, startled upon seeing Garp, and quickly stepped in front of him. "Garp, I haven't had a chance to thank you properly. Let us talk about that once I catch my grandson." Garp leaped over Nami, pursuing the two ahead. Nami hurried to keep up, harassing Garp while silently praying for Yunfan to grow a couple more legs and run faster. Yunfan glanced back to see Garp almost upon them. Quickly executing a sharp turn, Luffy followed suit, drifting closely behind Yunfan. "Luffy, don't follow me. Yunfan, don't leave me behind." Luffy clung to Yunfan like glue. "That is your grandpa. Go stop him." Luffy, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "I can't. He beat me to a pulp." Seeing Garp closing in, Yunfan had a sudden thought. "Luffy, do you still want to be the Pirate King?" Luffy nodded resolutely. "I will definitely become the Pirate King." "Then let us go," Yunfan shouted. "This is merely a minor obstacle. The one who runs is a low-level pirate." Luffy halted abruptly, spinning around to face the throng of villagers with determination. "I'm not a low-level pirate." Luffy stood his ground with a fierce demeanor. "Well done, Luffy. I acknowledge you as a high-level pirate." Yunfan's voice echoed from afar. Luffy turned, bewildered. "But you just said that whoever runs is a low-level pirate." Before he could finish, Garp caught up and pinned him to the ground, delivering a barrage of punches. The villagers, no longer pursuing Yunfan, gathered around to watch the spectacle, some even pulling out sunflower seeds and benches. In an instant, Luffy's cries of agony filled the air, accompanied by the shout, "Yunfan, you're a low-level pirate." On the coastal cliff, Yunfan paused to catch his breath, silently praying for Luffy. Better him than me. If being a low-level pirate is the price, then so be it. Survival is paramount. That a sailboat gradually approached, with Mulan standing at the bow, gazing at Yunfan on the cliff. Ah Yao. Here. Over here. Calculating the distance. Yunfan leaped gracefully onto the deck. He then turned to Ji Xiaoman in the corner, furiously shouting, Ji Xiaoman, yes, you lack loyalty. How could you run off by yourself? At the cliff, Nami silently watched the sailboat drift further away until it vanished from sight. Then withdrew her gaze, muttering softly, thank you. Nami plopped down at the cliff's edge, staring at the tranquil sea for an extended period. Nokigao approached slowly, sitting beside Nami and asking, is there something on your mind? Nami rested her head gently on Nokigao's shoulder, saying nothing. However, Nokigao seemed to understand, embracing her tightly. Your dream has always been to draw a map of the entire world. You've worked hard over these years. Arlong is dead, Coco West is liberated, and you are free now. Nami, go pursue your dreams. I will take good care of the orange grove, and when you return, I will make you orange rice. Nami gazed at the horizon. Her fists clenched tightly. Yunfan, I will prove to you that I am not a burden. On the little duck sailboat, Yunfan found himself in a standoff with a newspaper-seeking seagull, both staring each other down. I told you, I am not the shield hero. I am the captain of the Timmy pirate crew, the demon king Yunfan. Quack, quack. The seagull ruffled its feathers, nonchalantly adjusting its tuft. What is it saying? Yunfan turned to Ah Yao, who was translating. It says you are a good shield hero. Yunfan, exasperated, conjured a famous blade, resting it against the seagull's neck. I am the captain of the Timmy pirate crew. The demon king Yunfan. Quack, quack. Ah Yao explained. It says you are a good shield hero. Ah, you stupid bird. Do you even understand? Quack. The newspaper-seeking seagull leisurely swayed its tuft, raising 2 feathers on its wings. Human-like as it rubbed them together, Ah Yao translated, it wants more money. Yunfan understood, pulling out a stack of belly and slapping it in front of the seagull. Why didn't you say so? If it can be solved with money, is it even a problem? The seagull happily accepted the belly, agreeing to help Yunfan spread the word. After the seagull departed, Yunfan caressed the gleaming blade in his hand, the famous sword. Simon, this was the first time he had summoned a weapon, and it possessed the ability to withstand fatal damage. This was also the first instance of summoning equipment. Yunfan realized that summon gear could manifest in various forms. In simple terms, it could be hidden within the body, and its effect could stack. It could also be directly materialized, maintaining its effects. Much like the famous sword in Yunfan's grasp, it could absorb 1 fatal injury, cooling down for 2 minutes, with effects stacking. Invincible. If he summoned several famous swords, it would be nearly impossible to perish. The shop offered various potent equipment, such as resurrection armor, with multiple sets and the famous sword. Yunfan could stand before him and confidently declare, go ahead, hit me for 2 minutes if you can. Chapter 46. What are you doing here? In the early morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the belly of Yunfan. A child who does not cover their navel while sleeping is not a good child. Last night, the temperature was stifling, and Yunfan merely donned a pair of loose shorts. Draping a silk scarf over his abdomen, he was still drenched in sweat, sticky and uncomfortable, as the morning brought a much-needed coolness. Yunfan was about to indulge in a brief slumber. Suddenly, an overwhelming and imperious aura enveloped the entire sailboat. Jolting Yunfan awake, he sprang up, not even having time to dress, and hurried out of his room. What is happening? What is wrong? At that moment, Hua Mulan stood at the bow, sword in hand, exuding an overwhelming presence that dominated the space around her. Shou Yue and Ah Yao kept their distance, wary of being caught in the fray. Before them lay a massive creature, akin to a mountain. Struck by Hua Mulan's imposing aura, its colossal form toppled into the sea, sending titanic waves crashing. The sailboat bobbed on the tumultuous waters like a fragile leaf, yet thankfully, it remained intact. As the sea calmed, Hua Mulan withdrew her dominating presence and turned to Yunfan, pointing at the water and inquiring, is this what you referred to as a sea king? It is indeed immense. Yunfan was momentarily taken aback. How could such a colossal sea king exist in the East Sea? He soon realized something was amiss. Activating his tranquil eye, he gazed down upon the ocean from a divine perspective. To his astonishment, countless sea kings lay belly up, floating around the sailboat, resembling mountains that encircled the vessel in a constricting embrace. One whale-like creature even extended beyond the range of his tranquil eye's surveillance. The smallest among them was still several times larger than Yunfan's boat. What on earth was happening? Yunfan was utterly bewildered. At that moment, his observation Haki sensed a sea king hurtling towards them from the depths of the ocean. Its target was none other than Yunfan's sailboat. Its enormous size meant even its tusks dwarfed the vessel. Should it collide, the resulting waves could send the boat soaring into the sky. Just as Yunfan prepared to unleash his conqueror's Haki to intercept, Hua Mulan acted even more swiftly. The dark red aura of her Haki penetrated the water, causing the approaching Sea King to roll its eyes and faint. Yunfan exhaled a sigh of relief, only to suddenly realize something and turn to Hua Mulan. Wait a minute. You've awakened your observation Haki? That Sea King was still far beneath the surface, merely harboring intentions to attack the sailboat. Yunfan could discern this due to his own observation Haki, which meant Hua Mulan must have awakened hers as well. She nodded slightly, saying, "It was merely by chance. It's not difficult." Yunfan felt a severe blow to his heart. He had only slept for one night, while she had already awakened her observation Haki. What did that make his own awakening after being beaten by Along for an extended period? Ignoring Yunfan's glum demeanor, Hua Mulan remarked gravely, "This area of the sea is quite peculiar. There is no wind, not even a whisper." Yunfan, brushing aside his melancholy, rose to survey the surroundings. Indeed, there was no wind. The sea was eerily calm, save for the faintly unconscious sea kings, devoid of any ripples. He quickly deduced the reality. This was a notorious calm zone. I was wondering where all these sea kings came from. Ji Xiaoman, what have you done? Was this still the East Sea? Last night, it was Ji Xiaoman who had volunteered to keep watch. Keeping watch is one thing, but why did you steer the ship? Yunfan fumed, searching for Ji Xiaoman's figure, his gaze sweeping across the deck until it landed on the lookout tower. There Ji Xiaoman sat, clutching a nautical chart, repeatedly scrutinizing it. Her eyes were bloodshot and filled with distress, occasionally tugging at her hair, muttering, "This is impossible. How could this happen?" I was following the course. As Yunfan ascended to the lookout tower and beheld Ji Xiaoman's disheveled appearance and frantic demeanor, his anger gradually dissipated. He approached and gently tidied her hair, whispering, "It's all right. We will have a navigator in the future. Now, go get some rest." Ji Xiaoman, with her bloodshot eyes, stared at Yunfan, pointing to the nautical chart in confusion. "I was truly following the course. Why are we here?" Yunfan glanced at the chart, then face-bombed in exasperation, muttering, "Xiaoman, you've got the chart upside down." Ji Xiaoman stared blankly at the chart, and suddenly, tears began to flow. "Wah!" Yunfan was at a loss, quickly offering comfort. "It's not that serious. There's no need to cry. Xiaoman, hear me out. We are simply not cut out to be navigators." "Wah!" Ji Xiaoman cried even harder, her tears and snot smearing all over Yunfan. "Xiaoman, no one is perfect. You are already quite remarkable." "Impossible. I am a genius girl. I am supposed to be perfect. You can't even hold a nautical chart properly." Ji Xiaoman bit Yunfan's shoulder in frustration. "Are you a dog? Let go. Let go." Ultimately, it was Yunfan who insisted on leaving the calm zone first, prompting Ji Xiaoman to cease her lamentations. The calm zone was a treacherous place, with countless sea kings as large as mountains relentlessly attacking the sailboat. Even with Conqueror's Haki, it could not be maintained for 24 hours. Any lapse in vigilance could result in disaster. Moreover, with no wind present, ships relying on wind power could barely move an inch. Fortunately, they had not ventured deep into the zone, remaining only on the fringes. Without wind to propel them, such a large sailboat could not rely on just a few of them to row it out. They roused a smaller sea king, and after a friendly exchange, it tearfully agreed to push the sailboat back. Following their original course, it took only a short while before they exited the calm zone. As the long-lost refreshing breeze caressed his face, Yunfan stretched and called out, "Shou Yue, prepare the stove and oil." It's breakfast time. The Sea King, laboriously propelling the sailboat, heard Yunfan's call and, with a flick of its tail, dove back into the depths of the ocean. Tisish, I didn't say I wanted to eat you. Why are you running away? Just a single Sea King was no concern for Yunfan. Hua Mulan walked past him. She shot him a glance before putting on her clothes. It dawned on Yunfan that he was still bare-chested, having only worn a pair of shorts. And no matter, he thought, whistling nonchalantly as he strolled back to his room. On the vast ocean, many wore light clothing. What did it matter? Speaking of which, didn't Hua Mulan have skin called Bunny Girl? Yunfan's mind wandered to the image of himself lounging on the beach, soaking up the sun, while Hua Mulan, clad in Bunny Girl attire, served him tea. The vision of such a beautiful, aloof woman in a Bunny Girl outfit was utterly mesmerizing. Yunfan pondered. His thoughts drifted into the depths of the mini crystal. This crystal could summon heroes from the canyon and equipment from the shop. Surely, it could summon hero skins as well. Yunfan meticulously examined the crystal, not overlooking any detail. After all this time, he had scrutinized the mini crystal countless times. Yet today, he noticed something peculiar. In the corner of the crystal, there lay a rather inconspicuous red. Easily missed unless one looked closely, he was certain this spot had not been there before. Chapter 47. Are you a pervert? Perhaps the dot appeared after he summoned equipment for the first time yesterday. Unable to make sense of it, he decided to push it aside. Yunfan tentatively prodded the small red dot with his consciousness, and it indeed responded. After a burst of special effects, an equipment shop materialized before him, identical to the one in the game. Inside, the equipment was all in a gray, unviewable state, save for one shining item. The Fate S-Blade. Yunfan clicked to take a look, only to find it filled with functional descriptions. Initially, he had hoped to purchase equipment with coins like in the game, but after searching for a long time, he found no purchasing option. The shop merely served as an equipment introduction. Disappointed, Yunfan casually scrolled down to the clothing section. Wait a minute. Their SA clothing section? There shouldn't be one in an equipment store. Curious, he clicked in and was immediately dazzled. What did he see? Legs. Such fair legs. No, this was a skin shop. The only difference was that there was no purchase button and most skins were gray, noticing a small question mark in the upper left corner. Yunfan clicked on it, revealing a manual. The heroes summoned by Yunfan could don outfits from the skin shop for free. Scrolling through the shop, he confirmed this. Only the skins of Hua Mulan and a few others were illuminated, with the extract button below. Upon seeing the bunny girl skin he had longed for, Yunfan couldn't help but laugh, a grin that was quite unbecoming. Outside, Xiaoman and the others heard Yunfan's laughter. Ah Yao shivered, hiding behind Hua Mulan, remarking, "What a creepy laugh!" An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over Hua Mulan. Just then, Shou Yue poked his head out from the dining area, calling, "It's time to eat." At the dining table, Yunfan was consumed with thoughts on how to dress Hua Mulan in a bunny girl costume, to the extent that he had lost his appetite for breakfast. Unlike the one-click dressing feature found in games, these summoned heroes were flesh and blood individuals, not mere data. Each possessed their own consciousness and thoughts. The skins bore no special functions. They were merely ordinary garments. If he were to gift Hua Mulan the bunny girl outfit, would he be perceived as a pervert? Xiaoman, disinterested, nibbled on her breakfast. She simply could not fathom why, as a formidable martial arts maiden and the most gifted student of the Jixia Academy, she had managed to misread the nautical charts. Suddenly, an idea struck Yunfan, and he leaned towards Xiaoman, offering consolation. "Do not be disheartened. I have discovered that the crystal can summon many exquisite outfits. Would you like one?" Xiaoman inquired with curiosity. "What kind of outfits?" With a mysterious smile, Yunfan extended his hands, and lo and behold, a set of clothing materialized before him. A blue jacket, a yellow top, white shorts, fluffy long socks, and a pair of dog-headed slippers appeared. But Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing with heat, steam seemingly rising from her head. She snatched the clothes away, glaring at Yunfan. "Are you a pervert? This is clothing I once wore. Even the underwear is included. What on earth?" Yunfan was momentarily stunned. To him, it was merely a skin set from a shop, never realizing it included undergarments. How embarrassing! He deemed it necessary to return and thoroughly investigate these skins, as they pertained to his companions. And, as captain, he must be accountable for his crude Shou man, recalled Yunfan's earlier lewd laughter. And it dawned on her as she tugged at his collar, her voice laced with anger. What were you doing in your room? What did you do with that outfit? Yunfan raised his hands in earnestness. I did nothing. I truly stumbled upon the fact that the crystal could summon clothing. Skeptical yet curious, Shou man released him and asked, Is there anything else? No. Yunfan was about to deny it when he noticed everyone staring at him. Then amended, There should be more. Bring it, Shou man demanded. Yunfan produced Shou man's skins, but before he could take a proper look, they were snatched away, met with Shou man's incredulous gaze. Yunfan felt quite innocent. Who knew the skin set included undergarments? He had assumed it was only what he saw in the pictures. Brother, do you have mine? Ah Yao's big eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Yunfan. When she arrived in this world, she had only the clothes on her back and thought she would not see her lovely outfits again for a long time. Unexpectedly, Yunfan could summon clothing as well. Of course, I have Ah Yao's, Yunfan said as he summoned her little skirt adorned with a deer motif, handing it to her without a glance. The shop did not even wrap the items. They were stacked haphazardly. With the little clothes on top, he wasn't truly a pervert. Ah Yao, however, did not ponder further and joyfully hugged her favorite skirt. Yunfan summoned all of Ah Yao's outfits one by one, then turned to hand Shou Yue his clothing. Shou Yue gazed vacantly at the resplendent Juke armor, seemingly lost in thought. This was the battle attire of their squad, and their captain, Milan, possessed a matching set. Perhaps he was reminded of his brother, as Shou Yue's expression grew distant. What was Schwantz up to? Had he risen? Was he eating well? When it came time for Milan, Yunfan recalled Shou man's earlier comments. These outfits were all ones they had worn before. Did that imply that Milan had also donned the bunny girl costume? Yunfan's gaze held a mysterious glint as he looked at Milan, surprised to discover this facet of their captain. Initially, Milan felt nothing amiss, but upon seeing Yunfan's expression, realization struck, and her face changed dramatically. In a way, you can summon that kind of outfit too. Milan seized Yunfan and led him to her room. Is that what you? She stuttered, her face flushed. Yunfan found her amusing and remained silent, simply watching her. Even the typically composed and regal leader of the Great Wall's Guard could experience shyness. Yunfan continued to gaze at her. Milan's face reddened further until she could no longer endure it, playfully punching Yunfan's chest. Quick, give it back. Yunfan ceased his teasing, summoning all the clothing. Milan's eyes precisely latched onto the bunny girl outfit, which she swiftly shoved into her cabinet. Not daring to turn around to face Yunfan, she pressed her forehead against the cabinet door, tightly shutting her eyes, wishing she could disappear into the cabinet herself. Yunfan chuckled at Milan's endearing demeanor. Wasn't it quite charming? Why maintain such a frosty exterior all the time? All right, what is there to be shy about? Women of the sea often dress quite boldly. Once you see them, you'll realize this is nothing. Milan still dared not turn back. Yunfan, understanding her discomfort, stepped outside but poked his head back and I actually want to see. Chapter 48. Please begin your performance on the little duck. In the conference room, Yunfan convened their very first meeting. Next, we shall head here. Yunfan spread the nautical chart across the table, pointing to the location of Upside Down Mountain. Reach the Grand Line. We must either traverse the doldrums or sail through Upside Down Mountain. Let's opt for Upside Down Mountain. Shou man, seated cross-legged on the sofa, lazily inquired, What is Upside Down Mountain? She found the name intriguing. Upside Down Mountain is quite literal. The currents there flow upwards, and we shall ride the ascending current to cross. Is there really an upward current? Ah Yao was astounded. She had never encountered such a marvelous phenomenon. When we arrive, you will understand. Yunfan mused, pondering whether their ship would be able to ascend. He playfully pinched Ah Yao's little deer antlers, puzzled by their softness. Before heading to the Grand Line, we must certainly visit Lowtown. It is renowned as the town of beginnings and endings. At the very least, it will recharge the crystal once, and perhaps even twice. The EC indeed harbored many places and characters of significant importance from the original narrative. Yet Yunfan could not locate them. The trivialities hardly mattered, as everyone gathered around the table. Once Yunfan finished speaking, Well, Milan interjected, since you mentioned Lowtown as a crucial stop from the EC to the Grand Line. There must be a naval presence stationed there. Yunfan nodded. The EC was known as the weakest sea, and the naval forces stationed in Lowtown were merely commanded by a colonel, posing little threat. However, there was one thing we must be cautious about. The colonel stationed in Lowtown is named Smoker, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Since Yunfan set sail, they had yet to encounter a Logia-type devil fruit user. Hence he was uncertain whether the heroic champions could contend with their elemental form. This trip to Lowtown also aimed to challenge Smoker in combat, to test the waters. Warriors like Huang Milan, who relied on swordsmanship or martial arts, were unlikely to engage effectively against elemental forms that IT remained uncertain whether mage heroes could succeed. Perhaps Ah Yao could hurl a couple of energy orbs at Smoker's face to see. If that failed, they would have to prioritize mastering Haki. Great General Shou Yue had already entered the naval headquarters, and Yunfan planned to request him to send over a copy of the Haki training methods. After outlining some precautions, the meeting concluded. Yunfan felt assured about everyone. Someone like Smoker, with limited martial skills and average fruit abilities, was not a cause for concern. Even if he relied on his elemental form for attrition, it made little difference. Their ship boasted 3 users of Conqueror's Haki, and in the end, he would be the one trembling. Now, let us set sail, commanded by your captain, towards Lowtown, Yunfan declared as he stood at the bow, chart in hand. Although he could not decipher the nautical chart and had no idea where Lowtown lay, he could at least spot the large upside-down mountain on it. Utilizing the doldrums, Yunfan identified their current position and steered directly towards upside-down mountain. After all, Lowtown was nearby, and there would undoubtedly be plenty of ships wandering about. They could simply ask a pirate or two for directions. Yunfan raised his voice towards the lookout tower, Shou Yue, to ensure we stay on course. I will rely on you now. Shou Yue leaned out and responded, then focused intently on the sea below if they veered off course. Yunfan would be at a loss, as he was not genuinely skilled in navigation. Once everything was prepared and the ship sailed steadily, Yunfan settled on a deck chair, basking in the sun. Compared to the Grand Line, the EC was relatively harmonious, devoid of chaotic magnetic fields, unpredictable weather, or lurking currents. Yunfan was in no rush. There was no danger, so he leisurely drifted along. Wherever the tide would take him, Ji Xiaoman approached Yunfan with the nautical chart. There's nothing on this. How exactly do you understand it? Yunfan opened one eye and remarked, "This is my innate talent. You cannot learn it." Ji Xiaoman, in a fit of frustration, hurled the nautical chart into Yunfan's arms and began to squat on the deck, drawing circles. Hey, Xiaoman, if you don the outfit of a battle dancer and perform a dance for me, I shall teach you how. Ji Xiaoman lifted her head with a mixture of skepticism and hope. Really? Of course. It remains a mystery why this prodigious girl is so fixated on navigation. Perhaps it is due to the fact that throughout her life, she has faced little adversity in her studies. And this is her first encounter with the challenges of maritime navigation, leaving her somewhat disgruntled. Ah Yao wants to watch too. Ah Yao, dressed adorably in a fawn dress, looked even cuter today. She shifted her position to allow Ah Yao to sit on the chair and rummage through Ji Xiaoman's gadget box for snacks. Before long, Ji Xiaoman emerged in her new attire, and at that moment, Yunfan's eyes sparkled with delight. Until now, Ji Xiaoman had always donned short-sleeved shirts and shorts, embodying youthful exuberance. The battle dancer's ensemble consisted of a purple leather top, which modestly covered her essential areas, paired with purple bell-bottoms. Indeed, it exuded an exotic charm that Ji Xiaoman leapt from the second floor, spinning gracefully in midair before landing steadily on the ground. Milan, enjoying the breeze at the bow of the ship, couldn't help but glance back. On the lookout tower, Shou Yue leaned over the railing, giving Ji Xiaoman a thumbs up. Under the gaze of everyone, Ji Xiaoman felt a tinge of bashfulness. You promised to teach me navigation. When have I ever deceived you? Yunfan replied, shifting to a more comfortable position, resting one hand on Ah Yao's shoulder, and began to crack sunflower seeds. I can't dance, but how about I demonstrate a set of battle punches? Yunfan extended a hand and said, Please, commence your performance. Ji Xiaoman closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, her demeanor had transformed entirely. She initiated with a gesture, followed by a flurry of punches, her breath flowing rhythmically. an intangible energy subtly swirling around her. The movements were fluid and spontaneous. She concluded with a grounded pose, her long legs spinning. Finishing with a dramatic flourish, Ji Xiaoman's martial art form was a harmonious blend of strength and grace. Lacking in lethality, resembling more of a performance, pleasing to the eye. Indeed, it was quite a sight. Yunfan couldn't help but applaud. Ah Yao, her mouth agape, clapped enthusiastically. That was amazing. Can you teach me? Of course, after completing her sequence. Ji Xiaoman shed her shyness and returned to her confident, radiant self. Yunfan glanced at Ah Yao, envisioning her practicing punches, and shook his head. He gently touched Ah Yao's antlers, saying, Ah Yao, one day I'll find you a dance instructor. Be good, let's not pursue this. Ah Yao was not particularly short. She was nearly the same height as Ji Xiaoman. However, her charm lay in her adorably delicate demeanor, giving off a sense of being a little bird nestled close to others. Ill-suited for such a commanding battle dance, Ji Xiaoman eagerly approached Yunfan, insisting, It's your turn to fulfill your promise. Teach me to read the nautical chart. Am I the kind of person who lacks integrity? Yunfan unfurled the chart, pointing at it. Previously, Shou Yue mentioned that this area is Coco West Village, and the nearest Aldrums are located here. This indicates our current coordinates, and this point marks the inverted mountain. Sailing in this direction will suffice. After imparting this information, Yunfan paused. Ji Xiaoman waited expectantly, puzzled. Is that all? Chapter 49. You'd better keep one eye open while sleeping. Yunfan's knowledge was limited. Continuing further would reveal his lack of expertise. The rest, you shall comprehend on your own. You are the most gifted student of the Jixia Academy. Surely you will grasp it with ease. Seizing the opportunity while Ji Xiaoman was in a daze. Yunfan stealthily rose to leave. Ji Xiaoman scratched her head, feeling an itch in her mind. Ah Yao giggled softly. Realizing the situation, Ji Xiaoman shouted, Yunfan, do you take me for a fool? Yunfan swiftly climbed the mast. Ji Xiaoman pointed upwards, exclaiming, Come down. You dare to toy with me. You're finished. But how could Yunfan descend? He perched at the pinnacle, flanked by the fluttering deer-horn skull flag. Just admit whether you have learned to read the nautical chart. Ji Xiaoman queried uncertainly. Have I learned? Of course. What I taught you is a universal formula. If you follow my method, no nautical chart will pose a challenge to you. Standing aloft, surveying the world beneath. With the sea breeze tousling his garments, an invisible aura of confidence emanated from Yunfan, instilling a sense of reliability in him. Is that truly the case? Ji Xiaoman began to tug at her hair. Increasingly convinced by Yunfan's words, sensing that he had successfully deceived her, Yunfan sighed in relief and leaped onto the lookout tower, intending to discuss lunch options with Shou Yue. Shou Yue, noticing Ji Xiaoman fidgeting below, remarked to Yunfan, Aren't you afraid she'll tie you to the mast at midnight with all this trickery? Yunfan swiftly covered Shou Yue's mouth. Shou, with Xiaoman's intellect. I doubt she would catch on if you remained silent. Ji Xiaoman pulled out another nautical chart, attempting to apply Yunfan's method, but found it utterly incomprehensible. What nonsense is this universal formula? Switching to a different chart is like reading a foreign language. There are no reference points. She slammed her hand on the table in frustration and stormed off to find Yunfan. Meanwhile, Yunfan was seated on the bow of the ship, meditating cross-legged, eyes closed, breathing evenly, his energy flowing harmoniously. Mulan intercepted Ji Xiaoman, who was about to approach, stating, He is currently in training. It would be inappropriate to disturb him. Ji Xiaoman stomped her foot and turned away. Yunfan cautiously opened one eye, wondering if she had left. Mulan nodded. She is gone. However, it would be wise for you to keep one eye open while sleeping tonight. Ha ha! Mulan, you are making jokes now? I am not jesting. Had it not been for Ah Yao's intervention last time, she would have truly tied you to the mast. Yunfan shuddered, resolving to change rooms for the night. Fortunately, before night fell, they arrived at Road Town. A place like Road Town naturally had a harbor. Yunfan picked up his binoculars, gazing towards Road Town. The docks were bustling with activity, various cargo ships docking, and workers busily transporting goods. The high platforms on either side were naval lookout towers. As he raised his gaze, he locked eyes with a naval officer. Atop the lookout tower, a sentry scanned the sea with binoculars, vigilantly ensuring the safety of the vessels during the midday peak of shipping activity, to prevent any wrongdoers from taking advantage of the chaos. However, he was not overly concerned, for this was Rogue Town, the station of Colonel Smoker. Since Colonel Smoker had been stationed there, he had dealt heavy blows to pirates, establishing a formidable reputation, and incidents of lawlessness had become rare on this bright, tranquil day. Just as the naval sentry was about to lower his binoculars and begin his leisurely day, he caught sight of a dark shadow in his peripheral vision. Adjusting the binoculars for a clearer view, he found himself locking eyes with Yunfan as his gaze shifted upwards and spotted the pirate flag atop the mast. The sentry's heart raced. The Deerhorn Skull flag belonged to an unknown pirate crew. The sentry lowered his binoculars and sounded the alarm. Yet he did not dwell on it too long, remaining composed as he awaited his comrades to apprehend the intruders. A mere unknown pirate crew had the audacity to brazenly approach the docks. Truly, they were like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Upon hearing the alarm, the people at the docks paused momentarily before resuming their tasks. After all, it was only a level 3 alert, likely just another newcomer pirate crew unaware of Colonel Smoker's formidable reputation. On the little duck sailboat, Yunfan set down his binoculars that he hadn't anticipated such good fortune in arriving at Rogue Town. Mulan frowned as she observed the distant harbor. This should be Rogue Town's dock. Our appearance here must have already attracted the Navy's attention. Yunfan waved his hand dismissively. So what if they notice? Typically, pirates seeking to land on island would choose a secluded spot to discreetly dock. Only a fool would moor directly at the docks. Most of those fools are sunk by naval cannon fire before they even reach the shore, recalling the naval sentry he had seen earlier. They were certainly aware of their presence. In that case, let's go ashore directly from the docks, he decided, to avoid the hassle of searching for a landing spot. Shou Yue, clutching his firearm, questioned, "Isn't that a bit too brazen?" "We may not mind, but what about the ship?" Yunfan pondered briefly before stating, "Let us consider it a gift for the Navy. We can reclaim it when we depart. 2 small boats have already set sail towards the dock where they stand. With such a large vessel and only a handful of them on board, it is too late to adjust the sails or change course. The 2 boats approaching from the dock are not particularly large. They are merely single-masted sailboats, likely dismissing them as a threat." "Mulan," Yunfan called out, and then focused his energy in his palm, summoning the fabled sword, Si Ming. Mulan understood his intent and, gripping her great sword, began to gather her strength. "You go left. I'll go right." 2 brilliant slashes cut through the surface of the sea, causing the water to churn and part like the Red Sea on one of the small sailboats. A naval captain was about to raise a megaphone to shout orders when he suddenly saw the 2 slashes approaching. His hair stood on end, and his heart raced as he shouted, "Quick, jump into the sea!" Without waiting for his command, everyone leaped into the water in a frenzy, as swift as a hot knife through lard. Without a moment's hesitation, the slashes plunged into the ocean, and the 2 small sailboats were cleaved apart, their edges impossibly smooth. A sentinel stationed at the lookout tower on the dock, watching the scene unfold, clenched his fist in shock, causing his telescope to shatter. "Slashes, slashes," he murmured, trembling. Regaining his composure, he sounded the highest alarm, shouting to the dock, "Run! Pirates are coming. They are swordsmen capable of slashing. Quickly inform Colonel Smoker." Chapter 50. Do you think you can stop me? Countless Navy personnel, alerted by the alarm, rushed to the dock. An officer commanded the defense. Noticing that Yunfan's ship was drawing ever closer, he shouted, "Fire! We must not let them reach the dock. Fire to sink them." Cannons were rolled out on either side of the dock, aiming at the approaching sailboats. "Fire!" At the officer's command, cannonballs soared through the air. "Gao Yu, it's up to you." Gao Yu set up his sniper rifle. His quiet eye activated, rendering all cannonballs visible to him. Bullets flew forth, and one by one, cannonballs erupted in the sky. Occasionally, a stray cannonball that managed to evade interception would be cleaved in 2 by Hua Mulan's sword. The sailboats, braving the onslaught of cannon fire, gradually approached the dock. "Cease fire." As the sailboats neared the dock's perimeter, the officer hastily ordered a stop to the bombardment. The dock was filled with numerous merchant ships. and many civilians had yet to evacuate. Continuing to fire would surely result in innocent casualties. Drawing his sword, the officer, resolute, shouted, "Everyone, arm yourselves and prepare for battle. We cannot allow the pirates to set foot on the island." Musketeers, open fire! The Navy formed lines along the shore. Behind them a throng of workers and civilians fleeing in panic. Xiaoman ducked to avoid a bullet aimed at her face, observing the scene with a frown. "Why do I feel like we've become the villains?" Yunfan's shield crackled with energy, and he too felt a pang of emotion witnessing the unfolding chaos. Most of the lower-ranking Navy personnel still held onto their original aspirations, dedicated to upholding justice. It was the upper echelons that had become corrupt. Yet, what does justice matter, or villainy for that matter? Yunfan cared little. He was no savior and had no interest in others' opinions. He simply wished to live according to his own desires. "Let us be villains then," he mused. "The moment we oppose the world government, we embrace the role of the antagonist." "Indeed." Xiaoman nodded. She was not one to cling to stubborn ideals. Merely reflecting on the situation, being merciful to enemies would only endanger allies. T. Rogue Town, within the naval base. Colonel Smoker's office was shrouded in smoke. Smoker sat languidly in his chair, 2 cigars dangling from his mouth. His legs crossed atop the desk. He scrutinized a bounty notice in his hands. After a moment, he set the notice down, inhaled deeply from a cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke as he leaned back in contemplation. Staring at the ceiling, the notice bore the name Yunfan. The shield hero, Yunfan, daring to slay a celestial dragon. "Who exactly are you?" "Colonel Smoker, this is bad." The office door was violently flung open, the smoke billowing out like a freed spirit, engulfing the startled Navy personnel at the entrance, who began to cough uncontrollably. Smoker waved the smoke away, asking, "What's the emergency? Why the rush? Cough, cough." "Colonel Smoker, pirates are attacking the dock." Smoker casually replied, "Then go capture them." However, he quickly realized that if it were that easy, his subordinates wouldn't have burst in such a frantic state. Which pirate crew is it? It's an unknown pirate crew. But they have a swordsman capable of slashing. Smoker's demeanor grew slightly serious as he stood to head outside. After all, swordsmen were not to be trifled with. Yet his seriousness was fleeting that a group of unknown rookie pirates believed they could act with impunity just because they could slash. Brazenly attacking the dock, as a user of a Logia-type fruit, he was least concerned about slashes. Tossing aside his cigar, but he opened his coat to reveal a row of cigars, lighting 2 anew as he approached the door. Fixing his gaze on the soldier. Which dock? The eastern dock, a large duck-billed sailboat flying a skull with antlers flag. Just as Smoker was about to transform into smoke and depart, he suddenly halted. Disbelief in his eyes, fixating on the soldier. The skull with antlers flag. The soldier, oblivious to Smoker's sudden pause, replied honestly, "Yes." Smoker's pupils constricted slightly. "The skull with antlers flag. It's you. The shield hero." This morning, the Navy headquarters received a call. Admiral Garp's attempt to capture the shield hero Yunfan failed, and now he is entangled with internal Navy issues and cannot spare the time. He ordered to intercept and capture the shield hero Yunfan at Rogue Town. A great pirate cannot remain in the weakest sea, the East Blue, for long. According to the route provided by Admiral Garp, the shield hero Yunfan is heading towards the Grand Line that he is bound to pass through Rogue Town. I didn't expect him to arrive so soon, and escaping from Admiral Garp's clutches indicates he possesses considerable strength. Smoker wasted no more time. His lower body transformed into smoke as he sped towards the dock. Yunfan's ship was mere steps away from the dock. Upon landing, they should not linger in battle, but aim for a swift resolution. With that, Yunfan leaped into the air, summoning his sword. Seeming, as he swung it gently, a slash cutting through the sky. The human wall formed by the Navy cracked open under his strike, the ground splintering and Navy blood splattering in all directions like tattered rags. From the moment they raised their weapons, there were no longer good or bad people, only those who lived and those who perished. Hua Mulan followed closely behind, her great sword whirling as she cut through the throng. Like a meat grinder, leaving chaos in her wake. Xiaoman, with her long legs like windmills, spun and kicked away a group of Navy, clearing a wide space around her, leaving no Navy standing. Gao Yu, with a Yao perched on his head, moved through the crowd, his observation haki and quiet, eye alert to the battlefield. As a marksman, he found no opportunity to exercise his skills. Yunfan and his companions were sufficient for the task at hand. Recognizing they had harvested enough experience, Yunfan signaled to his companions to depart. The situation here would surely have been reported to Smoker, who might be on his way already. Given Smoker's speed in smoke form, he would arrive shortly. Yunfan did not wish to confront Smoker just yet. He needed to ensure the crystal was charged and planned to linger in Rogue Town for a while longer. Everyone, let us go. Yunfan led his companions towards Teach. Yunfan nodded in praise, his expression soon tranquil as he released his grip, allowing the Navy officer to tumble to the ground. Just as he attempted to look up, an invisible pressure swept across the entire dock. All remaining Navy personnel rolled their eyes back and collapsed, rendered unconscious. With a stoic demeanor, Yunfan turned and departed, reassuring himself that this was merely a game, and these were but minor adversaries. He was merely a transient in this world. What did notions of justice or injustice matter to him? All he desired was freedom, unencumbered by any person or circumstance, to conclude this chapter and embark on the next journey. Despite his self-reassurances, the ordinary individuals clinging to their beliefs continued to remind him that this was no game. Yunfan's thoughts wandered to Nami. This was a harsh world, tangible and visceral, where every individual existed in reality. Ah Yao, sensing Yunfan's distress, approached and took his hand, softly comforting him. "Brother, don't be sad. Ah Yao is here. I will always be by your side." Yunfan gently ruffled Ah Yao's hair and chuckled. "Brother isn't sad. Just a bit dazed, perhaps from fatigue. A moment's rest will suffice." Hua Mulan casually wiped the blood from her great sword, remarking, "This blood is still warm. It's quite difficult to clean." Shou Man, with a hand resting on Yunfan's shoulder, teased, "I never expected you to be such a complicated person. Clearly, you haven't witnessed anything significant." After patting Yunfan's shoulder, she continued with an air of authority, "Young man, you'll get used to it." Yunfan, exasperated, shrugged off Shou Man's hand, retorting, "As if you've seen any grand spectacles yourself. If memory serves, you've been cooped up in a Jishao Academy, hardly stepping outside. Nonsense. As a martial arts genius, what grand scenes have I not witnessed? Before attending Jishao Academy, I witnessed the great battle between gods and demons." Shou Man, noticing Yunfan's disbelief, grew anxious and tugged at his collar, eager to explain herself. Come, give me 50, and I shall regale you with my legendary tales. Who can't boast? Your bedtime stories are even less impressive than iOS." Shou Man stomped on the ground, pointing at Yunfan and shouting, "Yunfan, I hope your bones are harder than my fists." With that, she swung her fist, channeling her martial energy, a whirlwind aimed directly at his forehead. Yunfan, drenched in cold sweat, hastily dodged, the force crashing into a wall, shattering the bricks with a thunderous roar. "Shou Man, did I hit the nail on the head? Are you trying to silence me?" Yunfan sprinted ahead, while Shou Man pursued him, the two engaging in playful banter as they vanished down the street. Soon after, Smoker, enveloped in a plume of smoke, descended from the sky to the dock. By this time, the civilians had long fled, leaving behind a scene of injured Navy personnel. The Smoker's expression darkened as he suppressed his fury, crouching to awaken a Navy officer who appeared less grievously harmed. "Colonel Smoker." The Navy officer struggled to open his eyes, trembling as he pointed toward the direction where Yunfan had vanished. They entered the town." Smoker patted his shoulder, saying, "It's all right. Leave the rest to me. For now, conserve your strength." The injured officer coughed a few times, insisting on delivering his report. "Colonel Smoker, that group of pirates is incredibly formidable. They don't just strike that I don't know what ability he used." But with merely a glare, everyone fell unconscious. Endless fury simmered beneath Smoker's calm gaze. "It's the shield warrior Yunfan's group. I'm already aware I will apprehend them." He rose, surveying the scene of wounded soldiers. Fists clenched tightly that moment. A squad of Navy officers rushed down the street, standing at attention behind Smoker, saluting. "Colonel Smoker." Smoker turned, commanding, "Ensure all injured personnel are sent for treatment. The shield warrior Yunfan's group has entered the town. Notify all Navy in Rogue Town to conduct street searches and post wanted notices. Report any news of the shield warriors immediately. No one is to act without my command. Yes, sir. After issuing the orders, Smoker inquired, "Where is Ensign Dasky?" Report, "Ensign Dasky left the base for the commercial street this morning and has yet to return." Smoker nodded, then transformed into smoke, heading in the direction where Yunfan had disappeared. At that very moment, Yunfan was enjoying a meal with Hua Mulan and others at a tavern. The earlier gloom had vanished, and Yunfan's spirits soared. Since arriving on the island, the energy of the mini crystal had been rising at a visibly rapid pace, nearing its fullness. This was only the beginning. At this rate, by the time he departed Roga Town, he would have enough energy for 2 summons. Truly, this town deserved its reputation as the beginning and the end. With his spirits lifted, he indulged in the feast before him, the table cluttered with empty plates. Hua Mulan elegantly sipped her drink, gazing at the spread of delicacies, and softly remarked, "I didn't bring any money." As Ji Xiaoman, who was competing with Yunfan for food, looked up in surprise, she exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I didn't bring any either." "You didn't ask." All eyes turned to Shou Yue. He raised his hands and said, "Actually, I didn't bring any either." Yunfan glanced at the pile of empty plates. Silently calculating their worth in berries, Ji Xiaoman suggested tentatively, "Should I go back to the ship to get some?" Yunfan shook his head. "Forget it. The Navy is probably guarding the ship now." "Then what should we do?" Glancing at the tavern owner behind the bar, Yunfan whispered, "But we are pirates, so?" Ji Xiaoman retorted, "Isn't it reasonable for pirates to eat without paying?" Ji Xiaoman covered iOS ears and admonished, "Don't teach the child bad habits." "Then what do you propose?" Yunfan turned to Ah Yao. "What do you think?" Ah Yao, sipping her juice, shook her head in confusion. "Since there is no solution, let us just go with my plan. It's just a meal. Surely the owner won't go bankrupt over it. If that is the case, won't the owner's tavern go out of business?" After pondering for a moment, Ah Yao felt uneasy, reasoning that eating without paying was akin to bullying the honest. Yunfan pulled Ah Yao closer, feigning a stern expression to frighten her. "Then perhaps we should sell Ah Yao. She is worth 1,000,000 berries." Ji Xiaoman nodded, finding the idea plausible. Ah Yao immediately shook her head vigorously. "I don't want to. I don't think the owner would mind this little money," she said. Chapter 52. When Estamaine Dasky strolled along the commercial street, clutching a notebook, her face alight with joy. "Wonderful. I've recorded another nameless Swiftblade. At this rate, I'll soon catalog all the renowned swords of the sea. Go, Dasky." Humming a nameless tune, she walked briskly down the street. As she passed the tavern, a sudden sense of unease washed over her, prompting her to stop in confusion. What is this feeling? She slowly retreated to the tavern entrance, peering inside. What met her gaze was a red-haired woman, her back turned to the doorway, wielding a massive sword. Dasky's eyes widened in realization, her pupils constricting. This is the sensation, an unstoppable malevolence. Despite the sheath, the overwhelming aura of death emanating from the sword was chilling. Any swordsman could clearly sense the extraordinary nature of this blade. How many lives must one take to accumulate such a presence? Compelled by an inexplicable force, Dasky moved closer to the red-haired woman, determined to document this great sword. Hua Mulan quietly observed the playful antics between Yunfan and Ji Xiaoman when she suddenly felt a gaze upon her from behind. Turning in puzzlement, she found a bespectacled girl staring at her with an almost infatuated expression. A shiver ran down Hua Mulan's spine. Upon closer inspection, she realized the girl was fixated on the great sword strapped to her back. Sighing in relief, she reflected that such obsessive gazes were all too familiar from her time with the Great Wall Guard. Indifferent to gender, men were manageable. A good beating would suffice. However, dealing with women in such a manner was more taxing. Thankfully, the girl was merely admiring the sword. Yunfan also noticed the girl standing there in a daze. After scrutinizing her, he felt a spark of excitement. Was this not a potential benefactor? "Can I assist you?" Dasky remained silent, gazing at the sword with an entranced expression, which was becoming unbearable for Hua Mulan, compelling her to break the silence. Upon hearing a voice, Dasky blinked, momentarily stunned, then quickly realized her behavior was quite rude and immediately bowed. Exclaiming, "I'm so sorry. That was incredibly disrespectful." It's just that this sword is so captivating. I was momentarily lost in admiration. It's quite all right. Huang Milan, at a loss for how to respond to such a girl, merely muttered an assurance before lapsing into silence once more. Dasky, relieved by the forgiveness, raised her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement, even her glasses failing to obscure her enthusiasm. She swiftly approached Huang Milan, grasping her hand and earnestly imploring, though it may be presumptuous, "May I please see the great sword on your back? Rest assured, I am merely taking a glance. I truly apologize for the trouble." As the conversation unfolded, Dasky was about to bow again. Mulan felt a slight headache and chose not to engage, instead unsheathing the great sword from her back, positioning herself before Dasky. The sword emerged with a chilling radiance, piercing the eyes of those who beheld it. Undeterred by the menacing aura emanating from the blade, Dasky scrutinized it closely. Despite her eyes stinging and tears streaming down her cheeks, she persisted. She retrieved a notebook from her bosom. Recording the details of the great sword with an almost obsessive fervor, Ji Xiaoman quietly leaned towards Yunfan and whispered, "Is this person insane?" Yunfan raised a finger to silence Ji Xiaoman, hushing her. "Keep your voice down. Our meal depends on her." Ji Xiaoman swatted Yunfan's hand away, disdainfully retorting, "You're deceiving even the foolish. That's rather excessive." Dasky, oblivious to their whispered exchanges, continued her earnest documentation. Once she finished noting the sword's fundamental details, Dasky looked up at Milan and inquired, "May I ask the name of this sword?" Milan, observing Dasky's tear-streaked and reddened eyes, expressed concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I truly apologize for my rudeness." Dasky hastily rubbed her eyes and asked, "Could you tell me the name of this sword?" Milan pondered for a moment and replied, "This sword bears no name, but you may call it the Dragon-Slaying Blade." The Dragon-Slaying Blade? What a formidable name. Dasky quickly jotted it down in her notebook, then bombarded Milan with questions, completely disregarding Yunfan and the others. "Are you a swordsman?" "I am too. This is my treasured sword, the Little Night Rain, one of the 50 fine blades." Dasky presented her prized blade to Mulan. Mulan glanced at it and nodded. A fine sword indeed, although she did not understand why Dasky seemed to blur the lines between swords and blades. She found no inclination to explain, as she was not particularly fond of talking. Dasky continued to exuberantly share her joy, discussing renowned blades, her aspirations, and her reasons for joining the Navy. Her affable demeanor and apparent camaraderie made Mulan somewhat uncomfortable. Mulan learned that this girl was indeed a member of the Navy, but chose not to comment, sensing her innocence and kindness. She did not harbor any dislike for her. However, Dasky's mood suddenly shifted to despondency. "Do you think women can never become sword masters?" Milan was taken aback and asked, "Who told you that?" With a mournful expression, Dasky replied, "A senior of mine said that women are inherently at a disadvantage compared to men and can never become great sword masters. I never aspire to be one. I merely believe such a statement is profoundly unjust to women. Yet my skills are lacking, and I cannot refute him." Mulan fell silent for a moment, then stood, gripping the great sword. An aura of defiance radiated from her, and a whirlwind seemed to manifest within the tavern, scattering the chairs. The sword's gleam cracked the floor, and the renowned blade, Ah Yao, trembled violently, the sharp of the sword in hand. The more one must remember their original intention of wielding it. I may adorn myself with flowers before the mirror, or don armor that glimmers coldly, gazing northward at the majestic gates for miles. How magnificent is the mighty wind! With my long sword, I shall sweep across the lands. I am Mulan, who says women are inferior to men. Let him come find me. The tumultuous waves surged, and the atmosphere soared. Yunfan's heart raced, and goosebumps covered his skin as he urgently called for a halt. Mulan, with a piercing gaze directed at Yunfan, calmly said, "Do you have an objection?" Firmly clutching the great sword, she seemed prepared for a duel should he utter a dissenting word. She despised anyone who claimed women were inferior to men. Yunfan, brushing his forehead, resignedly pointed around and said, "Mulan, please, rein in your power. We cannot afford the consequences." He had initially intended to persuade Dasky to pay, but witnessing the destructive potential, he feared Dasky would be financially ruined. Mulan hesitated for a moment and retracted her imposing aura. That moment, everyone in the tavern stood dumbfounded. entranced. What had just transpired? Dasky collapsed onto the ground, gazing up with eyes shimmering with adoration. In that instant, Mulan's figure appeared towering in her eyes. Dasky trembled with excitement, tears streaming down her face, and involuntarily cried out, "Master, please take me as your disciple." Chapter 53. The demon-slaying order on the Red Earth continent. In the holy land of Mary Geos, 5 elderly men sat in a circle. Mars, the saint of Makas, with white long hair and a lengthy beard, donned a well-tailored suit, lifted a cup of coffee, and spoke. The demon-slaying order should have reached the kingdom of Goya by now. Why have you suddenly halted the demon-slaying order? Saturn, the saint of Jagrat, with a full white beard, leaned on his cane and replied, "There is no need. The entire world knows that the shield hero Yunfan has slain a celestial dragon at this moment. Destroying the kingdom of Goya would be indefensible to other nations. While I care not for those ants, it would disrupt the balance." Venus, the saint of Ensemble V, with a prominent bald head, retorted, "It is all Morgan's fault for exposing the murder of the celestial dragon without the consent of the world government. I see no reason for him to continue living." Jupiter, the saint of Shepherd X, set down the newspaper in his hand and interjected, "I will warn Morgan. Should there be a next time, the director of the news agency may find himself replaced." Mercury, the saint of Topman, who had remained silent, inquired, "What should we do about this matter now? That rascal Garp is becoming increasingly insubordinate." Jupiter shook his head, replying, "Garp is a hero of the Navy, deeply entangled in this situation. The seas are currently tumultuous. It is not the time for reckoning." Saturn, leaning on his cane, pondered for a moment. "The shield hero Yunfan is still in the East Blue, isn't he? Change the mission of the demon-slaying order to temporarily spare the kingdom of Goya and focus all efforts on exterminating the shield hero Yunfan and his crew." As Saturn turned to leave, he paused and added, "Also, inform Sengoku to raise the bounty on the shield hero's crew." Venus, puzzled, asked, "Do you believe that 10 warships and 5 vice admirals comprising the demon-slaying order cannot eliminate the shield hero's crew? Just as a precaution, if the demon-slaying order cannot eradicate the shield hero's crew, then we shall send an admiral. Anyone daring to challenge the authority of the celestial dragons must be eliminated." East Blue. Aboard the Doghead warship, a transponder snail animatedly relayed information. Garp pulled out a snack and munched on it noisily. The transponder snail bellowed angrily, "Garp, are you even listening to me? How much longer will you linger in the East Blue? Hurry back." Garp casually dug at his ears and replied, "Sengoku, don't be so agitated. As the fleet admiral, you should remain composed. I've only just arrived in the East Blue. I haven't even apprehended the shield hero's crew. And I still need to bring Luffy back to Fusha village. That scoundrel has run off to who knows where. How dare he play hide and seek with me? Once I catch him, he'll be in for it." At that moment, the transponder snail's expression changed dramatically. "Garp, you cannot return to Fusha village." Garp, confused, asked, "Why not?" The transponder snail fell silent, and the atmosphere became heavy with tension. Garp ceased his munching. Fixing his gaze on the transponder snail, "Sengoku, are you hiding something from me?" After a prolonged silence, Garp slammed the table, roaring, "Are you launching the demon-slaying order against the kingdom of Goya?" Garp was not a fool. He should have realized it sooner. The celestial dragons. What a noble lineage! To cover up the fact that they could be injured and killed like ordinary people, they will not allow the existence of the kingdom of Goya to continue. He had thought that with the news spreading far and wide, and the whole world aware that the shield hero Yunfan had slain a celestial dragon, the kingdom of Goya would be spared. Little did he know that the Navy headquarters had stealthily initiated the demon-slaying order. Garp's eyes reddened as he bellowed, "Sengoku, you reassigned me from the Navy headquarters, and now you won't let me go to Fusha village. It's all to carry out the demon-slaying order, isn't it? I suspected as much when you kept urging me to return. Will you have any idea how many innocent civilians reside in the kingdom of Goya?" "Bastard, Sengoku." The transponder snail remained silent until Garp calmed down, then said, "Come back, Garp. This is a direct order from the 5 elders, and none of us can alter it." Shou Yue, the Grand General, stood by quietly observing the unfolding events. Is this the Navy? Is this the world government? No wonder Yunfan has become a pirate. In that moment, Shou Yue grasped the darkness, cruelty, and corruption of this world. It was a world that needed to be shattered and reformed to be saved. Brulu, brulu. The sound of transponder snail ringing broke the stillness on the quiet deck. It was a call from Sengoku, the Navy headquarters, in the Fleet Admiral's office. Sengoku answered the transponder snail. It was a call from the Five Elders. They must be inquiring about the progress of the demon-slaying order. A fleeting look of helplessness crossed Sengoku's eyes. However, as time passed, the helplessness in Sengoku's gaze dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of joy. Yes, after the Five Elders finished speaking, Sengoku hung up the phone. Garp's voice came through another transponder snail. Is it the Five Elders? You have come to urge the Demon Slayer order. Haven't you? Sengoku, too, is not one to keep secrets. He is acutely aware of the fury that now consumes his old comrade. Kapu. The Five Elders have issued a decree to halt the Demon Slayer order. Instead, we are to devote all efforts to capturing the shield hero Yunfan and his associates. Kapu, whose face had been shrouded in shadows, lifted his gaze in disbelief and inquired, "Is this true?" "Indeed." "Then what are you waiting for?" Sengoku, an excited Kapu, squeezed the den mushy tightly, causing it to emit a series of crackling sounds. "Hurry and relay the orders to the command center of the Demon Slayer order." Immediately. With that, the den mushy hung limply, its neck drooping as it stuck out its tongue and rolled its eyes. Kapu, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, muttered, My apologies. I was a bit too exuberant just now." After apologizing to the den mushy, Kapu, usually reserved, generously offered it a piece of senbei. Ignoring the den mushy's cooing, the stern gaze of Shou Yue, the Grand General, remained fixed. The Demon Slayer order. I wonder if Yunfan can withstand it. Shou Yue had not yet witnessed the might of the Demon Slayer order and was unaware of its true power. He had only heard that the order was composed of 5 vice admirals. As a fellow vice admiral, even if he could not measure up to Kapu, he should not be far behind. Shou Yue's thoughts drifted to Kapu's capabilities, and concern for Yunfan began to take root in his heart. Should I secretly lend my support? Meanwhile, in Rogue Town, the tavern was already empty. The owner trembled behind the bar. "Master, please take me as your disciple." Dasky had been pestering for quite some time, her bright eyes sparkling with adoration, akin to little stars that could illuminate a room. Milan sighed helplessly. "You are a Navy officer, right? I cannot remain in one place for too long. Can you abandon your dream of being a Navy officer and come with me?" Dasky fell silent. Becoming a Navy officer was her lifelong dream. How could she possibly forsake it? Reluctantly, she had to give up on her aspirations of apprenticeship. Once she regained her composure, Dasky finally noticed others besides Milan. Her gaze scrutinized Yunfan and his companions, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. There was a girl with antlers, a boy with a fluffy tail, a red-haired woman wielding a large sword, and then there was the unremarkable Yunfan. Adjusting her glasses, a spark of insight flickered in Dasky's eyes. Observing Dasky's continuous scrutiny of the group, Yunfan knew it was time for him to make his move. Clenching his palm in the air, specks of luminescence emerged, and moments later, a chillingly radiant blade materialized. The famed sword, Simi, was now poised before him. Dasky's keen intellect momentarily faded, replaced by a dazed, infatuated stare. Her eyes fixated on the blade, nearly drooling in anticipation. "Let me see it." Chapter 54. Cut. What have I not seen? Could I please take a look? Dasky gazed at the sword with eager anticipation. Yunfan readily handed the blade to Dasky, exclaiming, "Of course, feel free to examine it." Dasky gingerly accepted the sword, its blade icy to the touch, emanating a piercing chill that made her wonder if this was the essence of swordsmanship. A mere blade possessed such presence. This was a realm Dasky had never encountered. Yet here it was before her. Flicking her fingers lightly against the blade, a melodious chime resonated. A single stroke across the edge drew blood from her fingertip. Wow, it can injure even without contact. What a sharp blade. This must be a formidable sword. Yunfan winced as he observed Dasky's bleeding finger, feeling a pang of sympathy. This girl truly that fierce. Ignoring her bleeding finger, Dasky looked up and inquired, "What is the name of this sword?" "Simi. Have I never heard of such a renowned blade? May I record its name?" Yunfan nodded in affirmation. You seem quite fond of Simi. How about I sell it to you? Daski's expression shifted dramatically as she slammed her palm on the table and shouted at Yunfan, What nonsense are you spouting? Such an exquisite sword. Why would you sell it? Yunfan immediately fell into his performance mode, dramatically resting his forehead in despair, as if to say, Please, allow me to explain it. I would rather not. Simi is a family heirloom passed down for 18 generations. If I had any other choice, I would never part with it. Alas, I am impoverished. I have no money. Attempting to shed a few tears, Yunfan found that his eyes betrayed him. Producing only thunder with no rain to avoid revealing his ruse, he buried his head in Mulan's embrace, his shoulders trembling as he feigned sobs. Mulan, unable to watch, closed her eyes and, pulling Yunfan by the hair, shoved him into Ji Xiaoman's arms. Wah! Ji Xiaoman cast a disdainful glance at Yunfan. What atrocious acting. Suddenly feeling a dampness on her chest, Ji Xiaoman was taken aback and forcefully pushed Yunfan away, exclaiming, Don't wipe your snot on me. Yunfan spun through the air, performing 2.5 rotations before landing in Shou Yue's arms in a princess carry. Shou Yue, disgusted, closed his eyes, feeling utterly embarrassed. Yunfan genuinely wept, tears cascading down his face, making him appear pitiful. Who am I doing this for? Wah! I sent it to ensure you all have money to spend and food to eat. Yet you all disdain me. Don't cry. Ah Yao gently patted Yunfan's head in comfort. Ah Yao does not think ill of you. Unable to endure any longer, Shou Yue gradually faded until he became transparent. Mulan had long since disappeared. I need some fresh air, that Ji Xiaoman murmured before vanishing in a flash. She could no longer bear to witness Yunfan deceiving the Na'vi girl. It was too embarrassing, too ludicrous. Meanwhile, Daski found herself at a loss. Wishing to offer comfort, but unsure of what to say, Yunfan turned to her with hopeful eyes. Are you interested in buying? I'll buy it. Just don't be sad. I will keep Simi safe for you. You can redeem it when you have the money. Please, stop crying. Daski produced a stack of bills from her pocket and offered it to him. Yunfan, trembling with excitement, accepted it, exclaiming, Thank you. I am so grateful. You are truly a good person. With that, he exited the tavern with Ah Yao and the invisible Shou Yue. Only then did the tavern owner dare to show his face, surveying the disarray of tables and chairs. Feeling utterly at a loss, he stormed up to Daski and bellowed, Compensation! Compensation! And for the meals of those individuals. Outside the tavern on the street, Yunfan whistled, waving the stack of bills in his hand. Ji Xiaoman walked beside him. Deceiving such an innocent girl, doesn't your conscience ache? I am a pirate. Where would I find a conscience? Yunfan playfully tapped her on the head with the bills, saying, If you're so capable, don't spend any. No way. Ji Xiaoman retorted, Share half with me. Having finally arrived in a larger town, she was eager to explore. Ah Yao raised her hand, expressing her desire as well. How could Yunfan deny the adorable Ah Yao? As they walked, Mulan suddenly halted, causing Yunfan to bump into her sword unexpectedly. Rubbing his nose, he asked, What's wrong? Mulan spoke in a low tone, Shouldn't we find a place to stay first? We are rather conspicuous strolling about like this. Yunfan surveyed their surroundings, noticing several individuals lurking, casting furtive glances at them. One person holding a newspaper made eye contact with Yunfan before promptly fleeing. It seemed they had been recognized. Nodding, Yunfan replied, Yes, let us find somewhere to settle down. Just in time, the crystal energy was replenished, allowing for a summoning. With that, Yunfan and the others leaped off the ground. Disappearing onto the rooftops, inside the tavern, Daski sat in a daze, cradling the sword Simi in her hands, her mind swirling with thoughts. Something was amiss. Very much so. She felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness. The light of wisdom reflected off her glasses as Daski abruptly stood, startling the owner nearby. Mulan, and the others' disguises. Yes, it's Yunfan and his crew. Daski finally realized, seemingly unable to accept this revelation. She slumped back in her chair, her face a picture of despair as she muttered, How can this be? Master, how could she be a pirate? The owner, noticing Daski's despondency while contemplating how to ask for payment, suddenly spotted the glowing sword in her arms. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he exclaimed, What is happening? The sword is glowing. Dasky glanced down to see the famed sword Simi emitting a soft luminescence. The glow, like dust, drifted from the blade into the air, vanishing without a trace. Simi grew smaller and more transparent. In mere moments, it melded into the atmosphere, leaving no trace behind. Dasky stared blankly, her hands grasping at the empty air. Realizing she had been deceived, the newly acquired master being a pirate is one matter. But now even the famed sword, Simiing, has vanished without a trace. The consecutive blows have driven Dasky to the brink of despair. Gritting her teeth and grimacing, tears swirl in her eyes, resembling a forsaken kitten, pitiful and desolate. Even the tavern owner feels awkward broaching the subject of money. Meanwhile, at the front desk of an inn, Yunfan and his companions don masks acquired through dubious means, ascending the stairs under the curious, gossiping, and bewildered gaze of the landlady. She watches them climb, muttering to herself, "How strange, in such a vast world." One encounters all sorts two burly men accompanied by so many ladies, and they only take one room. Quite the extravagant play, indeed. Tisk. Wearing masks, are they so afraid of being recognized? Humph. I've seen my fair share of oddities. Chapter 55. I understand. In a modest room on the second floor of the inn, there lies but a single bed that Ah Yao leaps onto the bed, reclining and stretching her limbs, letting out a contented sigh. "Ah, so comfortable," Ji Xiaoman retorts with exasperation. "How stingy. Is it really necessary to share a room? Who knows what that landlady is thinking about us?" Yunfan, fatigued from the day's exertions, lies beside Ah Yao. Responding weakly, "Resources are limited. We must make do. We're not staying here for long. Once the crystal energy rises, we shall depart." Upon mentioning the crystal, Yunfan's spirits are instantly lifted. He sits up with renewed vigor. Previously, in the tavern, the crystal energy had reached its peak. Now, with no outsiders around, it is the perfect time for summoning. Everyone, the exhilarating moment has arrived. Shou Yue strides to the doorway, activating the Eye of Tranquility to survey the entire inn. Suddenly, he freezes, hastily retracting the eye. Yunfan chuckles, saying, "Shou Yue, be cautious with the Eye of Tranquility in the inn. You might attract unwanted attention." Shou Yue's face reddens, steam practically rising from his forehead as he stammers, "I just wanted to check if anyone was following us." Yunfan tilts his head, eyeing him mischievously. I understand. Shou Yue's blush deepens, feeling utterly humiliated, especially with so many people around, even the captain casting disdainful glances his way. Leaning against the wall in despair, Shou Yue's form gradually becomes translucent. Muttering to himself, "Ignore me. Pretend I don't exist." Seeing Shou Yue in such a state intrigues Yunfan. What curious scene could have elicited such shyness? Driven by curiosity, he quietly activates the Eye of Tranquility. Spring has arrived. The season of renewal is upon us. What scenes has Yunfan not witnessed in his past life? As a dedicated scholar, he even invested heavily in a second-hand computer solely for study purposes. In the stillness of the night, within the confines of his dimly lit rented room, the sounds of his earnest learning would echo. He believed himself steadfast in purpose, unaffected by the presence of various instructors. His heart a placid lake. Under the Eye of Tranquility, nothing escapes scrutiny. He could even zoom in on specific areas of interest. Yunfan merely glances at the natural behaviors of beings, having become numb to the sights over time. Until he sees it. Good heavens, what a visual shock! Never has Yunfan encountered such explosive scenarios in his past or this life. This is beyond the realm of normalcy. No, that room does not harbor humans. Oh my, the eye has indeed been opened. Yunfan lies frozen on the bed, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is beyond what any human could accomplish. Today has certainly broadened my horizons. Hua Mulan, noticing Yunfan's peculiar state, initially worries, but soon her brows furrow as her aura intensifies, her attire and hair moving as if caught in an unseen wind. Drawing a massive sword from her back, she places it against Yunfan's neck. Her voice icy, "Retract your lascivious gaze." Hidden against the wall, quietly inches toward the corner. The cold blade radiates an ominous energy, causing Yunfan's neck to ache, his body trembling involuntarily as he hastily retracts the Eye of Tranquility. Feigning ignorance, Yunfan exclaims, Mulan? What has happened? Hua Mulan's piercing gaze fixes on him as she utters, devoid of emotion, is it appealing? Appealing? Puffed. Yunfan could never confess to having spied, for a slip could lead to dire consequences. With innocent eyes, he protests, Mulan, this is an injustice. Am I the sort of person who would do such a thing? Who doesn't know that I, Yunfan, am a paragon of virtue? Huffed. Ji Xiaoman cannot stifle her laughter. Having never encountered someone with such audacity, Yunfan shoots a sidelong glance at Ji Xiaoman. Seeing that Hua Mulan remains unyielding, he points a finger toward the corner where Shou Yue stands, that it's all Shou Yue's fault. He sparked my curiosity. Hua Mulan's gaze shifts to Shou Yue, who trembles in the corner. Shou Yue, it's been ages since I assessed your training progress. Come out with the captain, and let me see if you've been slacking since arriving in this world. Hua Mulan drags Shou Yue, whose furry ears twitch, onto the rooftop, while Yunfan exhales a gentle sigh. Forgive me, Shou Yue. A friend in misfortune is a true friend. I shall compensate you later. Ah Yao, still confused by the unfolding events, asks curiously, what did you see? Yunfan lightly taps Ah Yao's forehead, admonishing, little ones shouldn't inquire into matters that don't concern them, but Ah Yao covers her forehead, retorting defiantly, Ah Yao is not a little one. Ji Xiaoman leans in with a playful grin. I want to know too. Tell me secretly. I'm an adult now. Yunfan swiftly pulls the quilt over Ji Xiaoman and Ah Yao, tossing them onto the bed. There, just like that. What do you mean? Figure out yourself. Ji Xiaoman's voice emerges from beneath the quilt. Yao, don't use your antlers to poke me. Ignoring Ji Xiaoman, who has proven to be a troublesome girl, Yunfan heads to the bathroom for a quick wash before settling cross-legged on the bed. Before him lies a mini crystal, and he begins a fervent prayer. Ji Xiaoman peeks out from the quilt, her face flushed and drenched in sweat, muttering, so mystical. Ah Yao, how dare you ambush me? I, a prodigious martial arts talent, cannot be bullied by you. Ji Xiaoman retreats into the quilt, determined to show Ah Yao her prowess. Behind them, the two girls engage in playful banter. Yunfan sits serenely like a sage, his heart is still pawned. Summoning. The crystal emits an energy effect, initiating the summoning ceremony. Is it a hero this time? Based on past experiences, the summoning effect should yield a hero. Yunfan pats the quilt behind him, saying, a new companion is coming. Come forth. Ji Xiaoman and Ah Yao lift the quilt, tidying their disheveled hair from their playful tussle. Sweaty and curious, they squeeze beside Yunfan, eagerly observing the energy effect. Who will it be this time? As the summoning effect dissipates, a tiny lowly appears before them, with blue-green hair, a light green dress, a chubby face, and bright, round eyes. She exudes freshness, cuteness, and liveliness. Barefoot, she stands atop a floating, peculiar chair. Yunfan instantly recognizes her. Goodness, is that not the brilliant musical genius, Kai Wanji? Ji Xiaoman clutches her cheeks, exclaiming, so kawaii. Kai Wanji, with her chubby feet on the rocking chair, raises her arms in celebration, exclaiming, a beautiful girl of the battlefield, making a grand entrance. Yunfan playfully taps her forehead with his finger, smiling. Welcome, little Kai chicken. You're the little chicken, Kai Wanji pouts, expressing her displeasure. Baby S not happy. Baby has little emotions. Chapter 56. Brother will take you to earn money. Hey, how old are you? Still fighting over a baby carriage. Ji Xiaoman sits on the bed, exasperated by Yunfan's antics. At this moment, Yunfan, brimming with excitement, rides the rocking chair, bustling around the room. This is a flying rocking chair. I've always wanted to try it. Give it back. Indeed, adults are wicked, terrifying creatures who love to deceive. Kai Wanji, chasing after the rocking chair with her bare feet, pouts angrily, threatening, if you don't return it, I'll make you cry. Huh. Little chicken, don't be so petty. Yunfan has no intention of stopping. The room is too small to fully enjoy it. He longs to soar outside. Who could refuse a flying baby carriage? Just as he is about to leap out the window, Hua Mulan enters. Opening the door, Yunfan glances back at her, puzzled. Where's Shou Yue? Hua Mulan casually replies, don't mind him. Young people are carefree, they just crash and sleep. He'll come back when he wakes up. She then turns her attention to Kai Wanji. Squatting down to stroke her head. Is this a new friend? I am Hua Mulan. You are truly adorable, but running around barefoot will make you sick. Kai Wanji raised her adorably naive cheeks, biting her finger as she exclaimed, "I have heard of you. I am Kai Wanji. Are you also the accomplice of that villain?" "Villain?" Hua Mulan cast a puzzled glance at Yunfan, who was at that moment stealthily opening the window. Ji Xiaoman leaped, perching herself on the windowsill, one long leg propping against the rocking cart, preventing his escape. This fellow even seeks to commandeer a child stroller. Observing Yunfan being thwarted, Kai Wanji seized the opportunity to dash forward. Launching herself into Yunfan's embrace, with a huff, she raised her small hand, gathering a sphere of energy, and slapped it against Yunfan's chest. The moment the energy sphere made contact, Yunfan stiffened. Numbness coursed through him. Rendering his body immobile, Ji Xiaoman seized Yunfan by the collar, flinging him onto the bed, declaring, "Serves you right." Kai Wanji stood atop the rocking cart, hands on her hips, huffing, "I made my point. I'm not one to be trifled with." Yunfan lay on the bed, writhing like a maggot. To be fair, the little chick's ability was indeed quite effective in the midst of battle, where circumstances shift in an instant. A moment of paralysis can determine the tide of victory. Yunfan became intrigued by this ability, his consciousness delving into the crystal to examine Kai Wanji's skill set. There were numerous skills, predominantly of the restorative type, such as Si Wu Xia, Wang Yu Chu. In Chang Guxing, these abilities allowed Kai Wanji to play instruments, healing herself or her allies. They were exceedingly practical. During combat, she could simply soar into the sky atop her rocking cart and perform a Wang Yu Chu, rejuvenating her teammates to continue the fight with vigor. With a short cooldown, as long as Kai Wanji's energy could keep pace, she could perform uninterrupted, making it challenging for adversaries to contend. However, while these skills were commendable, they were not suitable for Yunfan, who, as captain, was meant to charge into battle, engaging the enemy head-on. There was no time for playing instruments. The ability to heal upon taking damage was also of no interest to him. He had better options. For instance, Cheng Yaojin's skills were akin to a perpetual motion machine. As long as he wasn't swiftly defeated, he could boldly proclaim, "Do you think you can kill me?" Thus, the choice was clear. Hujiala. This skill could launch an energy sphere, rendering enemies paralyzed and rigid. Though briefly, it was crucial in combat. Yunfan had already experienced its effects firsthand. This was the one. Ah Yao surrounded Kai Wanji. Sporting an affectionate smile, it was hard to fathom how such a charming face could produce that expression. Ah Yao lavished affection upon Kai Wanji, even sharing her snacks with her. Before Kai Wanji's arrival, the others aboard the ship had regarded Ah Yao as a child, despite her being an adult, with a stature not lacking. Yet everyone tacitly ignored that fact. Such shallow individuals were merely captivated by her cuteness, treating her as a child. Now, Ah Yao was elated. With the arrival of the younger Kai Wanji, she was no longer the smallest. She finally had a little sister. Kai Wanji, cradling a pile of snacks, beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Mine, all mine." Yunfan leaned closer, subtly coaxing, "Little chick, come down and play with Sister Ah Yao." Kai Wanji was thoroughly displeased with the moniker Yunfan had bestowed upon her, retorting, "You're the little chick." After which, she clung tightly to the rocking cart, refusing to budge. Ah Yao, acting like a little adult, stood before the rocking cart with outstretched arms, declaring, "Don't take my sister's things." Yunfan, resigned, relented, "That I'm going out for a stroll." "Do you want to join?" Yunfan inquired, primarily hoping to find a way to expedite the growth of the crystal energy. Spending endless time adrift at sea was rather dull. Having finally arrived at town, everyone naturally wished to explore. That it was also Kai Wanji's first visit, and her curiosity about the local culture was palpable. Ji Xiaoman and Kai Wanji were fine to converse with. Neither had bounties on their heads, and as long as they avoided the Navy, they would encounter no issues. The others could change their appearances without much trouble. Yunfan could don a mask as well. Hua Mulan pondered for a moment, voicing, "With so many of us going out together, won't we attract too much attention? Then let us split up?" Yunfan nodded, recognizing the practicality of not needing to venture out as a collective. Ah Yao immediately raised her hand, exclaiming, "I want to go with Kai Wanji." "No," Yunfan swiftly opposed. "You two are still too young to manage on your own. What if you encounter the Navy? You can go with Xiaoman. Let her protect you." Ah Yao attempted to protest further, but Yunfan produced a wad of cash, declaring, I'll give you all the money. Ji Xiaoman promptly covered Ah Yao's mouth, accepting the money with a cheerful smile as she began counting it. However, she was not entirely devoid of loyalty, sharing half with Hua Mulan. Yunfan continued, I'll go with the little chick. Mulan, you can act freely. As for Shou Yue, he remains on the rooftop, lost in his melancholy. Kai Wanji raised her chubby little hand, declaring, I object. You surely harbor ill intentions. You want to steal my rocking cart. What if you sell me off? I'm the captain. I'm definitely not that kind of person. Yunfan replied with righteous indignation. Moreover, can't your rocking cart be retracted? Ah Yao's staff, Shou Yue's sniper rifle, and Mulan's sword could all be stored away. So there was no reason Kai Wanji's rocking cart could not. Realizing this, Kai Wanji jumped down, her rocking cart dissipating into specks of light. But if you give all the money to them, won't I be unable to buy delicious food if I go with you? Yunfan smiled mysteriously, his palm grasping the void, summoning the renowned sword, Si Ming. Taking Kai Wanji's little hand, he said, Let us go. Brother will take you to earn some money. Chapter 57. Ignite. The flames of war at Chibi. Confrontation with nature on the streets. Smoker puffed on a cigar, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Not long ago, someone had reported sighting Yunfan and his crew in this vicinity. The lethargic Dasky had returned, although it was unclear what troubled her. She too claimed to have encountered Yunfan's group here. Smoker had rushed over immediately, but alas, he was a step too late. Damn it! He clenched his teeth around the cigar, leisurely strolling down the street, scrutinizing every detail. Smoker had already reported Yunfan's whereabouts to the naval headquarters, assuring them of his ability to apprehend them. Yet now he had not even caught a glimpse of Shadow. Just then, a naval officer rushed over, exclaiming, Report! Headquarters is calling. What did they say? Headquarters stated that the Demon Slayer Order's military ship is en route, instructing us to ensure that the Shield Hero and his crew are intercepted at the foot of Upside Down Mountain. Smoker's pupils constricted, his heart racing at the mention of the Demon Slayer Order. When did they arrive in the East Blue? Though puzzled, Smoker nodded, responding, Understood. The Demon Slayer Order comprised 5 naval admirals, 10 warships, and thousands of elite sailors. This time, the Shield Hero's crew would undoubtedly be unable to escape. As Smoker contemplated, he was suddenly bumped into. Looking down, he found a little girl with blue-green hair, her bare feet exposed. The little girl clutched a deflated cotton candy, her big eyes gazing up at Smoker with a glimmer of innocence. Smoker knelt down, retrieving a bill from his pocket, saying, My pants bumped into your cotton candy. Go buy another one. Also, little one, running around barefoot could make you sick. Kai Wanji remained silent, her gaze fixated on the cigar in Smoker's mouth. Lost in thought, Smoker gently patted Kai Wanji's head, saying, This is not food. Kai Wanji looked at Smoker with an expression akin to that of a fool, replying, I know it's smoke. I just don't understand why you smoke too. Smoker was momentarily at a loss for words. Little chick, stop right there. Yunfan, wearing a mask and holding a pair of baby shoes, dashed over. Upon seeing Smoker, he paused briefly, then casually greeted hello, before Smoker could respond. Yunfan crouched down, lifting Kai Wanji onto his lap and playfully tapping her forehead. Oh, you dare to sneak away while I wasn't looking. Kai Wanji covered her forehead defiantly, gazing at Yunfan. I don't want to wear shoes. In a way, you must wear them. The streets are filthy. There's all sorts of debris on the ground, and those uncouth individuals who spit everywhere and toss their cigarette butts. Just imagine how dirty it would be if you stepped on that. Yunfan set the baby shoes down, grasping Kai Wanji's small feet, patting her soles. Ugh! Where did this ash come from? Smoker silently extinguished a cigar and concealed it within his clothing. This time, Kai Wanji ceased her resistance, allowing Yunfan to put the floral shoes on her. These shoes were freshly purchased. Yunfan set Kai Wanji down, saying, Take a few steps to see if they fit. Kai Wanji walked up to Smoker, pressed the deflated cotton candy into his hand, then tugged at the bill in his other hand. Smoker maintained a stoic expression, stating apologies. It was unclear whether he was apologizing for the cotton candy or the ash. Yunfan took Kai Wanji's hand, looking at Smoker and saying, It's fine, we can always buy another. Upon concluding his words, he turned to leave with Kai Wanji. Wait, Smoker called out, producing the wanted poster illustrated by the Navy from his pocket. his gaze sweeping over Yunfan. Why are you wearing a mask? And who is this child to you? Yunfan chuckled lightly and replied, that seems to have nothing to do with you. Smoker reignited his extinguished cigar, exhaling a puff of smoke as he flipped the wanted poster towards Yunfan, stating, then this must concern me. The poster depicted the very attire Yunfan currently wore, albeit with a rather abstract representation of his face. Yunfan snatched the wanted poster, tearing it to shreds, exclaiming, who drew this? So abstract, and you still recognize me. Smoker brandished his weapon, the jit pointing it at Yunfan and declaring, Shield Hero Yunfan, have you truly fallen to the depths of child trafficking? The surrounding civilians, upon hearing that a heinous criminal known as Shield Hero Yunfan was about to engage in a fight, fled in terror, tumbling over themselves. Only the two opposing parties remained in the desolate street. Yunfan removed his mask, his expression darkening. You dare accuse me of child trafficking, and even call me Shield Hero? You little brat, step back. I wouldn't want to splatter you with blood. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Kai Wanji, signaling her to summon the rocking car and make their escape should the situation worsen. Kai Wanji, her short legs moving swiftly, distanced herself while cheerfully shouting, Go, bad guy. Defeat the big brute. Smoker's face darkened at her words. You truly are a child trafficker. Yunfan bellowed. Where did you hear that she's cheering for you? It's futile to say more. Surrender now. White fist. Yunfan sidestepped the incoming fist, countering with a leg sweep, executing a casual second move. Thanks to Ji Xiaomon's skills, his legs were remarkably agile. Smoker raised his arm to block, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he remarked, Is that all you can do? Then you might as well die. White snake. Two streams of smoke erupted from Smoker, coiling towards him like serpents. Named Blade, Si Ming. Air split slash. He concentrated his energy into the named Blade, unleashing a strike that shattered the void. The mere shockwave dispersed the smoke, hurtling towards Smoker. White smoke. The slash grazed Smoker's body, stirring a cloud of smoke. In a moment, his form reconstituted, and scathed, Smoker's pupils constricted slightly, his heart racing with fear. That previous slash had sent a chill down his spine. Thankfully, he had transformed into smoke in time. Not bad, but unfortunately, you've encountered me. I'm a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Your slash is ineffective against me. This ends here. White Gale. Smoker's entire being transformed into smoke, obscuring the sky like a tornado, engulfing the street. Anyone caught within would undoubtedly lose their combat capability. Yunfan's expression grew serious, his eyes narrowing slightly. Let us give it our all. This is the moment to test whether I can stand against a Logia user. His eyes suddenly flared open, flames igniting within them. Ignite. Beacon of red cliffs, flames spiraled around Yunfan, rising like a conflagration, keeping the smoke at bay. Observing the natural smoke halted by his flames, he felt a sense of relief. The name Blade, Si Ming, lay horizontally before him, flames licking its blade. Recalling a certain anime from his past life, he couldn't help but shout dramatically, Bankai, flowing blade like fire. Air split slash. Flames erupted from Yunfan, reaching towards the heavens, illuminating the street as if it were the apocalypse. Flame serpents entwined around the named Blade, and with a sweeping motion, Yunfan unleashed a fiery slash that tore through the ground. Fracturing the pavement beneath, Smoker's pupils widened in shock, a tremor coursing through him as he sensed the looming threat of death. I can't take that head on. I'll die. Chapter 58. A little red flower for you, Boom. The fiery slash surged forth with unstoppable force, cleaving through the smoke tornado and striking a residential building with relentless momentum. As the smoke dissipated, Smoker's figure slowly took form. Drip, drip, blood splattered onto the ground. Blooming like flowers, Smoker knelt on one knee, one hand clutching his abdomen, the other propping himself up with the jit, his gaze fixed incredulously on Yunfan, uttering, Mera Mera no Mi. It's impossible. The Mera Mera Daki took the lead, kneeling before the large pit, watching as Smog, who lay within, cried out in anguish, uncertain of his fate. Cough, cough. Slowly, Smog opened his eyes and, with great difficulty, declared, Do not worry. I am not dead yet. Colonel Smog is still alive. Quickly, doctor, doctor! The Navy personnel immediately descended into chaos, working frantically to haul Smog from the pit. They place him on a stretcher and rush toward the infirmary. "Bring me the din mushy," Smog gasped from the stretcher. Tears streaming down her face, Daki urged, "Colonel Smog, you must receive treatment at once." "No," Smog insisted, forcing himself to sit up. "I have important matters to report to headquarters." "Hand me the din mushy." Unable to persuade him otherwise, Daki relented and sent someone to fetch the din mushy. In the infirmary, Smog sat on the bed, a din mushy beside him, receiving treatment from the doctor while relaying his report to headquarters. Yunfan possesses the power of the Mera no Mi, along with what appears to be the abilities of a barrier fruit. He can even strike against Logia types with his fists and feet, and is unafraid of sea stone. Smog spoke at length about Yunfan as capabilities, feeling that the intelligence provided by headquarters had been far too vague. "Colonel Smog," the din mushy's voice resonated vividly. "Your mission is to intercept the Shield Heroes group at the base of Reverse Mountain, awaiting the arrival of the Demon Slayer warship. And no matter what abilities he possesses, he will be eliminated. As long as he does not leave Lowtown, do not engage him." "Understood." Smog reluctantly hung up the call, sensing that Yunfan must possess hidden cards up his sleeve, abilities that could attack Logia types without relying on Haki. Possibly multiple fruit powers and an immunity to sea stone. This implied he was also unafraid of seawater. Could such a person truly perish under the Demon Slayer's decree? "Daki, relay this order. Closely monitor the Shield Heroes group. Engage only if absolutely necessary." "Yes," Daki replied, turning to convey the command. Chapter 59. I'll give you a chance to repeat that. Yunfan held Kai Wanji's little hand as they strolled through the bustling streets. He could sense countless eyes scrutinizing him. The strongest Navy colonel, Smog, had been defeated and gravely injured, making it unlikely he would trouble Yunfan in the near future. However, Yunfan wondered if Smog had called for reinforcements from headquarters, and who might respond. He was not concerned about these summoned heroes. As long as the crystal remained intact, they were immortal. Even if the crystal were destroyed, they could return to their original world. As for his own safety, Yunfan was even less troubled. He was unencumbered by worries of death. After all, what was so significant about dying again? Once the crystal's energy was fully collected, they would depart. And there would still be time. The Navy headquarters would require time to arrive. Currently, the energy was steadily increasing, and it wouldn't be long before another summoning could take place. "How much are these shoes?" Yunfan inquired, holding a pair of floral shoes in a children's clothing store, glancing at the attendant. "Wow, your taste is impeccable. These shoes are perfect for your daughter." The attendant, a striking young lady, had somewhat poor eyesight. "Your daughter is simply adorable. These shoes are the latest trend. They will look splendid on her." Not only was her vision lacking, but her intellect seemed equally deficient as she failed to notice Yunfan's increasingly dark expression. "Stop! Just tell me the price." The attendant's eyes roamed over Kai Wanji. In her mind, she mused that the simple dress was made of exquisite material, and the girl, chubby and fair with innocent large eyes, clearly hailed from a wealthy family. As for Yunfan, his attire was ordinary, but anyone capable of raising such a delightful daughter must be a low-key big shot. The attendant, confident in her judgment, declared a mere 5,000 beri. Smack! Yunfan slammed the floral shoes onto the counter, taking Kai Wanji by the hand and storming out 5,000 beri for a pair of ordinary cloth shoes. Why not just go rob a bank? "Hey, don't leave. Cut it out. Who do you think you are, pretending to be a big shot without money?" Yunfan fumed at the entrance, contemplating whether to take drastic measures against the oblivious attendant. Kai Wanji giggled, her chubby cheeks quivering, pinching her baby fat. Yunfan scolded, "This is all for you, and yet you laugh at me." Kai Wanji wriggled free from Yunfan's grasp, declaring, "I already said I don't want to wear shoes." "No way." Yunfan scooped up Kai Wanji and entered another store, determined to buy several pairs of shoes today. Before long, Yunfan emerged empty-handed from the shop, resembling a defeated rooster, slumped on the ground. Kai Wanji, acting like a little adult, patted his head and said, all right. If we have no money, let's just go. I don't blame you." Suddenly, Yunfan sprang to his feet, conjuring the renowned sword, Simi, with a serious expression. "Don't," Kai Wanji exclaimed. clinging to his leg. You're not actually thinking of robbing someone, are you? Stealing isn't what a good child does. Yunfan gazed up at the sky with a heavy heart. Alas, I do not wish to resort to this. But the world is harsh. With that, he led Kai Wanji into a weapons shop. Boss, the shopkeeper behind the counter hurried out with a beaming smile, asking, "What can I do for you, dear customer?" Yunfan, uninterested in the intricacies of the trade, stated plainly, "I'm short on cash lately. I'm here to sell something." Afterward, he remained silent, cradling Simi as he perused the store, hoping to find a fine blade. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, fixated on Simi. From a moment Yunfan entered, the shopkeeper was captivated by the sword, instantly recognizing its extraordinary quality. His shifty gaze assessed Yunfan and Kai Wanji, wearing a mask, unwilling to reveal his true identity and eager to sell. He was clearly involved in something shady. Moreover, he urgently needed money, indicating he was not a formidable adversary. The presence of a little girl served as a cover. The shopkeeper felt emboldened. He relished the idea of dealing with someone involved in dubious activities who possessed valuable items. His gaze lingered on Simi, contemplating how to acquire it, through coercion or persuasion. Since Smog had established a base in Lowtown, his shop had been quiet for too long, finally encountering a fat sheep. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. After wandering through the weapon shop, Yunfan found nothing impressive and decided to cut to the chase, slamming Simi onto the table. "Take a look." The shopkeeper, already restless, maintained a calm facade. "This blade has decent material. What a pity. The forging technique is lacking, such fine material wasted." He disdainfully set Simi down, lamenting its potential. Yunfan, straightforward, asked, "How much will you offer?" After a moment of contemplation, the shopkeeper, visibly pained, replied, 10,000 uri. Yunfan, though unfamiliar with the trade, could sense the shopkeeper was trying to swindle him. Simi was worth far more than that. Realizing the shopkeeper was blind to its true value, Yunfan feigned indifference, stating, "Then I suppose I'll look elsewhere." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression shifted. He dropped the pretense and blocked Yunfan's path. "Do you think you can just waltz in and out of my shop? If you don't leave this sword, you won't be leaving this place today." Yunfan was taken aback. This shopkeeper was not following the script. Wasn't it supposed to be a back and forth, a dance of negotiation? Instead, this man was attempting outright robbery. Unfazed, Yunfan retorted, "You run a black market, don't you?" "Ha! If you know that, then leave the sword. I won't let you leave empty-handed. Take the 10,000 berry and get lost." Yunfan chuckled softly, then removed his mask. You know who I am." "I don't care who you are." Before the shopkeeper could finish, he caught sight of Yunfan's face, his expression turning ghostly pale, his voice caught in his throat. Eyes wide, trembling. "You." As a black market owner, knowing the right information was crucial. Otherwise, one might provoke someone dangerous without realizing it was clear he had recognized Yunfan. The shopkeeper could hardly believe that the infamous shield hero was reduced to selling a sword. "With your status as a pirate, how could you possibly need money?" Yunfan picked up Simi and lightly tapped the shopkeeper's face, smiling. "It seems you've recognized me. I'll give you a chance to repeat that." The shopkeeper immediately knelt, crying out, "Big brother, if you need money, you should have said so. How much do you need? Take whatever you want." Yunfan nodded. "I'm not unreasonable. Just tell me how much this sword is worth. And that's what I'll take." Tentatively, the shopkeeper suggested 100,000. Seeing Yunfan's lack of reaction, he quickly added, No, 1 million. That is all my savings." Yunfan nodded slightly. The proprietor, visibly relieved, hastily handed over some money to send Yunfan on his way. He could hardly afford to offend such a prominent figure. Chapter 60. Your sincerity has moved me. Yunfan returned to the children's clothing store with Kai Wanji, with money in his pocket and a newfound confidence. He waved his hand grandly, purchasing every pair of shoes suitable for small fry. The salesgirl was so overwhelmed with emotion that she was brought to tears, fervently welcoming Yunfan to return in the future. Amidst a room full of admiring gazes, Yunfan left with his head held high. The baby carriage pushed by Kai Wanji was overflowing with packages, tugging at the hem of Yunfan's clothing. She innocently remarked, "You now resemble a triumphant rooster." Yunfan playfully flicked her forehead with his finger, eliciting her displeasure. Covering her forehead with her chubby hand, she threatened, Don't bully me. I am quite formidable. As she spoke, a sphere of energy began to coalesce in her small hand, gesturing threateningly at Yunfan. He quickly grasped her hand, exclaiming, "Indeed, the little chick is the mightiest." He had no desire to experience the sensation of his entire body going numb again. "I'm tired of walking. Should I carry you?" "No." Kai Wanji pouted and climbed into the baby carriage, tossing the packages to Yunfan, collapsing onto the rocking carriage like a little meatball. Yunfan summoned the famed sword. Destiny, balancing the packages on his shoulder. Kai Wanji, with her round, sparkling eyes, exclaimed in disbelief, "You got the sword back again." She distinctly remembered that the sword had been sold to the weapon shop owner. How had he regained it? Is this what you meant by making money? This is clearly stealing. Yunfan strolled leisurely down the street, casually explaining, "I have returned the sword to the owner. If he cannot keep it safe, that is no concern of mine." "Your reasoning is quite sound." Not far away, at the entrance of a small alley, Hua Mulan, with her large sword slung across her back, calmly regarded a group of flamboyantly dressed thugs before her. One of the thugs leaned towards his frizzy-haired companion and said, "Gambia, that girl-ass sword is clearly extraordinary. If we can seize it, our boss would surely be thrilled." Gambia nodded in agreement, calling out, "Hey, you over there, hand over the sword, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, humph." Hua Mulan surveyed her surroundings. They were in a bustling area, already drawing a crowd of onlookers. "Look, it's the henchmen of the notorious Bartholomew." These ruffians were utterly brazen, so audacious even in broad daylight. "That red-haired girl is in for trouble. Should we report this to the Navy?" "Never mind. That would only invite Bartholomew's retribution." Listening to the commotion, Hua Mulan recognized these individuals as thugs and deemed further conversation unnecessary. She turned into the alley, her voice cold and detached. "If you want it, then come with me." Gambia laughed heartily. This girl is quite clever. She understands the need for discretion. "Rest assured." "Aye, Gambia, keep my word. Just hand over the sword, and I will let you go." Point one of his lackeys hesitated, voicing concern. "Gambia, this girl is too calm. Could it be a trap? What is there to fear?" Gambia smacked the back of his lackey's head. "Are we to be intimidated by a mere girl?" "Everyone, follow me." Gambia led his group of henchmen into the alley. The onlookers outside, eager to get closer, soon heard screams echoing through the street, causing the crowd to scatter in fright. Inside the alley, Hua Mulan stood with her foot pressed on a thug's head, her sword resting against Gambia's neck. Surrounding them were the moaning forms of defeated thugs. Gambia, feeling the cold steel against his neck, stammered, "We are under Bartholomew's command. Let us go, or he will not spare you." Bartholomew was a powerful crime lord controlling numerous streets. Possessing incredible influence, Hua Mulan, uninterested in his blustering, realized that the situation had attracted attention, and the Navy might already be aware. Adhering to Yunfan's advice to remain discreet, she decided to conclude matters swiftly. She lightly tapped Gambia's forehead with her sword, causing him to instantly kneel, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I have a family to care for." "Silence," Hua Mulan commanded sternly. "If you wish to live, hand over your money." "Will you let us go if we do?" Gambia asked, his eyes brightening as he saw her nod. He immediately jumped to his feet. Kicking one of his fainting through a thug comrades, "Stop pretending to be dead. Get up. Did you not hear what the lady said? Hurry and offer her your money." Gambia, finishing his rant, fished out a crumpled stack of bills and handed them to Hua Mulan. "Miss, this is all I have." The groaning thugs on the ground ceased their wailing, scrambling to gather there and lining up to hand them over to Hua Mulan. Once she received the money, she made no move to prevent the thugs from leaving. Outside the alley, one of Gambia's lackeys cautiously approached him. "Boss, are we just going to let it end like this?" Gambia slapped the back of his lackey's head again. Gritting his teeth, "Go find Bartholomew. This girl is formidable. Not someone we can handle." As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant flash of sword light sliced through the alley, shearing off Gambia's explosive hairdo. "Run!" The thugs scattered, each fleeing faster than the last. Hua Mulan emerged from the alley, gazing at the scattered bills in her hand, murmuring softly, "This should suffice." Her gaze drifted towards the nearby clothing store, and in an instant, she appeared at the entrance. Having just bid farewell to a customer, The elderly tailor was startled into a tremor by Hua Mulan's sudden appearance. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he stammered, Why you? Why are you here again? I told you before, I cannot make clothes without payment. Hua Mulan presented the gathered bills to the tailor, asking, Is this enough? The tailor approached the table, counting the money with a calm demeanor, then fixed his gaze on Hua Mulan. Stolen, a group claiming to be Bartholomew's men. Hua Mulan replied nonchalantly as she took a seat at the table. Oh, so it is Bartholomew, she affirmed. The tailor accepted the money, saying that it's settled. Bartholomew's crew is arrogant and unscrupulous. Since this money was taken from them, I shall gladly accept it. Originally, this wound have been enough for me to take action. However, your determination to risk it all to procure Bartholomew's money must have been quite a challenge. As he spoke, the old man began to wipe away tears. Oh, how touching! Your sincerity has truly moved me. Chapter 61. Oh my sword! Hua Mulan had not anticipated such sentimentality from the elderly tailor. However, she offered no explanation. Once the elder had finished his weeping and raised his head to look at Hua Mulan, he inquired, What are your requirements for the clothing? Hua Mulan produced several design sketches from her pocket and handed them to the tailor. Upon examining the designs, his eyes widened in astonishment. The sketches depicted two outfits, one in gold and the other in blue. The garments, a magnificent blend of silk and leather armor, were exquisitely beautiful and resplendent. Having lived many years, the tailor had never encountered such attire. He was momentarily entranced. Such breathtaking creations would have been impossible for him to craft in the past. However, with the designs in hand, it became significantly more feasible. After a moment of contemplation, he said, This cannot be completed in a short time. Hua Mulan nodded, There is no need for perfection. Eliminate the unnecessary designs and embellishments. I prefer clothing that is not overly complex. The designs represented Hua Mulan's nine heavens radiant skin. She felt that Yunfan, who typically donned casual wear, deserved something more befitting his status, prompting her to present the design sketches for him. The tailor sighed in relief, acknowledging that the extravagant embellishments would indeed consume the most time. Hua Mulan then inquired, How long will this take? The tailor estimated, That depends on whether I have sufficient materials in my stockroom. Such exquisite garments cannot be made from inferior silk. If all goes well, I can complete these two outfits before nightfall. Point 2. Upon hearing this, Hua Mulan realized that the elderly man had misunderstood her intentions. She had merely hoped for a single outfit. Her nine heavens divine radiance, crafted from the finest materials of the King's continent, possessed both a golden and a blue form, yet she had inadvertently led the shopkeeper to believe it was two separate sets. Just as she was about to clarify, an idea struck her. Two garments would indeed suffice, one golden and one blue, allowing her to alternate between them. With this thought, Hua Mulan fell silent once more. After a brief discussion with the old man regarding the specifics, they agreed that she would return before nightfall to collect her items, and she took her leave. She needed to devise a plan to acquire funds. Although the shopkeeper had not specified an amount, it was reasonable to assume it would not be inexpensive. The proprietor's generosity was not to be mistaken for weakness, and she felt compelled to compensate him. Standing at the entrance, Hua Mulan surveyed her surroundings, her gaze landing upon a weapon shop. She pondered, perhaps selling her great sword would be an option. Yunfan had mentioned that they were now pirates. Sometimes, one could afford to set aside their moral compass. After all, one must learn to be adaptable. With determination, Hua Mulan unsheathed her great sword and stepped into the weapon shop. Coincidentally, this was the very establishment where Yunfan had purchased the famed sword. Ximing, the proprietor, Ah Yao, was slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant, hands raised as he murmured, Where is my sword? My magnificent blade? Witnessing Ah Yao's despondent state tugged at Hua Mulan's heartstrings, prompting her to consider leaving. However, her thoughts were interrupted as Ah Yao sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with a newfound focus on the Dragon Slayer blade. Even from a distance, he could sense the malevolent energy emanating from it. What a fine sword! I must possess it. Ah Yao emerged from his sorrow over the sudden disappearance of the famed sword, his face alight with a broad smile as he exclaimed, What can I assist you with, young lady? Or perhaps you wish to sell something. His gaze remained fixated on the Dragon Slayer blade, brimming with a greedy and lascivious desire. This made Hua Mulan uneasy, causing her earlier sympathy to dissipate. She placed the Dragon Slayer blade on the table and inquired, "How much?" The ensuing events were all too familiar. Seli Dao, unable to restrain his avarice, attempted to pressure her into a deal. With predictable results, he received a thorough beating, leaving him financially stripped, content with a bag of belly in hand. Hua Mulan exited the weapon shop, while the proprietor, despite his losses, felt a sense of satisfaction. If he could sell this great sword, he would soon become the wealthiest man in Rogtown. Seli Dao, like an infatuated fool, examined the Dragon Slayer blade, when suddenly a thought struck him, causing him to freeze. Wait, that young lady was part of Yunfan's crew, wasn't she? No wonder she seems so familiar. Goodness, so you all conspire to take advantage of me. He clutched the Dragon Slayer blade tightly, fearful that it would vanish like Si Ming. Meanwhile, Hua Mulan wandered through various clothing stores lining the streets, contemplating suitable outfits to purchase for Yunfan. With money in hand, she felt compelled to indulge. As the captain, Yunfan often donned simple attire. Out of consideration for his pride, Hua Mulan refrained from choosing anything too extravagant, lest it undermine the self-esteem of the young man. She hadn't even worn her beloved Crystal Dragon Hunter in quite some time. While she was perusing the garments, Yunfan entered the store, accompanied by Kai Wanji. "Mulan, what brings you here?" Hua Mulan paused, momentarily taken aback, before casually responding, "Just browsing." Yunfan stepped outside, eyeing the sign above the entrance, and then glancing at the clothing within. Perplexed, "Isn't this a men's clothing store? Is it?" Hua Mulan hesitated, then tossed the garment she held at Yunfan, insisting, "Try this on. You wear such plain clothes every day. It hardly befits a captain." Yunfan, holding the elaborate attire, exclaimed, "This must be quite expensive. Sister has money." Hua Mulan declared grandly, waving her hand dismissively. "Sister Mulan is impressive, but where is your sword? You didn't sell it, did you?" Hua Mulan casually tapped the sword sheath. An energy coalesced around it. Soon, the Dragon Slayer blade returned to her side. In the distance, a mournful wail echoed, faintly discernible as, "My sword." Ultimately, Kai Wanji's baby carriage was laden with numerous packages. The little chick poked its chubby head from the pile, indignantly declaring, "I'll remember you. You're finished. I will take my revenge." Yunfan reached out to extract Kai Wanji, cradling her in his arms, remarking, "You must have the most clothes in there. I didn't ask for this. You insisted on buying it for me." Kai Wanji struggled to climb atop Yunfan's head, perching on his shoulders. Hua Mulan offered her a cotton candy. "Just don't get that sticky stuff in my hair." Yunfan held on to Kai Wanji's little feet to prevent her from tumbling. As Hua Mulan walked beside Yunfan, she pointed at the conspicuous baby carriage and asked, "Is it truly wise to be so ostentatious? Won't we attract the attention of the Navy?" Yunfan occasionally activated his quiet eye, scanning for hidden naval officers, and casually replied, "It's fine." He then inquired, "Have you seen Shao Man and Ah Yao?" Noted a sense of concern crept into Yunfan's heart. Given the unreliable nature of those two mischievous girls, he couldn't help but worry that something might have gone awry in a nearby alley. Two naval officers peered at the trio. What a heartwarming scene. A family strolling through the streets, shopping, and tending to their child. I long for such a life. As he spoke, he bit into a handkerchief. Tears of envy streaming down his face at that moment. His companion slapped him across the face, exclaiming, "Wake up! This is the crew of S.H.I.E.L.D. hero Yunfan, ruthless band of pirates, for the sake of justice. Keep a close watch on them." "Yes, but it's so heartwarming. I can't help but envy them." Chapter 62. A blade shatters the barrier. The Bardo Club. Bartolomeo rummaged through a pile of newspapers, searching for something. "Aha! Found it. This is the one." His laughter was uniquely boisterous as he scrutinized the contents of the newspaper. The paper detailed the crimes of S.H.I.E.L.D. hero Yunfan's crew. This newspaper was not government-issued. It bore the seal of the Century News, the publication owned by the notorious news mogul, Morgans. It was well known that Morgans would report on any significant news, no matter how exaggerated it might be, yet always grounded in truth. Bartolomeo muttered to himself while examining the paper. S.H.I.E.L.D. hero Yunfan, suspected of being a barrier fruit user. If you're a barrier fruit user, Then what am I? A killer of celestial dragons? This sounds rather serious. He chuckled heartily. I'm beginning to appreciate you. Let us see who is tougher. Bartolomeo set the newspaper down, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth as he burst into laughter. Bartolomeo? Woe is me. Bartolomeo, avenge me. Gambier, accompanied by a group of subordinates, burst into the club, collapsing at Bartolomeo's feet in tears. Hey, what happened to you? Bartolomeo brushed Gambier off, eyeing his battered face. Why is your face so disfigured? And where is your hair? Gambier's pride was shattered at the mention of his once magnificent explosive braids, now severed by Hua Mulan's sword at Ah. My hair. Bartolomeo slapped Gambier on the head, bellowing, Stop crying. You haven't even told me what happened. Gambier recounted. It was a girl. She was simply too much to bear. We had planned to steal her great sword as a gift for you. But not only did she refuse, she also fought back and took all the brothers' money. She even cut my hair. Bartolomeo, gripping Gambier by the collar, shouted, A girl brought you down to this state. How humiliating. Where is she? I'll make her understand the consequences of crossing Bartolomeo. Meanwhile, in the bustling commercial street, Yunfan and Hua Mulan searched for Ji Xiaoman and Ah Yao. Given their penchant for excitement, they would surely gravitate towards crowded areas. Shall we return to the inn and wait for them? Hua Mulan suggested. With Xiaoman around, nothing bad will happen. Yunfan sensed the rapidly rising energy within the crystal, feeling perplexed. Logically, the crystal's energy recharge required proximity to narrative characters or locations, yet he had merely been shopping and had not interacted with anyone. However, the speed at which the crystal energy is charging now surpasses even the ferocity with which he dealt with Smoker. Excluding all impossibilities, what remains must be the truth. That is, the summoned hero's interactions with plot characters or locations can also augment the crystal energy. Therefore, it is certain that Ji Xiaoman and Ah Yao must have encountered some event. Yunfan is not particularly concerned about their safety. After all, if a fight were to break out, there would be noise. He is merely curious about whom the two have interacted with that would cause such a rapid accumulation of crystal energy. With the Eye of Tranquility fully activated, Yunfan did not locate the two, but instead spotted a familiar figure. A green-crowned head, a mouth full of sharp teeth, adorned with a nose ring, and a visage akin to a malevolent spirit, clad in a purple coat featuring a skull motif and checkered trousers. Such a distinctive appearance brought to Yunfan's mind an intriguing character. This individual was approaching, and Yunfan chose to remain, eager to see what this character intended to do. Before long, a rather conspicuous group made their way over, prompting nearby shops to hastily close their doors as pedestrians fled in panic. The street was instantly deserted, making Yunfan and his companions quite the focal point. Gambier quickly spotted Hua Mulan, excitedly pointing and exclaiming, Big brother! It's her! It's her! It's definitely her! Yunfan looked at Hua Mulan in confusion, questioning, Is she coming for you? When did you have a conflict? Hua Mulan drew her great sword and stepped forward slowly, stating, Just a minor conflict, I'll be back shortly. Bartolomeo glanced between Hua Mulan and Yunfan, then turned back to Gambier, asking, How did you get into a conflict with them? Big brother, what is going on? Hurry up, teach her a lesson. Gambier still hadn't grasped the severity of the situation. Bartolomeo, hands on his hips and licking his sharp teeth, fixed his gaze on Yunfan, declaring, It doesn't matter. Even if you're a great pirate, I'll teach you a lesson for bullying my brother. Perfect. I want to see who is tougher. Hua Mulan had no intention of engaging in a verbal sparring match. Having come to reclaim her honor, she was prepared for another lesson if necessary. Like that moment, Gambier suddenly shouted, Big brother, watch out. Sky split slash. With a mere flick of her great sword, a brilliant slash erupted, enveloping the entire street, unavoidable and to be endured. Barrier. A transparent shield erected before everyone. Upon impact, the immense force caused shockwaves to radiate outward, sending dust and debris swirling through the street. Ha! Is that all there is? Bartolomeo's arrogant voice echoed from within the barrier. Hua Mulan's cold visage remained expressionless, her grip on the great sword tightening, ready to unleash another strike. Previously, she had merely shown mercy, treating it as a warm-up. Now, recognizing Bartolomeo's capabilities, she resolved to hold nothing back. With her inner energy flowing, her garments billowed, and the stones beneath her feet were swept aside as she gently swung her great sword. There was no cataclysmic clamor. The strike simply glided through the barrier, traversing the sky and cutting through the clouds. Everything unfolded in serene tranquility, as if all that existed before the strike was mere illusion, unparalleled and unimpeded. Hua Mulan sheathed her sword, standing tall that a bead of cold sweat trickled down Bartolomeo's forehead, accompanied by a tuft of green hair. His sharp teeth seemed to ache, his eyes widened in surprise, and his mouth gaped open, creating an unexpectedly endearing contrast to his ghastly appearance. Lifting a hand to touch his head, Bartolomeo sighed in relief. Still here. As long as my head remains intact. He shuddered at the thought that if that slash had been any lower. Since consuming the barrier fruit, he had never felt the threat of death again. No one could shatter his shield, that he was invincible. Yet today, Hua Mulan had effortlessly sliced through it. Such a formidable individual was not even the captain of their crew. What sort of remarkable prowess could Yunfan, the captain, possess? Bartolomeo had witnessed the battle between Yunfan and Smoker. It had been grand, but he was confident he could withstand it with his barrier. However, as Hua Mulan asked captain, how could she only be at this level? It must be that Smoker could not elicit her full strength. This thought sent another shiver through Bartolomeo, overwhelming him with astonishment. Yunfan, equally astonished, had not anticipated Hua Mulan had reached such a level. Although Bartolomeo appeared somewhat inexperienced now, the barrier fruit should not be so fragile. Yunfan's mind delved into Hua Mulan's panel. The equipment section was devoid of items, and the skills section showed no changes. Her level was 10, yet Yunfan was aware that Hua Mulan had remained at level 10 for quite some time. Yet he had not expected her to be so formidable in her bare state. If she were fully equipped at max level, could she chase down Emu? Chapter 63. Smitten by miasma, Hua Mulan turned and returned to Yunfan's side. Finding his astonishment amusing, a smile tugging at her lips, the group of small-time thugs was already petrified, their legs shaking like leaves in the wind. Bartolomeo was still in a daze, and since Hua Mulan had not aimed her strike at them, nor continued her assault, it indicated she would not kill them. Such an impressive figure, yet so magnanimous. At that moment, it felt as if a grand door had swung open before him. Beyond it lay a vast and magnificent realm. The paradise of great figures. What difference was there between being a gangster chief in Road Town and a frog at the bottom of a well? It was utterly pathetic. Bartolomeo slapped Gambier on the head. Bellowing, apologized to the big sister. Thank her for sparing your life, Gambier replied, looking aggrieved, but the big sister has already left. Bartolomeo turned to look, but there was no trace of Hua Mulan on the street. Yunfan, accompanied by Kai Wanji and Hua Mulan, headed towards a tavern where the Eye of Tranquility revealed Ji Shaoman and Ah Yao. Inside the tavern, Ji Shaoman was indulging in a feast, her mouth glistening with grease. Surrounding her were a group of pirates drinking and bantering, while Ah Yao was being entangled by a beautiful and elegant woman that I've told you. I am Alrita. Why do you refuse to believe me? Alrita sat gracefully in a chair, one hand resting on her forehead, the other holding Yao, preventing her escape. The Yao was quite displeased with this beautiful sister, tugging her hand fruitlessly and huffing. I remember Alrita as a plump, exceedingly unattractive old woman, not someone like you. Alrita was unfazed by Yao's comment about her looks. The past was the past, and she was quite satisfied with her present self. With a beaming smile, she replied, "What must I do for you to believe me? You are you. What does that have to do with me?" Ah Yao, recalling the image of the chubby, ugly old woman, felt utterly speechless at the audacity of someone attempting to impersonate Alrita. If you don't let go, I might just have to get rough with you. Don't you think that just because you're pretty, I want to hit you? Upon hearing Ah Yao call her pretty, Alrita giggled, her laughter causing a stir among the surrounding pirates. One pirate, clad in a clownish outfit with a red nose, laughed even more uproariously, slapping the table and exclaiming, "Alrita, were you once a plump old woman? Ha! Is that really funny? Buggy!" Alrita shot a glance at Buggy, who immediately ceased his laughter, pointing at Yao and saying, "This little dear girl said she would get rough with you. Aren't you going to teach her a lesson?" Alrita's cheeks flushed slightly, and she fidgeted, saying, "How could I possibly harm Yunfan's companion? He would be angry, Ah Yao felt goosebumps rising on her skin, demanding, "What exactly do you want?" "I just want to meet Yunfan," Yalita replied, her face growing even redder. The old me was not the real me. The present me is authentic, as the most beautiful woman on the sea. Yunfan is sure to like me. Ji Xiaoman, having lost her appetite while eating, set down her bowl and chopsticks, elegantly wiping her mouth. "Ah Yao, we've been out long enough. We should head back." Ah Yao nodded vigorously, unable to stay any longer. This woman was too unsettling. Upon hearing Ji Xiaoman's intention to leave, Yalita's eyes sparkled. "Are you taking me to meet Yunfan?" I haven't had a chance to properly prepare. Buggy stood up and interjected, "Hey Yalita, you're already quite beautiful. No need for any preparations." He then turned to Ah Yao, urging, "Hurry and take me to meet Shield hero Yunfan. I've been wanting to see him for ages." Ah Yao's wrist flicked, magical energy surged, and she forcefully shook off Yalita's grasp, shaking her head, red nose. "I want to take you." Buggy's face gradually fell into shadow. Yalita attempted to reach for Ah Yao again, but Ji Xiaoman swiftly stepped in front of her, flipping her palm and pinning Yalita to the table with a deft movement. Yalita chuckled nonchalantly. "You can't catch me like that I've consumed the smooth fruit, making my entire body smooth and delicate, allowing me to slip away from any attack." With that, Yalita activated her fruit's ability. Her hand gliding out of Ji Xiaoman's grasp effortlessly. Ji Xiaoman inspected her hand and nodded. "Indeed, it is very smooth." Then her body trembled, martial energy swirling around her as if enveloped by waves, and she kicked out. Yalita, unfazed, chuckled lightly. "See? No matter what attack comes, before the words could fully escape her lips, her body had already flown out like a rag doll." Yalita leaned against the wall, pieces of plaster cascading down, clutching her abdomen in disbelief and exclaiming, "Why can't you slip out from under my feet?" Ji Xiaoman crossed her arms, scoffing, "I thought you were formidable." At that moment, the surrounding pirates retreated in alarm. Shouting, "Captain Buggy has lost his temper." With a scowl like a raging tempest, Buggy advanced step by step towards Ah Yao, overturned a table, and bellowed, "You call me a red-nosed clown? You dare to call me a red-nosed clown? Even if you're a crew member of Shield Warrior Yunfan, this is unforgivable." Buggy brandished several daggers between his fingers and with a swift motion, hurled them towards Ah Yao, shouting, "Die." Ji Xiaoman swung her long legs, kicking one pirate away, then leaped into the air, delivering a downward strike to Buggy's forehead. Buggy rolled his eyes back, his body stiffening as he collapsed. The surrounding pirates gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "It's over. Captain Buggy has been defeated in one move." "She must be a demon," Yalita shouted. "What are you all standing around for? If you let them escape, I won't let you off for not letting me see Yunfan." The pirates surged forward with weapons drawn. Ji Xiaoman stretched lazily and remarked, "A bit of exercise after a hearty meal isn't too bad." With that, her body vanished from sight, and the tavern was filled with her shadow. Countless pirates barely had time to react before they were sent flying, resulting in chaos. Outside the tavern, Yunfan kicked a pirate flying past him, watching the tavern teeter precariously, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. This is just too brutal. Inside the tavern, pirates were scattered everywhere, on the floor, on tables, on the counter, and even hanging from the beams. Ji Xiaoman approached Yalita with a glint in her eye. "I heard you want to see Yunfan." Although Yalita was frightened, she insisted, "If I can't see Yunfan, I won't be able to sleep or eat well. That if I could just meet him, I would be willing to die." "Stop, stop, stop. How disgusting." Ji Xiaoman quickly interrupted. "I'm not going to hit you anymore. Just go." "I won't leave. I want to see Yunfan." "Whoosh, whoosh," Ah Yao shouted, "Watch out." Buggy launched 2 daggers in a surprise attack. Ji Xiaoman caught one with ease, demonstrating an impressive empty-handed catch. Buggy's jaw dropped, utterly shocked. "You caught it." Before he could react further, Ah Yao struck him on the forehead with her staff. "Surprise attack. Take that for your sneak attack." Ah Yao wielded her staff like a mallet, repeatedly striking his head. Buggy, covered in bumps, hurriedly pleaded, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please stop. How dare you treat the great Captain Buggy this way?" "No more hitting." Simi Masai, Chapter 64. Is this the Chiao really this reckless? Simi Masai. Buggy's face was a mess of snot and tears. "You little fawn, you hit really hard." Just as it seemed Yao was about to continue, Buggy roared, "I'm angry now." Shatter into pieces. His body disintegrated like a block. scattering into the air, glaring at Ah Yao. Let me show you the might of Captain Buggy. Bam! Ah Yao struck one of Buggy's legs off. Bam! Another blow severed one of his arms. He was akin to playing baseball, and they seemed to be enjoying themselves. Yunfan arrived at the doorway. He saw grotesque fragments flying through the air and swiftly dodged. Behind him, Kai Wanji was struck squarely by Buggy's head. The bewildered Kai Wanji clutched Buggy's head. Hello? Could you please not squeeze my head? A ghost! Kai Wanji shrieked, tossing Buggy's head away. A voice echoed from the air. I will definitely return. Yunfan sighed. Ah Yao. Don't play with everything. In the anime, Buggy seemed rather cute, but witnessing his dismembered body in reality was quite eerie. Poor little Kai Wanji was frightened. Just as Ah Yao was about to respond, a delighted shout rang out from the corner. Yunfan, is that really you? I've missed you so much. A figure then appeared before Yunfan, arms outstretched for an embrace. Hua Mulan swiftly grabbed Alrita by the scruff of her neck. Alrita flailed helplessly, turning around to shout in anger. Let go of me! Yunfan regarded the attractive woman before him with a sense of familiarity. Calm down. Do we know each other? Alrita elegantly adjusted her bangs. Her cheeks flushed and softly replied, Sussy Buri Dana. Yunfan, you don't remember me? Yunfan felt a bit awkward, realizing he was facing a fan. What should he say? Should he offer an autograph? Just then, Ah Yao interjected. She says she's Alrita, an image of a stout woman wielding a spiked club with a face full of freckles and quivering flesh came to Yunfan's mind. The figure of that woman began to merge with the alluring figure before him. Yunfan shuddered and quickly shook his head. Alrita, blushing, said, I am Alrita. Don't you remember me? Well, the two images truly overlapped, and Yunfan found himself unable to accept it, hastily shaking his head. I don't know you, don't remember, never seen you before. Miss, you have mistaken me. Xiaoman Ah Yao. Let us hurry back. Shou Yue will be worried. With that, Yunfan swiftly made his exit from the tavern. Alrita weakly extended her hand but grasped at nothing, murmuring, Why, am I not pretty enough now? Ah Yao, patting Alrita on the shoulder like an adult, reassured her, You are very pretty now, but shadows aren't so easily erased. First impressions are very important. Alrita pondered this, clenching her fist. I will surely make Yunfan accept me. By the time she came back to her senses, Yunfan and his group had already vanished, and Alrita cried out, Wait for me. In the inn, Yunfan sprawled on the bed, patting his chest in a state of fright. She didn't follow us, did she? Shou Yue emerged from the corner. Puzzled, who didn't follow? What happened? Ah Yao began to vividly recount to Shou Yue how Alrita had relentlessly pursued them, while Yunfan had clumsily fled, ultimately having to escape in Kai Wanji's rocking carriage. Shou Yue questioned in confusion. Why not just defeat her? Yunfan stared at him in disbelief. Shou Yue, that's too much. She hasn't done anything wrong, and besides, we stole her ship. At that moment, Ji Xiaoman casually remarked, You run, she chases, you can't fly away. I think she really enjoys it, so why would you want to hit her? Ahem. Xiaoman, what are you saying? Yunfan coughed, quickly changing the subject. I see the crystal energy is full, so let us begin the summoning. Perhaps we might get a new companion. With that thought, Shou Yue perked up, the grievances of his family dissipating as he eagerly watched Yunfan with the crystal. Everything was prepared, and the exciting moment began. As the crystal summoning effect faded, a bright and cheerful young man appeared before everyone. Hello, everyone! Shou Yue's expression dimmed. It's not Xian Su. Nevertheless, Yunfan was delighted to have summoned a hero, extending his hand. Welcome, Sun Tzu. Just then, ripples appeared beside Sun Tzu, and a familiar water magic array emerged. A graceful figure appeared within. Yunfan stared in astonishment at the suddenly materialized Xiao. What is going on? Buy one, get one free. He then thought of Zhuge Liang. If Sun Tzu can bring his wife over, why didn't you bring Xiao Qiao? Zhuge Liang. This isn't acceptable. Yunfan felt overjoyed. Summoning two heroes at once was quite the bargain. Perhaps this would happen again in the future. However, as he learned more, Yunfan's dreams were dashed. To Qiao clasped Sun Tzu's hand in concern. What is this place? Why is my power fading? Sun Tzu comforted her. Don't be afraid. It's normal. I'm here. Without letting Sun Tzu have a moment's respite to indulge in romantic gestures, Yunfan interrupted. You can think of this as the King's Canyon. once you arrive here. You will need to level up again. That it is abundantly clear that the Qiao has arrived clandestinely, rendering her unaware of the crystal's significance, regardless of her comprehension of the concepts of the canyon or the crystal. Yunfan divulged everything he knew without reservation, but the Qiao appeared utterly bewildered, evidently unable to grasp the notions of canyon and crystal. However, with Sun Tzu by her side, offering comfort through gentle words and embraces, her emotions gradually stabilized. The Qiao cared not for her surroundings. As long as Sun Tzu was present, she felt secure. Yunfan also came to understand the circumstances surrounding the Qiao's arrival. In essence, Sun Tzu's sudden disappearance left the Qiao in a state of frantic urgency, prompting her to activate her abilities and follow the mark on Sun Tzu's body, only to encounter unforeseen mishaps along the way, leading her to lose her direction. Ultimately, a mysterious force rescued her from her plight. As Yunfan immersed himself in the crystal, he accessed the Qiao's profile, nodding in acknowledgement. It was evident that the crystal had intervened to extract the Qiao, who had been adrift in the chaotic currents of space. The Qiao possessed the remarkable abilities to mark her allies' coordinates and traverse dimensions. Nonetheless, despite her formidable powers, it was impossible for her to breach the dimensional barrier unaided. Had it not been for the crystal's assistance, she would have faced dire consequences. Yunfan felt a pang of trepidation. Was the Qiao truly this reckless? Chapter 65. My dog resembles me, and I resemble my dog. Yunfan took a moment to peruse the Qiao's information, which largely aligned with the descriptions found within the game. As the heir of a prestigious magical lineage, she wielded the power to manipulate water, rendering her an invincible entity upon the vast seas of the pirate world. Most of her skills were water-related, with endless flow enabling her to control ocean currents for acceleration, a pivotal skill in her repertoire. Yunfan desired this ability, but chose to defer his selection for the time being and continued to explore. Surge of Koi and Bridge of the Abyss bore similar effects, both summoning tidal waves for attack. However, unlike Endless Flow, which was limited to the ocean surface, these two skills could be activated on land. Yunfan pondered whether the water summoned on land would possess the properties of sea stone. If so, the Qiao could potentially become a nightmare for devil fruit users in the pirate world. The ability to conjure tidal waves from thin air was undeniably impressive, and while Yunfan yearned for it, he deemed it non-essential for now. Finally, there were two skills that Yunfan regarded as divine: the Qiao's means of traversing dimensions, Vortex Gate and Sea of Destiny. Any ally could be marked, and upon activation of the Sea of Destiny, one could instantly arrive at the side of a marked teammate. The Vortex Gate was equally remarkable, allowing the opening of a magic circle at a designated location. Once activated, all allies, regardless of their position, could instantaneously traverse to that location. This skill would prove invaluable in chaotic skirmishes. Imagine activating the magic circle before him, with a legion of heroes suddenly materializing before him. What a fright it would be! Yunfan found himself in a conundrum, deliberating which skill to select. After considerable contemplation, he chose the Sea of Destiny, for it would enable him to swiftly reach his allies in times of trouble. With the Qiao's presence, Vortex Gate seemed redundant. It would be a waste should his teammates encounter peril. The Qiao could rapidly assist and subsequently deploy the Vortex Gate to summon reinforcements. Henceforth, none within Yunfan's faction would ever fight alone again. Did one think they were contending with a solitary individual? No. They would be facing a multitude of heroes. As for the Qiao's water manipulation abilities, Yunfan felt no significant loss. Many heroes remained to be summoned, and he could acquire abilities from others in due time. Having acquired the power to traverse dimensions, Yunfan was eager to test it. He swiftly marked Milan and her companions before leaping out the window. In the midst of their bewildered gazes, ripples emerged behind Ji Xiaoman. She instinctively retaliated with a punch. Yunfan shielded his eyes, grimacing as he exclaimed, "Ji Xiaoman, what are you doing?" Seemingly belatedly realizing the situation. Ji Xiaoman covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how did it end up being you? I thought a thief was attempting to ambush me. Are you all right?" Yunfan huffed in discontent before a thought struck him, causing a smirk to form at the corner of his mouth. Ji Xiaoman, you'd best sleep with one eye open and the other on guard at night. For him, Reaching Ji Xiaoman's side was merely a matter of intention. Distance was no longer an obstacle. The door was no hindrance. When the time came for her to slumber, he could simply teleport over, stealthily leaving a long, wriggling creature before making his escape. Ji Xiaoman, perceiving Yunfan's mischievous grin, immediately grasped his intentions and threatened, "You'd better not try it." Meanwhile, De Qiao, nestled against Sun Tzu's shoulder, expressed mild surprise at Yunfan's use of the Sea of Destiny, but dismissed it with a smile, remarking, "You two share a remarkable bond. However, the Sea of Destiny is not intended for such purposes." Yunfan, contemplating De Qiao's words, quickly understood her implication. His Sea of Destiny stemmed from De Qiao's skill profile. Yet, the skill profile merely represented one manifestation of De Qiao's myriad abilities. And the true potential of her Sea of Destiny would far exceed his understanding, but De Qiao had diligently honed her craft, mastering her capabilities through toil and perseverance, an accomplishment beyond Yunfan's current reach. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. Having grasped the core application, he could learn the rest gradually. Yunfan smiled at De Qiao and said, "Our Timmy pirate crew is in need of a navigator. Would you be interested?" De Qiao, "Certainly. I often accompanied Sun Tzu on voyages at sea." De Qiao replied, embodying the gentle grace of a Jiangnan woman, her words flowing as softly as water. For reasons unknown, a vivid image materialized in Yunfan's mind. A small boat braving the tumultuous waves, with two figures navigating the storm. Shaking his head to dispel the intrusive thoughts, he cast aside the notion of romantic sentiments. Sun Tzu was indeed fortunate to have captured the heart of such a gentle soul as De Qiao. Yunfan admitted to feeling a twinge of envy. Observing Sun Tzu, a bright and cheerful young man, somewhat naive yet endearing, brought to mind his memorable line from the canyon, "My dog resembles me. And I resemble my dog." That sentiment lingered vividly in his memory. What kind of fool would compare themselves to a dog? Oh, right. It was De Qiao's household. Well, that settled it. Noticing Yunfan's unwavering gaze upon him, Sun Tzu scratched his head, beaming with an infectious grin. "Ha ha. De Qiao as the navigator. Then I shall be the captain." Yunfan promptly rejected the notion, asserting, "Absolutely not. The captain is me." "You're too late. You may operate the ship instead. I trust your skills. I fear others might capsize it." With that, he glanced back at Ji Xiaoman. Unwilling to concede, Ji Xiaoman retorted, "What do you mean by that look? When have I ever capsized a ship? Ha ha. Then allow me to steer the vessel. My skills are professional." Sun Tzu laughed heartily. He possessed his own small ship, conjured through his abilities, which proved exceedingly convenient for him and De Qiao to sail amidst the waves. Confident in his navigational prowess, Sun Tzu declared, "With De Qiao controlling the currents and accelerating the ship, does that not make her the destined navigator?" He was also an adept sailor. Now, with the Timmy pirate crew equipped with combatants, a navigator, a helmsman, and a sharpshooter, they were well on their way today. As for the ship's doctor, Kai Wanji could fill that role. Although she lacked medical expertise, her healing abilities were invaluable, and aboard their vessel, illness was hardly a concern, especially with her dual role as a musician to AS for the chef. The sharpshooter would temporarily assume that responsibility. With the crew configuration nearly complete, any remaining shortcomings could be addressed in due course. Meanwhile, Shou Yue found himself in a state of despondency, wishing for the comfort of Xian Tzu's presence. Looking around at the assembled individuals, all eagerly awaiting sustenance, he felt the weight of responsibility bearing down on him. In the past, when there were fewer mouths to feed, he would prepare the ingredients in advance. Now, with so many to feed, Shou Yue felt as if his future was shrouded in darkness. Having acquired a divine skill and 2 new companions, Yunfan was thoroughly delighted. Yet, in his exuberance, he had neglected to examine Sun Tzu's skills. Chapter 66. A man who lives life to the fullest. Truly, he was a man who lived life to the fullest. Even his skills exuded an air of carefree abandon. Raging tide, cutting through wind and waves, startling waves, long sails breaking the waves. Goodness, all of them spoke of waves. However, these skills bore little relation to the waves themselves, primarily encompassing combat capabilities. Presently, Yunfan did not urgently require combat prowess. Thus he opted for Raging Tide. The Fury Tide is a formidable ability that enhances one's restorative powers in the midst of battle. Attacking foes can replenish health and mend wounds, while sustaining damage can trigger an accumulation of unwavering defense. Unlike many games that impose limitations on skills for the sake of player experience, the Fury Tide here is boundless. Its efficacy hinges solely on one's own cultivation. Yunfan initially acquires the ability to stack this power up to 10 layers, but to enhance it further, he must engage in self-training or, akin to Hua Mulan and her companions, ascend in hero rank to receive feedback. This accounts for why Yunfan, after a few sword practices with Mulan, chose to slack off. The rewards from leveling up a hero seemed far more tangible than his arduous training. Upon receiving the Fury Tide skill, Yunfan attuned himself to his body. It remains a passive ability that activates as long as he is in combat. Currently, Sun Tzu, being at a lower level, can similarly stack only 10 layers, though it remains uncertain how many he could accumulate at maximum level, provided they do not encounter a one-sided battle leading to swift defeat. This skill is virtually invincible. Considering Sun Tzu is not renowned for defense and healing, the potency of this skill is remarkable. How would tanks like Chung Yao Jin and Bai Chi fare? Would they not grow increasingly formidable in battle? Dancing through the fray, as the number of summoned heroes grows, Yunfan finds his golden finger exceedingly extravagant. In such a cramped room, with so many people, the watcher is nearly pushed against the wall. Yunfan then suggested to celebrate the arrival of Sun Tzu and De Qiao. Let us dine out. In Rog Town, being able to summon 3 heroes is already a significant satisfaction for Yunfan. The crystallized energy has begun to stabilize, indicating that the energy here has nearly been fully gathered. Even if there are minor omissions, they are inconsequential. Initiate, the next summoning here at this pace would likely take several days, which is clearly impractical. Yunfan cannot linger for such an extended period. Hence, there is no need to stay any longer. With De Qiao, a navigator capable of controlling ocean currents, they are ready to embark on the Grand Line. The unpredictable weather, complex currents, and chaotic magnetic fields will no longer pose a threat to them at that moment. The watcher suddenly remarked, "I have an ominous premonition." Yunfan paused. He knew the watcher well and understood he would not speak without reason. The last time he had a bad feeling, they encountered the celestial dragons and endured a bloody battle. Hua Mulan's expression also grew grave as she noted, the watcher's premonitions are usually quite accurate. At this juncture, Ah Yao transformed into a deer spirit and leapt through the window. The sacred, luminous fawn stood upon the ground, slightly bowing its head, eyes closed in concentration, as energy swelled around it. Rippling outwards like waves that it appeared as if flowers were breaking through the earth beneath. Yunfan watched in awe. First, Mulan had silently sliced through the sky with her sword, then De Qiao traversed the spatial barriers of the king as continent. And now Ah Yao was mysteriously attuning to nature. With the hero's levels rising, he found himself increasingly unable to comprehend these individuals. This already transcended the realm of documented skills. Was the skill panel merely a ruse to deceive Yunfan? Casting a glance back at Jishao Man, he was relieved to find a semblance of normalcy. He then recalled the Jishao breathing technique, internally lamenting that it too had strayed from the category of skills. Jishao Man furrowed her brow, sensing that Yunfan's recent gaze was tinged with disdain for her. Ah Yao opened her eyes, and as tranquility returned to the surroundings, the fawn gazed up at the window, blinking her round, bright eyes, exclaiming, "Kai Wanji, come fetch me up." A black line formed on Yunfan's forehead. He felt a sharp sense of disconnection. Just moments ago, he had perceived Ah Yao as sacred and enigmatic. However, her words shattered that mystique into pieces. Kai Wanji, seated in her rocking vehicle, soared down to retrieve Ah Yao. Ah Yao transformed back in her fawn form, beaming at Yunfan, saying, "Brother, I see a dark omen upon you. Something foreboding looms." Yunfan's expression darkened. He confirmed that this was indeed his little deer, and the previous impressions were mere illusions. Though he felt an impulse to swat Ah Yao's behind, he remained vigilant. He unconditionally trusted his companions. If they sensed something amiss, then it was indeed something to heed. De Qiao's small face was etched with worry. Her current low level meant her skills could only produce the most rudimentary effects. And without a mark, she was uncertain if she could transport so many people through space in the event of danger. Sun Tzu clapped at Xiao on the shoulder, cheerfully declaring, "No worries, I have a ship. And you can control the currents. Together, we are invincible at sea. The situation is dire. I'll just whisk you away." Yunfan stealthily appeared behind Sun Tzu, whispering in his ear, "Then what shall we do?" "Ha! My ship may be small, but it can accommodate a few more people without issue." Sun Tzu was not one to lack camaraderie. His jest was merely to lighten the mood. Yunfan distanced himself from Sun Tzu, turning away to avoid witnessing his display of affection. Approaching the window, he glanced at the sky. The sun shone brightly, a splendid day indeed. Aside from the encounter with the celestial dragons, their journey had been smooth sailing. Even when meeting Garp, the Watcher had not sensed any imminent danger. Though Ah Yao jested with him, her face twisted in concern, clearly sensing something as well. What trials awaited them this time? Yunfan turned to the group and announced, "Taking advantage of this fine weather, let us gather our belongings and set sail." At the port, Smoker stood at the highest point, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his cloak billowing in the wind. Were it not for the numerous bandages wrapped around him, he would still appear quite dashing. The ships at the port had long been dispatched elsewhere, leaving only a pink sailing vessel adorned with a skull and antlers docked. This was Yunfan's little ducky ship. To avoid disrupting the dock, Smoker had ordered it to be towed here. Countless Navy personnel were already stationed at the port. Pirates would never abandon their ships. So Smoker was certain Yunfan would come to tea that moment. Tashigi approached Smoker, puzzled. "Captain Smoker, why don't we burn the Shield Hero's ship?" Tashigi felt that their presence here was futile. Even Captain Smoker had been defeated. Could they truly stop the Shield Hero's crew? If they set the ship ablaze, wouldn't they be unable to flee? Smoker shook his head, replying, "We cannot burn it." "Tashigi, you do not understand the Demon Slayer Order. The mission has been issued, and the Demon Slayer Order recognizes no other targets. Only the annihilation of the mission objective will suffice." Saying this, Smoker coldly huffed, "I cannot gamble on whether those individuals might still regard the safety of innocents. Should a battle erupt in Rog Town, the consequences would be dire. Thus, the Shield Hero's crew cannot remain here. We only need to stall them for a while until the warships arrive. Then we must let them go. Only by taking the battlefield to the sea can we prevent the loss of innocent lives. You understand?" Tashigi, Chapter 67. A Song of Blood and Fire. The streets were exceptionally quiet now. Perhaps Smoker had already foreseen their departure, notifying all shops along the route to the port to close temporarily. Presently, only Yunfan and his companions traversed the street. Xiao cradled Kai Wanji, whose rocking vehicle was piled high with parcels, while the remainder was shouldered by Sun Tzu. Yunfan turned to Ji Xiaoman beside him and inquired, "Am I truly such a malevolent figure as to warrant the closure of all shops?" "How would I know?" Ji Xiaoman replied, displaying no sense of urgency, nonchalantly munching on a lollipop, which he had snatched from a small chick. T her age, still pilfering from children. Yunfan reached into his pocket and produced a lollipop, offering it to the small chick, thus averting an impending duel between the two girls. Yunfan then asked, "What do you think Milan is up to?" "How would I know? Why do you know nothing at all?" Ji Xiaoman shot a frustrated glare at Yunfan. "Could you not be quiet for a moment?" "All right." Upon exiting the inn, Hua Milan had instructed them to proceed first, claiming she had matters to attend to. Though it remained unclear what those matters entailed at this juncture, the Watcher remarked, "The streets that are closing are not the ones leading to the port." Yunfan looked up, observing that the direction of the port remained bustling with activity. The street that was closing clearly indicated that something was amiss. Unfazed, Yunfan continued onward, stating, "Our ship should have been relocated to the port. Even if there is a problem, we must investigate. We cannot simply abandon our ship." The Watcher nodded, silently retreating behind the group. With observation Haki and the Eye of Tranquility fully activated, he ensured they were prepared to respond to any uncertainties. As they approached the port, Yunfan halted. His Eye of Tranquility had already spotted the sailboat, and naturally, he also observed the situation at the port. Everyone followed suit and stopped. The Navy had taken notice of them that a group of uniformed Navy personnel stood at the end of the street. The Watcher gazed at the figure standing at the highest point, stating, "No ambush. They're all right here." The strongest among them is that fellow. Yunfan nodded slightly, raising his gaze to lock eyes with Smoker. The latter stood atop the lookout tower, nonchalantly puffing on a cigar while basking in the wind, exuding an air of ostentation. Point one might mistakenly believe him to be formidable. Smoker's expression was grave as he scrutinized Yunfan and his companions. He had already mobilized all his forces. Aware that cunning schemes would prove futile against someone like Yunfan, he resolved to confront them head-on. Dazki, holding a din mushi, leaned out from the lookout tower to pass it to Smoker. Accepting the device, Smoker continued to fixate on Yunfan, calmly stating, "This is Smoker." The din mushi crackled to life. "We have entered the waters of Road Town. Where is Yunfan and his crew?" Smoker exhaled a plume of smoke, replying, "At the port. They're preparing to leave." After a brief silence, the din mushi informed him, "In 10 minutes, the warship will arrive. During this time, you must not let the shield warriors leave the port by any means." "Understood," Smoker replied, disconnecting the call. Despite the numerical superiority of the Navy below, their morale was notably diminished, as if they themselves were ensnared. Under the watchful gaze of Yunfan and his crew, the Navy felt an overwhelming pressure, their brows slick with sweat and hearts racing with anxiety. Though fear gripped them, their sense of justice forbade retreat. After standing for what felt like an eternity, Yunfan grew impatient and called out, "Are you not going to make your move? If you lack the courage, then step aside." An officer drew his pistol and shouted, "Everyone, take aim and fire. We must not allow them to leave the port by even a step." Sun Tzu set down his burdens and stepped forward, declaring, "Let me handle this." Yunfan nodded in agreement. He had intended the same, otherwise he would have unleashed his conqueror's Haki long ago. These lowly soldiers were perfect for Sun Tzu's ascent. "Fire!" the officer commanded, and the first shots rang out. Sun Tzu casually waved his hand, deflecting the bullets. Such primitive firearms could not even pierce his gauntlets. With a barrage of gunfire, countless bullets rained down like a torrential storm. Although he trusted Sun Tzu, Yunfan still activated his shield to protect those around him, just in case. Sun Tzu grinned widely, his legs coiling with power, muscles rippling, as the ground beneath him fractured like a spider's web. With a mighty leap, he brandished an anchor-shaped weapon. Raising it above his head, he executed a devastating blow that shattered the earth. The colossal anchor struck the ground, unleashing shockwaves that sent debris flying in all directions. Under the force of the impact, surrounding structures crumbled, and countless bullets and fragments returned to their origin. Be careful. Fall back. Defend. Defend. Once the dust settled, numerous Navy personnel lay defeated, their bodies marred with bloody holes from shattered stone and bullets. Yunfan waved away the dust before him, his expression calm as he surveyed the battlefield. From the perspective of these ordinary individuals, one would grasp the extent of their powerlessness and helplessness, faced with such monstrous foes. They were but cannon fodder, incapable of even exhausting the enemy's stamina. Yet upon choosing to wield arms and step on a battlefield, one must be prepared for the inevitability of death. Sun Tzu laughed maniacally as he plunged into the throng. Wielding his anchor without opposition, unstoppable and relentless, the anchor, as massive as his own body, seemed to possess the might to obliterate worlds. To graze it was to incur injury. To be struck was to face death. Though Sun Tzu appeared a bright and cheerful young man, to be deceived by his exterior would lead one to a swift demise. He had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, and this paltry skirmish was insufficient to sway his resolve. With unbridled ferocity, he unleashed his fury upon the waves. Sun Tzu's hair whipped in the wind as he swung the anchor repeatedly, annihilating any Navy soldier who dared to stand in his path. Like a blood-soaked demon, he finally revealed his savage side. Shou Yue furrowed his brow, covering Ah Yao's eyes with his hand. He cared little for himself. Yet he believed children should be shielded from such horrors. Ah Yao pried open one of his fingers, glaring at him with indignation. Feeling underestimated, Qiao embraced Kai Wanji, cradling her head against her chest. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here." The little girl struggled to breathe, flailing her arms and legs. Yunfan clicked his tongue, exclaiming, "This is too brutal." The battlefield of warriors was as raw and unrefined as that. A clash of fists, a song of blood and fire. Chapter 68. The frenzied Sun Tzu smoker stood atop the lookout tower, his heart racing. Witnessing Sun Tzu's unstoppable and overwhelming presence, akin to that of a god or demon, a flicker of fear ignited within him. Suppressing his emotions, Smoker turned his gaze toward Yunfan. Who exactly was this person, and where had he discovered such formidable companions? The Navy soldiers had already reached the brink of despair. Shouting frantically, "He is not human! Open fire! Open fire! Quickly!" The Navy rolled out a line of cannons from the port. Were it not for necessity, they would have preferred not to fire upon Roadtown. The devastation of war was beyond their capacity to bear. And countless comrades and foes were entangled in the chaos. The consequences of firing would be unimaginable. Yet now, there was no time for hesitation. Sun Tzu, like a god or demon, threatened to obliterate everything. Beyond the scope of human restraint, Shou Yue, Yunfan could not permit them to fire, especially with children present. Moreover, the Qiao could hardly withstand the impact of cannon fire. "Understood," Shou Yue replied, raising his hand to aim, just as the cannon was loaded. Before it could even ignite, a bullet struck with blinding speed. Boom! The cannon exploded on the spot. With another mighty swing of the anchor, Sun Tzu created a massive crater, temporarily dispersing the advancing Navy soldiers. The area connecting the port and the streets had already been reduced to ruin. Sun Tzu had lost count of how many he had shattered. All he knew was that he felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. It had been too long since he had experienced the rapid surge of power. Bang, bang! Countless bullets soared toward the port, yet Sun Tzu paid them no heed. The waves of fury had surged to unimaginable heights. And those bullets felt like mere tickles against the skin. In the midst of this shattered miracle, he sought the light, casting aside the anguish of lost hope, and soared upwards, burn to ashes and sink into the sea. Ha ha ha! With the uproar of the waves, Shou Yue dismantled several more cannons, turning to the Qiao with concern. "Is he all right?" The Qiao, seemingly unfazed, replied, "No need to worry. That's just how he is. Once battle begins, he loses himself." At this moment, Sun Tzu was utterly consumed by his frenzy. These lowly soldiers no longer satisfied him, and he lifted his gaze toward the lookout tower, his eyes alight with anticipation. Smoker, bound in his bandages atop the tower, felt a jolt of dread. Their gazes met. Sun Tzu's grin widened as he shouted, "Descend and face me in battle." Without awaiting Smoker's response, he gathered energy rapidly. With a swift motion, a small boat appeared beneath Sun Tzu's feet, racing toward the lookout tower. Along the way, Navy soldiers were sent flying like rag dolls, some losing arms or legs in the collision. De Qiao, under Kai Wanji's protesting gaze, covered her eyes. Yunfan instinctively raised his hand. But Ji Xiaoman slapped it away, crunching her lollipop and indignantly exclaiming, "Why are you covering my eyes?" "Who said I was covering your eyes?" Yunfan raised his hand again to shield Yao's eyes. Atop the lookout tower, Smoker's pupils dilated in disbelief. What was this? Why had a boat suddenly appeared? It was even capable of sailing on land, and at such incredible speed. Sun Tzu's eyes gleamed with madness as he propelled the small boat directly toward the lookout tower. Smoker's heart raced. Was this man truly reckless? "Dasky, fall back!" Simultaneously, Smoker's body began to dissipate into smoke. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the lookout tower collapsed, engulfed in dust and debris that fell like rain. Colonel Smoker, Dasky, lay on the ground, blood oozing from her forehead, her arm a mangled mess. As the dust settled, Smoker reformed, his gaze fixed ahead, where a figure stood. Without turning back, he commanded, "Everyone, hold the port at all costs until the warship arrives." Though he spoke those words, hope had already fled from Smoker's heart. He had initially believed that the shield warriors consisted only of Yunfan and Hua Mulan, but now another formidable opponent had emerged. Before Yunfan had even made a move, and with Hua Mulan's whereabouts unknown, the Navy could not hope to restrain them. For justice will prevail. Charge! All the Navy soldiers bypassed Smoker and Sun Tzu, rushing toward Yunfan and his companions. Sun Tzu made no attempt to obstruct them, his focus solely on Smoker as he lunged forward with his anchor, ready to cleave through the tumult. Smoker swiftly transformed into smoke, evading the attack as the anchor erupted with a resounding crash, leaving a substantial crater in its wake. What do you think you're running to? The tumultuous waves raged. The anchor, wielded by Sun So like a formidable axe, was swung repeatedly, conjuring billows of white smoke, a veritable smoke launcher. In a flurry, Smoker hastily distanced himself, half of the cigar clenched in his mouth severed. Gasping for breath, he stared in shock at Sun Tzu. Wounds of varying depths marring his arms, waist, and legs, crimson blood flowing freely. Not again. Just like Yunfan, they could attack in their natural forms without the need for Haki or Sea Stone. How on earth are you achieving this? Sun Tzu yanked the embedded anchor from the ground and charged relentlessly toward Smoker, declaring, "If you wish to know, then defeat me." Meanwhile, countless Navy soldiers, under the command of Dasky, surged toward Yunfan and the others. Ji Xiaoman cracked her knuckles, spitting out her lollipop, swiftly dispatching a Navy officer with a flick. Just as she was about to stretch her limbs, a colossal sword descended from the sky with unstoppable force. The Navy officers in the lead were instantly swept away by the tremendous shockwave. Mulan, clad in radiant golden armor, descended from above. This was the first time Yunfan beheld Mulan in such attire, her divine brilliance nearly blinding him. Mulan unsheathed the massive sword embedded in the ground, standing tall amidst the chaos, her fair visage serene, long hair billowing, the golden armor aglow in the sunlight, and the sword in her grasp shimmering with a layer of golden light, transforming the blood-soaked battlefield into a sacred domain with her presence. Ugh, spoiled brat, Ji Xiaoman muttered disdainfully, though her eyes betrayed a hint of envy. She had rummaged through her wardrobe countless times, finding nothing remotely presentable, harboring envy for Yao's daily array of unique outfits. Despite having purchased several exquisite garments in Lowtown, none could compare to Mulan's current splendor. Where could one procure such a resplendent, divine, and noble ensemble? Imbued with an aura of grandeur? Ah, how I desire it! Not envious at all. I must remain humble and not be as pretentious as Mulan. Ji Xiaoman consoled herself, simultaneously grasping Yunfan's waist. It's your fault. Chapter 69. In the name of the shield hero, conquer the seas. Why are you pinching me? It's your fault. How can this possibly be my fault? Ignoring the jealousy that reddened Ji Xiaoman's eyes, Yunfan addressed the group. Since everyone is here, let us proceed. Mulan nodded, her sword cutting a path through the chaos. Yunfan glanced at the stationary Dasky and inquired of Mulan, "Can your sword aura curve?" Mulan unleashed a slash, parting the air. Yet Dasky remained unscathed at the forefront. "Step aside," Mulan commanded coldly, raising her massive sword. "No." Dasky stubbornly pouted, unable to accept that her once great and divine master had turned to piracy. "Master, turn back. There's no future in being a pirate." Just as Dasky attempted to reason with her master and discuss dreams, hoping to salvage the situation, Yunfan hurled an energy ball her way. "Hujala!" Dasky's body instantly stiffened and went numb. Yunfan stepped forward, stating, "Your impractical aspirations are better suited for the world government. Begone." With that, Yunfan seized Dasky by the collar and flung her away. To be fair, these expendable Navy soldiers were remarkably resilient, akin to cockroaches, charging forth without hesitation. From a distant rooftop, several heads peeked out. Gambia turned to Bartolomeo, saying, "Brother, shall we lend a hand?" Bartolomeo responded with a punch to Gambia's head, exclaiming, "Which eye of yours saw that they needed help?" Initially, they had been meandering through the streets collecting protection fees, only to hear the commotion and witness Sun Tzu's display of might. Then came Mulan, descending like a deity. Remembering that he had previously crossed her, Gambia's legs trembled. "Brother, Sister Head won't hold a grudge. Will she?" "Silence!" Bartolomeo punched again, instructing him to keep his mouth shut and observe. At the port, with everyone gathered, Yunfan decided not to prolong the encounter. Facing the oncoming Navy, Yunfan narrowed his eyes and released a wave of invisible pressure that enveloped the entire port. The Navy soldiers, who had been shouting to charge forward, were suddenly frozen, their eyes glazing over, frothing at the mouth, and collapsing weakly to the ground, like dumplings falling one after another. The pressure continued to spread outward, causing Bartolomeo's pupils to constrict, his mouth agape in utter shock. The Haki surged forth, sending his subordinates rolling off the rooftop with their eyes rolled back. Bartolomeo's body stiffened, exclaiming in astonishment, "What is this?" At the port, Yunfan leaped onto the ship, calling out below, "Sun Tzu, stop playing around. It's time to depart." In front of a pile of rubble, Sun Tzu hoisted the anchor onto his shoulder. Reluctantly turning to leave, "We can't let them escape. Anyone still able to stand, charge with me." A Navy lieutenant struggled to rise, bellowing, "Push the intact cannons over here and aim at the pirate ship." "Still not giving up, are we?" Yunfan focused the famed sword, Destiny, in his hand. Ah Yao stepped forward, gripping her staff. "Leave this to me." Standing atop the sailboat, feeling the vibrant water elements around her, Ah Yao was eager to unleash her powers. Yunfan retracted Destiny, curious to see how far Ah Yao had come. The lantern dangling from the tip of Ah Yao's staff emitted a brilliant glow as she waved it before her. The tide of the Garp. The sea began to churn violently, waves surging high enough to engulf the entire port, but a massive Garp, formed from seawater, crashed down upon the port with the force of tempest. The pirate ship was swept away by the retreating tide. Gazing at the port after the tidal wave, Yunfan was left astounded, and oh wonder teams prioritize eliminating mages first. Who could withstand such damage? No matter how formidable Sun Tzu was, he could only strike one by one with the anchor. Ah Yao, on the other hand, summoned a tide that engulfed the entire port. As the waves calmed, the little duck boat had already drifted far from the harbor, had a green-feathered head stood out prominently in the now tide-washed port. Bartolomeo dashed across the receding sea, waving his arms frantically as he ran. Upon reaching the shore, Bartolomeo shouted with all his might, "OL!" Yunfan, standing at the bow of the ship, was momentarily taken aback. Realizing it was Bartolomeo, what on earth was this guy doing here? Bartolomeo waved his arms, yelling, "OL! Wait for me. Take me to sea. Let me join you on your adventures, in the name of the shield hero. Let us conquer the seas together. OL!" He had seen it, the figure of a king, and he yearned to follow in Yunfan's footsteps, witnessing the rise of a monarch. He no longer wished to remain a petty thug. That was beneath him. "OL! I want to follow you," Bartolomeo continued to shout fervently. Yunfan's mouth twitched as he turned to Milan, saying, "Your little admirer." "No." Milan smirked. "It's your little admirer." He mentioned following in the footsteps of the shield hero. Yunfan was a loss for words. He had no desire to engage with that fellow. As the sailboat drifted further from the port, Bartolomeo's figure became increasingly indistinct, yet his cries of "OL" echoed on. Yunfan scratched his chin, a sudden realization dawning upon him. This guy must be a barrier fruit user. Isn't that the destined person for the title of Shield Hero? If I were to take him in, shedding the title of Shield Hero wouldn't be impossible. Yunfan called out toward the port. "Bartolomeo!" The port fell silent. Bartolomeo had shouted for ages, yet his brother had not responded, and the sailboat was moving farther away. He thought his brother looked down on him. Now that his brother had finally replied, Bartolomeo's eyes brimmed with tears as he quieted to hear what his brother had to say. "Bartolomeo, do you wish to follow me? Then show me your determination. I will wait for you at the world's end. Come find me. In the name of the shield hero." Cough, cough. Yunfan's throat itched, prompting an involuntary cough to ensure Bartolomeo could hear. He had shouted with all his might, leaving his voice hoarse, "Ah Yao! Bring me a bottle of wheat juice to soothe my throat." To the port, Bartolomeo stood frozen in place. He had heard it. His brother had accepted him. He was told to bring the name of the shield hero to find him. That title was forged by his brother through trials and tribulations, and now it was bestowed upon him. Bartolomeo was overcome with emotion, tears flowing freely as he called out toward Yunfan. "OL, I will not let the name of the shield hero down." The members of Bartolomeo's crew rushed over, with Gambia stepping forward to ask, "Brother Bartolomeo, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Bartolomeo was utterly inconsolable, his face a canvas of tears and snot, as he raised his hands and leapt into the air, crying out in anguish, "Big brother, accept me. From this moment forth, the Bartle Club shall be disbanded, and the Bartle Pirates shall be born. I shall set sail under the name of the shield hero to seek my brother." Chapter 70. The brother I just acknowledged. Brew, brew. Brew, brew. Amidst the ruins, the sound of a transponder snail echoed. A bloodied hand emerged from the debris, pressing the answer button. The transponder snail announced, "Colonel Smoker, our warships are now in formation. Drive the shield hero and his crew out to sea. No need to chase them." A feeble voice arose from the rubble. "The shield hero and his crew have already departed from Logtown." The shield hero's crew is formidable. Many powerful newcomers have appeared on their ship, so do not underestimate them. We must ensure they do not escape. "Rest assured, Colonel Smoker," came the confident reply. "The shield hero's crew will find it impossible to flee. I shall reduce them to ashes beneath the barrage of cannon fire." The transponder snail clicked off, and the ruins trembled as Smoker crawled out. He retrieved a broken cigar to place between his lips, only to find he had no means to light it. Gazing into the distance, he could no longer discern the figures of Yunfan's crew, but a sail was faintly visible on the horizon. Bartolomeo was reveling in joy with his subordinates when he noticed Smoker's emergence, and immediately the jubilance faded into silence. Gambier whispered, "Big brother, we must flee." Bartolomeo, indifferent, shouted back, "Flee? That fellow has already been crippled by Anchor Brother. There is no cause for concern." Not knowing Sun Tzu's name, Bartolomeo had taken to calling him Anchor Brother. Smoker cast a glance at Bartolomeo's crew. Making no further move, he had overheard the exchange between Yunfan and Bartolomeo and understood that this individual had resolved to become a pirate. However, at that moment, his body was shattered, and he lacked the vigor to trouble Bartolomeo. "Watch closely. Witness how your newly acknowledged brother meets his demise amidst cannon fire." Hearing this, Bartolomeo's anger flared. "You dare curse my newly acknowledged brother?" He stepped forward, seizing Smoker by the collar and bellowing, "What do you mean by that? You dare curse my brother? Unforgivable." Bartolomeo's fist struck Smoker's face. Smoker collapsed to the ground, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Do not rush, just watch, and soon you will comprehend my meaning." "Do you seek death?" Bartolomeo roared, advancing to finish Smoker. "Big brother." Gambier quickly wrapped his arms around him. "I just heard the transponder snail mention something about formations. Could it be that the Navy is lying in wait for Big Brother at sea?" Bartolomeo's heart tightened at this revelation, lifting Smoker and demanding, "Speak, are they lying in wait for my brother at sea?" Smoker closed his eyes, remaining silent. He was gravely injured, and the fact that he had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness was a testament to his unwavering will, until the demon-slaying order had dealt with the shield hero's crew. He could not afford to lose consciousness. Bartolomeo hurled Smoker away, shouting to Gambier, "What are you dawdling for? Prepare the ship at once." "I must go save my brother." Gambier hesitated. "There isn't a single ship in the port. Even if we search elsewhere, it would be too late." Frustrated, Bartolomeo stomped his feet. He knew of his brother's prowess and had witnessed his sister's devastating strikes. All the other brothers and sisters were formidable as well. But out on the open sea, if they fell into an ambush and their ship was destroyed, even the mightiest would be rendered powerless. Oh. Yunfan and his companion stood gravely on the deck. A seagull circled overhead, landing on Yunfan's shoulder in a flurry of anxious flapping. Seeing the familiar, fluffy-headed seagull, Yunfan's temper flared, and he grasped its fluffy head, lifting it up. Oh. The seagull flapped its wings against Yunfan's hand. "Enough with the oh-oh-ohing. Tell me, how are you managing things?" Yunfan demanded, holding the seagull before his eyes. "You promised to help spread the name of the demon King Yunfan, and yet here we are. Why do they still call me the shield hero? You took the money but did nothing. Where is your integrity?" Yunfan shouted at the seagull, spittle flying in its face. Oh. The seagull's eyes spun in circles, its head buzzing from Yunfan's shouting that moment. Ah Yao chimed in, Wait. Yunfan shook the seagull. "What do you want to say?" Oh. Ah Yao explained, "It says now is not the time for this." The seagull wriggled free from Yunfan's grip, flapping its wings around him in a frenzy, incessantly oh-oh-ohing, clearly in a state of urgency. Yunfan turned to Ah Yao. "It says we are in trouble. It came to deliver a newspaper, but it saw countless warships closing in on us. It urges us to flee." Yunfan nodded, pulling out a handful of belly and offering it to the seagull. "I didn't expect you to be so loyal. I won't hold against you for the title thing." Oh. The seagull did not accept the belly, flapping its wings like an angry bird. battering against Yunfan's chest. Ah Yao translated, it says brothers for life. But now is not the time for that. We must run. Yunfan stuffed the belly into the seagull's small backpack and then tossed it into the sky. Thank you for the warning, seagull brother. We are aware now. Hurry and take cover. Don't let yourself be caught in the crossfire. Yunfan had already known they were surrounded by warships. With the Eye of Tranquility fully activated, he had been searching for a way out. Through the perspective of the Eye of Tranquility, 10 massive warships approached from various directions, accompanied by numerous smaller vessels, each brimming with armed marines, numbering at least in the thousands. Yunfan was not concerned about the expendable marines. It was the dozens of warships bristling with cannons that posed a significant threat that a single barrage could not all be intercepted. ATC. If their sailboat were struck by cannon fire, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. Before the fluffy-headed seagull's arrival, Yunfan and his crew had already devised a plan. Sun Tzu would pilot the sailboat with all his might. Shou Yue would protect the ship from harm. De Qiao would seek to control the currents to hasten their escape, while the others would adapt to the situation, ready to intercept any pursuing warships that De Qiao, with limited energy, could not squander it frivolously. She also needed to open the vortex gate to ensure that those covering their retreat could withdraw at any moment. De Qiao addressed Sun Tzu, lower the sails. When the time comes to activate our powers, the sails will create resistance. Now, even without the Eye of Tranquility, the warships were plainly visible. The 10 massive warships loomed ominously, surrounded by countless smaller vessels, leaving Yunfan and his crew no avenue for escape. With the Eye of Tranquility and Kin Bunchika Haki activated, Shou Yue opened his eyes, his expression grave. There are many figures clad in justice cloaks aboard those 10 massive warships. 5 of them emanate an aura as formidable as the captain. Hua Mulan was now the highest level and most powerful individual aboard the ship. The presence of 5 opponents of equal strength on the opposing side was concerning. Yunfan, gazing at the increasingly discernible warships, spoke gravely. Mulan, can you carve a path for us? Without a word, Mulan drew her great sword and began to charge her power. Chapter 71. Hurry and inform Vice Admiral Berman. Open fire. The encroaching warships wasted no time, opening fire without giving them a chance to respond. A torrent of cannonballs rained down like a tempest. Shou Yue barely had time to fire a few shots before the cannonballs were upon them. Sparrow Slash, a devastatingly lethal strike, erupted from Hua Mulan's great sword, cleaving through the sea, the residual force capable of detonating an entire volley of cannonballs. This strike, charged to its utmost, surged toward one of the massive warships with an unmatched ferocity. Dazzling and radiant, as if it could rival the sun, the fortress-like warship was cleaved in two. The slash continued unabated, creating a clear escape route. The waters split, surging violently. Countless smaller vessels disintegrated in the wake of the tidal force. Hua Mulan's great sword clattered to the ground, her body weakening as she prepared to collapse. This ultimate strike had finally torn through the encirclement. Ji Xiaoman kicked a cannonball aimed at Hua Mulan away and caught her in her arms, teasing, although I don't want to admit it, you were indeed quite impressive just now. De Qiao's staff glowed brightly as she exerted control over the surrounding waters, preventing the sailboat from being overwhelmed by the waves. Yunfan, wielding the famous blade Destiny, cleaved through another cannonball and shouted, De Qiao, now's our chance. Understood. With the flow of water, the bridge of cliffs, the lantern atop the staff swayed with the wind as De Qiao stood at the bow of the ship. Energy coalescing around her, resembling a sea goddess. 2 fish made of seawater leapt from the depths, serving as protectors, charging forward through the opening created by Hua Mulan, annihilating everything in their path. The unceasing current acted upon the ship's hull, allowing the sailboat to glide smoothly and swiftly, akin to ice skating to the highest point of one of the massive warships. A transponder snail shouted angrily, Quick! We cannot let them escape. Surround them, and immediately seal the breach. 2 colossal warships loomed in the foreground, standing like fortresses upon the sea, impervious to the surging waves that lapped against them, as the breach carved by Hua Mulan gradually began to close. Simultaneously, the pursuing warships unleashed another volley, cannonballs raining down like a hailstorm. A flicker of golden light danced in Mulan's eyes as waves of energy surged around her. invigorating her entire being, a vitality unmatched by any previous experience. She had leveled up, bathed in sunlight. Mulan resembled a divine entity illuminated by celestial radiance, both sacred and regal. The very atmosphere seemed to celebrate her newfound power, and the assaults from surrounding vessels momentarily faltered. As all sailors gazed in rapt awe at the brilliance descending from above, the Ji Xiaoman ground her teeth in frustration. Such exaggerated effects for an upgrade were hardly warranted. The IT was merely a skin effect. And who cared about that? Jealousy contorted Ji Xiaoman's features. Her mouth twisted in displeasure. AT that moment. A commanding figure aboard one of the massive warships bared his teeth in anger and shouted, "What are you all dawdling for? Attack! Attack!" The multitude of warships, roused from their stupor, unleashed a barrage of cannon fire. With a swift motion, Mulan summoned her great sword to hand, poised to strike again when Yunfan interposed himself before her. "Let me handle this. We must escape the encirclement first." With palms pressed together, searing flames coalesced between them. Beacon fire at red cliffs. Great fire. The flames erupted from his hands in a thunderous explosion, transforming the area behind the sailboat into a fiery domain. Cannonballs bursting in the searing heat, waves of scorching air rippling through the space. The sky alight with a fiery glow. The forces of action were reciprocal, propelling the sailboat forward at breakneck speed before the two warships could converge, escaping the encirclement in the direction indicated by Shou Yue. There were no formidable opponents aboard the warships, and aside from cannon fire, there was little that could impede the sailboat's flight. As they broke free, the two water-formed koi at the bow dissipated, and the Chao swayed unsteadily, her hair damp with perspiration. She had reached her limit. The Chao. Sun Tzu rushed to support her, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" Without the Chao's acceleration, the sailboat's speed began to wane. The Chao shook her head, weakly asserting, "Raise the sail. Let me rest a moment. And I can continue." Firewall, blue sky slash. Yunfan and Mulan stood at the stern, continuously thwarting the incoming cannon fire. Meanwhile, Shou Yue sat atop Kai Wanji's rocking chair, soaring through the air, his sniper rifle aimed meticulously at the cannon muzzles on the warships, intent on destroying them before the shells could be unleashed. These cannons were embedded within the ship's hull, their gunners shielded from the sniper's line of sight, unable to pinpoint the gunners. Shou Yue focused on intercepting the unlaunched shells to obliterate the cannons. A S-1 shell was fired. Shou Yue took aim at the cannon's mouth and fired decisively. The next shell was just about to discharge when it erupted in a violent explosion. "Well done." Ah Yao transformed into a deer spirit, perched atop Shou Yue's head, activating a shield to guard against enemy snipers. The naval personnel aboard were startled by the explosion, hastily reporting to their commander, in the air. Shou Yue and Hua Mulan exhibited an exquisite synergy, their intentions communicated through mere glances. With a sudden kick against the swinging cart, her body plummeted toward the sailboat, while the cart shot forward at breakneck speed toward the warship under Shou Yue's forceful push. Sky! Hua Mulan surged through the air, a tempest of sword energy enveloping her, deterring any who dared approach. As her charge came to a halt, she found herself poised before the cart, with a forceful step upon it. She propelled herself upward, reappearing above the warship. Clutching her greatsword, she hovered in the sky, her golden armor gleaming and hair billowing, blinding the naval officers beneath the sun's radiance. She was the one who unleashed that devastating strike. With a resplendent arc of her sword, Mulan unleashed a brilliant slash. Out of nowhere, a bearded man, clad in a cloak of righteousness and puffing on a cigar, appeared before the strike, casually swatting it aside with his unsheathed blade. With a grin, he addressed Hua Mulan. "That last strike was yours, wasn't it? But I doubt you can replicate such a feat in a short span. Otherwise, you wouldn't be risking yourself like this." Hua Mulan, her expression impassive, stood firm with her sword, declaring, "Stopping you is sufficient." The man, known as Hua Shaoshan, maintained his cheerful demeanor, cleverly using his own safety to restrain the enemy's strongest forces, all to facilitate his allies' retreat. However, he continued, "You are bound to be disappointed, for the Demon Slayer Order has more than just me." With her sword alight with energy, Hua Mulan vanished, only to reappear before Hua Shaoshan. He raised his sword to block. the shock wave scattering, toppling countless naval officers. Hurry! We cannot afford to engage in this battle. On the little duck, Ji Xiaoman leapt down, crushing a naval officer beneath her foot, and called to her comrades. You all go ahead. I can't allow her to steal the spotlight alone. With that, she vaulted into the air, landing on the swinging cart and charging toward a colossal warship. With a simple yet powerful side kick, she shattered the ship's mast, her gaze locking onto a certain scruffy individual. Teasing, you can't be a transformed mutt, can you? The man dubbed Scruffy Dog by Ji Xiaoman revealed his claws, smirking coldly. I hope you can still smile after this. With a bold leap, Sun Tzu jumped from the ship, a small boat appearing beneath him as he hit the sea. Unyielding waves, he laughed heartily, racing toward a warship on his diminutive vessel, showing no signs of slowing down. As if embracing a fate of mutual destruction, the naval officers aboard the warship were baffled by Sun Tzu's audacity. What kind of fool would ram a tiny boat into a massive iron fortress? As he approached, Sun Tzu hoisted an anchor and launched himself upward, the small boat crashing into the warship with a thunderous impact. Boom! The ironclad vessel was breached by the small craft, cleaving the wind and slicing the waves. Sun Tzu descended from above, the anchor crashing onto the deck, splintering wood and toppling countless sailors. Seal the breach. Water is flooding in. These were plans long discussed among Yunfan and his companions. Once the enemy engaged in close combat, Hua Milan, Ji Xiaoman, and the other fighters would restrain the enemy's top forces to buy time for Shou Yue and De Qiao to retreat, as long as De Qiao could escape safely. They would be secure. Chapter 73. Do you think you can kill me? Yunfan delivered a powerful kick to an officer before turning to the diminutive figure behind him. Thank you, little chick. I feel invigorated. The little duck was surrounded by naval officers, hundreds of mid-ranking officers closing in, strong enough to pose a threat, but manageable with Shou Yue and the others working together. However, the presence of 8 or 9 formidable figures weighed heavily on Yunfan's mind. Resolving them was crucial for De Qiao's safe exit. One officer, suspended in the air, flailed like a bungee jumper, his demeanor utterly ludicrous. He fixed a grave gaze on Yunfan and commanded his comrades. Do not approach the sailboat. Everyone, use gale foot to destroy the vessel. Without the ship, the shield warriors will be helpless. Yes, gale foot. Hundreds of officers surrounded the sailboat, simultaneously unleashing slashes, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Ah Yao. Protect Shou Yue. De Qiao scooped Kai Wanji into her embrace, summoning a koi from the gathered seawater to shield them. Fearing the koi would falter, Yunfan quickly positioned himself before De Qiao, his conqueror's Haki radiating through the sky, while flames danced around his famed blade, distorting the very air. The naval officers, elite among their ranks, were resolute, momentarily stunned but not incapacitated by Yunfan's Haki. Yet that brief distraction was ample. Ignition. Flowing blade of fire. Cyclone Tsampa slash. Yunfan spun and swung his blade, flames surging forth, creating a fiery wave that crashed upward, one after another. By the time the officers regained their senses, it was too late. Countless officers fell like meteors into the sea, their bodies ablaze. When the chaos subsided, only a handful of officers remained airborne. Leaning heavily on his blade, Yunfan gasped for breath. A major general sneered, struggling in your dying moments? Can you even stand? Yet, to his disbelief, a swirling green energy enveloped Yunfan's form that he stood once more, vitality restored, and declared, Thank you, little chick. You're fantastic. I'm leaving De Qiao to you. Kai Wanji clenched her fists, her expression resolute. Leave it to me. I will protect De Qiao. Enough. A booming voice erupted from the massive warship, followed by a figure striding through the air. Yunfan's gaze sharpened. This aura was not conqueror Haki, but a manifestation of overwhelming strength. He recognized the individual. It had to be a vice admiral from the Demon Slayer Order. With 5 such vice admirals in total, Hua Mulan had already incapacitated one with her prior strike, and now she was restraining another. Each of them was accounted for, and this was likely the last one. Having waited patiently for this moment, Yunfan was now compelled to confront the vice admiral. Mindful of the remaining officers, he nodded at De Qiao, then leaped into action as Kai Wanji relinquished control of the swinging cart. De Qiao, her face etched with worry, understood the gravity of the situation. Their safety rested upon her shoulders. With determination, she plunged her staff into the deck, ripples emanating from it, completing a teleportation array. Do not linger in battle. Ensure your safety. I will maintain the vortex gate. She shouted to the skies. Promise me, if things go awry, activate the mark on your bodies immediately. I will await you on the ship. Standing on the swinging cart, Yunfan brandished his famed blade. Facing the Vice Admiral, while gesturing toward the Chiao to hasten her escape, in the distance, Sun Tzu's laughter rang out. Ha ha ha! Rest assured, go quickly. Then came an unfamiliar voice, filled with rage. Dare to be distracted while facing me. Die! Sun Tzu, seemingly possessed, roared with laughter. Do you think you can kill me? Hua Mulan unleashed a mere sword aura, responding to the Chiao. Meanwhile, Ji Xiaoman had no time for pleasantries, pursued by a pack of ruffians. She darted through the thickest clusters of enemies. The Vice Admiral chased Ji Xiaoman, while she pursued his subordinates, turning the warship into a demolition site. Debris flew from the ship, planks, cannons, and even sections of the mast dismantled by Ji Xiaoman's relentless assault. Before long, the warship was stripped bare, with nothing left protruding above the deck. The long-faced Vice Admiral, panting and furious, shouted, If you have the guts, stop running. Fight me. He simply could not fathom how this girl could evade him so effortlessly, all the while dismantling his vessel without breaking a sweat. How could her stamina surpass that of a Zoan fruit user? Ji Xiaoman, brimming with confidence, eyed a trembling cluster of naval officers to TO them. She appeared as a demon. Looking back, she said, No rush. Let me level up first. With that, she surged into the crowd. You won't escape. Accept your fate and become my experience. Like a wolf among sheep, she unleashed her fists and feet, sending naval officers flying. Ji Xiaoman felt the explosive power coursing through her from her level up. She believed she could obliterate a ship with a single punch, striking a martial arts pose. She beckoned the Vice Admiral with a finger, taunting, Come, let me show you my might. Thus, the chase resumed. Why can't I defeat you even after leveling up? She is typically as inactive as a salted fish. Her level is far inferior to that of Hua Mulan, not merely a level or two behind. The wails of Ji Xiaoman resound, serving as a response to the Chiao. Yunfan gazes over with concern. On the barren deck of the warship, two figures are circling each other. He exhales softly, releasing his worries. Ji Xiaoman possesses formidable evasion skills. Before Yunfan stands an oddly shaped figure with an elongated beard that might lead one to mistake him for Guan Yu. In a tall hat that reaches for the heavens. It is Vice Admiral Stolberry of the Navy headquarters. Stolberry looks at Yunfan and says, That momentum you exhibited earlier, was it the conqueror's Haki? I have encountered it in the New World. Without exception, those who wield conqueror's Haki will become the world's top-tier powerhouses. To awaken such a rare Haki is quite remarkable, if given time to grow. You will undoubtedly become a heinous criminal who threatens the world. Therefore, you must die today. Yunfan chuckles and replies, Whether I die today, I do not know. However, I do know how to awaken the conqueror's Haki. Would you like me to share it with you? Chapter 74. The levelers of the calm Bell Stolberry is momentarily taken aback. A method to awaken conqueror's Haki. Such Haki can only be awakened by those with kingly qualities. How could he possibly do so? Although he does not believe he can awaken it, curiosity piques Stolberry's interest, and he inquires, What is your method? If you convince me, I may spare your life today. You fool! His eyes brim with murderous intent. What makes you think I would spare you? You old rascal, you are quite crafty. Yunfan pays little heed. His intent was merely to buy time and says, Killing celestial dragons will naturally awaken the conqueror's Haki. Stolberry, stunned for a moment, erupts in fury. You dare deceive me? Calm down. Allow me to elaborate. As Stolberry prepares to strike, Yunfan hastily continues, Awakening conqueror's Haki requires one to possess kingly qualities. And daring to confront the world government, to kill celestial dragons, wouldn't that demonstrate such qualities? Silence. Nonsense. Stolberry bellows. Though he recognizes the logic in Yunfan's words, he cannot afford to acknowledge such a notion. The world government. The celestial dragons. Does he wish to continue his career in the Navy? If these words reach the ears of the Gorosei, he too would be implicated. He cannot allow Yunfan to continue his ramblings. Having painstakingly attained the rank of Vice Admiral, he cannot be drawn into this mess. Die. He raises his twin blades and unleashes 2 slashes. Yunfan perceives that these slashes are merely a prelude to battle. Thus he does not evade, instead countering with his famed blade. He too wishes to gauge the distance between himself and the Vice Admiral. The 2 slashes collide, resulting in a thunderous explosion as shockwaves radiate outward. Shave. Stalaberry's form flickers twice before vanishing. Yunfan swiftly counters, slashing backward, meeting Stalaberry's twin blades. Stalaberry, taken aback, remarks, "You have even awakened observation Haki." Yunfan, exerting all his strength against the twin blades, maintains an impassive facade and says, "My research on Haki is quite specialized, so what do you think? Are you tempted by my method? Be quiet. You wish to court death. Don't implicate me." Stalaberry roars in anger, pushing Yunfan aside, then slashing out with 2 brilliant strikes. Aware of the disparity between them, Yunfan does not withstand the attack and deftly maneuvers to evade the strikes. "Let me witness the extent of your observation Haki." Stalaberry's form disappears again. Yunfan closes his eyes, fully activating his observation Haki and the Eye of Tranquility. From a godlike perspective, Stalaberry appears to have mastered the art of clones, his form multiplying in the air. Countless ambiguous slashes fill the sky. Suddenly, Yunfan's heart races. He swiftly dodges to the left as a slash grazes his neck, drawing a trickle of blood. That moment, terrified voices arise. Vice Admiral Stalaberry is serious. "Run! This is a battle beyond our means." As the myriad slashes dissipate, countless phantoms converge into one. Stalaberry's figure materializes in midair, eyes wide, jaw agape in astonishment, angrily shouting at the other officers, "Why are you still here?" The crew of Shield Courage has already vanished without a trace. The other officers turn to see that the Qiao and the others have long since fled. Their ship now but a fleeting shadow. Instantly, panic ensues. Everyone has fled. We're doomed. Captivated by Yunfan's claim of a method to awaken conqueror's Haki, several officers have been eager to listen, only to find that the Qiao had already taken a ship and disappeared. Stalaberry, equally astonished by the officers' foolishness, urgently shouts, "Leave Yunfan to me. You must pursue the remaining traitors." While Yunfan finds the situation amusing, he cannot let such an opportunity slip away. The famed blade Simi ignites with flames. Ignition. Fiery dragon blade. A fire dragon spirals around him. And as Yunfan wields the famed blade, the dragon, accompanied by waves of distorted heat, charges toward the group of officers. Since the skills Blaze of Red Cliffs and Azure Break Slash have reached higher levels and become increasingly proficient, Yunfan can now execute many imaginative combination techniques. The Azure Break Slash is a result of Hua Mulan's level increase reflecting back to him. However, the Blaze of Red Cliff skill has also seen a sudden and significant enhancement, leaving Yunfan puzzled. Logically, it should be impossible for Shou Yue to level up so rapidly in such a short time. As the fire dragon roars forth, the officers seem to catch a whiff of something burning. Stalaberry swiftly positions himself before the fire dragon, crossing his twin blades, and shouts, "Cross slash." The fire dragon is cleaved into several pieces. However, a concealed slash hidden within the fire dragon surges toward him. In a split second, Stalaberry tilts his head to evade, a gash appearing on his tall hat, revealing his pale scalp. Stalaberry's expression darkens as he hisses, "You better get lost." The officers, jolted from their stupor, hastily kick and hop through the air in pursuit of the Qiao. Yunfan exhales, smiling, "You actually managed to respond to that. Impressive, but your head is indeed quite high." Stalaberry's face contorts with rage as he shouts, "Die," and vanishes once more in a windless zone. A dog-headed warship is docked. Bogart addresses Garp. "We are nearing headquarters. Why don't we return?" Garp, munching on senbei, gazes at the figures on the sea and laughs heartily. "Bogart, given that Shou Yue is working so hard, what does it matter if we wait a while longer before heading back to headquarters?" Bogart looks out at the sea, where flames spread, distorting the air, and a singular figure stands proudly. Vice Admiral Garp. Is it possible that Shou Yue possesses a devil fruit ability? I recall that the flame fruit was consumed by Fire Fist Ace. How do we explain Shou Yue's abilities? Moreover, his growth has been astonishing. After boarding the ship, Bogard had fought against him at tea that time. He could easily suppress Shou Yue. Yet now, in mere moments after standing on the sea for a while and slaying a few sea kings, Shou Yue's aura has grown exceedingly powerful. Even from this distance, he can feel the intense heat radiating from the flames. Bogard suspects that Shou Yue is feigning weakness, having not used his full strength during their previous match. Garp's gaze deepens as he observes Shou Yue, stating, "There are many who can wield flame-related devil fruit powers. It does not necessarily mean he has the flame fruit. Moreover, when he boarded the ship and fought you, Shou Yue had already exerted his full strength. It was only after taking a stroll on the sea that he acquired this current momentum." "Impossible," Bogard exclaims, "just by defeating a few sea kings. He has become so formidable. He must be a monster." Garp grins widely and laughs. "Huh. Isn't that a good thing? I never expected to encounter such a promising talent." Chapter 75. The Grand General approaches the battlefield within the inferno of endless flames. Grand General Shou Yue stands proudly. His flames possess the unique trait of burning even upon the water's surface. The ocean has long been enveloped by his boundless domain of fire. Any sea king that touches the flames will suffer as if afflicted by a parasite, burning until naught remains. Shou Yue stands atop a massive sea king, which has already been charred to perfection. With orange flames swirling in his hands, Shou Yue surveys the countless burning corpses surrounding him. Feeling the energy within him, he murmurs, "It should be about time." Shou Yue had already been here for an entire day, accumulating countless experiences from various sea kings. Ever since he heard about the demon-slaying order equipped with 5 generals set to annihilate Yunfan and his crew, he had been consumed with worry. Separated by the vast ocean, he found himself at a loss as to how to assist Yunfan and could only fervently practice and spar with the Navy on the warship. Hoping to level up quickly, he understood that as he progressed, Yunfan would also benefit from his feedback. This was the sole method he could conceive to aid Yunfan at present. When the warship sailed into the doldrums, Shou Yue unexpectedly discovered that these bizarre, monstrous fish could indeed provide experience. From that moment on, he became utterly engrossed. This place transformed into his sanctum for leveling up. Initially, his level was modest. Thus, he required Garp to cover for him. Now, he needed no assistance, effortlessly dominating the calm seas alone. Glancing at the sky, Shou Yue noted that there was still ample time to gain a few more levels. With each level he ascended, Yunfan would also grow stronger. Perhaps the Sea Kings had realized Shou Yue's prowess, as they had not attacked in quite some time. With a flick of his hand, he extinguished the endless fire domain, standing atop the Sea Kings, holding his breath to create the illusion of his absence. Yet, uncertain whether all the Sea Kings in this region had been vanquished, he waited in vain, with not a single one surfacing. Reluctantly, Shou Yue had to concede defeat. A gentle breeze enveloped him, and he soared back to the warship. Ignoring Garp and Bogard, he simply uttered, "I have matters to attend to. I shall return to my quarters." With that, he hurriedly retreated to his room, leaving Garp and Bogard bewildered on the deck. Bogard inquired, "Garp, what is wrong with Shou Yue?" Garp chuckled heartily. "Who knows? Let us head back to headquarters." Sengoku must be growing impatient. Once inside his room, Shou Yue closed the door and windows, ensuring no interruptions, and began to carefully sense the energy surrounding him. A translucent aura swirled around him, rippling like water. This was the Qiao's summoning array. Only teammates could perceive this shimmering wave, which was precisely why Shou Yue had rushed back to his quarters. Even though they were worlds apart, he could feel the vortex gate created by the Qiao. This indicated that the Qiao had also arrived here and was undoubtedly in peril. Otherwise, she would not have activated the summoning array so recklessly. Was it the demon-slaying order? Without further hesitation, Shou Yue activated the water ripple emblem on his body. Pondering how to assist Yunfan, and lo and behold, the opportunity had presented itself. The floor rippled with water, and Shou Yue's figure vanished in an instant in the Rogtown Sea area. A dilapidated sailboat raced through the waters at breakneck speed. De Qiao stood before her staff, maintaining the opening of the vortex gate. Kai Wanji summoned swirling green energy from her hands, enveloping De Qiao to restore her energy, the perspiration glistening on her chubby little face. Xiao felt a twinge of concern and gently said, "My energy has been fully restored and is sufficient for the time being. You should take a break." Kai Wanji retracted her hands, blinking her round, sparkling eyes at Xiao, and confidently declared, "Don't worry. I'm quite capable. With me here, you'll be in tip-top shape." Xiao took out a handkerchief, wiping the sweat from Kai Wanji's forehead while praising her. "I can already feel it. You are indeed remarkable." She then turned to Shou Yue and inquired, "What is the situation?" Shou Yue, who had been maintaining the Eye of Tranquility, reported that the demon-slaying order's warship was no longer visible to the naked eye. And under the Eye of Tranquility, no one was pursuing them. All was calm. The only sound was the ocean currents guiding the sailboat. Everything seemed fine. Xiao nodded slightly, yet unease lingered in her heart as she gazed at the water ripples enveloping the deck. Why haven't they returned yet? Could something have gone awry? Just to Shou Yue was about to offer words of comfort, several figures suddenly appeared within the range of the Eye of Tranquility. He immediately raised his sniper rifle and shouted, "They are pursuing us!" Xiao's expression turned grave as she looked back, indeed spotting several figures flickering in the air, racing towards them with astonishing speed. Shou Yue pulled the trigger, and a bullet soared forth. The assailants, with their legs propelling them through the air, appeared somewhat comical, their movements transparent to Shou Yue, yet mere phantoms to ordinary eyes. The bullet flew through the air, striking a lieutenant who could not evade in time, sending him plummeting into the sea. Blood blossoming from his chest, a fellow officer shouted, "It's their sniper!" They all scattered, approaching in an arc. The survival of these dozen or so officers in Yunfan's grasp attested to their strength. Although Shou Yue managed to take down a few, others had already reached the sailboat overhead. Once a shooter was engaged up close, they would be rendered powerless. Without a word, the foes unleashed a barrage of slashing attacks. "Shou Yue, be careful." Ah Yao, in deer spirit form, activated her shield, yet the ferocity of the strikes made her heart race. She was uncertain if she could withstand them with her current power. Garp jumping the tide. Layers upon layers of waves materialized, encircling several individuals, and then a Garp leapt forth, delivering a powerful tail swipe at the multitude of officers' shave.